Belinda Audio presents this unabridged recording of The Shifting Fog, written by Kate Morton and read by Caroline Lee. The dedication reads, "For Davin, who holds my hand on the roller coaster." Part 1. Film script. Final draft, November 1998, pages 1 to 4. The Shifting Fog, written and directed by Ursula Ryan, copyright 1998. Music, theme song, nostalgic music of the type popular during and immediately following the First World War. Though romantic, the music has an ominous edge. Scene 1. Exterior. A country road. Dusk's final moment. A country road flanked by green fields that stretch forever. It is 8 p.m. The summer sun still lingers on the distant horizon, loath to slip, finally, beyond. A 1920s motorcar winds like a shiny black beetle along the narrow road. It whizzes between ancient brambly hedgerows blue in the dusk, crowned with arching canes that weep toward the road. The glowing headlights shake as the motorcar speeds across the bumpy surface. We draw slowly closer until we are tracking right alongside. The final glow of sun has disappeared and night is upon us. The early moon is full, casting ribbons of white light across the dark, glistening car bonnet. We glimpse, inside the dim interior, the shadowy profile of its passengers, a man and woman in evening dress. The man is driving. Sequins on the woman's dress shimmer when they catch the moonlight. Both are smoking, the orange tips of cigarettes mirroring the motorcar's headlights. The woman laughs at something the man has said, tips her head back and exposes beneath her feather boa a pale, thin neck. They arrive at a large set of iron gates, the entrance to a tunnel of tall, dusky trees. The motorcar turns into the driveway and makes its way through the dark, leafy corridor. We watch through the windscreen until suddenly we break through the dense foliage and our destination is upon us. A grand English manor looms on the hill. 12 gleaming windows across, 3 high, dormer windows and chimneys punctuating the slate roof. In the foreground, the centrepiece of a broad manicured lawn, sits a grand marble fountain lit with glowing lanterns. Giant ants, eagles, and enormous fire-breathing dragons, with jets shooting water 100 feet into the air. We maintain our position, watching as the car continues without us around the turning circle. It stops at the entrance to the house, and a young footman opens the door and extends his arm to help the woman from her seat. Subtitle: Riverton Manor, England. Summer 1924. Scene 2. Interior. Servants' Hall. Evening. The warm, dim servants' hall of Riverton Manor. The atmosphere is one of excited preparation. We are at ankle level as busy servants traverse the grey stone floor in all directions. In the background we hear champagne corks popping, orders being given, lower servants being scolded. A service bell rings. Still at ankle level, we follow a female housemaid as she heads toward the stairs. Scene 3. Interior, stairwell, evening. We climb the dim stairs behind the housemaid. Clinking sounds tell us that her tray is loaded with champagne flutes. With each step our view lifts, from her narrow ankles to her black skirt hem, the white tips, then pert bow of her apron ribbon, blonde curls at the nape of her neck, until, finally, our view is hers. The sounds from the servants' hall fade, as music and laughter from the party grow louder. At the top of the stairs, the door opens before us. Scene 4. Interior. Entrance hall. Evening. A burst of light as we enter the grand marble entrance hall. A glittering crystal chandelier suspends from the high ceiling. The butler opens the front door to greet the well-dressed man and woman from the car. We do not pause, but cross to the back of the entrance hall and the broad French doors that lead to the back terrace. Scene 5. Exterior, back terrace, evening. The doors sweep open, music and laughter crescendo. We are in the midst of a glittering party. The atmosphere is one of post-war extravagance. Sequins, feathers, silks as far as the eye can see. Coloured Chinese paper lanterns strung above the lawn flutter in the light summer's breeze. A jazz band plays, and women dance the Charleston. We weave through the crowd of assorted laughing faces. They turn toward us, accepting champagne from the servants' tray. A woman with bright red lipstick, a fat man made pink by excitement and alcohol, a thin old lady dripping in jewels and holding aloft a long, tapered cigarette holder, emitting a lazy curlicue of smoke. There is a tremendous bang, and people gaze above as glittering fireworks tear open the night sky. There are squeals of pleasure, and some applause. Reflections of Catherine wheels colour upturned faces. The band spins on, and women dance, faster and faster. Cut to Scene 6. Exterior, lake, evening. A quarter-mile away, a young man stands on the dark edge of the Riverton lake. Party noise swirls in the background. He glances toward the sky. We draw closer, watching as reflected fireworks shimmer red across his beautiful face. Though elegantly dressed, there is a wildness about him. His brown hair is dishevelled, sweeping his forehead, threatening to obscure dark eyes that madly scan the night sky. He lowers his gaze and looks beyond us to someone else, obscured by shadow. His eyes are damp, his manner suddenly focused. His lips part as if to speak, but he does not. He sighs. There is a click. Our gaze drops. He clutches a gun in his trembling hand, lifts it out of shot. The hand remaining by his side twitches, then stiffens. The gun discharges and drops to the muddy earth. A woman screams, and the party music reels on. Fade to black. Credit sequence. The shifting fog. The letter. Ursula Ryan, Focus Film Productions, 1264 North Sierra Bonita Avenue, No. 32, West Hollywood, California, 90046, USA. Mrs. Grace Bradley, Heathview Nursing Home, 64 Willow Road, Saffron Green, Essex. CB10 1HQ, UK. 27th of January 1999. Dear Mrs. Bradley, I hope you will excuse my writing to you again. However, I have not received a reply to my last letter outlining the film project on which I am working, The Shifting Fog. The film is a love story, an account of the poet R.S. Hunter's relationship with the Hartford sisters and his suicide of 1924. Though we have been granted permission to film external scenes on location at Riverton Manor, we will be using studio sets for interior scenes. We have been able to recreate many of the sets from photographs and descriptions. However, I would appreciate a first-hand assessment. The film is a passion of mine, and I cannot bear to think I might do it a disservice with historical inaccuracies, however small. As such, I would be very grateful if you would be willing to look over the set. I found your name, your maiden name, on a list amongst a pile of notebooks donated to the Museum of Essex. I would not have made the connection between Grace Reeves and yourself had I not also read an interview with your grandson, Marcus McCourt, printed in The Spectator, in which he mentioned briefly his family's historical associations with the village of Saffron Green. I have enclosed a recent article about my earlier films, published in the Sunday Times, for your appraisal, and a promotional article about The Shifting Fog, printed in LA Film Weekly. You will notice that we have managed to secure fine actors in the roles of Hunter, Emmeline Hartford, and Hannah Luxton, including Gwyneth Paltrow, who has just received a Golden Globe Award for her work in Shakespeare in Love. Forgive this intrusion, but we begin shooting in late February at Shepperton Studios north of London, and I am most keen to make contact with you. I do hope you might be interested in lending your hand to this project. I can be reached care of Mrs. Jan Ryan at 545 Lancaster Court, Fulham, London, SW6. Yours respectfully, Ursula Ryan. Ghosts stir. Last November, I had a nightmare. It was 1924, and I was at Riverton again. All the doors hung wide open, silk billowing in the summer breeze. An orchestra perched high on the hill beneath the ancient maple, violins lilting lazily in the warmth. The air rang with pealing laughter and crystal, and the sky was the kind of blue we'd all thought the war had destroyed forever. One of the footmen, smart in black and white, poured champagne into the top of a tower of glass flutes, and everyone clapped, delighting in the splendid wastage. I saw myself, the way one does in dreams, moving amongst the guests, moving slowly, much more slowly than one can in life, the others a blur of silk and sequins. I was looking for someone. Then the picture changed, and I was near the summer house. Only it wasn't the summer house at Riverton. It couldn't have been. This was not the shiny new building Teddy had designed, but an old structure, with ivy climbing the walls, twisting itself through the windows, strangling the pillars. Someone was calling me. A woman, a voice I recognized, coming from behind the building on the lake's edge. I walked down the slope, my hands brushing against the tallest reeds. A figure crouched on the bank. It was Hannah, in her wedding dress, mud splattered across the front, clinging to the appliqued roses. She looked up at me, her face pale where it emerged from shadow. Her voice chilled my blood. "You're too late." She pointed at my hands. "You're too late." I looked down at my hands, young hands, covered in dark river mud, and in them the stiff, cold body of a dead foxhound. I know what brought it on, of course. It was the letter from the filmmaker. I don't receive much mail these days. The occasional postcard from a dutiful holidaying friend, a perfunctory letter from the bank where I keep a savings account, an invitation to the christening of a child whose parents, I am shocked to realize, are no longer children themselves. Ursula's letter had arrived on a Tuesday morning late in November, and Sylvia had brought it with her when she came to make my bed. She'd raised heavily sketched eyebrows and waved the envelope. "Mail today? Something from the States by the look of the stamp. Your grandson, perhaps?" The left brow arched, a question mark, and her voice lowered to a husky whisper. "Terrible business, that. Just terrible. And him, such a nice young man." As Sylvia tut-tutted, I thanked her for the letter. I like Sylvia. She's one of the few people able to look beyond the lines on my face to see the 20-year-old who lives inside. Nonetheless, I refuse to be drawn into conversation about Marcus. I asked her to open the curtains, and she pursed her lips a moment before moving on to another of her favourite subjects, the weather, the likelihood of snow for Christmas, the havoc it would wreak on the arthritic residents. I responded when required, but my mind was with the envelope in my lap, wondering at the scratchy penmanship, the foreign stamps, softened edges that spoke of lengthy travails. "Here, why don't I read that for you?" Sylvia said, giving the pillows a final hopeful plump. "Give your eyes a bit of a rest." "No, thank you. Perhaps you could pass my glasses, though?" When she'd left, promising to come back and help me dress after she'd finished rounds, I prized the letter from its envelope, hands shaking the way they do, wondering whether he was finally coming home. But it wasn't from Marcus at all. It was from a young woman making a movie about the past. She wanted me to look at her sets, to remember things and places from long ago, as if I hadn't spent a lifetime pretending to forget. I ignored that letter. I folded it carefully and quietly, slid it inside a book I'd long ago given up reading, and then I exhaled. It was not the first time I had been reminded of what happened at Riverton, to Robbie and the Hartford sisters. Once I saw the tail end of a documentary on the television, something Ruth was watching about war poets. When Robbie's face filled the screen, his name printed across the bottom in unassuming font, my skin prickled. But nothing happened. Ruth didn't flinch. The narrator continued, and I went on drying the dinner plates. Another time, reading the newspaper, my eye was drawn to a familiar name in a write-up in the television guide, a programme celebrating 70 years of British films. I noted the time, my heart thrilling, wondering if I dared watch it. In the end, I fell asleep during the programme. There was very little about Emmeline. A few publicity photos, none of which showed her true beauty, and a clip from one of her silent films, The Venus Affair, which made her look strange, hollow-cheeked, jerky movements like a marionette. There was no reference to the other films, the ones that threatened such a fuss. I suppose they don't rate a mention in these days of promiscuity and permissiveness. But although I had been met with such memories before, Ursula's letter was different. It was the first time in over 70 years that anyone had associated me with the events, had remembered that a young woman named Grace Reeves had been at Riverton that summer. It made me feel vulnerable somehow, singled out, guilty. No, I was adamant that letter would remain unanswered. And so it did. A strange thing began to happen, though. Memories, long consigned to the dark reaches of my mind, began to sneak through cracks. Images were tossed up high and dry, picture perfect, as if a lifetime hadn't passed between. And, after the first tentative drops, the deluge. Whole conversations, word for word, nuance for nuance, scenes played out as though on film. I have surprised myself. While moths have torn holes in my recent memories, I find the distant past is sharp and clear. They come often lately, those ghosts from the past, and I am surprised to find I don't much mind them. Not nearly so much as I had supposed I would. Indeed, the spectres I have spent my life escaping have become almost a comfort, something I welcome, anticipate, like one of those serials Sylvia is always talking about, hurrying her rounds so she can watch them down at the main hall. I had forgotten, I suppose, that there were bright memories in amongst the dark. When the second letter arrived last week, in the same scratchy hand on the same soft paper, I knew I was going to say yes. I would look at the sets. I was curious, a sensation I hadn't felt in some time. There is not much left to be curious about when one is 98 years old, but I wanted to meet this Ursula Ryan, who plans to bring them all to life again, who is so passionate about their story. So I wrote her a letter, had Sylvia post it for me, and we arranged to meet. The drawing room. My hair, always pale, is now flossy white and very, very long. It is fine, too, finer it seems with each passing day. It is my one vanity. Lord knows I haven't much else to be vain about. Not any more. It has been with me a long time, since 1989, this present crop. I am fortunate indeed that Sylvia is happy to brush it for me, oh, so gently, to plait it, day in, day out. It is above and beyond her job description, and I am very grateful. I must remember to tell her so. I missed my chance this morning. I was too excited. When Sylvia brought my juice, I could barely drink it. The thread of nervous energy that had infused me all week had overnight become a knot. She helped me into a new peach dress, the one Ruth bought me for Christmas, and exchanged my slippers for the pair of outside shoes usually left to languish in my wardrobe. The leather was firm, and Sylvia had to push to make them fit. But such price respectability. I am too old to learn new ways, and cannot abide the tendency of the younger residents to wear their slippers out. Face paint restored some life to my cheeks, but I was careful not to let Sylvia overdo it. I am wary of looking like an undertaker's mannequin. It doesn't take much rouge to tip the balance. The rest of me is so pale, so small. With some effort, I draped the gold locket around my neck, its 19th century elegance incongruous against my utilitarian clothing. I straightened it, wondering at my daring, wondering what Ruth would say when she saw. My gaze dropped. The small silver frame on my dressing table. A photo from my wedding day. I would just as happily not have had it there. The marriage was so long ago and so short-lived, poor John, but it is my concession to Ruth. It pleases her, I think, to imagine that I pine for him. Sylvia helped me to the drawing-room. It still rankles to call it such, where breakfast was being served, and where I was to wait for Ruth, who had agreed, against her better judgment, she said, to drive me to the Shepperton studios. I had Sylvia seat me alone at the corner table and fetch me a glass of juice, and then I reread Ursula's letter. Ruth arrived at 8:30 on the dot. She may have had misgivings about the wisdom of this excursion, but she is, and has always been, incurably punctual. I've heard it said that children born to stressful times never shake the air of woe, and Ruth, a child of the Second War, proves the rule. So different from Sylvia, only 15 years younger, who fusses about in tight skirts, laughs too loudly, and changes hair colour with each new boyfriend. This morning Ruth walked across the room, well-dressed, immaculately groomed, but stiffer than a fence-post. "Morning, Mum," she said, brushing cold lips across my cheek. "Finished your breakfast yet?" She glanced at the half-empty glass before me. "I hope you've had more than that. We'll likely hit morning traffic on the way, and we won't have time to stop for anything." She looked at her watch. "Do you need to visit the loo?" I shook my head, wondering when I had become the child. "You're wearing Father's locket. I haven't seen it in an age." She reached forward to straighten it, nodding approval. "He had an eye, didn't he?" I agreed, touched by the way little untruths told to the very young are believed so implicitly. I felt a wave of affection for my prickly daughter, repressed quickly the tired old parental guilt that always surfaces when I look upon her anxious face. She took my arm, folded it over hers, and placed the cane in my other hand. Many of the others prefer walkers, or even those motorized chairs, but I'm still quite good with my cane, and a creature of habit who sees no reason to trade up. She's a good girl, my Ruth. Solid and reliable. She dressed formally today, the way she would to visit her solicitor or doctor. I had known she would. She wanted to make a good impression, show this filmmaker that no matter what her mother might have done in the past, Ruth Bradley McCourt was respectably middle class. Thank you very much. We drove in silence for a way, then Ruth began tuning the radio. Her fingers were those of an old lady, knuckles swollen where she'd forced on her rings that morning. Astounding to see one's daughter aging. I glanced at my own hands then, folded in my lap. Hands so busy in the past, performing tasks both menial and complex. Hands that now sat grey, flaccid and inert. Ruth rested finally on a program of classical music. The announcer spoke for a while, rather inanely, about his weekend, and then began to play Chopin. A coincidence, of course, that today, of all days, I should hear the waltz in C-sharp minor. Ruth pulled over in front of several huge white buildings, square like aircraft hangars. She switched off the ignition and sat for a moment looking straight ahead. "I don't know why you have to do this," she said quietly, lips sucked tight. "You've done so much with your life. Travelled, studied, raised a child. Why do you want to be reminded of what you used to be?" She didn't expect an answer, and I didn't give one. She sighed abruptly, hopped out of the car and fetched my cane from the boot. Without a word, she helped me from my seat. A young woman was waiting for us, a slip of a girl with very long blonde hair that fell straight down her back and was cut in a thick fringe at the front. She was the type of girl one might have labelled plain had she not been blessed with such marvellous dark eyes. They belonged on an oil portrait, round, deep and expressive, the rich colour of wet paint. She rushed toward us, smiling, and took my hand from Ruth's arm. "Mrs. Bradley, I'm so happy you could make it. I'm Ursula." "Grace," I said, before Ruth could insist on doctor. "My name is Grace." "Grace," Ursula beamed. "I can't tell you how excited I was to get your letter." Her accent was English, a surprise after the American address on her letter. She turned to Ruth. "Thanks so much for playing chauffeur today." I felt Ruth's body tighten beside me. I could hardly put Mum on a bus now, could I? Ursula laughed, and I was pleased that the young are so quick to read uncongeniality as irony. "Well, come on inside. It's freezing out. 'Scuse the mad rush. We start shooting next week, and we're in a complete tiz trying to get things ready. I was hoping you'd meet our set designer, but she's had to go into London to collect some fabric. Maybe if you're still here when she gets back. Go carefully through the doorway now. There's a bit of a step." She and Ruth bustled me into a foyer and down a dim corridor lined with doors. Some were ajar, and I peered in, snatching glimpses of shadowy figures at glowing computer screens. None of it resembled the other film set I had been on with Emmeline all those years ago. "Here we are," Ursula said as we reached the last door. "Come on in and I'll get us a cuppa." She pushed the door, and I was swept over the threshold into my past. It was the Riverton drawing room. Even the wallpaper was the same. Silver Studios, burgundy, Art Nouveau, flaming tulips, as fresh as the day the paperers had come from London. A leather Chesterfield sat at centre by the fireplace, draped with Indian silks, just like the ones Hannah and Emmeline's grandfather, Lord Ashbury, had brought back from abroad when he was a young navy officer. The ship's clock stood where it always had, on the mantelpiece beside the Waterford candelabra. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to get it right, but it announced itself an impostor with every tick. Even now, some 80 years later, I remember the sound of the drawing-room clock, the quietly insistent way it had of marking the passage of time. Patient, certain, cold. As if it somehow knew, even then, that time was no friend to those who lived in that house. Ruth accompanied me as far as the Chesterfield and arranged me in its corner. I was aware of a bustle of activity behind me, people dragging huge lights with insect-like legs. Someone, somewhere, laughing. I thought of the last time I had been in the drawing-room, the real one, not this facade, the day I had known I was leaving Riverton and would never be back. It had been Teddy I'd told. He hadn't been pleased, but by that time he'd lost the authority he once had. Events had knocked it out of him. He wore the vaguely bewildered pallor of a captain who knew his ship was sinking, but was powerless to stop it. He asked me to stay, implored me, out of loyalty to Hannah, he said, if not for him. And I almost did. Almost. Ruth nudged me. "Mum, Ursula's talking to you." "I'm sorry, I didn't hear." "Mum's a bit deaf," Ruth said. "At her age, it's to be expected. I've tried to get her in for testing, but she can be rather obstinate." Obstinate, I own. But I am not deaf, and do not like it when people assume I am. My eyesight is poor without glasses. I tire easily, have none of my own teeth left, and survive on a cocktail of pills. But I can hear as well as I ever have. It's only with age I have learned only to listen to things I want to hear. "I was just saying, Mrs. Bradley, Grace, it must be strange to be back. Well, sort of back. It must spark all sorts of memories." "Yes." I cleared my throat. "Yes, it does." "I'm so glad," Ursula said, smiling. "I take that as a sign we've got it right." "Oh, yes." "Is there anything that looks out of place? Anything we've forgotten?" I looked about the set again, meticulous in its detail, down to the set of crests mounted by the door, the middle one a Scottish thistle that matched the etching on my locket. All the same, there was something missing. Despite its accuracy, the set was strangely divested of atmosphere. It was like a museum piece, interesting but lifeless. It was understandable, of course. Though the 1920s live vividly in my memory, the decade is, for the film's designers, the olden days. A historical setting whose replication requires as much research and painstaking attention to detail as would the recreation of a medieval castle. I could feel Ursula looking at me, awaiting keenly my pronouncement. "It's perfect," I said finally. "Everything in its place." Then she said something that made me start. "Except the family." "Yes," I said, "except the family." I blinked, and for a moment I could see them. Emmeline draped across the sofa, all legs and eyelashes. Hannah frowning at one of the books from the library. Teddy pacing the Bessarabian carpet. "Emmeline sounds like she must have been a lot of fun," Ursula said. Yes. She was easy to research. Managed to get her name in just about every gossip column ever printed. Not to mention the letters and diaries of half the eligible bachelors of the day. I nodded. She was always popular. She looked up at me from beneath her fringe. Putting Hannah's character together wasn't so easy. I cleared my throat. No? She was more of a mystery. Not that she wasn't mentioned in the papers, she was. Had her share of admirers, too. It just seems not many people really knew her. They admired her, revered her even, but didn't really know her. I thought of Hannah. Beautiful, clever, yearning Hannah. She was complex. Yes, Ursula said, that's the impression I got. Ruth, who'd been listening, said, one of them married an American, didn't she? I looked at her, surprised. She had always made it her business not to know anything about the Hartfords. She met my gaze. I've been doing some reading. How like Ruth to prepare for our visit, no matter how distasteful she found the subject matter. Ruth turned her attention back to Ursula and spoke cautiously, wary of error. She married after the war, I think. Which one was that? Hannah. There. I'd done it. I'd spoken her name aloud. What about the other sister? Ruth continued. Emmeline. Did she ever marry? No, I said. She was engaged. A number of times, Ursula said, smiling. Seems she couldn't bring herself to settle on one man. Oh, but she did. In the end, she did. Don't suppose we'll ever know exactly what happened that night. This was Ursula. No. My tired feet were beginning to protest against the leather of my shoes. They'd be swollen tonight, and Sylvia would exclaim. Then she'd insist on giving them a soak. I suppose not. Ruth straightened in her seat. But surely you must know what happened, Miss Ryan. You're making a film of it, after all. Sure, Ursula said. I know the basics. My great-grandmother was at Riverton that night. She was related to the sisters through marriage, and it's become a sort of family legend. My great-grandmother told Grandma, Grandma told Mum, and Mum told me. A number of times, actually. It made a huge impression. I always knew one day I'd turn it into a film. She smiled, shrugged. But there are always little holes in history, aren't there? I have files and files of research. The police reports and newspapers are full of facts, but it's all second-hand. Rather heavily censored, I suspect. Unfortunately, the two people who witnessed the suicide have been dead for years. I must say it seems a rather morbid subject for a film, Ruth said. Oh, no, it's fascinating, Ursula said. A rising star of the English poetry scene kills himself by a dark lake on the eve of a huge society party. His only witnesses are two beautiful sisters who never speak to each other again. One is fiancé, the other rumoured to be his lover. It's terribly romantic. The knot in my stomach relaxed a little. So, their secret is still safe. She doesn't know the truth. I wondered why I had supposed otherwise. And I wondered what sort of misguided loyalty had made me care either way. Why, after all these years, it still mattered to me what people thought. But I knew that, too. I had been born to it. Mr. Hamilton had told me so the day I left, as I stood on the top step at the servants' entrance, my leather bag packed with my few possessions, Mrs. Townsend weeping in the kitchen. He'd said it was in my blood, just as it had been for my mother and for her parents before her, that I was a fool to leave, to throw away a good place with a good family. He'd decried the loss of loyalty and pride, general in the English nation, and had vowed he wouldn't allow it to infiltrate Riverton. The war hadn't been fought and won just to lose our ways. I'd pitied him then, so rigid, so certain that by leaving service I was setting myself on a path to financial and moral ruination. It wasn't until much later that I began to understand how terrified he must have been, how relentless must have seemed the rapid social changes swirling about him, nipping at his heels, how desperately he longed to hold on to the old ways and certainties. But he'd been right. Not completely, not about the ruination. Neither my finances nor my morals were the worse for leaving Riverton. But there was some part of me that never left that house. Rather, some part of the house that wouldn't leave me. For years after, the smell of Stubbins & Co. beeswax, the crackle of tires on gravel, a certain type of bell, and I'd be 14 again, tired after a long day's work, sipping cocoa by the servants' hall fire, while Mr. Hamilton orated select passages from the Times, those deemed fit for our impressionable ears. Nancy frowned at some irreverent comment of Alfred's, and Mrs. Townsend snored gently in the rocker, knitting resting on her generous lap. "Here we are," Ursula said. "Thanks, Tony." A young man had appeared beside me, clutching a makeshift tray of motley mugs and an old jam jar full of sugar. He released his load onto the side table where Ursula began distributing them. Ruth passed one to me. "Mum, what is it?" She pulled out a handkerchief and reached for my face. "Are you unwell?" I could feel then that my cheeks were moist. It was the smell of the tea that did it. And being there, in that room, sitting on that Chesterfield. The weight of distant memories, of long-held secrets, the clash of past and present. "Grace, can I get you something?" This was Ursula. "Would you like the heating turned down?" "I'm going to have to take her home." Ruth again. "I knew this wasn't a good idea. It's far too much for her." Yes, I wanted to go home. To be home. I felt myself being hoisted up, my cane thrust into my hand. Voices swirled about me. "I'm sorry," I said, to no one in particular. "I'm just so tired. So tired. So long ago." My feet were aching, protesting their confinement. Someone, Ursula perhaps, reached out to steady me. A cold wind slapped my damp cheeks. I was in Ruth's car then, houses, trees and road signs rushing past. "Don't worry, Mum. It's all over now," Ruth said. "I blame myself. I should never have agreed to take you." I put my hand on her arm, felt her tense. "I should have trusted to my instincts," she said. "It was stupid of me." I closed my eyes, listened to the hum of the radiator, the pulse of the windscreen wipers, the drone of the traffic. "That's it. You have a bit of a rest," Ruth said. "You're going home. You never have to go back again." I smiled, felt myself drifting away. It is too late. I am home. I am back. The Braintree Daily Herald, 17th of January, 1925. Accident victim identified. Local beauty dead. The person fatally wounded yesterday morning in the motorcar accident on the Braintree Road has been confirmed as local beauty and film actress, the Honourable Miss Emmeline Hartford, 21. Miss Hartford was among a group of 4 persons travelling from London to Colchester when their motorcar ran off the road and hit one of the landmark oak trees. Miss Hartford was the accident's only fatality. The other passengers escaped serious injury, but were taken to Ipswich Hospital for treatment. The group were due to arrive at Godley House, the country home of Miss Hartford's childhood friend, Mrs. Frances Vickers, on Sunday afternoon. Mrs. Vickers alerted police when the party failed to arrive. An investigation will be held to determine the cause of the accident. It is not clear at this time whether the driver of the motor car will be charged. According to witnesses, it was most likely the result of high speed and icy conditions. Miss Hartford is survived by her elder sister, the Honourable Mrs. Hannah Luxton, who is married to the Conservative member for Saffron Green, Mr. Theodore Luxton. Neither Mr. nor Mrs. Luxton were available for comment. However, the family solicitors, Gifford and Jones, released a statement on their behalf asserting their shock and requesting privacy. This is not the first tragedy to befall the family in recent times. Last summer, Miss Emmeline Hartford and Mrs. Hannah Luxton were unfortunate witnesses to the suicide of Lord Robert Hunter on the grounds of Riverton Estate. Lord Hunter was a poet of some note and had published 2 collections of poetry. The nursery. It is mild this morning, a foretaste of spring, and I am sitting on the iron seat in the garden beneath the elm. It's good for me to get a bit of fresh air, so says Sylvia. Thus here I sit, playing peekaboo with the shy winter sun, my cheeks as cold and slack as a pair of peaches left too long in the fridge. I have been thinking about the day I started at Riverton. I can see it clearly. The intervening year's concertina, and it is June 1914. I am 14 again, naive, gauche, terrified, following Nancy up flight after flight of scrubbed elm stairs. Her skirt swishes efficiently with every step, each swish an indictment of my own inexperience. I am struggling behind, my suitcase handle cutting my fingers. I lose sight of Nancy as she turns to begin up yet another flight, rely on the swishing to lead the way. When Nancy reached the very top, she proceeded down a dark corridor with low ceilings, stopping finally, with a neat click of the heels, at a small door. She turned and frowned as I hobbled toward her, her pinched gaze as black as her hair. "What's the matter with you?" she said, clipped English unable to disguise her Irish vowels. "I didn't know you were slow. Mrs. Townsend never said anything about it, I'm sure." "I'm not slow. It's my suitcase. It's heavy." "Well," she said, "I've never seen such a fuss. I don't know what kind of housemaid you're going to make if you can't carry a suitcase of clothing without lagging. You better hope Mr. Hamilton don't see you dragging the carpet sweeper around like a sack of flour." She pushed open the door. The room was small and spare, and it smelled, unaccountably, like potatoes. But one half of it, an iron bed, chest of drawers, and chair, was to be mine. "There now, that's your side," she said, nodding toward the far edge of the bed. "I'm this side, and I'll thank you not to touch anything." She walked her fingers along the top of her chest of drawers, past a crucifix, a Bible, and a hairbrush. "Sticky fingers will not be abided here. Now get your things unpacked, get into uniform and come downstairs so you can start your duties. No dawdling, mind, and for heaven's sake, no leaving the servants' hall. Luncheon's at midday today on account of the master's grandchildren arriving, and we're already behind with the rooms. Last thing I need is to have to go looking for you. You're not a dawdler, I hope." "No, Nancy," I said, still smarting at the implication I might be a thief. "Well," she said, "we'll see about that." She shook her head. "I don't know. I tell them I need a new girl, and what do they send me? No experience, no references, and by the looks of you, a dawdler." "I'm not." "Pish," she said, stamping a narrow foot. "Mrs. Townsend says your mother was quick and able, and that the apple don't fall far from the tree. All's I can say is you'd better hope it's so. The mistress won't put up with dawdling from the likes of you, and neither will I." And with a final disapproving toss of her head, she turned heel and left me alone in the tiny dim room at the top of the house. Swish, swish, swish. I held my breath, listening. Finally, alone with the sighing of the house, I tiptoed to the door and eased it shut, turning to take in my new home. There was not much to see. I ran my hand over the foot of the bed, ducking my head where the ceiling slanted against the roofline. Across the end of the mattress was a grey blanket, one of its corners patched by a competent hand. A small framed picture, the only hint of decoration in the room, hung on the wall. A primitive hunting scene, an impaled deer, blood leaking from its pierced flank. I looked away quickly from the dying animal. Carefully, silently, I sat down, wary of wrinkling the smooth undersheet. The bed springs creaked in response, and I jumped, chastened, my cheeks flooding with colour. A narrow window cast a shaft of dusty light into the room. I climbed up to kneel on the chair and peered outside. The room was at the back of the house and very high. I could see all the way past the rose garden, over the trellises, and to the south fountain. Beyond, I knew, lay the lake, and on the other side, the village, and the cottage in which I had spent my first 14 years. I pictured Mother, sitting by the kitchen window where the light was best, her back curled over the clothing she darned. I wondered how she was managing alone. Mother had been worse lately. I'd heard her of a night, groaning in her bed as the bones of her back seized beneath her skin. Some mornings her fingers were so stiff I'd had to run them under warm water and rub them between my own before she could as much as pluck a roll of thread from her sewing basket. Mrs. Rogers from the village had agreed to stop in daily, and the ragman passed by twice a week, but still she'd be alone an awful lot. There was little chance she'd keep up the darning without me. What would she do for money? My meagre salary would help, but surely I'd have been better to stay with her. And yet it was she who had insisted I apply for the position. She'd refused to hear the arguments I made against the idea, only shook her head and minded me that she knew best. She'd heard they were looking for a girl, and was certain I'd be just what they were after. Not a word as to how she knew. Typical of Mother and her secrets. "It's not far," she said. "You can come home and help me on your days off." My face must have betrayed my qualms, for she reached out to touch my cheek. An unfamiliar gesture, and one I wasn't expecting. The surprise of her rough hands, her needle-pricked fingertips, made me flinch. There, girl. You knew time would come, and you'd have to find yourself a position. It's for the best. A good opportunity. You'll see. There's not many places will take a girl so young. Lord Ashbury and Lady Violet, they're not bad people. And Mr. Hamilton might seem strict, but he's nothing if not fair. Mrs. Townsend, too. Work hard, do as you're told, and you'll find no trouble. She squeezed my cheek hard then, fingers quivering. And Gracie, don't you go forgetting your place. There's too many young girls get themselves into trouble that way. I had promised to do as she said, and the following Saturday trudged up the hill to the grand manor house, dressed in my Sunday clothes, to be interviewed by Lady Violet. It was a small and quiet household, she told me, just her husband, Lord Ashbury, who was busy most of the time with the estate and his clubs, and herself. Their 2 sons, Major Jonathan and Mr. Frederick, were both grown up and lived in their own homes with their families, though they visited at times, and I was sure to see them if I worked well and was kept on. With only the 2 of them living at Riverton, they did without a housekeeper, she said, leaving the running of the household in Mr. Hamilton's capable hands, with Mrs. Townsend, the cook, in charge of the kitchen accounts. If the 2 of them were pleased with me, then that was recommendation enough to keep me on. She had paused then, and looked at me closely, in a way that made me feel trapped, like a mouse inside a glass jar. I had become instantly conscious of the edge of my hem, scarred with repeated attempts to match its length to my growing height, the small patch on my stockings that rubbed against my shoes and was becoming thin, my too long neck, and too large ears. Then she had blinked and smiled, a tight smile that turned her eyes into icy crescents. "Well, you look clean, and Mr. Hamilton tells me you can stitch." She had stood up as I nodded and moved away from me toward the writing desk, trailing her hand lightly along the top of the chaise. "How is your mother?" she had asked, without turning. "Did you know she used to be in service here too?" To which I had told her I did know, and that mother was well, thank you for asking. I must have said the right thing, because it was just after that she offered me £15 a year to start next day, and rang the bell for Nancy to show me out. I pulled my face from the window, wiped away the mark my breath had left, and climbed back down. My suitcase lay where I'd dropped it, by Nancy's side of the bed, and I dragged it around to the chest of drawers that was to be mine. I tried not to look at the bleeding deer, frozen in his moment of final horror, as I packed my clothes into the top drawer. 2 skirts, 2 blouses, and a pair of black tights that Mother had bid me darn so they'd see me through the coming winter. Then, with a glance at the door and a speeding heart, I unloaded my secret haulage. There were 3 volumes in all, dog-eared green covers with faded gold lettering. I stowed them at the back of the bottom drawer and covered them with my shawl, careful to fold it right around so they were completely concealed. Mr. Hamilton had been clear. The Holy Bible was acceptable, but any reading material beyond was most likely injurious and must be presented for his approval or otherwise risk confiscation. I was not a rebel. Indeed, back then I had a fierce sense of duty, but to live without Holmes and Watson was unthinkable. I tucked the suitcase under the bed. A uniform hung on the hook behind the door, black skirt, white apron, frilly cap, and I put it on, feeling like a child who had discovered its mother's wardrobe. The skirt was stiff beneath my fingers, and the collar scratched my neck, where long hours had moulded it to someone else's wider frame. As I tied the apron, a tiny white moth fluttered away in search of a new hiding spot high up in the rafters, and I longed to join it. The cap was white cotton, starched so that the front panel sat upright, and I used the mirror above Nancy's chest of drawers to make sure it was straight, and to smooth my pale hair over my ears as Mother had shown me. The girl in the mirror caught my eye briefly, and I thought what a serious face she had. It is an uncanny feeling, that rare occasion when one catches a glimpse of oneself in repose. An unguarded moment, stripped of artifice, when one forgets to fool even oneself. Sylvia has brought me a cup of steaming tea and a slice of lemon cake. She sits next to me on the iron bench and, with a glance toward the office, withdraws a pack of cigarettes. Remarkable the way my apparent need for fresh air seems always to coincide with her need for a covert cigarette break. She offers me one. I refuse, as I always do, and she says, as she always does, "Probably best at your age. Smoke yours for you, shall I?" Sylvia looks good today. She's done something different with her hair, and I tell her so. She nods, blows a stream of smoke, and tosses her head, a long ponytail appearing over one shoulder. "I've had extensions," she says. "I've wanted 'em for ages, and I just thought, girl, life's too short not to be glamorous. Looks real, doesn't it?" I am late in my reply, which she takes for agreement. "That's because it is. Real hair, the sort they use on celebrities. Here, feel it." Goodness, I say, stroking the coarse ponytail. Real hair. They can do anything these days. She waves her cigarette, and I notice the juicy purple ring her lips have left. Of course, you have to pay for it. Luckily, I had a bit put aside for a rainy day. She smiles, glowing like a ripe plum, and I grasp the raison d'être for this reinvention. Sure enough, a photograph materializes from her blouse pocket. Anthony, she says, beaming. I make a show of putting on my glasses, peering at the image of a grey mustachioed man in late middle age. He looks lovely. Oh, Grace, she says through a happy sigh. He is. We've only been out for tea a few times, but I've got such a good feeling about this one. He's a real gentleman, you know? Not like some of them other layabouts that came before. He opens doors, brings me flowers, pulls my chair out for me when we go about together. A real old-fashioned gentleman. The latter, I can tell, is added for my benefit. An assumption that the elderly cannot help but be impressed by the old-fashioned. What does he do for a living? I say. He's a teacher at the local comprehensive. History and English. He's awful clever. Community-minded, too. Does volunteer work for the local historical society. It's a hobby of his, he says, all those ladies and lords and dukes and duchesses. He knows all kinds of things about that family of yours, the one that used to live up in the grand house on the hill. She breaks and squints toward the office, then rolls her eyes. Oh, Gord, it's Nurse Ratchet. I'm supposed to be doing tea rounds. No doubt Bertie Sinclair's complained again. You ask me, he'd be doing himself a favour to skip a biscuit now and then. She extinguishes her cigarette and pops the butt in the matchbox. Ah, well, no rest for the wicked. Anything I can get for you before I do the others, doll? You've hardly touched your tea. I assure her I'm fine, and she hurries across the green, hips and ponytail swinging in accord. It is nice to be cared for, to have one's tea brought. I like to think I have earned this little luxury. Lord knows I have often enough been the bearer of tea. Sometimes I amuse myself imagining how Sylvia would have fared in service at Riverton. Not for her the silent, obedient deferral of the domestic servant. She has too much bluff, has not been cowed by frequent assertions as to her place, well-intentioned instructions to lower her expectations. No, Nancy would not have found Sylvia so compliant a pupil as I. It is hardly a fair comparison, I know. People have changed too much. The century has left us bruised and battered. Even the young and privileged today wear their cynicism like a badge, their eyes blank and their minds full of things they never sought to know. It is one of the reasons I have never spoken of the Hartfords and Robbie Hunter and what went on between them. For there have been times when I've considered telling it all, unburdening myself, to Ruth, or more likely Marcus. But somehow I knew before beginning my tale that I would be unable to make them understand how it ended the way it did, why it ended the way it did, make them see how much the world has changed. Of course, the signs of progress were upon us even then. The First War, the Great War, changed everything, upstairs and down. How shocked we all were when the new staff began to trickle in, and out again, usually, after the war, full of agency ideas about minimum wages and days off. Before that, the world had seemed absolute somehow, the distinctions simple and intrinsic. On my first morning at Riverton, Mr. Hamilton called me to his pantry, deep in the servants' hall, where he was bent over ironing the Times. He stood upright and straightened his fine round spectacle frames across the bridge of his long, beaked nose. So important was my induction into the ways that Mrs. Townsend had taken a rare break from preparing the luncheon galantine to bear witness. Mr. Hamilton inspected my uniform meticulously, then, apparently satisfied, began his lecture on the difference between us and them. "Never forget," he said gravely, "you are fortunate indeed to be invited to serve in a great house such as this. And with good fortune comes responsibility. Your conduct in all matters reflects directly on the family, and you must do them justice. Keep their secrets and deserve their trust. Remember that the master always knows best. Look to him and his family for example. Serve them silently, eagerly, gratefully. You will know your job is done well when it goes unnoticed, that you have succeeded when you are unnoticed." He lifted his gaze then and studied the space above my head, his ruddy skin flushed with emotion. "And Grace? Never forget the honor they do you, allowing you to serve in their home." I can only imagine what Sylvia would have said to this. Certainly she wouldn't have received the address as I did, would not have felt her face constrict with gratitude and the vague, unnameable thrill of having been lifted up a step in the world. I shift in my seat and notice she has left her photograph behind. This new man who woos her with talk of history and nurses a hobbyist's affection for the aristocracy. I know his type. They are the sort to keep scrapbooks of press clippings and photographs, to sketch elaborate family trees about families to which they have no entree. I sound contemptuous, but I am not. I am interested, intrigued even, by the way time erases real lives, leaving only vague imprints. Blood and spirit fade away, so that only names and dates remain. I close my eyes again. The sun has shifted, and now my cheeks are warm. The folk of Riverton have all been dead so long. While age has withered me, they remain eternally youthful, eternally beautiful. There now, I am becoming maudlin and romantic. For they are neither young nor beautiful. They are dead, buried, nothing. Mere figments that flit within the memories of those they once knew. But of course, those who live in memories are never really dead. The first time I saw Hannah and Emmeline and their brother David, they were debating the effects of leprosy on the human face. They had been at Riverton a week by then, their annual summer visit, but to that point I had caught only occasional wafts of laughter, tattoos of running feet amid the creaking bones of the old house. Nancy had insisted I was too inexperienced to be trusted in polite society, juvenile though it might be, and had conferred on me only duties that distanced me from the visitors. While the other servants were preparing for the arrival of the adult guests a fortnight hence, I was responsible for the nursery. They were too old, strictly, to need a nursery, said Nancy, and would probably never use it, but it was tradition. And thus the large second-floor room at the far end of the east wing was to be aired and cleaned, flowers replaced daily. I can describe the room, but I fear any description will fail to capture the strange appeal it held for me. The room was large, rectangular, and gloomy, and wore the pallor of decorous neglect. It gave the impression of desertion, of a spell in an ancient tale. It slept the sleep of 100-year curse. The air hung heavily, thick and cold and suspended, and in the doll's house by the fireplace the dining table was set for a party whose guests would never come. The walls were covered in paper that may once have been blue and white stripe, but which time and moisture had turned murky grey, spotted and peeling in places. Faded scenes from Hans Christian Andersen hung along one side. The brave tin soldier atop his fire, the pretty girl in red shoes, the little mermaid weeping for her lost past. It smelled musty, of ghostly children and long-settled dust, vaguely alive. There was a sooty fireplace and a leather armchair at one end, huge arched windows on the adjacent wall. If I climbed up onto the dark timber window seat and peered down through the lead-light panes, I could make out a courtyard where 2 bronze lions on weathered plinths stood guard, surveying the estate churchyard in the valley below. A well-worn rocking horse rested by the window, a dignified dapple grey with kind black eyes, who seemed grateful for the dusting I gave him. And by his side, in silent communion, stood Raveley. The black and tan foxhound had been Lord Ashbury's when he was a boy, had died after getting his leg stuck in a trap. The embalmer had made a good attempt to patch the damage, but no amount of pretty dressing could hide what lurked beneath. I took to covering Raveley while I worked. With a dust sheet draped over him, I could almost pretend he wasn't there, looking out at me with his dull, glassy eyes, wound gaping beneath his patch. But despite it all, Raveley, the smell of slow decay, the peeling paper, the nursery became my favourite room. Day after day, as predicted, I found it empty, the children engaged elsewhere on the estate. I took to rushing through my regular duties that I might have a few spare minutes in which to linger, alone, away from Nancy's constant corrections, from Mr. Hamilton's grim reproval, from the rowdy camaraderie of the other servants that made me feel I had so much still to learn. I stopped holding my breath, began to take the solitude for granted, to think of it as my room. And then there were the books, so many books, more than I had ever seen in one place at the one time, adventures, histories, fairy tales, jostled together on huge shelves either side of the fireplace. Once I dared pull one down, selected for no better reason than a particularly pretty spine. I ran my hand over the fusty cover, opened it, and read the carefully printed name, Timothy Hartford. Then I turned the thick pages, breathed mildewed dust, and was transported to another place and time. This is the end of CD 1. The book continues on CD 2. CD 2. I had learned to read at the village school, and my teacher, Miss Ruby, pleased, I expect, to encounter such uncommon student interest, had started loaning me books from her own collection. Jane Eyre, Frankenstein, The Castle of Otranto. When I returned them, we would discuss our favourite parts. It was Miss Ruby who suggested I might become a teacher myself. Mother had been none too pleased when I told her. She'd said it was all very well for Miss Ruby to go putting grand ideas in my head, but ideas didn't put bread and butter on the table. Not long after, she'd sent me up the hill to Riverton, to Nancy and Mr. Hamilton, and to the nursery. And for a time, the nursery was my room, the books, my books. But one day, a fog blew in, and it began to rain. As I hurried along the corridor with half a mind to look at an illustrated children's encyclopedia I'd discovered the day before, I stopped short. There were voices inside. It was the wind, I told myself, carrying them from elsewhere in the house, an illusion. But when I cracked open the door and peeked inside, shock. There were people in there, young people, who fit perfectly in that enchanting room. And in that instant, with neither sign nor ceremony, it ceased to be mine. I stood, frozen by indecision, unsure whether it was proper to continue my duties or to return later. I peeked again, made timid by their laughter, their confident, round voices, their shiny hair and shinier hair bows. It was the flowers that decided me. They were wilting in their vase atop the fire mantel. Petals had dropped in the night, and now lay scattered like a rebuke. I couldn't risk Nancy seeing them. She had been clear on my duties, had made certain I understood that Mother would learn if I were to run foul of my superiors. Remembering Mr. Hamilton's instructions, I clutched my brush and broom to my chest and tiptoed to the fireside, concentrated on being invisible. I needn't have worried. They were used to sharing their homes with an army of the unseen. They ignored me, while I pretended to ignore them. 2 girls and a boy, the youngest around 10, the eldest not yet 17. All 3 shared the distinctive Ashbury colouring. Golden hair, and eyes the fine, clear blue of Celanese sapphires. The legacy of Lord Ashbury's mother, a Dane, who, so said Nancy, had married for love and been disowned, her dowry withdrawn. She'd had the last laugh, though, said Nancy, when her husband's brother passed and she became Lady Ashbury of the British Empire. The taller girl stood in the centre of the room, wielding a handful of papers as she described the niceties of leprous infections. The younger sat on the floor, legs crossed, watching her sister with widening blue eyes, her arm draped absently around Ravelli's neck. I was surprised, and a little horrified, to see he had been dragged from his corner and was enjoying a rare moment of inclusion. The boy knelt on the window seat, gazing down through the fog toward the churchyard. "And then you turn around to face the audience, Emmeline, and your face will be completely leprous," the taller girl said gleefully. "What's leprous?" "A skin disease," the older girl said. "Lesions and mucus, the usual stuff." "Perhaps we could have her nose rot off, Hannah," said the boy, turning to wink at Emmeline. "Yes," said Hannah seriously. "Excellent." "No!" Emmeline wailed. "Honestly, Emmeline, don't be such a baby. It's not really going to rot off," Hannah said. "We'll make some kind of mask. Something hideous. I'll see if I can find a medical book in the library. Hopefully there'll be pictures." "I don't see why I have to be the one to get leprosy," Emmeline said. "Take it up with God," Hannah said. "He wrote it." "But why do I have to play Miriam? Can't I play a different part?" "There are no other parts," Hannah said. "David has to be Aaron because he's the tallest, and I'm playing God." "Can't I be God?" "Certainly not. I thought you wanted the main part." "I did," Emmeline said. "I do." "Well then, God doesn't even get to be on stage," Hannah said. "I have to do my lines from behind a curtain." "I could play Moses," Emmeline said. "Ravelli can be Miriam." "You're not playing Moses," Hannah said. "We need a real Miriam. She's far more important than Moses. He only has one line. That's why Ravelli's standing in. I can say his line from behind my curtain. I may even cut Moses altogether." "Perhaps we could do another scene instead," Emmeline said hopefully. "One with Mary and the baby Jesus?" Hannah huffed disgustedly. They were rehearsing a play. Alfred, the footman, had told me there was to be a family recital on the bank holiday weekend. It was a tradition. Some family members sang, others recited poetry. The children always performed a scene from their grandmother's favourite book. "We've chosen this scene because it's important," said Hannah. "You've chosen it because it's important," said Emmeline. "Exactly," said Hannah. "It's about a father having two sets of rules, one for his sons and one for his daughters." "Sounds perfectly reasonable to me," said David ironically. Hannah ignored him. "Both Miriam and Aaron are guilty of the same thing, discussing their brother's marriage." "What were they saying?" Emmeline said. "It's not important. They were just, were they saying mean things?" "No, and it's not the point. The important thing is that God decides Miriam should be punished with leprosy, while Aaron gets no worse than a talking to. Does that sound fair to you, Emmy?" "Didn't Moses marry an African woman?" Emmeline said. Hannah shook her head, exasperated. She did that a lot, I noticed. A fierce energy infused her every long-limbed movement, led her easily to frustration. Emmeline, by contrast, had the calculated posture of a doll come to life. Their features, similar when considered individually, two neat noses, two pairs of intense blue eyes, two pretty mouths, manifested themselves uniquely on each girl's face. Where Hannah gave the impression of a fairy queen, passionate, mysterious, compelling, Emmeline's was a more accessible beauty. Though still a child, there was something in the way her lips parted in repose that reminded me of a glamour photograph I had once seen when it fell from the peddler's pocket. "Well, he did, didn't he?" Emmeline said. "Yes, Emmy," David said, laughing. "Moses married an Ethiopian. Hannah's just frustrated that we don't share her passion for women's suffrage." "Hannah, he doesn't mean it. You're not a suffragette, are you?" "Of course I am," Hannah said, "and so are you." Emmeline lowered her voice. "Does Pa know? He'll be ever so cross." "Pooh," said Hannah. "Pa's a kitten." "A lion, more like," said Emmeline, lips trembling. "Please don't make him cross, Hannah." "I shouldn't worry, Emmy," said David. "Suffrage is all the fashion amongst society women at the moment." Emmeline looked doubtful. "Fanny never said anything." "Anyone who's anyone will be wearing a dinner suit for her debut this season," said David. Emmeline's eyes widened. I listened from the bookshelves, wondering what it all meant. I had never heard the word suffragette before, but had a vague idea it might be a sort of illness, the likes of which Mrs. Nammersmith in the village had caught when she took her corset off at the Easter parade, and her husband had to take her to the hospital in London. "You're a wicked tease," Hannah said. "Just because Pa is too unfair to let Emmeline and me go to school doesn't mean you should try to make us look stupid at every opportunity." "I don't have to try," David said, sitting on the toy box and flicking a lock of hair from his eyes. I drew breath. He was beautiful and golden like his sisters. "Anyway, you're not missing much. School's overrated." "Oh?" Hannah raised a suspicious eyebrow. "Usually you're only too pleased to let me know exactly what I'm missing. Why the sudden change of heart?" Her eyes widened. Two ice-blue moons. Excitement laced her voice. "Don't tell me you've done something dreadful to get yourself expelled." "Course not," David said quickly. "I just think there's more to life than book learning. My friend Hunter says that life itself is the best education." "Hunter?" "He only started at Eton this form. His father's some sort of scientist. Evidently, he discovered something that turned out to be quite important, and the king made him a marquis. He's a bit mad. Robert, too, if you believe the other lads, but I think he's topping." "Well," Hannah said, "your mad Robert Hunter is fortunate to have the luxury of disdaining his education, but how am I supposed to become a respected playwright if Pa insists on keeping me ignorant?" Hannah sighed with frustration. "I wish I were a boy." "I should hate to go to school," Emmeline said, "and I should hate to be a boy. No dresses, the most boring hats, having to talk about sports and politics all day." "I'd love to talk politics," Hannah said. Vehemence shook strands loose from the careful confinement of her ringlets. "I'd start by making Herbert Asquith give women the vote. Even young ones." David smiled. "You could be Great Britain's first playwriting Prime Minister." "Yes," said Hannah. "I thought you were going to be an archaeologist," Emmeline said, "like Gertrude Bell." "Politician, archaeologist, I could be both. This is the 20th century." She scowled. "If only Pa would let me have a proper education." "You know what Pa says about girls' education," said David. Emmeline chimed in with the well-worn phrase. "The slippery slope to women's suffrage." "Anyway, Pa says Miss Prince is giving us all the education we need," said Emmeline. "Pa would say that. He's hoping she'll turn us into boring wives for boring fellows, speaking passable French, playing passable piano, and politely losing the odd game of bridge. We'll be less trouble that way." "Pa says no one likes a woman who thinks too much," Emmeline said. David rolled his eyes, like that Canadian woman who drove him home from the gold mines with her talk of politics. She did us all a disservice. "I don't want everyone to like me," Hannah said, setting her chin stubbornly. "I should think less of myself if no one disliked me." "Then cheer up," David said. "I have it on good authority that a number of our friends don't like you." Hannah frowned, its impact weakened by the involuntary beginnings of a smile. "Well, I'm not going to do any of her stinking lessons today. I'm tired of reciting the Lady of Shalott while she snivels into her handkerchief." "She's crying for her own lost love," Emmeline said with a sigh. Hannah rolled her eyes. "It's true," Emmeline said. "I heard Grandmama tell Lady Clem. Before she came to us, Miss Prince was engaged to be married." "Came to his senses, I suppose." "He married her sister instead," Emmeline said. This silenced Hannah, but only briefly. She should have sued him for breach of promise. "Well, that's what Lady Clem said, and worse, but Grandmama said Miss Prince didn't want to cause him trouble." "Then she's a fool," Hannah said. "She's better off without him." "What a romantic," David said archly. "The poor lady's hopelessly in love with a man she can't have, and you begrudge reading her the occasional piece of sad poetry. Cruelty. Thy name is Hannah." Hannah set her chin. "Not cruel, practical. Romance makes people forget themselves, do silly things." David was smiling, the amused smile of an elder brother who believed that time would change her. "It's true," Hannah said stubbornly. "Miss Prince would be better to stop pining and start filling her mind, and ours, with interesting things, like the building of the pyramids, the lost city of Atlantis, the adventures of the Vikings." Emmeline yawned, and David held up his hands in an attitude of surrender. "Anyway," Hannah said, frowning as she picked up her papers, "we're wasting time. We'll go from the bit where Miriam gets leprosy." "We've done it 100 times," Emmeline said. "Can't we do something else?" "Like what?" Emmeline shrugged uncertainly. "I don't know." She looked from Hannah to David. "Couldn't we play the game?" No, it wasn't the game then. It was just the game. A game. Emmeline may have been referring to conkers, or jacks, or marbles, for all I knew that morning. It wasn't for some time that the game took on capital letters in my mind, that I came to associate the term with secrets and fancies and adventures unimagined. On that dull, wet morning, as the rain pattered against the nursery window panes, I barely gave it a thought. Hidden behind the armchair, sweeping up the dried and scattered petals, I was imagining what it might be like to have siblings. I had always longed for one. I had told Mother once, asked her whether I might have a sister. Someone with whom to gossip and plot, whisper and dream. Mother had laughed, but not in a happy way, and said she wasn't given to making the same mistake twice. What must it feel like, I wondered, to belong somewhere, to face the world, a member of a tribe with ready-made allies? I was pondering this, brushing absently at the armchair, when something moved beneath my duster. A blanket flapped and a female voice croaked, "What? What's all this? Hannah? David?" She was as old as age itself. An ancient woman, recessed amongst the cushions, hidden from view. This, I knew, must be Nanny Brown. I had heard her spoken of in hushed and reverent tones, both upstairs and down. She had nursed Lord Ashbury himself when he was a lad, and was as much a family institution as the house itself. I froze where I stood, duster in hand, under the gaze of 3 sets of pale blue eyes. The old woman spoke again. "Hannah? What's going on?" "Nothing, Nanny Brown," Hannah said, finding her tongue. "We're just rehearsing for the recital. We'll be quieter from now on." "You mind Ravelly doesn't get too frisky, cooped up inside?" Nanny Brown said. "No, Nanny Brown," Hannah said, her voice revealing a sensitivity to match her fierceness. "We'll make sure he's nice and quiet." She came forward and tucked the blanket back around the old lady's tiny form. There, Nanny Brown, dear. You rest now." "Well," Nanny Brown said sleepily, "maybe just for a little while." Her eyes fluttered shut, and after a moment her breathing grew deep and regular. I held my own breath, waiting for one of the children to speak. They were still looking at me, eyes wide. A slow instant passed, during which I envisaged myself being hauled before Nancy, or worse, Mr. Hamilton, called to explain how I came to be dusting Nanny Brown. The displeasure on Mother's face as I returned home, released without references. But they did not scold, or frown, or approve. They did something far more unexpected. As if on cue, they started to laugh, raucously, easily, collapsing into one another so that they seemed somehow joined. I stood, watching and waiting, their reaction more disquieting than the silence that preceded it. I could not help my lip from trembling. Finally, the elder girl managed to speak. "I'm Hannah," she said, wiping her eyes. "Have we met?" I exhaled, curtsied. My voice was tiny. "No, milady. I'm Grace." Emmeline giggled. "She's not your lady. She's just Miss." I curtsied again, avoided her gaze. "I'm Grace, miss." "You look familiar," Hannah said. "Are you sure you weren't here at Easter?" "Yes, miss. I just started. Going on for a month now." "You don't look old enough to be a maid," Emmeline said. "I'm 14, miss." "Snap," Hannah said. "So am I. And Emmeline is 10, and David is practically ancient. 16. David spoke then. "And do you always clean right over the top of sleeping persons, Grace?" At this, Emmeline started to laugh again. "Oh, no, sir. Just this once, sir." "Pity," David said. "It would be rather convenient never to have to bathe again." I was stricken, my cheeks filled with heat. I had never met a real gentleman before. Not one my age, not the sort who made my heart flutter against my rib-cage with his talk of bathing. Strange. I am an old woman now, yet as I think of David, I find the echoes of those old feelings creeping back. I am not dead yet, then. Don't mind him, Hannah said. He thinks he's a riot. Yes, miss. She looked at me quizzically, as if about to say something more, but before she could, there came the noise of quick, light footsteps rounding the stairs and beginning down the corridor, drawing closer. Clip, 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 clip. Emmeline ran to the door and peered through the keyhole. It's Miss Prince, she said, looking to Hannah. Coming this way. Quick, Hannah said in a determined whisper, or suffer death by Tennyson. There was a scurry of footsteps and a flurry of skirts, and before I realised what was happening, all three had vanished. The door burst open, and a gust of cold, damp air swept through. A prim figure stood across the doorway. She surveyed the room, her gaze landing finally on me. You, she said, have you seen the children? They're late for their lessons. I've been waiting in the library 10 minutes. I was not a liar, and I cannot say what made me do it. But in that instant, as Miss Prince stood peering over her glasses at me, I did not think twice. No, Miss Prince, I said, not for a time. Is that so? Yes, miss. She held my gaze. I was sure I heard voices in here. Only my own, miss. I was singing. Singing? Yes, miss. The silence seemed to stretch forever, broken only when Miss Prince tapped her blackboard pointer 3 times against her open hand and stepped into the room, began to walk slowly around its perimeter. Clip, 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 clip. She reached the doll's house, and I noticed the tail of Emmeline's sash ribbon protruding from its stand. I swallowed. I might have seen them earlier, miss, now I think of it, through the window, in the old boat-house, down by the lake. Down by the lake, Miss Prince said. She had reached the French windows and stood gazing out into the fog, white light on her pale face. Where willows whiten, aspens quiver, little breezes dusk and shiver. I was unfamiliar with Tennyson at that time, thought only that she produced a rather pretty description of the lake. Yes, miss, I said. After a moment she turned. I shall have the gardener retrieve them. What's his name? Dudley, miss. I shall have Dudley retrieve them. We must not forget that punctuality is virtue without peer. No, miss, I said, curtsying. And she clipped coldly across the floor, closing the door behind her. The children emerged as if by magic from beneath dust-cloths, under the doll's house, behind the curtains. Hannah smiled at me, but I did not linger. I could not understand what I had done, why I had done it. I was confused, ashamed, exhilarated. I curtsied and hurried past, cheeks burning as I flew along the corridor, anxious to find myself once more in the safety of the servants' hall, away from these strange, exotic child adults and the odd feelings they aroused in me. Waiting for the recital. I could hear Nancy calling my name as I raced down the stairs into the shadowy servants' hall. I paused at the bottom, letting my eyes adapt to the dimness, then hurried into the kitchen. A copper pot simmered on the huge stove, and the air was salty with the sweat of boiled ham. Katy, the scullery maid, stood by the sink scrubbing pans, staring blindly at the steamy hint of a window. Mrs. Townsend, I guessed, was having her afternoon lie-down before the mistress rang for tea. I found Nancy at the table in the servants' dining room, surrounded by vases, candelabras, platters, and goblets. "There you are, then," she said, frowning so that her eyes became 2 dark slits. "I was beginning to think I'd have to come looking for you." She indicated the seat opposite. "Well, don't just stand there, girl. Get yourself a cloth and help me polish." I sat down and selected a plump milk jug that hadn't seen light of day since the previous summer. I rubbed at the flecked spots, but my mind lingered in the nursery upstairs. I could imagine them laughing together, teasing, playing. I felt as though I had opened the cover of a beautiful glossy book and become lost in the magic of its story, only to be forced too soon to put the book aside. You see, already I had fallen under the spell of the Hartford children. "Steady on," Nancy said, wresting the cloth from my hand. "That's his lordship's best silver. You'd better hope Mr. Hamilton don't see you scratching it like that." She held aloft the vase she was cleaning and began to rub it in deliberate circular motions. "There now, see as how I'm doing it? Gentle-like, all in the one direction." I nodded and set about the jug again. I had so many questions about the Hartfords, questions I felt sure Nancy could answer, and yet I was reluctant to ask. It was in her power, I knew, and her nature, I suspected, to ensure my future duties took me far from the nursery if she supposed I was gaining pleasure beyond the satisfaction of a job well done. Yet, just as a new lover imbues ordinary objects with special meaning, I was greedy for the least information concerning them. I thought about my books, tucked away in their attic hideaway, the way Sherlock Holmes could make people say the last thing they expected through artful questioning. I took a deep breath. "Nancy." "What is Lord Ashbury's son like?" Her dark eyes flashed. "Major Jonathan." "Oh, he's a fine—" "No," I said, "not Major Jonathan." I already knew about Major Jonathan. One couldn't pass a day in Riverton without learning of Lord Ashbury's elder son, most recent in a long line of Hertford males to attend Eton, then Sandhurst. His portrait hung next to that of his father, and the string of fathers before him, at the top of the front staircase, surveying the hall below. Head aloft, medals gleaming, blue eyes cold. He was the pride of Riverton, both upstairs and down. A Boer War hero, the next Lord Ashbury. No, I meant Frederick, the pa they spoke of in the nursery, who seemed to inspire in them a mix of affection and awe. Lord Ashbury's second son, whose mere mention caused Lady Violet's friends fondly to shake their heads and his lordship to grumble into his sherry. Nancy opened her mouth and closed it again, like one of the fish the storms washed up on the lake bank. "Ask no questions, and I'll tell you no lies," she said finally, holding her vase up to the light for inspection. I finished the jug and moved on to a platter. This was how it was with Nancy. She was capricious in her own way, unreservedly forthcoming at some times, absurdly secretive at others. Sure enough, for no other reason than the clock on the wall had ticked away 5 minutes, she acquiesced. "I suppose you've heard one of the footmen talking, have you? Alfred, I'll warrant. Terrible gossips, footmen." She started on another vase, eyed me suspiciously. "Your mother's never told you about the family, then?" I shook my head, and Nancy arched a thin eyebrow in disbelief, as if it were near impossible that people might find things to discuss that didn't concern the family at Riverton. In fact, Mother had always been resolutely close-lipped about business at the house. When I was younger, I had probed her, eager for stories about the grand old manor on the hill. There were enough tales about in the village as it was, and I was hungry for my own titbits to trade with the other children. But she only ever shook her head and minded me that curiosity killed the cat. Finally, Nancy spoke. "Mr. Frederick? Where to begin about Mr. Frederick?" She resumed polishing, speaking through a sigh. "He's not a bad sort of fellow. Not at all like his brother, mind, not one for heroics, but not a bad sort. Truth be told, most of us downstairs have a fondness for him. To hear Mrs. Townsend talk, he was always a scamp of a lad, full of tall stories and funny ideas, always very kindly to the servants." Is it true he was a gold miner? It seemed a suitably exciting profession. It was right somehow that the Hartford children should have an interesting father. My own had always been a disappointment, a faceless figure who vanished into thin air before I was born, rematerializing only in hot, whispered exchanges between mother and her sister. "For a time," Nancy said. "He's turned his hand to that many things I've all but lost count. Never been much of a one for settling, Mr. Frederick. Never one to take to other folks. First, there was the tea planting in Ceylon, then the gold prospecting in Canada. Then he decided he was going to make his fortune printing newspapers. Now it's motor cars, God love him." "Does he sell motor cars?" "He makes them, or those that work for him do. He's bought a factory over Ipswich way." "Ipswich? Is that where he lives? Him and his family?" I said, nudging the conversation in direction of the children. She didn't take the bait, was concentrated on her own thoughts. "With any luck, he'll make a go of this one. Heaven knows his lordship would look gladly on a return for his investment." I blinked, her meaning lost on me. Before I could ask what she meant, she had swept on. "Anyway, you'll see him soon enough. He arrives next Tuesday, along with the Major and Lady Jemima." A rare smile. Approval rather than pleasure. "There's not an August bank holiday I can remember when the family didn't all come together. There's not one of them would dream of missing the midsummer dinner. It's tradition for the folks in these parts." "Like the recital?" I said, daringly, avoiding her gaze. "So," Nancy raised a brow, "someone's already blathered to you about the recital, have they?" I ignored her peevish note. Nancy was unaccustomed to being pipped at the rumour post. "Alfred said the servants were invited to see the recital," I said. "Footman." Nancy shook her head haughtily. "Never listen to a footman if you want to hear the truth, my girl. Invited indeed. Servants are permitted to see the recital, and very kind of the master it is too. He knows how much the family mean to all of us downstairs, how we enjoy seeing the young ones growing up." She returned her attention momentarily to the vase in her lap, and I held my breath, willing her to continue. After a moment that seemed an age, she did. "This'll be the 4th year they've put on theatricals. Ever since Miss Hannah was 10 and took it into her head she wanted to be a theatre director." Nancy nodded. "Aye, she's a character, is Miss Hannah. She and her father are as like as 2 eggs. "How?" I asked. Nancy paused, considering this. "There's something of the wanderlust in each of them," she said finally. "Both full of wit and newfangled ideas, each as stubborn as the other." She spoke pointedly, accenting each description, a warning to me that such traits, while acceptable idiosyncrasies for them upstairs, would not be tolerated from the likes of me. I'd had such lectures all my life from Mother. I nodded sagely as she continued. "They get on famously most of the time, but when they don't, there's not a soul don't know it. There's no one can rile Mr. Frederick quite like Miss Hannah. Even as a wee girl she knew just how to set him off. She was a fierce little thing, full of tempers. One time, I remember, she was awful dark at him for one reason or another, and took it into her head to give him a nasty fright." "What did she do?" "Now let me think. Master David was out having riding instruction. That's what started it all. Miss Hannah was none too happy to have been left out, so she bundled up Miss Emmeline and gave Nanny Brown the slip. Found their way to the far estates, they did, right the way down where the farmers were harvesting apples." She shook her head. "Convinced Miss Emmeline to hide away in the barn, did our Miss Hannah. Wasn't hard to do, I imagine. Miss Hannah can be very persuasive, and besides, Miss Emmeline was quite happy with all them fresh apples to feast on." Next minute, Miss Hannah arrived back at the house, puffing and panting like she'd run for her life, calling for Mr. Frederick. I was laying for luncheon in the dining room at the time, and I heard Miss Hannah tell him that a couple of foreign men with dark skin had found them in the orchards. Said they'd commented on how pretty Miss Emmeline was and promised to take her on a long journey across the seas. Miss Hannah said she couldn't be sure, but she believed them to be white slavers. I gasped, shocked by Hannah's daring. What happened then? Nancy, portentous with secrets, warmed to the telling. Well, Mr. Frederick's always been wary of the white slavers, and his face went first white, then all red, and before you could count to 3, he scooped Miss Hannah into his arms and set off towards the orchards. Bertie Timmins, who was picking apples that day, said Mr. Frederick arrived in a terrible state. He started yelling orders to form a search party that Miss Emmeline had been kidnapped by 2 dark-skinned men. They searched high and low, spreading out in all directions, but no one had seen 2 dark-skinned men and a golden-haired child. How did they find her? They didn't. In the end, she found them. After an hour or so, Miss Emmeline, bored with hiding and sick from apples, came strolling from the barn wondering about all the fuss. Why Miss Hannah hadn't come to get her. Was Mr. Frederick very cross? Oh, yes, Nancy said matter-of-factly, polishing fiercely. Though not for long. Never could stay dark with her for long. They've a bond, those 2. She'd have to do more than that to set him against her. She held aloft the glistening vase, then placed it with the other polished items, laid her cloth on the table and tilted her head, giving her thin neck a rub. Anyways, as I hear it, Mr. Frederick was just getting a bit of his own medicine. Why? I asked. What did he do? Nancy glanced toward the kitchen, satisfying herself that Katie was without earshot. There was a well-worn pecking order downstairs at Riverton, refined and ingrained by centuries of service. I may have been the lowest housemaid, subject to regular dressing downs, worthy of only the lesser duties, but Katie, as scullery maid, was beneath contempt. I would like to be able to say this groundless inequity riled me, that I was, if not incensed, at least alert to its injustice. But to do so would be crediting my young self with empathy I did not possess. Rather, I relished what little privilege my place afforded me. Lord knows there were enough above me. Gave his parents quite a time when he was a lad, did our Mr. Frederick, she said through tight lips. He was such a live wire, Lord Ashbury sent him to Radley, just so he couldn't give his brother a bad name at Eton. Wouldn't let him try for Sandhurst neither, when the time came, even though he was that set on joining the Navy. I digested this information as Nancy continued. Understandable, of course, with Major Jonathan doing so well in the forces. It doesn't take much to stain a family's good name. Wasn't worth the risk. She left off rubbing her neck and seized a tarnished salt dish. Anyway, all's well that ends well. He's got his motor cars, and he's got himself 3 fine children. You see for yourself at the play. Will Major Jonathan's children be performing in the play with Mr. Frederick's? Nancy's expression darkened and her voice lowered. Whatever can you be thinking, girl? The air bristled. I had said something wrong. Nancy glowered at me, forcing me to look away. The platter in my hands had been polished till it shone, and in its surface I saw my cheeks growing redder. Nancy hissed. The Major doesn't have any children. Not any more. She snatched my cloth from me, long, thin fingers brushing mine. No, get on with you. I'm getting not done with all your talk. Nancy expected me to know what had happened to the Major's children, and there was nothing I could say or do to convince her that this wasn't the case. It was often thus at Riverton. Because Mother had worked at the house for many years before I was born, the other servants assumed I must be intimately acquainted with the family's history. They saw me as her extension, I suppose, privy as if by some strange process of osmosis to all her knowledge, of Riverton and the Hartfords. Nancy, in particular, took my least show of ignorance as a personal affront. Of course I knew the mistress required a warming pan no matter the season, that she preferred to dine in half-light during summer, that she always took her morning tea from the Limoges tea set. Was I being stupid? Or worse, cheeky? Over the next couple of weeks I avoided Nancy, as best one person can avoid another with whom they live and work. At night, as she prepared for bed, I lay very still facing the wall, feigning sleep. It was a relief when she blew out the candle, and the picture of the dying deer disappeared into the darkness. In the daytime, when we passed in the hall, Nancy would lift her nose disdainfully, and I would study the ground, suitably chastened. Blessedly, there was plenty to keep us occupied preparing to receive Lord Ashbury's adult guests. The east wing guest rooms had to be opened and aired, the dust sheets removed, and the furniture polished. The best linen had to be retrieved from enormous storage boxes in the attic, inspected for flaws, then laundered. The rain had set in, and the clotheslines behind the house were of no use, so Nancy told me to drape the sheets over the clothes horses in the upstairs linen room. And that is where I learned more of the game. For as the rain held and Miss Prince determined to educate them on the finer points of Tennyson, the Hartford children sought hiding spots deeper and deeper within the house's heart. The linen room closet, tucked behind the chimney, was about as far from the library schoolroom as they could find, and thus they took up quarters. I never saw them play it, mind. Rule number 1, the game is secret. But I listened and I watched, and once or twice when temptation drove me and the coast was clear, I peeked inside the box. This is what I learned. The game was old. They'd been playing it for years. No, not playing. That is the wrong verb. Living. They had been living the game for years. For the game was more than its name suggested. It was a complex fantasy, an alternate world into which they escaped. There were no costumes, no swords, no feathered headdresses. Nothing that would have marked it as a game. For that was its nature. It was secret. Its only accoutrement was the box. A black lacquered case brought back from China by one of their ancestors, one of the spoils from a spree of exploration and plunder. It was the size of a square hat box, not too big and not too small, and its lid was inlaid with semi-precious gems to form a scene. A river with a bridge across it, a small temple on one bank, a willow weeping from the sloping shore. 3 figures stood atop the bridge, and above them a lone bird circled. They guarded the box jealously, filled as it was with everything material to the game. For although the game demanded a good deal of running and hiding and wrestling, its real pleasure was enjoyed elsewhere. Rule number 2. All journeys, adventures, explorations, and sightings must be recorded. They would rush inside, flushed with danger, to record their recent adventures, maps and diagrams, codes and drawings, plays and books. The books were miniature, bound with thread, writing so small and neat that one had to hold them close to decipher them. They had titles. Escape from Koshchei the Deathless, Encounter with Balaam and his bear, Journey to the land of white slavers. Some were written in code I couldn't understand, though the legend, had I the time to look, would no doubt have been printed on parchment and filed within the box. The game itself was simple. It was Hannah and David's invention, really, and as the oldest, they were its chief instigators. They decided which location was ripe for exploration. The two of them had assembled a ministry of 9 advisers, an eclectic group mingling eminent Victorians with ancient Egyptian kings. There were only ever 9 advisers at any one time, and when history supplied a new figure too appealing to be denied inclusion, an original member would die or be deposed. Death was always in the line of duty, reported solemnly in one of the tiny books kept inside the box. Alongside the advisers, each had their own character. Hannah was Nefertiti, and David was Charles Darwin. Emmeline, only 4 when the governing laws were drawn up, had chosen Queen Victoria. A dull choice, Hannah and David agreed. Understandable given Emmeline's limited years, but certainly not a suitable adventure mate. Victoria was nonetheless accommodated into the game, most often cast as a kidnap victim whose capture was precipitant of a daring rescue. While the other 2 were writing up their accounts, Emmeline was allowed to decorate the diagrams and shade the maps. Blue for the ocean, purple for the deep, green and yellow for land. Occasionally, David wasn't available. The rain would subside for an hour, and he would sneak out to play marbles with the other estate lads, or else he would occupy himself practicing piano. Then Hannah would realign her loyalties with Emmeline. The pair would hide away in the linen closet with a stash of sugar cubes from Mrs. Townsend's dry store, and would invent special names in secret languages to describe the traitorous absconder. But no matter how much they wanted to, they never played the game without him. To do so would have been unthinkable. Rule number 3, only 3 may play. No more, no less. 3. A number favoured as much by art as by science. Primary colours. Points required to locate an object in space. Notes to form a musical chord. 3 points of a triangle. The first geometrical figure. Incontrovertible fact: 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. The points of a triangle may move, shift allegiance. The distance between 2 disappear as they draw away from the third, but together they always define a triangle. Self-contained, real, complete. The game's rules I learned because I read them, written in neat but childish handwriting on yellowing paper, stuck beneath the lid of the box. I will remember them forever. To these rules each had put their name. By general agreement, this 3rd day of April, 1908, David Hartford, Hannah Hartford, and finally, in larger, more abstract print, the initials E.H. Rules are a serious business for children, and the game required a sense of duty adults wouldn't understand. Unless, of course, they were servants, in which case duty was something they knew a lot about. So there it is. It was just a children's game, and not the only one they played. Eventually, they outgrew it, forgot it, left it behind. Or thought they did. By the time I met them, it was already on its last legs. History was about to intervene. Real adventure, real escape, and adulthood were lurking, laughing round the corner. Just a children's game. And yet, what happened in the end would surely not have come about without it. The day of the guests' arrival dawned, and I was given special permission, on condition my duties were complete, to watch from the first-floor balcony. As outside evening fell, I huddled by the banister, face pressed between 2 rails, eagerly awaiting the crunch of motor-car tyres on the gravel out front. First to arrive was Lady Clementine de Welton, a family friend with the grandeur and gloom of the late Queen, and her charge, Miss Frances Dawkins, universally known as Fanny, a skinny, garrulous girl whose parents had gone down with the Titanic, and who, at 17, was rumoured to be in energetic pursuit of a husband. According to Nancy, it was Lady Violet's dearest wish that Fanny should make a match with the widowed Mr. Frederick, though the latter remained entirely unconvinced. Mr. Hamilton led them to the drawing-room, where Lord and Lady Ashby were waiting, and announced their arrival with a flourish. I watched from behind as they disappeared into the room. Lady Clementine first, Fanny close behind, and was put in mind of Mr. Hamilton's salver of cocktail glasses, on which the brandy balloons and champagne flutes jostled for space. Mr. Hamilton returned to the entrance hall and was straightening his cuffs, a gesture that was habit with him, when the Major and his wife arrived. She was a small, plump, brown-haired woman, whose face, though kindly, bore the cruel etchings of grief. It is hindsight, of course, that makes me describe her thus, though even at the time I supposed her the victim of some misfortune. Nancy may not have been prepared to divulge the mystery of the Major's children, but my young imagination, fed as it was on Gothic novels, was a fertile place. Besides, the nuances of attraction between a man and a woman were foreign to me then, and I reasoned only tragedy could account for such a tall, handsome man as the Major being married to so plain a woman. She must once have been lovely, I supposed, until some fiendish hardship befell them and seized from her whatever youth or beauty she had once possessed. The Major, even sterner than his portrait allowed, asked customarily after Mr. Hamilton's health, cast a proprietorial glance over the entrance hall, and led Jemima to the drawing-room. As they disappeared behind the door, I saw that his hand rested tenderly at the base of her spine, a gesture that somehow belied his severe physical bearing, and which I have never quite forgotten. My legs had grown stiff from crouching when finally Mr. Frederick's motor car crunched along the gravel of the driveway. Mr. Hamilton glanced reprovingly at the hall clock, then pulled open the front door. Mr. Frederick was shorter than I expected, certainly not so tall as his brother, and I could make out no more of his features than the rim of a pair of glasses, for even when his hat was taken he did not raise his head, merely ran his hand tentatively over the top to smooth his fair hair. Only when Mr. Hamilton opened the drawing-room door and announced his arrival did Mr. Frederick's attention flicker from his purpose. His gaze skittered about the room, taking in the marble, the portraits, the home of his youth, before alighting finally on my balcony. And in the brief moment before he was swallowed by the noisy room, his face paled, as if he'd seen a ghost. The week passed quickly. With so many extra people in the house, I was kept busy making up rooms, carrying tea trays, laying out luncheons. This pleased me well, as I was not shy of hard work. Mother had made sure of that. Besides, I longed for the weekend to arrive, and with it the bank holiday play recital. For while the rest of the staff was focused on the midsummer dinner, all I could think of was the recital. I had barely seen the children since the adults arrived. The fog blew away as suddenly as it came, leaving in its place warm, clear skies too beautiful to waste indoors. Each day as I rounded the corridor toward the nursery, I held my breath hopefully, but the fine weather was to hold, and they were not to use the room again that year. They took their noise and their mischief and their game outside. And with them went the room's enchantment. Stillness became emptiness, and the small flame of pleasure I had nurtured was extinguished. I hurried my duties now, straightened the bookshelves without so much as a glance at their contents, no longer caught the horse's eye, thought only of what they might be doing. And when I was finished, I didn't linger, but moved on swiftly to complete my duties. Occasionally, when I was clearing the breakfast tray from a second-floor guest room, or disposing of the night waters, a squeal of distant laughter would draw my eyes to the window, and I would see them, far off in the distance, heading toward the lake, disappearing down the driveway, duelling with long, straight sticks. Downstairs, Mr. Hamilton had stirred the servants into a frenzy of activity. It was the test of a good staff, he said, not to mention the proof of a butler's mettle, to serve a household of guests. No request was to prove too much. We were to work as a finely oiled locomotion, rising to meet each challenge, exceeding the master's every expectation. It was to be a week of small triumphs, culminating in the midsummer dinner. Mr. Hamilton's fervour was infectious. Even Nancy suffered an elevation of spirits and called a truce of sorts, offering, grudgingly, that I might help her clean the drawing-room. It wasn't ordinarily my place, she reminded me, to be cleaning the main rooms, but with the master's family visiting, I was to be allowed the privilege, under strict observation, to practice these advanced duties. So it was I added this dubious opportunity to my already inflated duty load and accompanied Nancy daily to the drawing-room, where the adults sipped tea and discussed things that interested me little. Weekend country parties, European politics, and some unfortunate Austrian fellow who'd been shot in a faraway place. The day of the recital, Sunday the 2nd of August, 1914, I remember the date, though not for the recital as much as what came after, coincided with my afternoon off, and my first visit to Mother since I'd started at Riverton. When I'd finished my morning duties, I exchanged my uniform for regular clothes, strangely stiff and unfamiliar on my body. I brushed my hair out, pale and kinky where it had been wrapped in its plait, then set about rebraiding, coiling a bun at the nape of my neck. Did I look any different, I wondered? Would Mother think so? It had only been 5 weeks, and yet I felt inexplicably changed. As I came down the servants' stairs and into the kitchen, I was met by Mrs. Townsend, who thrust a bundle into my hands. "Go on, then. Take it. Just a little something for your mother's tea," she said in a hushed voice. "Some of my lemon curd tart, and a couple of slices of Victoria sponge." I looked at her, taken aback by the uncharacteristic gesture. Mrs. Townsend was as proud of her ship-shape home economics as she was of her towering souffle. I glanced toward the staircase, dropped my own voice to a whisper. "But are you sure the mistress—" "You never mind about the mistress. She and Lady Clementine won't be left wanting." She dusted down her apron, pulled her round shoulders to full height so that her chest seemed even more expansive than usual. "You just be sure and tell your mother. We're looking out for you up here." She shook her head. "Fine girl, your mother. Guilty of nothing that ain't been done 1,000 times before." Then she turned and bustled back to the kitchen as suddenly as she'd appeared, leaving me alone in the darkened hallway, wondering what she'd meant. I turned it over in my mind all the way to the village. It was not the first time Mrs. Townsend had perplexed me with an expression of fondness for my mother. My own puzzlement left me feeling disloyal, but there was little in her reminiscences of good humour that could be accorded with the mother I knew. Mother, with her moods and silences. She was waiting for me on the doorstep, stood as she caught sight of me. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten me." "Sorry, Mother," I said. "I was caught up with my duties." "Hope you made time for church this morning." "Yes, Mother. The staff go to service at the Riverton church." "I know that, my girl. I attended service at that church long before you came along." She nodded at my hands. "What's that you've got?" I handed over the bundle. "From Mrs. Townsend. She was asking after you." Mother peeked within the bundle, bit the inside of her cheek. "I'll be sure and have heartburn tonight." She rewrapped it, said grudgingly, "Still, it's good of her." She stood aside, pushed back the door. "Come on in then. You can make me up a pot of tea and tell me what's been happening." I cannot remember much of which we spoke, for I was an unconscientious conversationalist that afternoon. My mind was not with Mother in her tiny, cheerless kitchen, but up in the ballroom on the hill, where earlier I had helped Nancy arrange chairs into rows and hang gold curtains around the proscenium arch. All the while Mother had me performing chores, I kept an eye on the kitchen clock, mindful of the rigid hands marching their way closer and closer toward 5 o'clock, the hour of the recital. I was already late when we said our goodbyes. By the time I reached the Riverton gates, the sun was low in the sky. I wove along the narrow road toward the house. Magnificent trees, the legacy of Lord Ashbury's distant ancestors, lined the way, their highest boughs arching to meet, outermost branches lacing, so that the road became a dark, whispering tunnel. As I burst into the light that afternoon, the sun had just slipped behind the roofline, giving the house a mauve and orange afterglow. I cut across the grounds, past the Eros and Psyche fountain, through Lady Violet's garden of pink cabbage roses, and down into the rear entrance. The servants' hall was empty, and my shoes echoed as I broke Mr. Hamilton's golden rule and ran along the stone corridor. Through the kitchen I went, past Mrs. Townsend's workbench covered with a panoply of sweetbreads and cakes, and up the stairs. The house was eerily quiet, everyone already in attendance at the recital. When I reached the gilded ballroom door, I smoothed my hair, straightened my skirt, and slipped inside the darkened room, took my place on the side wall with the other servants. All good things. I hadn't realized the room would be so dark. It was the first recital I had ever attended, though I had once seen part of a Punch and Judy show, when Mother took me to visit her sister, Dee, in Brighton. Black curtains had been draped across the windows, and the room's only brightness came from 4 limelights retrieved from the attic. They glowed yellow along the front of the stage, casting light upwards and glazing the performers in a ghostly shimmer. Fanny was on stage singing the final bars of The Wedding Glide, batting her eyelids and trilling her notes. She hit the final G with a strident F, and the audience broke into a round of polite applause. She smiled and curtsied coyly, her coquetry undermined somewhat by the curtain behind bulging excitedly with elbows and props belonging to the next act. As Fanny exited stage right, Emmeline and David, draped in togas, entered stage left. They brought with them 3 long timber poles and a sheet, which were quickly arranged to form a serviceable, though lopsided, tent. They knelt beneath, holding their positions, as a hush fell over the audience. A voice came from beyond. "Ladies and gentlemen, a scene from the Book of Numbers." A murmur of approval. The voice. "Imagine, if you will, in ancient times, a family camped on a mountainside. A sister and brother gather in private to discuss the recent marriage of their brother." A round of light applause. Then Emmeline spoke, voice buzzing with self-importance. "But, brother, what has Moses done?" "He's taken a wife," said David, rather drolly. "But she is not one of us," said Emmeline, eyeing the audience. "No," said David, "you are right, sister, for she is an Ethiopian." Emmeline shook her head, adopting an expression of exaggerated concern. "He has married outside the clan. Whatever will become of him?" Suddenly a loud, clear voice from behind the curtain, amplified as if travelling through space. More likely a rolled-up piece of cardboard. "Aaron! Miriam!" Emmeline gave her best performance of fearful attention. "This is God, your Father. Come out, ye two, unto the tabernacle of the congregation." Emmeline and David did as they were told, shuffling from beneath the tepee to the front of stage. Flickering limelights threw an army of shadows onto the sheet behind. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, and I was able to identify certain members of the audience by their familiar shapes. In the front row of finely dressed ladies, Lady Clementine's tumbling jowls and Lady Violet's feathered hat. A couple of rows behind, the Major and his wife. Closer to me, Mr. Frederick, head high, legs crossed, eyes focused sharply ahead. I studied his profile. He looked different somehow. The flickering half-light gave his high cheekbones a cadaverous appearance, and his eyes the look of glass. His eyes? He wasn't wearing glasses. I had never seen him without. The Lord began to deliver his judgment, and I returned my attention to the stage. Miriam and Aaron, wherefore were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? We're sorry, father, said Emmeline. We were just... Enough! My anger is kindled against thee. There was a burst of thunder, a drum, I think, and the audience jumped. A cloud of smoke plumed from behind the curtain, spilling over onto the stage. Lady Violet exclaimed, and David said in a stage whisper, "It's all right, Grandmamma, it's part of the show." A ripple of amused laughter. My anger is kindled against thee. Hannah's voice was fierce, bringing the audience to silence. Daughter, she said, and Emmeline turned away from the audience to gaze into the dissipating cloud. Thou art leprous. Emmeline's hands flew to her face. No, she cried. She held a dramatic pose before turning to the audience to reveal her condition. A collective gasp. They had decided against a mask in the end, opting instead for a handful of strawberry jam and cream, smeared to gruesome effect. Those imps, came Mrs. Townsend's aggrieved whisper. They told me they was needing jam for their scones. Son, said Hannah, after a suitably dramatic pause, thou art guilty of the same sin, and yet I cannot bring myself to anger at you. Thank you, father, said David. Wilt thou remember not to discuss your brother's wife again? Yes, my lord. Then you may go. Alas, my lord, said David, hiding a smile as he extended his arm toward Emmeline, I beseech thee, heal my sister now. The audience was silent, awaiting the Lord's response. No, it came, I don't think I will. She will be shut out from camp for 7 days. Only then will she be received again. As Emmeline sank to her knees and David laid his hand on her shoulder, Hannah appeared from stage left. The audience drew breath as one. She was dressed immaculately in men's clothing. A suit, top hat, walking cane, fob watch, and on the bridge of her nose, Mr. Frederick's glasses. She walked to centre stage, twirling her cane like a dandy. Her voice, when she spoke, was an excellent imitation of her father's. My daughter will learn that there are some rules for girls and others for boys. She took a deep breath, straightened her hat. To allow otherwise is to start down the slippery slope to women's suffrage. The audience sat in electric silence, row on row, mouths agape. The servants were equally scandalized. Even in the dark I was aware of Mr. Hamilton's whitening face. For once he was at a loss as to protocol, satisfying his indomitable sense of duty by serving as leaning post for Mrs. Townsend, who, not yet fully recovered from seeing her jam misused, had buckled at the knees and collapsed sideways. My eyes sought Mr. Fortmick. Still in his seat, He was rigid as a barge pole. As I watched, his shoulders began to twitch, and I feared he was on the verge of one of the rages to which Nancy had alluded. On stage, the children stood, frozen in tableau, like dolls in a doll's house, watching the audience, while the audience watched them. Hannah was a model of composure. Innocence writ large across her face. For an instant it seemed she caught my eye, and I thought the glimmer of a smile crossed her lips. I could not help it. I smiled back, fearfully, only stopping when Nancy glanced sideways in the dark and gave my arm a pinch. Hannah, glowing, joined hands with Emmeline and David, and the three stretched out across the stage and took a bow. As they did, a glob of jam-smeared cream dropped from Emmeline's nose and landed with a sizzle on a nearby limelight. "Just so," came a high, fluty voice from the audience, Lady Clementine. "A fellow I know knew a fellow with leprosy out in India. His nose dropped off just like that in his shaving dish." It was too much for Mr. Frederick. His eyes met Hannah's, and he began to laugh. Such a laugh as I had never heard, infectious by virtue of its sheer sincerity. One by one others joined him, though Lady Violet, I noticed, was not amongst them. I couldn't help my own laughter, spontaneous ripples of relief, until Nancy hissed into my ear, "That's enough, miss. You can come and help me with supper." I would miss the rest of the recital, but I had seen all I wanted to. As we left the room and made our way down the corridor, I was aware of the applause dying, the recital rolling on, and I felt infused by a strange energy. This is the end of CD 2. The book continues on CD 3. CD 3. By the time we had carried Mrs. Townsend's supper and the trays of coffee to the drawing-room, and given the armchair cushions a preparatory plump, the recital had ended, and the guests had started to arrive, arm in order of rank. First came Lady Violet and Major Jonathan, then Lord Ashbury and Lady Clementine, then Mr. Frederick with Jemima and Fanny. The Hartford children, I guessed, were still upstairs. As they took their places, Nancy arranged the coffee tray so Lady Violet could pour. While her guests chattered lightly around her, Lady Violet leaned toward Mr. Frederick's armchair and said through a thin smile, "You indulge those children, Frederick." Mr. Frederick's lips tightened. The criticism, I could tell, was not a new one. Eyes on the coffee she was pouring, Lady Violet said, "You may find their antics amusing now, but the day will come when you'll rue your leniency. You've let them grow wild. Hannah, especially. There's nothing spoils a young lady's loveliness so much as impertinence of intellect." Her invective delivered, Lady Violet straightened, arranged her expression into one of cordial amiability, and passed a coffee to Lady Clementine. Conversation had turned, predictably enough, to the strife in Europe and the likelihood of Great Britain going to war. "There'll be war. There always is," Lady Clementine said, matter-of-factly, taking the proffered coffee and wedging her buttocks deep into Lady Violet's favourite armchair. Her pitch rose. "And we'll all suffer. Men, women, and children. The Germans aren't civilized like us. They'll pillage our countryside, murder our little ones in their beds, and enslave good English women, that we might propagate little Huns for them. You mark my words, for I'm very rarely wrong. We'll be at war before the summer's out." "Surely you exaggerate, Clementine," Lady Violet said. "The war, if it comes, couldn't be as bad as all that. These are modern times, after all." "That's right," Lord Ashbury said. "It'll be 20th century warfare, a whole new game. Not to mention there's not a Hun could lift a torch to an Englishman."
"It might be improper to say," Fanny said, perching herself at one end of the chaise longue, curls shaking excitedly, "but I rather hope the war does come." She turned hastily to Lady Clementine. "Not all the pillaging and killing, of course, Auntie, nor the propagating. I shouldn't like that. But I do so love seeing gentlemen dressed in uniform." She cast a furtive glance toward Major Jonathan, then returned her attention to the group. "I had a letter today from my friend Marjorie. You remember Marjorie, don't you, Auntie Clem?"
Lady Clementine quivered her heavy eyelids.
"Regrettably. A foolish girl with provincial manners." She leaned toward Lady Violet. "Raised in Dublin, you know. Irish Catholic, no less."
I peeked at Nancy, offering sugar cubes, and noticed her back stiffen. She caught my glance and shot me a hot scowl.
"Well," Fanny continued, "Marjorie's holidaying with family by the seaside, and she said when she met her mother at the station, the trains were absolutely packed with reservists rushing back to their headquarters. It's ever so exciting."
"Fanny, darling," Lady Violet said, looking up from the coffee pot, "I do think it's rather in poor taste to wish a war merely for excitement. Wouldn't you agree, Jonathan, dear?" The Major, standing by the unlit fire, straightened himself. "While I don't agree with Fanny's motivation, I must say I share her sentiment. I, for one, hope we do go to war. The whole continent's got itself into a damnable mess. Excuse my strong language, Mother, Lady Clem, but it has. They need good old Britannia to get in there and sort it out. Give those Huns a jolly good shake-up." A general cheer went up around the room, and Jemima clasped the Major's arm, gazed up adoringly, button eyes aglow. Old Lord Ashbury puffed his pipe excitedly. "A bit of sport," he proclaimed, leaning back against his chair. "Nothing like a war to sort the men from the boys." Mr. Frederick shifted in his seat, took the coffee that Lady Violet offered, and set about loading tobacco into his pipe.
"What about you, Frederick?" Fanny said coyly. "What will you do if war comes? You won't stop making motor cars, will you? It would be such a shame if there were no more lovely motor cars just because of a silly war. I shouldn't like to go back to using a carriage."
Mr. Frederick, embarrassed by Fanny's flirtation, plucked a stray piece of tobacco from his trouser leg. "I shouldn't worry. Motor cars are the way of the future." He tamped his pipe and murmured to himself, "God forbid a war should inconvenience senseless ladies with little to do." At that moment the door opened, and Hannah, Emmeline, and David spilled into the room, faces still lit with exhilaration. The girls had changed from their costumes and were back in matching white dresses with sailor collars. "Jolly good show," Lord Ashbury said. "Couldn't hear a word of it, but jolly good show." "Well done, children," Lady Violet said, "though perhaps you'll let Grandmamma help with the selection next year." "And you, Pa?" said Hannah eagerly. "Did you enjoy the play?" Mr. Frederick avoided his mother's gaze. "We'll discuss the more creative parts later, eh?"
"And what about you, David?" trilled Fanny above the others. "We were just talking of the war. Will you be joining up if Britain enters? I think you'd make a dashing officer."
David took a coffee from Lady Violet and sat down. "I hadn't thought about it." He wrinkled his nose. "I suppose I will. They say it's a fellow's one chance for a grand adventure." He eyed Hannah with a twinkle in his eye, perceiving the opportunity for a tease. "Strictly for lads, I'm afraid, Hannah." Fanny shrieked with laughter, causing Lady Clementine's eyelids to quiver.
Oh, David! How silly! Hannah wouldn't want to go to war. How ridiculous!
I certainly should, Hannah said fiercely.
But, my dear, Lady Violet said, flummoxed, you wouldn't have any clothes to fight in.
She could wear jodhpurs and riding boots, Fanny said.
Or a costume, Emmeline said, like the one she wore in the play, though maybe not the hat.
Mr. Frederick caught his mother's censorious look and cleared his throat. While Hannah's sartorial dilemma makes for scintillating speculation, I must remind you it's not a moot point. Neither she nor David will be going to war. Girls do not fight, and David is not yet finished his studies. He'll find some other way to serve king and country. He turned to David. When you've completed Eton, been to Sandhurst, it'll be a different matter. David's chin set. If I complete Eton, and if I go to Sandhurst. The room quieted, and someone cleared their throat. Mr. Frederick tapped his spoon against his cup. After a protracted pause, he said, David's teasing. Aren't you, boy? The silence stretched on. Eh? David blinked slowly, and I noticed his jaw tremble, ever so slightly. Yes, he said finally. Of course I am. Just trying to lighten things up, all this talk of war. It just wasn't funny, I suppose. Apologies, Grandmamma. Grandfather? He nodded to each of them, and I noticed Hannah give his hand a squeeze. Lady Violet smiled. I quite agree with you, David. Let's not talk of a war that may never come. Here, try some more of Mrs. Townsend's lovely tartlets. She nodded to Nancy, who once again offered the tray around. They sat for a moment, nibbling tartlets, the ship's clock on the mantel marking time, until someone could arrive at a subject as compelling as war. Finally, Lady Clementine said, Never mind the fighting. The diseases are the real killers in wartime. It's the battlefields, of course, breeding grounds for all manner of foreign plagues. You'll see, she said dully. When the war comes, it'll bring the poxes with it. If the war comes, David said. But how will we know if it does? Emmeline said, blue eyes wide. Will someone from the government come and tell us? Lord Ashbury swallowed a tartlet whole. One of the chaps at my club said there's to be an announcement any day. I feel just like a child on Christmas Eve, Fanny said, knotting her fingers, longing for the morning, anxious to wake up and open her presents. I shouldn't get too excited, the Major said. If Britain enters the war, it's likely to be over in a matter of months. Christmas at a stretch. Nonetheless, Lady Clementine said, I'm writing to Lord Gifford first thing tomorrow to advise him of my preferred funeral programme. I'd suggest the rest of you do likewise, before it's too late. I had never heard a person discuss their own funeral before, let alone plan it. Indeed, Mother would have said it was terribly bad luck, and made me throw salt over my shoulder to bring back the good. I gazed at Lady Clementine in wonder. Nancy had mentioned her gloomy sensibilities. It was rumoured downstairs that she had leaned over the newborn Emmeline's crib and declared matter-of-factly that such a beautiful babe was surely not long for this world. Even so, I was shocked. The Hartfords, by contrast, were clearly accustomed to her dire pronouncements, for not one amongst them so much as flinched. Hannah's eyes widened in mock offence. You can't mean you don't trust us to make the best possible arrangements on your behalf, Lady Clementine. She smiled sweetly and took the old lady's hand. I, for one, would be honoured to make sure you were given the send-off you deserve. Indeed.
Lady Clementine puffed. "If you don't organise such occasions yourself, you never know into whose hands the task may fall." She looked pointedly at Fanny and sniffed so that her large nostrils flared. "Besides, I'm very particular about such events. I've been planning mine for years." "Have you?" Lady Violet said, genuinely interested. "Oh, yes," Lady Clementine said. "It's one of the most important public proceedings in a person's life, and mine will be nothing short of spectacular." "I look forward to it," said Hannah dryly. "As well you might," Lady Clementine said. "One can't afford to put on a bad show these days. People aren't as forgiving as they once were, and one doesn't want a bad review." "I didn't think you approved of newspaper reviews, Lady Clementine," Hannah said, earning a warning frown from Pa. "Not as a rule. I don't," Lady Clementine said. She pointed a jewel-laden finger at Hannah, then Emmeline, then Fanny. "Aside from her marriage, her obituary is the only time a lady's name should appear in the newspaper." She cast her eyes skyward. "And God help her if the funeral is savaged in the press, for she won't get a second chance the following season." After the theatrical triumph, only the midsummer's dinner remained before the visit could be declared a resounding success. It was to be the climax of the week's activities, a final extravagance before the guests departed and stillness returned once more to Riverton. Dinner guests, including Mrs. Townsend divulged Lord Ponsonby, one of the King's cousins, were expected from as far away as London. And Nancy and I, under Mr. Hamilton's careful scrutiny, had spent all afternoon laying table in the dining-room. We set for 20, Nancy enunciating each item as she placed it: tablespoon for soup, fish knife and fork, 2 knives, 2 large forks, 4 crystal wine glasses of varying proportions. Mr. Hamilton followed us around the table with his tape measure and cloth, ensuring each cover was the requisite foot apart, and that his own distorted reflection gleamed back at him from every spoon. Down the centre of the white linen cloth we trailed ivy and arranged red roses around crystal compots of glistening fruit. These decorations pleased me. They were so pretty and matched perfectly her ladyship's best dinner service. A wedding gift, Nancy said, from the Churchills, no less. We positioned the place cards, lettered in Lady Violet's finest hand, according to her carefully sketched seating plan. The importance of placement, Nancy advised, could not be overestimated. Indeed, according to her, the success or failure of a dinner party hinged entirely on the seating arrangement. Evidently, Lady Violet's reputation as a perfect hostess, rather than merely a good one, resulted from her ability to first invite the right people and then seat them prudently, peppering the witty and entertaining amongst the dull but important. I am sorry to say I did not witness the midsummer dinner of 1914, for if cleaning the drawing-room was a privilege, then serving at table was the highest honour, and certainly beyond my modest place. On this occasion, much to Nancy's chagrin, even she was to be denied the pleasure, by reason of Lord Ponsonby being known to abhor female servants at table. Nancy was soothed somewhat by Mr. Hamilton's decree that she should still serve upstairs, remaining hidden in the dining-room nook to receive the plates he and Alfred cleared, then feed them downstairs on the dumbwaiter. This, Nancy reasoned, would at least grant her partial access to the dinner-party gossip. She would know what was said, if not by and to whom. It was my duty, Mr. Hamilton said, to position myself downstairs next to the dumbwaiter. This I did, trying not to mind Alfred's jibes about the suitability of this partnership. He was always making jokes. They were well meant, and the other staff seemed to know how to laugh, but I was inexperienced with such friendly teasing, was used to keeping to myself. I couldn't help shrinking when attention turned on me. I watched with wonder as course after course of splendid fare disappeared up the chute. Mock turtle soup, fish, sweetbreads, quail, asparagus, potatoes, apricot pies, blancmange.
to be replaced with dirty plates and empty platters. While upstairs the guests sparkled, deep beneath the dining room, Mrs. Townsend had the kitchen steaming and whistling like one of the shiny new engines that had started to run through the village. She volleyed between workbenches, shifting her considerable heft at a furious pace, stoking the stove fire until beads of perspiration trickled down her flushed cheeks, clapping her hands and decrying, in a practised show of false modesty, the crisp golden pastry crusts on her pies. The only person who seemed immune to the contagious excitement was the wretched Katy, who wore her misery on her face. The first half of the evening spent peeling untold numbers of potatoes, the second scrubbing untold numbers of pans. Finally, when the coffee pots, cream jugs, and basins of crystallized sugar had been sent up on a silver salver, Mrs. Townsend untied her apron, a symbol to the rest of us that the evening's business was all but ended. She hung it on a hook by the stove and tucked the long grey hairs that had worked themselves loose back into the remarkable twist atop her head. "Katy," she called, wiping her warm forehead. "Katy!" She shook her head. "I don't know. That girl is always underfoot, but never to be found." She tottered to the servants' table, eased herself into her seat, and sighed. Katy appeared at the doorway, clutching a dripping cloth. "Yes, Mrs. Townsend?" "Oh, Katy," Mrs. Townsend scolded, pointing at the floor. "Whatever are you thinking, girl?" "Nothing, Mrs. Townsend." "Nothing's about right. You're wetting all over." Mrs. Townsend shook her head and sighed. "Get away with you now and find a towel to wipe that up. Mr. Hamilton will have your neck if he sees that mess." "Yes, Mrs. Townsend." "And when you're finished, you can make us all a nice pot of hot cocoa." Katy shuffled back toward the kitchen, almost colliding with Alfred as he bounded down the stairs, all arms, legs, and exuberance. "Whoops! Watch it, Katy. You're lucky I didn't topple you." He swung round the corner and grinned, his face as open and eager as a baby's. "Good evening, ladies." Mrs. Townsend removed her glasses. "Well, Alfred?" "Well, Mrs. Townsend?" he said, brown eyes wide. "Well?" She flapped her fingers. "Don't leave us all in suspense." I sat down at my place, easing off my shoes and stretching my toes. Alfred was 20, tall, with lovely hands and a warm voice, and had been in service to Lord and Lady Ashbury all his working life. I believe Mrs. Townsend held a particular fondness for him, though certainly she never ventured so much herself, and I would not then have dared to ask. "Suspense?" Alfred said. "I don't know what you mean, Mrs. Townsend." "Don't know what I mean, my foot." She shook her head. "How did it all go? Did they say anything that might interest me?" "Oh, Mrs. Townsend," Alfred said, "I shouldn't say until Mr. Hamilton gets downstairs. It wouldn't be right, would it?" "Now, you listen here, my boy," Mrs. Townsend said. "All's I'm asking is how Lord and Lady Ashbury's guests enjoyed their meals. Mr. Hamilton can hardly mind that now, can he?" "I really couldn't say, Mrs. Townsend." Alfred winked at me, causing my cheeks to ripen. "Although I did happen to notice Lord Ponsonby having a second helping of your potatoes." Mrs. Townsend smiled into her knotted hands and nodded to herself. "I heard it from Mrs. Davis, who cooks for Lord and Lady Basingstoke, that Lord Ponsonby was special fond of potatoes à la crème." "Fond? The others were lucky he left them any." Mrs. Townsend gasped, but her eyes shone. "Alfred, you're wicked to say such things. If Mr. Hamilton heard—" "If Mr. Hamilton heard what?" Nancy appeared at the door and took her seat, unpinning her cap. "I was just telling Mrs. Townsend how well the ladies and gents enjoyed their dinner," said Alfred. Nancy rolled her eyes. "I've never seen the plates come back so empty. Grace'll vouch for that."
I nodded as she continued. It's up to Mr. Hamilton, of course, but I'd say you've outdone yourself, Mrs. Townsend. Mrs. Townsend smoothed her blouse over her bust. Well, of course, she said smugly, we all do our part. The jiggling of porcelain drew our attention to the door. Katie was inching around the corner, gripping tightly a tray of teacups. With each step, cocoa slopped over the cup rims and pooled on the saucers. "Oh, Katie," Nancy said as the tray was jolted onto the table, "you've made a real mess of that. Look what she's done, Mrs. Townsend." Mrs. Townsend cast her gaze upwards. "Sometimes I think I waste my time on that girl." "Oh, Mrs. Townsend," Katie moaned, "I try my best. I really do. I didn't mean to." "Mean to what, Katie?" Mr. Hamilton said, clipping down the stairs and into the room. "Whatever have you done now?" "Nothing, Mr. Hamilton. I only meant to bring the cocoa." "And you've bought it, you silly girl," Mrs. Townsend said. "Now get back and finish those plates. You'll have let the water go cold now. You see if you haven't." She shook her head as Katie disappeared up the hall, then turned to Mr. Hamilton and beamed. "Well, have they all gone then, Mr. Hamilton?" "They have, Mrs. Townsend. I just saw the last guests, Lord and Lady Dennis, to their motor car." "And the family?" she asked. "The ladies have retired to bed. His lordship, the Major, and Mr. Frederick are finishing their sherry in the drawing-room, and will see themselves up presently." Mr. Hamilton rested his hands on the back of his chair and paused for a moment, gazing into the distance the way he always did when he was about to impart important information. The rest of us took our seats and waited. Mr. Hamilton cleared his throat. "You should all be most proud. The dinner was a great success, and the master and mistress are well pleased." He smiled primly. "Indeed, the master has given his very kind permission for us to open a bottle of champagne and share it amongst ourselves. A token of his appreciation," he said. There was a flurry of excited applause, while Mr. Hamilton fetched a bottle from the cellar and Nancy found some glasses. I sat very quietly, hoping I might be permitted a glass. All this was new to me. Mother and I had never had much cause for celebration. When he reached the last flute, Mr. Hamilton peered over his glasses and down his long nose at me. "Yes," he said finally, "I think even you might be allowed a small glass tonight, young Grace. It isn't every night the master entertains in such grand fashion." I took the glass gratefully as Mr. Hamilton held his aloft. "A toast," he said, "to all who live and serve in this house. May we live long and graciously." We clinked glasses, and I leaned back against my chair, sipping champagne and savouring the tang of bubbles against my lips. Throughout my long life, whenever I have had occasion to drink champagne, I have been reminded of that evening in the servants' hall at Riverton. It is a peculiar energy that accompanies a shared success, and Lord Ashbury's bubble of praise had burst over all of us, leaving our cheeks warm and our hearts glad. Alfred smiled at me over his glass, and I smiled back shyly. I listened while the others replayed the night's events in vivid detail. Lady Dennis's diamonds, Lord Harcourt's modern views on matrimony, Lord Ponsonby's penchant for potatoes à la crème. A shrill ring jolted me from contemplation. Everyone else fell silent around the table. We looked at one another, puzzled, until Mr. Hamilton jumped from his seat. "Why, it's the telephone," he said, and hurried from the room. Lord Ashbury had one of the first home telephone systems in England, a fact of which all who served in the house were immeasurably proud. The main receiver box was tucked away in Mr. Hamilton's pantry foyer, so that he might, on such thrilling occasions as it rang, access it directly and transfer the call upstairs. Despite this well-organised system, such occasions rarely arose, as, regrettably, few of Lord and Lady Ashbury's friends had telephones of their own.
Nonetheless, the telephone was regarded with an almost religious awe, and visiting staff were always given reason to enter the foyer where they might observe first-hand the sacred object and, perforce, appreciate the superiority of the Riverton household. It was little wonder, then, that the ringing of the phone rendered us all speechless. That the hour was so late turned astonishment into apprehension. We sat very still, ears strained, holding our collective breath. "Hello?" Mr. Hamilton called down the line. "Hello?" Katy drifted into the room. "I just heard a funny noise. Ooh, you've all got champagne." "Shh!" came the united response. Katy sat down and set about chewing her tatty fingernails. From the pantry we heard Mr. Hamilton say, "Yes, this is the home of Lord Ashbury." "Major Hartford? Why, yes, Major Hartford is here visiting his parents." "Yes, sir, right away. Who may I say is calling?" "Just one moment, Captain Brown, while I connect you through." Mrs. Townsend whispered loudly, knowingly, "Someone for the Major," and we all went back to listening. From where I sat I could just glimpse Mr. Hamilton's profile through the open door, neck stiff, mouth downturned. "Hello, sir," Mr. Hamilton said into the receiver. "I'm most sorry to interrupt your evening, sir, but the Major is wanted on the telephone. It's Captain Brown, calling from London, sir." Mr. Hamilton fell silent, but remained by the phone. It was his habit to hold on to the earpiece a moment, that he might ensure the call's recipient had picked up, and the call was not cut off short. As he waited, listening, I noticed his fingers tighten on the receiver. His body tensed, and his breathing seemed to quicken. He hung up quietly, carefully, and straightened his jacket. He returned slowly to his place at the head of the table, and remained standing, his hands gripping the back of his chair. He gazed around the table, taking each of us in. Finally, gravely, he said, "Our worst fears are realized. As of 11 o'clock this eve, Great Britain is at war. May God keep us all." I am crying. After all these years, I have begun crying for them. Warm tears seep from my eyes, following the lines of my face until the air dries them, sticky and cool against my skin. Sylvia is with me again. She has brought a tissue and uses it to mop cheerfully at my face. To her, these tears are a simple matter of faulty plumbing. Yet another inevitable, innocuous sign of my great age. She doesn't know I cry for the changing times. That just as I reread favourite books, some small part of me hoping for a different ending, I find myself hoping against hope that the war will never come. That this time, somehow, it will leave us be. Mystery Maker Trade Magazine, Winter Edition, 1998. News in brief. Author's wife dies. Inspector Adams' novels halted. London. Fans eagerly awaiting the 6th instalment in the popular Inspector Adams novels will have a long wait on their hands. Author Marcus McCourt has reportedly stopped work on the novel, Death in the Cauldron, after the sudden death of his wife, Rebecca McCourt, last October, from an aneurysm. McCourt could not be reached for comment, but a source close to the couple has told MM that the usually approachable author refuses to discuss his wife's death and has suffered writer's block since it happened. McCourt's UK publisher, Rames and Stockwell, refused to comment. McCourt's first 5 Inspector Adams novels were recently sold to American publishers Forman Lewis for an undisclosed sum, thought to total 7 figures. Crime Will Tell will be published on the Hockador imprint and is scheduled for American release in spring 1999. Copies can be pre-ordered on Amazon. Rebecca McCourt was also a writer. Her debut novel, Purgatorio, is a fictionalized history of Mahler's unfinished 10th Symphony and was shortlisted for the 1996 Orange Prize for Literature. Marcus and Rebecca McCourt had recently separated. Saffron High Street. The rain is on its way. My lower back is far more sensitive than any meteorologist's equipment, and last night I lay awake, bone moaning to bone, whispered tales of long-ago litheness. I arched and bowed my stiff old frame. Nuisance became frustration, frustration became boredom, and boredom became terror. Terror that the night would never end, and I would be trapped forever in its long, lonely tunnel. But enough. I refuse to ruminate further on my frailties. I'm boring even myself. And I must eventually have slept, for this morning I woke, and as far as I can tell, the one cannot be done without the other. I was still in bed, my nightie twisted about my middle, when a girl with rolled-up shirt-sleeves and a long, thin plait, though not as long as mine, bustled into my room and threw open the curtains, letting the light stream in. The girl was not Sylvia, and thus I knew it must be Sunday. The girl, Helen, read her name badge, bundled me into the shower, gripping my arm to steady me, mulberry fingernails burrowing into flaccid white skin. She flicked her plait over one shoulder and set about soaping my torso and limbs, scrubbing away the lingering film of night, humming a tune I do not know. When I was suitably sanitary, she lowered me onto the plastic bath seat and left me alone to soak beneath the shower's warm course. I clutched the lower rail with both hands and eased forward, sighing as the water rained relief over my knotted back. With Helen's assistance, I was dried and dressed, thoroughly processed and seated in the morning room by 7:30. I managed a piece of rubbery toast and a cup of tea before Ruth arrived to take me to church. I am not overly religious. Indeed, there have been times when all faith has deserted me, when I railed against a benevolent father who could allow such earthly horrors to beset his children. But I made my peace with God a long time ago. Age is the great mellower. And besides, Ruth likes to go, and it's a small enough gesture for me to make. It is Lent, the period of soul-searching and repentance that always precedes Easter, and this morning the church pulpit was draped in purple. The sermon was pleasant enough, its subject guilt and forgiveness. Fitting when one considers the endeavour I have decided to undertake. The minister read from John 14, beseeching the congregation to resist the scaremongers who preach millennial doom, and to find instead an inner peace through Christ. I am the way, the truth, and the life, he read. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. And then he bid us take our example from the faith of Christ's apostles at the dawn of the first millennium. With the exception of Judas, of course. There is not much to recommend itself in the traitor who betrayed Christ for 30 pieces of silver, then hanged himself. It is our habit, after church, to walk the short distance to the high street for morning tea at Maggie's. We always go to Maggie's, though Maggie herself left town with a suitcase and her best friend's husband many years ago. This morning, as we ambled down the gentle slope of Church Street, Ruth's hand on my arm, I noticed the first eager buds emerging on the brambly hedgerows that line the path. The wheel has turned again, and spring is on its way. We rested for a moment on the timber seat beneath the 100-year elm whose mammoth trunk forms the junction of Church and Saffron High Streets. The wintry sun flickered through the lacework of naked branches, thawing my back. Strange these clear, bright days in winter's tale, when one can be hot and cold all at once. When I was a girl, horses and carriages and hansom cabs rolled along these streets. Motor cars, too, after the war, Austins and Tin Lizzies with their goggle-eyed drivers and honking horns. The roads were dusty then, full of potholes and horse manure. Old ladies pushed spoke-wheeled perambulators, and little boys with empty eyes sold newspapers out of boxes. The salt cellar always set up on the corner, where the petrol station is now. Vera Pip, a wiry figure in a cloth cap, thin clay pipe permanently hanging off her lip. I used to hide behind Mother's skirt, watching bug-eyed as Mrs. Pip used a big hook to heave slabs of salt onto her handcart, then a saw and knife to carve them into smaller pieces. She turned up in many a nightmare with her clay pipe and shiny hook. Across the street was the pawnbroker's store, 3 telltale brass balls out front, same as every town across Britain at the dawn of the century. Mother and I visited every Monday to exchange our Sunday best for a few shillings. On Friday, when the mending money came through from the dress shop, she would send me back to collect the clothes, that we might have something to wear to church. The grocer's store was my favourite. It's a photocopy place now, but back in my time it was run by a tall, thin man with a thick accent and thicker eyebrows and his roly-poly wife, who made it their business to fill customers' requests, no matter how unusual. Even during the war, Mr. Georgius was always able to find an extra packet of tea for the right price. To my young eyes, the store was a wonderland. I used to peer through the window, drinking in the bright boxes of Horlick's malt powder and Huntley and Palmer ginger biscuits, luxuries the likes of which we never had at home. On wide, smooth counters sat yellow blocks of butter and cheese, boxes of fresh eggs, still warm sometimes, and dried beans, measured out on brass scales. Some days, the best days, Mother would bring a pot from home, which Mr. Georgius would then spoon full of black treacle. Ruth tapped my arm and hoisted me to my feet, and we set off again down Saffron High Street toward the faded red and white canvas awning of Maggie's. We ordered the usual, 2 cups of English breakfast tea and a scone to share, and sat at the table by the window. The girl who brought our order was new, both to Maggie's and to waitressing, I suspect, judging by the awkward way she clutched a saucer in each hand and balanced the scone plate on a trembling wrist. Ruth looked on disapprovingly, raising her eyebrows at the inevitable pools of tea on the saucers. She was mercifully restrained, however, remaining tight-lipped as she planted paper napkins between our cups and saucers to soak up the spills. We sipped in habitual silence until finally Ruth slid her plate across the table. "You have my half as well. You're looking thin." I considered reminding her of Mrs. Simpson's advice that a woman can never be too rich or too thin, but thought better of it. Her sense of humour, never abundant, had all but deserted her of late. "I am looking thin. My appetite has abandoned me. It's not that I don't hunger, so much as I don't taste. And when one's last brave taste bud curls up and dies, so does any lingering inducement to eat. It is ironic. After striving hopelessly in my youth to affect the fashionable ideal, thin arms, small breasts, no blood, it is now my lot. I am under no misapprehension, however, that it suits me as well as it did Coco Chanel." Ruth dabbed at her mouth, chasing an invisible crumb across her lips, then cleared her throat, folding the napkin in half, and in half again, and tucking it under her knife. "I need a prescription filled at the pharmacy," she said. "Are you happy to sit?" "A prescription?" I said. "Why? What's the matter?" She is in her 60s, the mother of a grown man, and still my heart skips. "Nothing," she said. "Not really." She stood stiffly, then said in a low voice, "Just a little something to help me sleep." I nod. We both know why she doesn't sleep. It sits between us, a shared sadness tied up neatly by our unspoken agreement not to discuss it. Or him. Ruth rushed on, filling the silence. "You stay here while I dash across. It's warm with the heating on." She gathered her handbag and coat and stood considering me for a second. "Don't you go wandering now, will you?" I shook my head as she hurried to the door. It is Ruth's abiding fear that I will disappear if left alone. I wonder where it is she imagines I am so eager to go. Through the window I watched until she vanished amid the people rushing past. All different shapes and sizes. And what clothes! What would Mrs. Townsend have said? A pink-cheeked child wandered by, rugged up like a blimp, dragging behind a busy parent. The child, he or she, it was difficult to tell, regarded me with large round eyes, burdened by none of the social compulsion to smile that afflicts most adults. Memory flashed. I was that child once, long ago, lagging behind my own mother as she hurried along the street. The memory brightened. We had walked by this very shop, although it hadn't been a cafe then, but a butcher's. Ranks of cut meat on white marble slabs lined the window, and beef carcasses swayed over the sawdust-strewn floor. Mr. Hobbins, the butcher, had waved at me, and I remembered wishing Mother would stop, that we would take home with us a lovely ham hock to turn into soup. I lingered by the window, hoping, imagining the soup, ham, leek, and potato, bubbling atop our wood stove, filling our tiny kitchen with its salty film of steam. So vivid was my imagining, I could smell the broth, so that it almost hurt. But Mother didn't stop. She didn't even hesitate. As the tip-tap of her heels drew further and further away, I was seized by an overwhelming instinct to frighten her, to punish her because we were poor, to make her think I was lost. I stayed where I was, certain she would soon realize I was missing and rush back. Maybe, just maybe, relief would overcome her, and she'd decide gladly to purchase the hock. All of a sudden, I was wrenched about and dragged in the direction from which I'd come. It took me a moment to realize what was happening, that the button from my coat was caught in a well-dressed lady's string bag, and I was being led spiritedly away. I remember vividly my little hand reaching out to tap her broad, bustling bottom, only to withdraw, overcome with timidity, as all the while my feet pedalled fiercely to keep up. The other lady crossed the street then, and I with her, and I began to cry. I was lost, and becoming more so with each hurried step. I would never see Mother again, would instead be at the mercy of this strange lady with her fancy clothes. Suddenly, on the other side of the road, I glimpsed Mother striding ahead amongst the other shoppers. Relief! I wanted to call out, but was sobbing too much to catch my breath. I waved my arms, gasping, tears streaming. Then Mother turned and saw. Her face froze. Thin hands leapt to her flat chest, and within a moment she was at my side. The other lady, heretofore oblivious to the stowaway she dragged behind, was now alerted by the commotion. She turned and looked at us, my tall mother with her drawn face and faded skirt, and the tear-streaked urchin I must have seemed. She shook her bag, then clutched it to her chest, horrified. "Get away! Get away from me, or I'll call for the constable!" A number of people had caught the whiff of impending excitement and started to form a circle around us. Mother apologized to the lady, who looked at her the way one might a rat in the larder. Mother tried to explain what had happened, but the lady continued to withdraw. I had little choice but to follow, which caused her to squeal louder. Finally, the constable appeared and demanded to know what all the ruckus was about. "She's trying to steal my bag," the lady said, pointing a shaking finger at me. "That's so?" said the constable. I shook my head, my voice still lost, certain I was to be arrested. Then Mother explained what had happened, about my button and the string bag, and the constable nodded and the lady frowned doubtfully. Then they all looked down at the string bag and saw that my button was indeed caught, and the constable told Mother to help me free. She untangled my button, thanked the constable, apologized again to the lady, then stared at me. I waited to see whether she would laugh or cry. As it turns out, she did both, but not right then. She gripped my brown coat and led me away from the dispersing crowd, stopping only when we turned the corner of Railway Street. As the train bound for London pulled out of the station, she turned to me and hissed, "You wicked girl! I thought I'd lost you. You'll be the death of me, you hear? Do you want that? To kill your own mother?" Then she straightened my coat, shook her head, and took my hand, holding it so tightly it almost hurt. "Sometimes I wish I'd made them take you at the Foundling Hospital after all, so help me God." It was a common refrain when I was naughty, and no doubt the threat contained more than a grain of true feeling. Certainly there were plenty would agree she'd have been better off to have left me at the Foundling. There was nothing so certain as pregnancy to lose a woman her place in service, and Mother's life since my arrival had been a litany of scraping by and making do. I was told the story of my escape from the Foundling orphanage so many times, I sometimes believed I was born knowing it. Mother's train journey to Russell Square in London, with me wrapped and tucked within her coat for warmth, had become for us a legend of sorts. The walk down Grenfell Street and into Guildford Street, folks shaking their heads, knowing full well where she was headed with her tiny parcel. The way she'd recognised the Foundling building from far up the street by the crowd of other young women like herself who milled about outside, swaying dazedly with their mewling babes. Then, most important, the sudden voice, clear as day. "God," said Mother. "Foolishness," said my Aunt Dee, telling her to turn around, that it was her duty to keep her wee baby. The moment, according to family law, for which I should be eternally grateful. On that morning, the day of the button and the string bag, Mother's mention of the Foundling Hospital moved me to silence, though not, as she doubtless believed, because I was reflecting on my good fortune at having been spared its confinement. Rather, I was drifting along the well-trod paths of a favourite childhood fantasy. It cheered me no end to imagine myself at Coram's Foundling Hospital, singing away amongst the other children. I should have had lots of brothers and sisters with whom to play then, not just a tired and cranky mother whose face was lined with disappointments, one of which I feared was me. A presence at my shoulder pulled me back down memory's long passage, back to the here and now. I turned to look at the young woman by my side. It was a moment before I recognised her as the waitress who had brought the tea. She was watching me expectantly. I blinked, focusing. "I think my daughter has already fixed up the bill." "Oh, yes," said the young girl, her voice soft and Irish. "Yes, she has. Fixed up when she ordered." But still she didn't move. "Is there something else, then?" I said. She swallowed. "It's just that Sue in the kitchen says that you're the grandmother of... That is, she says that your grandson is Marcus McCourt, and I'm really, truly his biggest fan. I just love Inspector Adams. I've read every single one." Marcus. The little moth of sorrow fluttered in my chest, the way it always does when someone speaks his name. I smiled at her. "That's very nice to hear. My grandson would be pleased." "I was ever so sorry to read about his wife." I nodded. She hesitated, and I braced for the questions I knew were coming, that always came. Was he still writing the next Inspector Adams? Would it be published soon? I was surprised when decency, or timidity, beat out curiosity. "Well, it was nice meeting you," she said. "I better get back to work, or Sue'll go berserk." She made to leave, then turned back. "You will tell him, won't you? Tell him how much the books mean to me, to all his fans." I gave her my word, though I don't know when I will be able to make good on it. Like most of his generation, he is globe-trotting. Unlike his peers, it is not adventure he craves, but distraction. He has disappeared inside a cloud of his own grief, and I cannot guess his whereabouts. The last I heard was months ago. A postcard of the Statue of Liberty, postmarked California, dated last year. The message simply, "Happy birthday, M." No, it is not so simple as grief. It is guilt that chases him. misplaced guilt over Rebecca's death. He blames himself, believes that if he hadn't left her, things might have gone differently. I worry for him. I understand well the peculiar guilt of tragedy's survivors. Through the window, I could see Ruth across the street. She'd got caught talking with the minister and his wife and hadn't yet reached the pharmacy. With great effort, I eased myself to the edge of my seat, hooked my handbag over my arm, and clutched my cane. Legs trembling, I stood. I had an errand to run. The haberdasher, Mr. Butler, has a tiny shop front on the main street, little more than a hint of striped awning sandwiched between the bakery and a shop selling candles and incense. But beyond the red timber door, with its shiny brass knocker and silver bell, a trove of diverse items belies the modest entrance. Men's hats and ties, school bags and leather luggage, saucepans and hockey sticks, all jostle for space in the deep, narrow store. Mr. Butler is a short man of about 45, with a vanishing hairline, and, I noticed, a vanishing waistline. I remember his father, and his father before him, though I don't ever say so. The young, I have learned, are embarrassed by tales of long ago. This morning he smiled over his glasses and told me how well I was looking. When I was younger, still in my 80s, vanity would have had me believe him. Now I recognize such comments as kindly expressions of surprise I'm still alive. I thanked him anyway, the comment was well meant, and asked whether he had a tape recorder. "To listen to music?" said Mr. Butler. "I wish to speak into it," I said. "Record my words." He hesitated, likely wondering what I could possibly be meaning to tell the tape recorder, then pulled a small black object from his display. "This one ought to do you. It's called a Walkman. All the kids are using them these days." "Yes," I said hopefully. "That looks the thing." He must have sensed my inexperience, for he launched into explanation. "It's easy. You press this one, then talk into here." He leaned forward and indicated a patch of gauze metal on the side of the machine. I could almost taste the camphor on his suit. "That there's the microphone." Ruth was still not back from the pharmacy when I reached Maggie's. Rather than risk more of the waitress's questions, I pulled my coat around me and wilted onto the bus seat outside. The exertion had left me breathless. A cold breeze brought with it a cluster of forgotten items, a confectionery wrapper, some dried leaves, a brown and green duck's feather. They danced along the reaches of the street, resting then twirling in step with each gust. At one point the feather reeled on ahead, embraced by a partner more vigorous than the last, which lifted it and sent it pirouetting up over the shop roofs and out of sight. I thought of Marcus, dancing across the globe in the grip of some unruly tune from which he can't escape. It doesn't take much these days to bring Marcus to mind. In recent nights he has been a constant trespasser on my thoughts, pressed like an exhausted summer flower between images of Hannah and Emmeline and Riverton, my grandson, out of time and out of place. One moment a small boy with dewy skin and wide eyes, the next a grown man, hollowed by love and its loss. I want to see his face again, touch it, his lovely, familiar face, etched as all faces are by the efficient hands of history, coloured with ancestors and a past he knows little about. He will return one day, of that I've little doubt, for home is a magnet that lures back even its most abstracted children. But whether tomorrow or years from now, I cannot guess. And I haven't time to wait. I find myself in time's cold waiting room, shivering as ancient ghosts and echoing voices recede. That is why I've decided to make him a tape. Maybe more than one. I am going to tell him a secret, an old secret, long kept. Initially I thought to write, but having found a ream of yellowed notepaper and a black biro, my fingers failed me. Willing but useless collaborators, capable only of transmuting my thoughts into illegible silver scrawl. It was Sylvia who made me think of a tape recorder. She came across my notepaper during one of her occasional cleaning sprees, timed to avoid the demands of an unfavoured patient. "Been drawing, have you?" she'd said, holding the notepaper aloft, turning it sideways and inclining her head. "Very modern. Quite nice. What's it supposed to be?" "A letter," I said. It was then she told me about Bertie Sinclair's method of recording and receiving letters to play on his cassette machine. "And I don't mind saying he's been much easier since. Less demanding. If he starts complaining about his lumbago, I only have to plug him in, set him off listening to one of his tapes, and he's happy as a lark." I sat on the bus seat, turning the parcel over in my hands, thrilling at the possibilities. I would start as soon as I got home. Ruth waved at me from across the street, smiled a grim smile and started across the pedestrian strip, tucking a pharmacy package into her handbag. "Mum," she scolded as she drew near, "what are you doing out here in the cold?" She looked quickly from side to side. "People will think I made you wait out here." She scooped me up and led me back along the street to her car, my soft-soled shoes silent beside her tapping court heels. On the drive back to Heathview, I watched out the window as street upon street of grey stone cottages slipped past. In one of them, midway along, nestled quietly between two identical others, is the house in which I was born. I glanced at Ruth, but if she noticed, she did not say. No reason she should, of course. We passed that way each Sunday. As we wove along the narrow road and village became countryside, I held my breath, just a little, the way I always do. Just beyond Bridge Road we turned a corner, and there it was, the entrance to Riverton. The lace-winged gates, as tall as lamp-posts, doorway to the whispering tunnel of ancient trees. The gates have been painted white, no longer the gleaming silver of yesteryear. There is a sign affixed now alongside the cast-iron curls that spell Riverton. It reads, "Open to the public, March to October, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Admission, adults £4, children £2. No pass-outs." The tape recording took a little practice. Sylvia, thankfully, was on hand to help. She held the machine before my mouth, and I spoke, at her behest, the first thing that came to mind. "Hello? Hello. This is Grace Bradley speaking. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Sylvia withdrew the Walkman and grinned. "Very professional." She pressed a button, and there came a whirring. "I'm just rewinding so we can hear it back." There was a click as the tape turned to its start. She pressed play, and we both waited. It was the voice of age, faint, worn, almost invisible. A pale ribbon, frayed so that only brittle threads survive. Only the merest flecks of me, my real voice, the one I hear in my head and in my dreams. "Great," Sylvia said. "I'll leave you to it. Sing out if you need me." She made to leave, and I was beset, suddenly, by a sense of nervous expectation. "Sylvia?" She turned. "What is it, doll?" "What will I say?" "Well, I don't know, do I?" She laughed. "Pretend he's sitting here with you. Just tell him what's on your mind." And that is what I did, Marcus. I imagined you on the end of my bed, stretched across my feet as you liked to lie when you were little, and I began to speak. I told you some of what I've been doing, about the film and Ursula. I treaded cautiously around your mother, saying only that she misses you, that she longs to see you. And I told you about the memories I've been having. Not all of them. I have a purpose, and it isn't to bore you with tales from my past. Rather, I told you about the curious sensation that they are becoming more real to me than my life. The way I slip away without warning. I'm disappointed when I open my eyes to see that I am back in 1999. The way the fabric of time is changing. And I'm beginning to feel at home in the past, and a visitor to this strange and blanched experience we agree to call the present. A funny feeling to sit alone in one's room and talk to a small black box. At first I whispered, concerned that the others would hear, that my voice and its secrets would drift down the corridor to the morning room, like a ship's horn floating forlornly into a foreign port. But when Matron popped in with my tablets, her look of surprise set my mind at ease. She has gone now. The pills I have put on the windowsill beside me. I will take them later, but for now I need to be clear-headed. I am watching the sun set over the heath. I like to follow its path as it slips silently behind the far-off band of trees. Today I blink and miss its last farewell. When my eyes open, the ultimate moment has passed, and the shimmering crescent has disappeared, leaving the sky bereft, a clear, cold blue, lacerated by streaks of frosty white. The heath itself shivers in the sudden shadow, and in the distance a train sneaks through the valley fog, electric brakes moaning as it turns toward the village. I glance at my wall clock. It is the 6 o'clock train, filled with people returning from work in Chelmsford and Brentwood, and even London. I see the station in my mind. Not as it is, perhaps, but as it was. The big round station clock suspended over the platform, its steadfast face and diligent hands a stern reminder that time and the trains wait for no man. It has probably been replaced now with a blank, blinking digital device. I wouldn't know. It has been a long time since I visited the station. I see it as it was the morning we waved Alfred off to war. Strings of paper triangles, red and blue, flirting with the breeze. Children racing up and down, weaving in and out, blowing tin whistles and waving Union Jacks. Young men, such young men, starched and eager in their new uniforms and clean boots. And, snaked along the track, the glistening train, anxious to be on its way, to spirit its unsuspecting passengers to a hell of mud and death. But enough of that. I jump too far ahead. The lamps are going out all over Europe. We shall not see them lit again in our lifetime. Lord Grey, British Foreign Secretary, the 3rd of August, 1914. In the West. 1914 slipped toward 1915, and with each passing day went any chance that the war would end by Christmas. A gunshot in a faraway land had sent tremors across the plains of Europe, and the sleeping giant of centuries-old rancour had awoken. Major Hartford was recalled to service, dusted off along with other heroes of long-forgotten campaigns, while Lord Ashbury moved into his London flat and joined the Bloomsbury Home Guard. Mr. Frederick, unfit for armed service on account of a bout of pneumonia in the winter of 1910, swapped motor cars for warplanes, and was issued a special government badge announcing his valuable contribution to a vital war industry. It was cold comfort, said Nancy, who knew about such things, it having always been a dream of Mr. Frederick's to serve with the military. History tells that as 1915 unravelled, the war's true character began to emerge. But history is a faithless teller whose cruel recourse to hindsight makes fools of its actors. For while in France young men battled fear undreamt of, at Riverton 1915 passed much as 1914 had before it. We were aware, of course, that the Western Front had reached a stalemate. Mr. Hamilton kept us well fed with his zealous recitations of the newspaper's grisly fare, and certainly there were enough minor inconveniences to keep folks shaking their heads and tut-tutting the war. But these were tempered by the tremendous flurry of purpose the conflict gave those for whom daily life had become staid, who welcomed the new arena in which to prove their value. Lady Violet joined and formed countless committees, from the locating of suitable billets for suitable Belgian refugees to the organising of motor-car excursions for convalescing officers. All across Britain, young women, and some of the younger boys, too, did their bit for national defence, taking up knitting needles against a sea of troubles, producing a deluge of scarves and socks for the boys at the front. Fanny, unable to knit but anxious to impress Mr. Frederick with her patriotism, threw herself into the coordination of such enterprises, organising for knitted goods to be boxed and mailed to France. Even Lady Clementine showed a rare community spirit, billeting one of Lady Violet's sanctioned Belgians, an elderly lady with poor English but fine enough manners to mask the fact, whom Lady Clementine proceeded to probe for all the most ghastly details of invasion. As December approached, Lady Jemima, Fanny, and the Hartford children were summoned to Riverton, where Lady Violet was determined to celebrate a traditional Christmas season. Fanny would have preferred to stay in London, far more exciting, but was unable to refuse the summons of a woman whose son she hoped to marry. Never mind that the son himself was firmly stationed elsewhere, and firmly set against her. She had little choice but to steel herself to long winter weeks in country Essex. She managed to look bored as only the very young can, and spent the time moving herself from room to room, striking pretty poses on the off chance Mr. Frederick should make an unscheduled return home. Jemima suffered by comparison, seemingly plumper and plainer than the year before. There was, however, one arena in which she outshone her counterpart. She was not only married, but married to a hero. When the Major's letters arrived, carried solemnly by Mr. Hamilton on a polished silver salver, Jemima was thrust centre stage. Receiving the letter with a gracious nod, she would pause a jot beneath respectfully lowered eyelids, sigh like endurance herself, then slit the envelope and seize its precious cargo. The letter would then be read in suitably solemn tones to a captivated and captive audience. Meanwhile, upstairs, for Hannah and Emmeline, time was dragging. They had already been at Riverton a fortnight, and with ghastly weather forcing them indoors and no lessons to distract them, Miss Prince being engaged in war work, they were running out of things to do. They'd played every game they knew, cat's cradle, jacks, gold miner, which, as far as I could figure, required one to scratch a spot on the other's arm until blood or boredom won out. They'd helped Mrs. Townsend with the Christmas baking until they were ill from pilfered pastry dough, and they'd coerced Nanny Brown into unlocking the attic storeroom so they could climb amongst dusty, forgotten treasures. But it was the game they longed to play. I'd seen Hannah fossicking inside the Chinese box, rereading old adventures when she thought no one was looking. And for that they needed David, not due from Eton for another week. On an afternoon in late November, while I was up in the linen room preparing the best tablecloths for Christmas, Emmeline burst in. She stood for a moment, scanning, then marched to the warm closet. She pulled the door open, and a ring of soft candlelight spilled onto the floor. "Aha!" she said triumphantly. "I knew you'd be here." She held out her hands, uncurled her fingers, to reveal 2 white sugar mice, sticky around the edges. "From Mrs. Townsend." A long arm appeared from the dim inside, retreated with a mouse. Emmeline licked her own gooey load. "I'm bored. What are you doing?" "Reading," came the response. "What are you reading?" Silence. Emmeline peered into the closet, wrinkled her nose. "War of the Worlds? Again?" There was no answer. Emmeline took another long, thoughtful lick of her sugar mouse, observed him from all angles, rubbed at a stray cotton thread that had adhered to his ear. "I know," she said suddenly. "We could go to Mars. When David gets here." Silence. "There'll be Martians, good ones and evil ones, and untold dangers." Like all younger siblings, Emmeline had made it her life's work to master the predilections of her sister and brother. She didn't need to look to know she'd hit her mark. "We'll put it to the council," came the voice. Emmeline squealed excitedly, clapped her sticky hands together, and lifted a boot-clad foot to clamber into the closet. "And we can tell David it was my idea?" she said. "Watch the candle. I can colour the map red instead of green for a change. Is it true that trees are red on Mars?" "Of course they are. So is the water, and the soil, and the canals, and the craters." "Craters?" "Big, deep, dark holes where the Martians keep their children." An arm appeared and began to pull the door closed. "Like wells," said Emmeline, "but deeper, darker." "Why do they keep their children there?" "So no one sees the hideous experiments they've performed on them." "What kind of experiments?" came Emmeline's breathless voice. "You'll find out," said Hannah, "if David ever gets here." This is the end of CD 3. The book continues on CD 4. CD 4. Downstairs, as ever, our lives were murky mirrors to those above. One evening, when the household had all retired to bed, the staff gathered by the raging servants' hall fire. Mr. Hamilton and Mrs. Townsend formed bookends either side, while Nancy, Katy, and I huddled between on dining chairs, squinting in the flickering firelight at the scarves we were dutifully knitting. A cold wind lashed against the window panes, and insurgent draughts set Mrs. Townsend's jars of dry goods to quivering on the kitchen shelf. Mr. Hamilton shook his head and cast aside the Times. He removed his glasses and rubbed at his eyes. "More bad news." Mrs. Townsend looked up from the Christmas menu she was planning, cheeks red from the fire. "The worst, Mrs. Townsend." He returned his glasses to the bridge of his nose. "More losses at Ypres." He rose from his seat and moved to the sideboard where he had spread out a map of Europe, host to a score of miniature military figurines, David's old set, I think, retrieved from the attic, representing different armies and different campaigns. He removed the Duke of Wellington from a point in France and replaced him with 2 German hussars. "I don't like this at all," he said to himself. Mrs. Townsend sighed. "And I don't like this at all." She tapped her pen on the menu. "How am I supposed to prepare Christmas dinner for the family with no butter or tea or even turkey to speak of?" "No turkey, Mrs. Townsend?" Katy gaped. "Not so much as a wing." "But whatever will you serve?" Mrs. Townsend shook her head. "Don't go getting in a flap now. I dare say I'll manage, my girl. I always do, don't I?" "Yes, Mrs. Townsend," said Katy gravely. "I must say you do." Mrs. Townsend peered down her nose, satisfied herself there was no irony intended, and returned her attention to the menu. I was trying to concentrate on my knitting, but when I dropped the 3rd stitch in as many rows, I cast it aside, frustrated, and stood up. Something had been bothering me all evening, something I had witnessed in the village that I didn't rightly understand. I straightened my apron and approached Mr. Hamilton, who, it seemed to me, knew just about everything. "Mr. Hamilton," I said tentatively. He turned toward me, peered over his glasses, the Duke of Wellington still pinched between 2 long tapered fingertips. "What is it, Grace?" I glanced back to where the others sat, engaged in animated discussion. "Well, girl," Mr. Hamilton said, "cat got your tongue?" I cleared my throat.
"No, Mr. Hamilton," I said. "It's just... I wanted to ask you about something. Something I saw in the village today."
"Yes," he said. "Speak up, my girl."
I glanced toward the door. "Where is Alfred, Mr. Hamilton?"
He frowned. "Upstairs, serving sherry." "Why? What's Alfred got to do with all this?"
"It's just... I saw Alfred today, in the village."
"Yes," Mr. Hamilton said. "He was running an errand for me."
"I know, Mr. Hamilton. I saw him at McWhirter's. And I saw when he came out of the store."
I pressed my lips together. Some unaccountable reticence made me loath to speak the rest.
"He was given a white feather, Mr. Hamilton."
"A white feather?" Mr. Hamilton's eyes widened, and the Duke of Wellington was released unceremoniously onto the table. I nodded, remembering Alfred's shift in manner, the way he'd been stopped in his jaunty tracks. Had stood, dazed, feather in hand, as passers-by slowed to whisper knowingly at one another. Had dropped his gaze and hurried away, shoulders bent and head low. "A white feather!" To my chagrin, Mr. Hamilton said this loudly enough to draw the attention of the others. "What's that, Mr. Hamilton?" Mrs. Townsend peered over her glasses. He brushed a hand down his cheek and across his lips, shook his head in disbelief. "Alfred was given a white feather." "No!" Mrs. Townsend gasped, plump hand leaping to her chest. "He never was! Not a white feather! Not our Alfred!" "How do you know?" Nancy said. "Grace saw it happen," Mr. Hamilton said, "this morning in the village." I nodded, my heart beginning to race with the uneasy sense of having opened the Pandora's box of someone else's secret, being unable now to close it. "It's preposterous," Mr. Hamilton said, straightening his waistcoat. He returned to his seat and hooked his spectacles over his ears. "Alfred is not a coward. He's serving the war effort every day he helps keep this household running. He has an important position with an important family."
"But it's not the same as fighting, is it, Mr. Hamilton?" said Katy.
"It most certainly is," blustered Mr. Hamilton. "There's a role for each of us in this war, Katy, even you. It's our duty to preserve the ways of this fine country of ours, so that when the soldiers return victorious, the society they remember will be waiting for them."
"So, even when I'm washing pots, I'm helping the war effort?" said Katy in wonderment.
"Not the way you wash 'em," Mrs. Townsend said. "Yes, Katy," Mr. Hamilton said, "by keeping up with your duties and by knitting your scarves, you're doing your bit." He shot glances at Nancy and me. "We all are."
"It doesn't seem enough, if you ask me," Nancy said, her head bowed.
"What's that, Nancy?" Mr. Hamilton said. Nancy stopped knitting and laid her bony hands in her lap.
"Well," she said cautiously, "take Alfred, for example. He's a young, fit man. Surely he'd be of better use helping the other boys what are over there in France. Anyone can pour sherry."
"Anyone can pour—" Mr. Hamilton paled. "You, of all people, should know that domestic service is a skill to which not all are suited, Nancy." Nancy flushed.
"Of course, Mr. Hamilton. I never meant to suggest otherwise."
She fidgeted with the marbles of her knuckles.
I suppose I've just been feeling a bit useless myself of late."
Mr. Hamilton was about to denounce such feelings when all of a sudden Alfred came clattering down the stairs and into the room. Mr. Hamilton's mouth dropped shut, and we fell into a conspiracy of collective silence.
"Alfred," Mrs. Townsend said at last, "whatever's the matter, racing down them stairs like that?" She cast about and found me. "You scared poor Grace half to death. Poor girl nearly jumped out of her skin."
I smiled weakly at Alfred, for I hadn't been frightened at all. Merely surprised, like everyone else. And sorry. I should never have asked Mr. Hamilton about the feather. I was becoming fond of Alfred. He was kind-hearted, and had often taken time to draw me from my shell. To discuss his embarrassment while his back was turned made a fool of him somehow.
"I'm sorry, Grace," Alfred said. "It's just Master David has arrived."
"Yes," Mr. Hamilton said, looking at his watch, "as we expected. Dawkins was to collect him from the station off the 10 o'clock train. Mrs. Townsend has his supper ready, if you care to take it up." Alfred nodded, catching up his breath. "I know that, Mr. Hamilton," he swallowed. "It's just Master David. He has someone with him. From Eton. I believe it's Lord Hunter's son." I take a breath. You once told me that there is a point in most stories from which there is no return. When all the central characters have made their way on stage and the scene is set for the drama to unfold. The storyteller relinquishes control, and the characters begin to move of their own accord. Robbie Hunter's entrance brings this story to the edge of the Rubicon. Am I going to cross it? Perhaps it is not yet too late to turn back, to fold them all away gently between layers of tissue paper in the boxes of my memory. I smile, for I am no more able to stop this story than I am to halt the march of time. I am not romantic enough to imagine it wants to be told, but I am honest enough to acknowledge that I want to tell it. And so, to Robbie Hunter. Early next morning, Mr. Hamilton called me to his pantry, closed the door gently behind, and conferred on me a dubious honour. Every winter, each of the 10,000 books, journals, and manuscripts housed in the Riverton Library was removed, dusted, and re-shelved. This annual ritual had been an institution since 1846. It was Lord Ashbury's mother's rule originally. She was mad for dust, said Nancy, and she rightly had her reasons. For one night in the late autumn, Lord Ashbury's little brother, a month shy of his 3rd year and favoured by all who knew him, fell into a sleep from which he never awoke. Though she could find no doctor would support her claim, his mother was convinced that her youngest boy caught his death in the ancient dust that hung in the air. In particular, she blamed the library, for that was where the 2 boys had spent the fateful day, playing make-believe amongst the maps and charts that described the voyages of long-ago forebears. Lady Geetha Ashbury was not one to be trifled with. She put aside her grief to draw from the same well of courage and determination that saw her abandon her homeland, her family, and her dowry for the sake of love. She declared immediate war, summoned her troops, and commanded them banish the insidious adversaries. They cleaned day and night for a week before she was finally satisfied that the last hint of dust was vanquished. Only then did she weep for her tiny boy. Each year thereafter, as the final coloured leaves fell from the trees outside, the ritual was scrupulously reenacted. Even after her death the custom remained. And in the year 1915 it was I who was charged with satisfying the former Lady Ashbury's memory. Partly, I'm sure, as penalty for having observed Alfred in town the day before. Mr. Hamilton gave me no thanks for bringing the spectre of war shame home to Riverton. "You will be released early from your usual duties this week, Grace," he said, smiling thinly from behind his desk. "Each morning you will proceed directly to the library, where you will begin in the gallery and work your way down to the shelves on the ground level." Then he bid me equip myself with a pair of cotton gloves, a damp cloth, and an acquiescence befitting the awesome tedium of the chore. "Remember, Grace," he said, hands pressed firmly on his desk, fingers wide apart, "Lord Ashbury is very serious about dust. You have been given a great responsibility, and one for which you should be thankful." His homily was interrupted by a knock at the pantry door. "Come in," he called, frowning down his long nose. The door opened, and Nancy burst through, thin frame, nervous as a spider's. "Mr. Hamilton," she said, "come quickly. There's something upstairs that needs your immediate attention." He stood directly, slipped his black coat from a hanger on the back of the door, and hurried up the stairs. Nancy and I followed close behind. There, in the main entrance hall, stood Dudley the gardener, fumbling his woolen hat from one chapped hand to the other. Lying at his feet, still ripe with sap, was an enormous Norway spruce, freshly hewn. "Mr. Dudley," Mr. Hamilton said, "what are you doing here?" "I've brought the Christmas tree, Mr. Hamilton." "I can see that, but what are you doing here?" He indicated the grand hall, dropping his gaze to take in the tree. "More importantly, what is this doing here? It's huge." "Aye, she's a beauty," said Dudley gravely, looking upon the tree as another might a mistress. "I have had my eye on her for years, just biding my time, letting her reach her full glory. And this Christmas she's all growed up." He looked solemnly at Mr. Hamilton. "A little too growed up." Mr. Hamilton turned to Nancy. "What in heaven's name is going on?" Nancy's hands were clenched into fists by her side, her mouth drawn tight as a crosspatch. "It won't fit, Mr. Hamilton. He tried to stand it in the drawing-room where it always goes, but it's a foot too tall." "But didn't you measure it?" Mr. Hamilton said to the gardener. "Oh, yes, sir," said Dudley, "but I never was much of a one for arithmetic." "Then take out your saw and remove a foot, man." Mr. Dudley shook his head sadly. "I would, sir, but I'm afeared there's not a foot left to remove. The trunk's already short as can be, and I can't go taking none from the top now, can I?" He looked at us plainly. "Where would the pretty angel sit?" We all stood pondering this predicament, the seconds yawning across the marble hall, each of us aware the family would soon appear for breakfast. Finally, Mr. Hamilton made a pronouncement. "I suppose there's nothing for it, then. Short of lopping the top and leaving the angel with neither perch nor purpose, we'll have to stray from tradition, just this once, and erect it in the library." "The library, Mr. Hamilton?" Nancy said. "Yes, beneath the glass dome." He looked witheringly at Dudley. "Where she'll be sure and achieve her full postural opportunity." So it was, on the morning of the 1st of December 1915, as I perched high atop the library gallery at the furthest end of the furthest shelf, steeling myself to a week of dusting, that a precocious pine stood glorious in the library centre, uppermost limbs pointing ecstatically to the heavens. I was level with her crown, and the fecund scent of pine was strong, impregnating the library's lazy atmosphere of warm dustiness. The gallery of the Riverton Library ran lengthways, high above the room itself, and it was hard not to be distracted. Reluctance to begin is quick to befriend procrastination, and the view of the room below was tremendous. It is a universal truth that no matter how well one knows a scene, to observe it from above is something of a revelation. I stood by the railings and peered over, beyond the tree. The library, usually so vast and imposing, took on the appearance of a stage set. Ordinary items, the Steinway and Sons grand piano, the oak writing desk, Lord Ashbury's globe, were suddenly rendered smaller, Erzart's versions of themselves, and gave the impression of having been arranged to suit a cast of players, yet to make its entrance. The sitting area, in particular, bore a theatrical spirit of anticipation. The lounge at centre stage, the armchairs either side, pretty in William Morris skirts, the rectangle of winter sunlight that draped across the piano and onto the oriental rug. Props, all, patiently awaiting actors to take their marks. What kind of play would actors perform, I wondered, in such a setting as this? A comedy? A tragedy? A play of modern manners? Thus I could happily have procrastinated all day, but for the persistent voice inside my ear, Mr. Hamilton's voice, reminding me of Lord Ashbury's reputation for random dust inspections. And so, reluctantly, I abandoned such thoughts and withdrew the first book, dusted it, front, back, and spine, then replaced it and withdrew the second. By mid-morning I had finished 5 of the 10 gallery shelves and was poised to begin the next. A small mercy, having begun with the higher shelves, I had finally reached the lower, and would be able to sit while I worked. After dusting hundreds of books, my hands had become practised, performing their task automatically, which was just as well, for my mind had numbed to a halt. I had just plucked the 6th spine from the 6th shelf when an impertinent piano note, sharp and sudden, trespassed on the room's winter stillness. I spun around involuntarily, peering down beyond the tree. Standing at the piano, fingers brushing silently the ivory surface, was a young man I'd never seen before. I knew who he was, though, even then. It was Master David's friend from Eton, Lord Hunter's son, who'd arrived in the night. He was handsome, but who amongst the young is not? With him it was something more, the beauty of stillness. Alone in the room, his dark eyes grave beneath a line of dark brows, he gave the impression of sorrow past, deeply felt and poorly mended. He was tall and lean, though not so as to appear lanky, and his brown hair fell longer than was the fashion, some ends escaping others to brush against his collar, his cheekbone. I watched him survey the library slowly, deliberately from where he stood. His gaze rested finally on a painting. Blue canvas etched in black to depict the crouching figure of a woman, her back turned to the artist. The painting hung furtively on the far wall, between 2 bulbous Chinese urns in blue and white. He moved to inspect it closely, and there he remained. His utter absorption made him fascinating, and my sense of propriety was no match for my curiosity. The books along the 6th shelf languished, spines dull with the year's dust, as I watched. He leaned back, almost imperceptibly, then forwards again, his concentration absolute. His fingers, I noticed, fell long and silent at his side, inert. He was still standing, head tilted to the side, pondering the painting, when behind him the library door burst open and Hannah appeared, clutching the Chinese box. "David! At last! We've had the best idea! This time we can go to—" She stopped, startled, as Robbie turned and regarded her. A smile was slow to his lips, but when it came, all hint of melancholy was swept away so completely, I wondered if I'd imagined it. Without its serious demeanour, his face was boyish, smooth, almost pretty. "Forgive me," she said, cheeks suffused with pink surprise, pale hair escaping from her bow. "I thought you were someone else." She rested the box on the corner of the lounge, and, as an afterthought, straightened her white pinafore. "You're forgiven." A smile, more fleeting than the first, and he returned his attention to the painting. Hannah stared at his back, confusion plucking at her fingertips. She was waiting, as was I, for him to turn, to take her hand,
to tell her his name, as was only polite. "Imagine communicating so much with so little," was what he finally said. Hannah looked toward the painting, but his back obscured it, and she could offer no opinion. She took a deep breath, confounded. "It's incredible," he continued. "Don't you think?" His impertinence left her little choice but to accede, and she joined him by the painting. "Grandfather's never liked it much." An attempt to sound breezy. "He thinks it miserable and indecent. That's why he hides it here." "Do you find it miserable and indecent?" She looked at the painting, as if for the first time. "Miserable, perhaps, but not indecent." Robbie nodded. Nothing so honest could ever be indecent. Hannah stole a glance at his profile, and I wondered when she was going to ask him who he was, how he came to be admiring the paintings in her grandfather's library. She opened her mouth, but found no words forthcoming. "Why does your grandfather hang it if he finds it indecent?" said Robbie. "It was a gift," Hannah said, pleased to be asked a question she could answer, "from an important Spanish count who came for the hunt. It's Spanish, you know." "Yes," he said. "Picasso. I've seen his work before." Hannah raised an eyebrow, and Robbie smiled. "In a book my mother showed me. She was born in Spain, had family there." "Spain," said Hannah wondrously. "Have you been to Cuenca? Seville? Have you visited Alcazar?" "No," said Robbie, "but with all my mother's stories I feel I know the place. I always promised we'd go back together some day. Like birds, we'd escape the English winter." "Not this winter?" Hannah said. He looked at her, bemused. "I'm sorry, I presumed you knew. My mother's dead." As my breath caught in my throat, the door opened and David strolled through. "I see you two have met," he said with a lazy grin. David had grown taller since last I'd seen him. Or had he? Perhaps it was nothing so obvious as that. Perhaps it was the way he walked, the way he held himself that made him seem older, more adult, less familiar. Hannah nodded, shifted uncomfortably to the side. She glanced at Robbie, but if she had plans to speak, to put things right between them, the moment was over too soon. The door flew open and Emmeline charged into the room. "David," she said, "at last! We've been so bored. We've been dying to play the game. Hannah and I have already decided where—" She looked up, saw Robbie. "Oh, hello. Who are you?" "Robbie Hunter," David said. "You've already met Hannah. This is my baby sister, Emmeline. Robbie's come up from Eton." "Are you staying the weekend?" Emmeline said, shooting a glance at Hannah. "A bit longer, if you'll have me," said Robbie. "Robbie didn't have plans for Christmas," said David. "I thought he might as well spend it here, with us." "The whole Christmas vacation?" said Hannah. David nodded. "We could do with some extra company, stuck all the way out here. We'll go mad otherwise." I could feel Hannah's irritation from where I sat. Her hands had come to rest on the Chinese box. She was thinking of the game. Rule number 3, only 3 may play. Imagined episodes, anticipated adventures were slipping away. Hannah looked at David, her gaze a clear accusation he pretended not to see. "Look at the size of that tree," he said with heightened cheer. "We'd better get decorating if we hope to finish by Christmas." His sisters remained where they were. "Come on, Emmy," he said, lowering the box of decorations from the table to the floor, avoiding Hannah's eye. "Show Robbie how it's done." Emmeline looked at Hannah. She was torn, I could tell.
She shared her sister's disappointment, had been longing to play the game herself, but she was also the youngest of 3, had grown up playing third wheel to her 2 older siblings, and now David had singled her out, had chosen her to join him. The opportunity to form a pair at the expense of the third was irresistible. David's affection, his company, too precious to refuse. She sneaked a glance at Hannah, then grinned at David, took the parcel he handed her, and started to unwrap glass icicles, holding them up for Robbie's edification. Hannah, meanwhile, knew when she was beaten. While Emmeline exclaimed over forgotten decorations, Hannah straightened her shoulders, dignity in defeat, and carried the Chinese box from the room. David watched her go, had the decency to look sheepish. When she returned, empty-handed, Emmeline looked up. "Hannah," she said, "you'll never believe it. Robbie says he's never even seen a Dresden cherub." Hannah walked stiffly to the carpet and knelt down. David sat at the piano, fanned his fingers an inch above the ivory. He lowered them slowly onto the keys, coaxing the instrument to life with gentle scales. Only when the piano and those of us listening were lulled and unsuspecting did he begin to play. A piece of music I believe to be amongst the most beautiful ever written, Chopin's Waltz in C-sharp minor. Impossible as it now seems, that day in the library was the first music I had ever heard. Real music, I mean. I had vague recollections of Mother singing to me when I was very little, before her back got sore and the songs dried up, and Mr. Connolly from across the street had used to take out his flute and play maudlin Irish tunes when he had drunk too much at the public house of a Friday night. But it had never been like this. I leaned the side of my face against the rails and closed my eyes, abandoned myself to the glorious, aching notes. I cannot truly say how well he played. With what would I compare it? But to me it was flawless, as all fine memories are. While the final notes still shimmered in the sunlit air, I heard Emmeline say, "Now let me play something, David. That's hardly Christmas music." I opened my eyes as she started a proficient rendition of "O Come All Ye Faithful." She played well enough, the music pretty, but a spell had been broken. "Can you play?" Robbie said, looking toward Hannah, who sat cross-legged on the floor, conspicuously quiet. David laughed. "Hannah has many skills, but musicality is not amongst them." He grinned. "Although, who knows, after all the secret lessons I hear you've been taking in the village." Hannah glanced at Emmeline, who shrugged contritely. "It just slipped out." "I prefer words," Hannah said coolly. She unwrapped a bundle of tin soldiers and laid them in her lap. "They're more apt to do as I ask of them." "Robbie writes too," David said. "He's a poet, a damn fine one. Had a few pieces published in the College Chronicle this year." He held up a glass ball, shooting splinters of prism light onto the carpet below. "What was the one I liked? The one about the decaying temple." The door opened then, stifling Robbie's answer, and Alfred appeared, carrying a tray laden with gingerbread men, sugar plums, and paper cornucopias filled with nuts. "Pardon me, miss," Alfred said, laying the tray atop the drinks table. "Mrs. Townsend sent these up for the tree." "Oh, lovely," Emmeline said, stopping mid-song and racing across to pick out a sugar plum. As he was turning to leave, Alfred glanced surreptitiously toward the gallery and caught my prying eye. As the Hartfords turned their attention back to the tree, he slipped around behind and climbed the spiral staircase to meet me. "How's it coming along?" "Fine," I whispered, my voice odd to my own ears through lack of use. I glanced guiltily at the book in my lap, the empty place on the shelf. 6 books along.
He followed my gaze and raised his eyebrows. "Just as well I'm here to help you, then." "But won't Mr. Hamilton—" "He won't miss me for a half-hour or so." He smiled at me and pointed to the far end. "I'll start up that way, and we can meet in the middle." I nodded. Gratitude and reticence combined. Alfred pulled a cloth from his coat pocket and a book from the shelf and sat on the floor. I watched him, seemingly engrossed in his task, turning the book over methodically, ridding it of all dust, then returning it to the shelf and withdrawing the next. He looked like a child, turned by magic to a man's size, sitting there cross-legged, intent on his chore, brown hair, usually so tidy, flopping forward to swing in sympathy with the movement of his arm. He glanced sideways, caught my eye just as I turned my head. His expression sparked a surprising frisson beneath my skin. I blushed, despite myself. Would he think I had been looking at him? Was he still looking at me? I didn't dare check, in case he mistook my attention. And yet, my skin prickled under his imagined gaze. It had been like this for days. Something sat between us that I could not rightly name. The ease I had come to expect with him had evaporated, replaced by awkwardness, a confusing tendency toward wrong turns and misunderstandings. I wondered whether blame lay with the white feather episode. Perhaps he'd seen me gawking in the street. Worse, he'd learned it was I who'd blabbed to Mr. Hamilton and the others downstairs. I made a show of polishing thoroughly the book in my lap and looked pointedly away, through the rails and onto the stage below. Perhaps if I ignored Alfred, the discomfort would pass as blindly as the time. Watching the Hartfords again, I felt detached, as a viewer who had dozed off during a performance, awoken to find the scenery had changed and the dialogue moved on. I focused on their voices, drifting up through the diaphanous winter light, foreign and remote. Emmeline was showing Robbie Mrs. Townsend's sweets tray, and the older siblings were discussing the war. Hannah looked up from the silver star she was threading onto a fur frond, stunned. "But when do you leave?" "Early next year," David said, excitement colouring his cheeks. "But when did you... how long have you..." He shrugged. "I've been thinking about it for ages. You know me. I love a good adventure." Hannah looked at her brother. She had been disappointed by Robbie's unexpected presence, the inability to play the game, but this new betrayal was much more deeply felt. Her voice was cold. "Does Pa know?" "Not exactly," David said. "He won't let you go." How relieved she sounded, how certain. "He won't have a choice," said David. "He won't know I've gone until I'm safe and sound on French soil." "What if he finds out?" Hannah said. "He won't," David said, "because no one's going to tell him." He eyed her pointedly. "Anyway, he can make all the petty arguments he wants, but he can't stop me. I won't let him. I'm not going to miss out just because he did. I'm my own man. It's about time Pa realized that. Just because he's had a miserable life." "David," said Hannah sharply. "It's true," said David, "even if you won't see it. He's been stuck under Grandmama's thumb all his life. He married a woman who couldn't stand him. He fails at every business he turns his hand to." "David!" said Hannah, and I felt her indignation. She glanced at Emmeline, satisfied herself that she was not within earshot. "You have no loyalty. You ought to be ashamed." David met Hannah's eyes and lowered his voice. "I won't let him inflict his bitterness on me. It's pitiable." "What are you two talking about?" This was Emmeline, returned with a handful of sugared nuts. Her brows knitted. "You're not rowing, are you?" "Of course not," said David, managing a weak smile as Hannah glowered. "I was just telling Hannah I'm going to France. To war." "How exciting! Are you going too, Robbie?" Robbie nodded. "I ought to have known," said Hannah. David ignored her. "Someone's got to look after this fellow." He grinned at Robbie. "Can't let him have all the fun." I caught something in his glance as he spoke. Admiration, perhaps? Affection? Hannah had seen it too. Her lips tightened. She had decided whom to blame for David's desertion. "Robbie's going to war to escape his old man," said David. "Why?" said Emmeline excitedly. "What did he do?" Robbie shrugged. "The list is long, and its keeper bitter." "Give us a little hint," Emmeline said. "Please." Her eyes widened. "I know. He's threatened to cut you from his will." Robbie laughed, a dry, humourless laugh. "Hardly." He rolled a glass icicle between two fingers. "Quite the opposite." Emmeline frowned. "He's threatened to put you into his will?" "He'd like us to play happy families," Robbie said. "You don't want to be happy," Hannah said coolly. "I don't want to be a family," Robbie said. "I prefer to be alone." Emmeline's eyes widened. "I couldn't bear to be alone without Hannah and David. And Pa, of course." "It's different for people like you," Robbie said quietly. "Your family has done you no wrong." "Yours has?" Hannah said. There was a pause in which all eyes, including mine, focused on Robbie. I held my breath. I already knew of Robbie's father. On the night of Robbie's unexpected arrival at Riverton, as Mr. Hamilton and Mrs. Townsend initiated a flurry of supper and accommodation arrangements, Nancy had leaned over and confided what she knew. Robbie was son to the newly titled Lord Hastings Hunter, a scientist who had made his name and his fortune in the discovery of a new sort of glass that could be baked in the oven. He had bought a huge manor outside Cambridge, given a room over to his experiments, and he and his wife had proceeded to live the life of the landed gentry. This boy, said Nancy, was the result of an affair with his parlour-maid, a Spanish girl with hardly a word of English. Lord Hunter had grown tired of her as her belly grew, but had agreed to keep her on and educate the boy in return for silence. Her silence had driven her mad, driven her finally to take her own life. It was a shame, Nancy had said, drawing breath and shaking her head, a serving-maid mistreated, a boy grown up fatherless. Who wouldn't have sympathy for the pair of them? All the same, she had looked at me knowingly, her ladyship wasn't going to appreciate this unexpected guest. Birds of a feather need to flock together. Her meaning had been clear. There were titles, and there were titles. Those that were of the blood, and those that glistened shiny as a new motor car. Robbie Hunter, son, illegitimate or not, of a newly titled lord, was not good enough for the likes of the Hartfords, and thus not good enough for the likes of us. "Well," said Emmeline, "do tell us. You must. What's your father done that's so terrible?" "What is this?" David said, smiling. "The Inquisition?" He turned to Robbie. "Apologies, Hunter. They're a snoopy pair. They don't receive much company." Emmeline smiled and tossed a handful of paper at him. It fell far short of its mark and fluttered back upon the pile that had amassed beneath the tree. "It's all right," Robbie said, straightening. He flicked a strand of hair from his eyes. "Since my mother's death, my father has reclaimed me." "Reclaimed you?" said Emmeline, frowning. "After happily consigning me to a life of ignominy, he now finds he needs an heir. It seems his wife can't provide one." Emmeline looked from David to Hannah for translation. "So, Robbie's going to war," said David, "to be free." "I'm sorry about your mother," Hannah said grudgingly. "Oh, yes," Emmeline cut in, her childish face a model of practised sympathy. "You must miss her terribly. I miss our own mother dreadfully, and I didn't even know her. She died when I was born." She sighed. "And now you're going to war to escape your cruel father. It's like something in a novel." "A melodrama," said Hannah. "A romance," said Emmeline eagerly. She unrolled a parcel, and a group of hand-dipped candles fell onto her lap, releasing the scent of cinnamon and hemlock. "Grandmamma says it's every man's duty to go to war. She says those that stay home are shirkers." Up in the gallery, my skin prickled. I glanced at Alfred, then looked away quickly when he met my gaze. His cheeks were blazing, eyes loud with self-reproach, just as they had been the day in the village. He stood up abruptly, dropped his cleaning rag, but when I reached to return it to him, he shook his head, refused to meet my eyes, and murmured something about Mr. Hamilton wondering where he was. I watched helplessly as he hurried down the staircase and slipped from the library, unnoticed by the Hartford children. Then I cursed my lack of self-possession. Turning from the tree, Emmeline glanced at Hannah. "Grandmamma's disappointed in Pa. She thinks he's got it easy." "She's got nothing to be disappointed about," Hannah said hotly, "and Pa's most certainly not got it easy. He'd be over there in an instant if he could." A heavy silence fell upon the room, and I was conscious of my own breaths, grown fast in sympathy with Hannah. "Don't be cross with me," Emmeline said sulkily. "It's Grandmamma who said it, not me." "Old witch!" said Hannah fiercely. "Pa's doing what he's able for the war. That's all any of us can do." "Hannah would like to be joining us at the front," David said to Robbie. "She and Pa just won't understand that war is no place for women and old men with bad chests." "That's rubbish, David," said Hannah. "What?" he said. "The bit about war not being for women and old men, or the bit about you wanting to join the fight?" "You know I'd be just as much use as you. I've always been good at making strategic decisions. You said—" "This is real, Hannah," said David abruptly. "It's a war, with real guns, real bullets, and real enemies. It's not make-believe. It's not some children's game." I drew breath. Hannah looked as if she'd been slapped. "You can't live in a fantasy world all your life," David continued. "You can't spend the rest of your life inventing adventures, writing about things that never really happened, playing a made-up character." "David!" cried Emmeline. She glanced at Robbie, then back at David. Her bottom lip trembled as she said, "Rule number 1. The game is secret." David looked at Emmeline and his face softened. "You're right. I'm sorry, Emmy." "It's secret," she whispered. "It's important." "Course it is," said David. He tousled Emmeline's hair. "Come on, don't be upset." He leaned to peer into the decoration box. "Hey," he said, "look who I found. It's Mabel." He held aloft a glass Nuremberg angel, with wings of spun glass, a crinkled gold skirt, and a pious wax face. "She's your favourite, right? Should I put her up on top?" "Can I do it this year?" Emmeline said, wiping at her eyes.
Upset though she might have been, she wasn't going to let an opportunity pass. David looked at Hannah, pretending to inspect the palm of her hand. "What do you say, Hannah? Any objections?" Hannah looked at him squarely, coldly.
"Please," said Emmeline, jumping to her feet, a flurry of skirts and wrapping paper. "You two always put her up. I've never had a turn. I'm not a baby any more."
David made a show of deep consideration. "How old are you now?"
11, said Emmeline.
11, repeated David. Practically 12.
Emmeline nodded eagerly. "All right," he said finally. He nodded at Robbie, smiled. "Give me a hand?" Between them, they carried the decorating ladder to the tree, seated the base amongst the crumpled paper that was strewn across the floor. "Ooh!" Emmeline giggled, beginning to climb, the angel clutched in one hand. "I'm just like Jack climbing his beanstalk." She continued until she reached the second to last rung. She stretched the hand that held the angel, reaching for the treetop, which remained tantalizingly aloof. "Bully," she said under her breath. She glanced down at the 3 upturned faces. "Almost. Just one more." "Careful," David said. "Is there something you can hold on to?" She reached out with her free hand and clutched a flimsy bough of fir, then did the same with the other. Very slowly she lifted her left foot and placed it carefully on the top rung. I held my breath as she lifted her right. She was grinning triumphantly, reaching out to place Mabel on her throne, when all of a sudden our eyes locked. Her face, poking above the treetop, registered surprise, then panic as her foot slipped and she began to fall. I opened my mouth to call out a warning, but it was too late. With a scream that made my skin prickle, she tumbled like a rag doll to the floor, a pile of white skirts amid the tissue paper. The room seemed to expand. For just one moment, everything and everyone stood still, silent. Then the inevitable contraction, noise, movement, panic, heat. David scooped Emmeline into his arms. "Emmy, are you all right? Emmy!" He glanced at the floor where the angel lay, glass wing red with blood. "Oh, God! It's sliced right through." Hannah was on her knees. "It's her wrist." She looked about for someone, found Robbie. "Fetch some help!" I scrambled down the staircase, heart knocking against my rib cage. "I'll go, miss," I said, slipping out the door. I ran along the corridor, unable to clear my mind of Emmeline's motionless body. Every gasped breath an accusation. It was my fault she'd fallen. The last thing she had expected to see as she reached the treetop was my face. If I hadn't been so nosy, if I hadn't surprised her... I swung around the bottom of the stairs and bumped into Nancy. "Watch it," she scowled. "Nancy," I said between breaths, "help! She's bleeding." "I can't understand a word of your gabble," said Nancy crossly. "Who's bleeding?" "Miss Emmeline," I said. "She fell, in the library, from the ladder. Master David and Robert Hunter." "I might have known." Nancy turned on her heel and hurried toward the servants' hall. "That boy. I had a feeling about him. Arriving unannounced as he did. It's just not done." I tried to explain that Robbie had played no part in the accident, but Nancy would hear none of it. She clipped down the stairs, turned into the kitchen, and pulled the medicine box from the sideboard. "In my experience, fellows as look like him are only ever bad news." "But, Nancy, it wasn't his fault." "Wasn't his fault?" she said. "He's been here one night, and look what's happened." I gave up my defence. I was still breathless from running, and there was little I could ever say or do to change Nancy's mind once it was made. Nancy dug out disinfectant and bandage strips and hurried upstairs. I fell into step behind her thin, capable frame, hurrying to keep up as her black shoes beat a reproach down the dim, narrow hall. Nancy would make it better. She knew how to fix things. But when we reached the library, it was too late. Propped in the centre of the lounge, a brave smile on her wan face, was Emmeline. Her siblings sat either side, David stroking her healthy arm. Her wounded wrist had been bound tightly in a white strip of cloth, torn from her pinafore, I noted, and now lay across her lap. Robbie Hunter stood near, but apart. "I'm all right," said Emmeline, looking up at us. "Mr. Hunter took care of everything." She looked at Robbie with eyes rimmed red. "I'm ever so grateful." "We're all grateful," said Hannah, eyes still on Emmeline. David nodded. "Mighty impressive, Hunter. You should become a doctor."
"Oh, no," said Robbie quickly. "I'm not fond of blood." David surveyed the red-stained cloths on the floor.
"You did a good job pretending otherwise."
He turned to Emmeline and stroked her hair.
"Lucky you're not like the cousins, Emmy. A nasty cut like that."
But if she heard, Emmeline made no sign. She was gazing at Robbie in much the same way Mr. Dudley had gazed at his tree. Forgotten, at her feet, the Christmas angel languished, face stoic, glass wings crushed, gold skirt red with blood. The Times, 25th of February, 1916. An aeroplane to fight Zeppelins. Mr. Hartford's proposal. From our own correspondent. Ipswich, 24th of February. Mr. Frederick Hartford, who will be giving an important speech in the Parliament tomorrow on the aerial defence of Britain, gave me today some of his views on the general question at Ipswich, where his motor-car factory is located. Mr. Hartford, brother of Major Jonathan Hartford, V.C., and son of Lord Herbert Hartford of Ashbury, thinks that Zeppelin attacks are to be warded off by producing a new light and fast type of one-seater aeroplane, of the kind proposed earlier this month by Mr. Louis Blériot in the Petit Journal. Mr. Hartford said he does not believe in building Zeppelins, which, he says, are awkward and vulnerable, and, on this latter account, are capable of operating only at night. If the Parliament is amenable, Mr. Hartford plans temporarily to suspend his manufacture of motor cars in favour of the lightweight aeroplanes. Also addressing the Parliament tomorrow is financier Mr. Simeon Luxton, who is similarly interested in the question of aerial defence. In the past year, Mr. Luxton has financed 2 of Britain's smaller motor car manufacturers, and most recently an aeroplane factory near Cambridge. These factories have already commenced the manufacture of aeroplanes designed for warfare. Mr. Hartford and Mr. Luxton represent the old and new faces of Britain. While the Ashbury line can be traced as far back as the court of King Henry VII, Mr. Luxton is the grandson of a Yorkshire miner, who started his own finance business and has since had much success. He is married to Mrs. Estella Luxton, American heiress to the Stevensons' pharmaceutical fortune. Until we meet again. That night, high in the attic, Nancy and I curled up close in a desperate bid to stave off the icy air. The winter sun had long since set, and outside the angry wind shook the rooftop finials and crept keening through cracks in the wall. "They say it's going to snow before year-end," Nancy whispered, pulling the blanket up to meet her chin, "and I'd have to say as I believe them." "The wind sounds like a baby crying," I said. "No, it doesn't," Nancy said. "It sounds like many things, but never that." And it was that night she told me the story of the Major and Jemima's children. The 2 little boys whose blood refused to clot, who had gone to their graves, one after the other, and now lay side by side in the cold, hard ground of the Riverton graveyard. The first, Timmy, had fallen from his horse, out riding with the Major on the Riverton estate. He'd lasted 4 days and nights, Nancy said, before the crying finally stopped and the tiny soul found some rest. He was white as a sheet when he went, all the blood having raced to his swollen shoulder, eager for escape. I thought of the nursery book with its pretty spine, inscribed to Timothy Hartford. "His cries were hard enough to listen to," Nancy said, shifting her foot so that a pocket of cold air escaped, "but they were nothing next to hers." "Whose?" I whispered back. "His mother's, Jemima's. Started when they carried the little one away and didn't stop for a week. If you'd only heard the sound. Grief to make your hair turn grey. Wouldn't eat, nor drink neither. Faded away so she was almost as pale as he, rest his soul." I shivered, tried to accord this picture with the plain, plump woman who seemed far too ordinary to suffer so spectacularly. You said children. What happened to the others? Other, Nancy said. Adam. He made it older than Timmy, and we all thought he'd escaped the curse. Poor lad hadn't, though. He'd just been swaddled tighter than his brother. There wasn't much his mother would allow him do more active than reading in the library. She wasn't planning on making the same mistake twice. Nancy sighed, pulled her knees up higher to her chest for warmth. Ah, but there's not a mother alive who can stop her boy getting into mischief, if mischief's in his mind. What mischief did he get up to? What was it that killed him, Nancy? In the end, all it took was a trip up the stairs, Nancy said. Happened at the Major's house in Buckinghamshire. I didn't see it myself, but Clara, the housemaid there, saw it with her own 2 eyes, for she was dusting in the hall. She said he was running too fast, lost his footing and slipped. Nothing more. Mustn't have hurt too bad, for he hopped himself up right as rain and kept on going. It was that evening, Clara said, that his knee swelled up like a balloon, just like Timmy's shoulder before, and later in the night he started crying. Was it days? I said, like the last time? Not with Adam, no. Nancy lowered her voice. Clara said the poor lad screamed with agony most of the night, calling for his mother, begging her to take the pain away. There was no one in that house slept a wink that long night, not even Mr. Barker, the groomsman, who was all but deaf. They just lay in their beds, listening to the sound of that boy's pain. The Major stood outside the door all night, brave as anything, never shed a tear. Then just before the dawn, according to Clara, the crying stopped, sudden as you like, and the house fell to a dead silence. In the morning, when Clara took the lad a breakfast tray, she found Jemima lying across his bed, and in her arms, face as peaceful as one of God's own angels, her boy, just as if asleep. Was she crying, like the time before? Not this time, Nancy said. Clara said she looked almost as peaceful as him. Glad his suffering was over, I expect. The night was ended, and she'd seen him off to a better place, where troubles and sorrows could find him no more. I considered this. The sudden cessation of the boy's crying, his mother's relief. Nancy, I said slowly, you don't think... I think it was a mercy that boy went faster than his brother, is what I think, Nancy snapped. There was silence then, and I thought for a minute she had fallen to sleep, though her breathing was still light, which made me think she had not and was just pretending. I pulled the blanket up around my neck and closed my eyes, tried not to picture screaming boys and desperate mothers. I was just drifting off when Nancy's whisper cut through the cold air. No, she's gone and expecting again, isn't she? Due next August. She turned pious then. You're to pray extra hard, you hear? Specially now. He listens close and near Christmas. You're to pray she'll be delivered of a healthy babe this time. She rolled over and pulled the blanket with her. One that won't go bleeding itself to an early grave. Christmas came and went. Lord Ashbury's library was declared dust-free, and the morning after Boxing Day I defied the cold and headed into Saffron Green on an errand for Mrs. Townsend. Lady Violet was planning a New Year luncheon party with hopes of enlisting support for her Belgian refugee committee. She quite liked the idea, Nancy had heard her say, of expanding into French and Portuguese expatriates, should it become necessary. According to Mrs. Townsend, there was no surer way to impress at luncheon than with Mr. Georgius's genuine Greek pastries. Not that they were available to all and sundry, she added with an air of self-aggrandisement, particularly not in these testing times. No, indeed. I was to visit the grocery counter and ask for Mrs. Townsend of Riverton's special order. Despite the glacial weather, I was glad to make the trip to town. After weeks of festivity, Christmas and now New Year, it was a welcome change to get outside, to be alone, to spend a morning beyond the range of Nancy's endless scrutiny. For after months of relative peace, she had taken particular interest in my duties of late, watching, scolding, correcting. I had the uneasy sense of being groomed for a change I was yet to see coming. Besides, I had my own secret reason for welcoming the village chore. The fourth of Arthur Conan Doyle's novels of Sherlock Holmes had been printed, and I'd arranged with the peddler to purchase a copy. It had taken me 6 months to save the money, and it would be the first I had ever bought brand new. The Valley of Fear. The title alone made me thrill with anticipation. The peddler, I knew, lived with his wife and 6 children in a grey stone back-to-back that stood to attention in a line of identical others. The street was part of a dreary housing pocket tucked behind the railway station, and the smell of burning coal hung heavy in the air. The cobblestones were black, and a film of soot clung to the lamp-posts. I knocked cautiously on the shabby door, then stood back to wait. A child of about 3, with dusty shoes and a threadbare pullover, sat on the step beside me, drumming the downpipe with a stick. His bare knees were covered in scabs made blue by the cold. I knocked again, harder this time. Finally, the door opened to reveal a rake-thin woman with a pregnant belly tight beneath her apron and a red-eyed infant on her hip. She said nothing, looked through me with dead eyes, while I found my tongue. "Hello," I said in a voice I'd learned from Nancy. "Grace Reeves. I'm looking for Mr. Jones." Still she said nothing. "I'm a customer." My voice faltered slightly. An unwanted note of inquiry crept in. "I've come to buy a book?" Her eyes flickered, an almost imperceptible sign of recognition. She hoisted the baby higher onto her bony hip and tilted her head toward a room behind. "He's out the back." She shifted some, and I squeezed past, heading in the only direction the tiny house afforded. Through the doorway was a kitchen, thick with the stench of rancid milk. 2 little boys, grubby with poverty, sat at the table, rolling a pair of stones along the scratched pine surface. The larger of the 2 rolled his stone into that of his brother, then looked up at me, his eyes full moons in his hollowed face. "Are you looking for my pappy?" I nodded. "He's outside, oiling the wagon." I must have looked lost, for he pointed a stubby finger at a small timber door next to the stove. I nodded again, tried to smile. "I'll be starting working with him soon," the boy said, turning back to his stone, lining up another shot. "When I'm 8. "Lucky," the littler boy said jealously. The older one shrugged. "Someone needs to look after things while he's gone, and you're too small." I made my way to the door and pushed it open. Beneath a clothesline strung with yellow-stained sheets and shirts, the peddler was bent over inspecting the wheels of his cart. "Bloody bugger of a thing," he said under his breath. I cleared my throat and he spun around, knocking his head on the cart handle. "Bugger!" He squinted up at me, a pipe hanging from his bottom lip. I tried to recapture Nancy's spirit, failed, and settled for finding any voice at all. "I'm Grace. I've come about the book." I waited. "Sir Arthur Conan Doyle?" He leaned against the cart. "I know who you are." He exhaled, and I breathed the sweet, burnt smell of tobacco. He wiped his oily hands on his pants and regarded me. "Fixing my wagon, so it's easy for the boy to manage." "When are you going?" I said. He gazed beyond the clothesline, heavy with its sallow ghosts, toward the sky. "Next month, with the Royal Marines." He brushed a dirty hand across his forehead. "Always wanted to see the ocean, ever since I was a boy." He looked at me, and something in his expression, a sense of desolation, made me look away. Through the kitchen window I could see the woman, the infant, the two boys staring out at us. The dimpled glass, dull with soot, gave their faces the impression of reflections in a dirty pond. The peddler followed my gaze. "Fellow can make a good living in the forces," he said, "if he stays lucky." He threw down his cloth and headed for the house. "Come on, then. Book's in here." We made the transaction in the tiny front room, then he walked me to the door. I was careful not to glance sideways, careful not to glimpse the hungry little faces I knew would be watching. As I walked down the front steps, I heard the eldest boy say, "What did the lady buy, Pappy? Did she buy soap? She smelled like soap. She was a nice lady, wasn't she, Pappy?" I walked as quickly as my legs would carry me without breaking into a run. I wanted to be far away from that household and its children, who thought that I, a common housemaid, was a lady of substance. I was relieved finally to turn the corner into Railway Street and leave behind the oppressive stench of coal and poverty. I was no stranger to hardship. Many times Mother and I had only thinly scraped by, but Riverton, I was learning, had changed me. Without realizing, I had grown accustomed to its warmth and comfort and plenty, had begun to expect such things. As I hurried on, crossing the street behind the horse and cart of Down's Dairies, my cheeks burning with bitter cold, I became determined not to lose them, never to lose my place as Mother had done. Just before the High Street intersection, I ducked beneath a canvas awning into a dim alcove and huddled by a shiny black door with a brass plaque. My breath hung white and cold in the air as I fumbled the purchase from my coat and removed my gloves. I had barely glanced at the book in the peddler's house, save to ascertain it was the right title. Now I allowed myself to pore over its cover, to run my fingers across the leather binding, and trace the cursive indentation of the letters that spelled along the spine. The Valley of Fear. I whispered the thrilling words to myself, then lifted the book to my nose and breathed the ink from its pages. The scent of possibilities. I tucked the delicious forbidden object inside my coat lining and hugged it to my chest. My first new book. My first new anything. I had now only to sneak it into my attic drawer without raising Mr. Hamilton's suspicions, or confirming Nancy's. I coerced my gloves back onto numb fingers, squinted into the frosty glare of the street, and stepped out, colliding directly with the young lady walking briskly into the alcove. "Oh, forgive me," she said, surprised. "How clumsy I am." I looked up and my cheeks flared. It was Hannah. "Wait." She puzzled a moment. "I know you. You work for Grandfather." "Yes, miss. It's Grace, miss." "Grace." My name was fluid on her lips. I nodded. "Yes, miss." Beneath my coat, my heart drummed a guilty tattoo against my book. She loosened a lapis blue scarf, revealing a small patch of lily-white skin. "You once saved us from death by romantic poetry." "Yes, miss." She glanced at the street where icy winds were turning air to sleet, shivered involuntarily into her coat. "It's an unforgiving morning to be out." "Yes, miss," I said. "I shouldn't have braved the weather," she added, turning back to me, her cheeks kissed by cold, "but for an extra music lesson I have scheduled." "Me neither, miss," I said, "but for the order I'm collecting for Mrs. Townsend. Pastries. For the New Year luncheon." She looked at my empty hands, then at the alcove from which I'd come. An unusual place from which to purchase pastries. I followed her gaze. The brass plaque on the black door read, "Mrs. Dove's Secretarial School." I cast about for a reply. Anything to explain my presence in such an alcove. Anything but the truth. I couldn't risk my purchase being discovered. Mr. Hamilton had made clear the rules concerning reading material. But what else should I say? If Hannah were to report to Lady Violet that I had been taking classes without permission, I risked losing my position. This is the end of CD 4. The book continues on CD 5. CD 5. Before I could think of an excuse, Hannah cleared her throat and fumbled the brown paper package in her hands. "Well," she said, the word hanging in the air between us. I waited miserably for the accusation to come. Hannah shifted her position, straightened her neck, and looked directly at me. She stayed that way for a moment, then finally she spoke. "Well, Grace," she said decisively, "it would appear we each have a secret." So stunned was I that at first I didn't answer. I had been so nervous I hadn't realized she was equally so. I swallowed, clutched the rim of my hidden cargo. "Miss?" She nodded, then confounded me, reaching forward to clasp one of my hands vehemently. "I congratulate you, Grace." "You do, miss?" "Yes," she said fervently, "for I know what it is you hide beneath your coat." "Miss?" "I know, because I've been doing the same." She indicated her package and bit back an excited smile. "These aren't music sheets, Grace." "No, miss?" "And I'm certainly not taking music classes." Her eyes widened. "Lessons for pleasure. At a time like this, can you even imagine?" I shook my head, mystified. She leaned forward conspiratorially. "Which is your favourite, typing or shorthand?" I couldn't say, miss. She nodded. "You're right, of course. Silly to talk of favourites. They're each as important as the other." She paused, smiled slightly. "Though I must admit a certain partiality to shorthand. There's something exciting about it. It's like a secret code," I said, thinking of the Chinese box. "Yes," her eyes shone. "Yes, that's it exactly. A secret code. A mystery." "Yes, miss." She straightened then and nodded toward the door. "Well, I'd better get on. Miss Dove will be expecting me, and I daren't keep her waiting. As you know, she's fierce about tardiness." I curtsied and stepped out from under the awning. "Grace?" I turned back, blinking through the falling sleet. "Yes, miss?" She lifted a finger to her lips. "We share a secret now." I nodded, and we held each other's gaze in a moment of accord, until, seemingly satisfied, she smiled and disappeared behind Miss Dove's black door. On the 31st of December, as the final moments of 1915 bled away, the staff gathered round the servants' hall dining table to usher in the new year. Lord Ashby had allowed us a bottle of champagne and 2 of beer, and Mrs. Townsend had conjured something of a feast from the ration-plundered pantry. We all hushed as the clock marched toward the ultimate moment, then cheered as it chimed in the new year. When Mr. Hamilton had led us in a spirited verse of Auld Lang Syne, conversation turned, as it always does, to plans and promises for the new year. Katie had just informed us of her resolution never again to sneak cake from the larder, when Alfred made his announcement. "I've joined up," he said, looking directly at Mr. Hamilton. "I'm going to the war." I drew breath, and everyone else fell silent, awaiting Mr. Hamilton's reaction. Finally he spoke. "Well," he said, tightening his mouth into a grim smile, "that's a very worthy sentiment, Alfred, and I'll talk to the master about it on your behalf. But I must say I don't imagine he'll be willing to part with you." Alfred swallowed. "Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, but there's no need for that." He took a breath. I've spoken to the master myself. When he visited from London, he said I was doing the right thing. Wished me luck." Mr. Hamilton digested this. His eyes flickered at what he perceived as Alfred's perfidy. Of course, the right thing. "I'll be leaving in March," Alfred said tentatively. "They'll send me for training first." "Then what?" Mrs. Townsend said, finally finding her voice. Her hands were firmly planted on her well-padded hips. "Then," an excited smile crept onto his lips, "then France, I guess." "Well," Mr. Hamilton said stiffly, collecting himself, "this deserves a toast." He stood and held his glass aloft, the rest of us following tentatively his lead. "To Alfred. May he be returned to us as happy and as healthy as he left us." "Here, here," Mrs. Townsend said, unable to disguise her pride, "and sooner rather than later." "Steady on, Mrs. T," Alfred said, grinning. "Not too soon. I want to be sure and have some adventures." "You just be sure and take care of yourself, my boy," Mrs. Townsend said, her eyes glistening. Alfred turned to me as the others refilled their glasses. "Doing my bit to defend the country, I am, Grace." I nodded, wanting him to know that he had never been a coward, that I had never thought it of him. "Write to me, will you, Gracie? Promise?" I nodded again. "Course I will." He smiled at me, and I felt my cheeks warm. "While we're celebrating," Nancy cut in, tapping her glass for quiet, "I have some news of my own." Katie gasped. "You're never getting married, are you, Nancy?" "Of course not," Nancy scowled. "Then what?" Mrs. Townsend said. "Don't tell me you're leaving us too. I don't think I could take it." "Not exactly," Nancy said. "I've signed on to become a railway train guard, down at the village station. I saw the advertisement when I was running errands last week." She turned to Mr. Hamilton. "The mistress was ever so pleased with me. She said it reflected well on this house that the staff are all doing their bit." "Indeed," Mr. Hamilton said through a sigh, "so long as the staff still manages to do their bit inside the house." He removed his glasses and rubbed wearily the bridge of his long nose. He replaced them and looked sternly at me. "It's you I feel sorry for, lass. There's going to be a lot of responsibility on your young shoulders with Alfred gone and Nancy working 2 jobs. I've no chance of finding anyone else to help. Not now. You'll need to be taking on a lot of the work upstairs until things return to normal. Do you understand?" I nodded solemnly. "Yes, Mr. Hamilton." I also understood Nancy's recent investment in my proficiency. She had been grooming me to fill her shoes, that she might more easily be granted permission to work outside. Mr. Hamilton shook his head and rubbed his temples. "There'll be waiting at table, drawing-room duties, afternoon tea, and you'll have to help the young ladies, Miss Hannah and Miss Emmeline, with their dressing, so long as they're here." His litany of chores continued, but I no longer listened. I was too excited about my new responsibilities to the Hartford sisters. After my accidental meeting with Hannah in the village, my fascination with the sisters, with Hannah in particular, had grown. To my mind, fed as it was on penny dreadfuls and mystery stories, she was a heroine, beautiful, clever, and brave. Though it would not then have occurred to me to think in such terms, I now perceive the nature of the attraction. We were 2 girls, the same age, living in the same house in the same country. And in Hannah I glimpsed the host of glistening possibilities that could never be mine. With Nancy's first railway shift scheduled for the following Friday, there was precious little time for her to brief me on my new duties. Night after night my sleep was broken by a sharp jab on the ankle, an elbow in the ribs, and the impartation of a remembered instruction far too important to risk forgetting by morning. I lay awake a good part of Thursday night, my mind racing fiercely away from sleep. By 5 o'clock, when I gingerly placed my bare feet on the cold timber floor, lit my candle, and pulled on tights, dress, and apron, my stomach was swirling. I fairly flew through my ordinary duties, then returned to the servants' hall and waited. I sat at the table, fingers too nervous to knit, and listened as the clock slowly ticked away the minutes. By 9:30, when Mr. Hamilton checked his wristwatch against the wall clock and minded me it was time to be collecting the breakfast trays and helping the young ladies dress, I was almost bubbling over with anticipation. Their rooms were upstairs, adjoining the nursery. I knocked once, quickly and quietly, a mere formality, Nancy said, then pushed open the door to Hannah's bedroom. It was my first glimpse of the Shakespeare room. Nancy, reluctant to relinquish control, had insisted on delivering the breakfast trays herself before leaving for the station. It was dark, an effect of discoloured wallpaper and heavy furniture. The bedroom suite, bed, side table, and duchess, was carved mahogany, and a vermilion carpet reached almost to the walls. Above the bed hung 3 pictures from which the room drew its name. They were all heroines, said Nancy, from the finest English playwright that ever lived. I had to take her word for it, for none of the 3 seemed particularly heroic to me. The first knelt on the floor, a vial of liquid held aloft. The second sat in a chair. 2 men, one with black skin and one with white, standing in the distance. The third was mid-deep in a stream, long hair floating behind, laced with wildflowers. When I arrived, Hannah was already out of bed, sitting at the dressing-table in a white cotton nightie, pale feet curled together on the vivid carpet as if in prayer, head bowed earnestly over a letter. It was as still as I'd ever seen her. Nancy had drawn the curtains, and a ghost of weak sunlight crept through the sash window and up Hannah's back to play within her long flaxen braids. She didn't notice my entrance. I cleared my throat, and she looked up. "Grace," she said matter-of-factly, "Nancy said you'd be taking over while she's at the station." "Yes, miss," I said. "It's not too much? Nancy's duties as well as your own?" "Oh, no, miss," I said. "Not too much at all." Hannah leaned forward and lowered her voice. "You must be very busy. The lessons for Miss Dove on top of everything else." For a moment I was lost. Who was Miss Dove? And why might she be setting me lessons? Then I remembered. The secretarial school in the village. "I'm managing, miss." I swallowed, eager to change the subject. "Shall I start with your hair, miss?" "Yes," said Hannah, nodding meaningfully. "Yes, of course. You're right not to speak of it, Grace. I should be more careful." She tried to suppress a smile, almost succeeded, then laughed openly. It's a relief having someone to share it with." I nodded solemnly, while inside I thrilled. "Yes, miss." With a final conspiratorial smile, she lifted a finger to her lips in a sign of silence and returned to the letter. By the address in the corner, I could see it was from her father. I selected a mother-of-pearl hairbrush from the dressing-table and stood behind. I glanced into the oval mirror, and seeing Hannah's head still bowed over the letter, dared observe her. The light from the window bounced off her face, lending her reflection an ethereal cast. I could trace the network of faint veins beneath her pale skin, could see her eyeballs tracking back and forth beneath her fine lids as she read. She shifted in her seat, and I looked away, fumbled with the ties at the base of her braids. I slipped them free, unravelled the long twists of hair, and started to brush. Hannah folded the letter in half and slipped it beneath a crystal bonbonniere on the dressing-table. She regarded herself in the mirror, pressed her lips together, and turned toward the window. "My brother is going to France," she said acrimoniously, "to fight the war." "Is he, miss?" I said. "He and his friend, Robert Hunter." The latter's name she said distastefully. She fingered the letter's edge. "Poor old Pa doesn't know. We're not supposed to tell him." I brushed rhythmically, counting silently my strokes. Nancy had said 100, that she'd know if I were to skip any. Then Hannah said, "I wish I were going."
"To war, miss?"
"Yes," she said. "The world is changing, Grace, and I want to see it." She looked up at me in the mirror, blue eyes animated by sunlight. Then she spoke as if reciting a line she'd learned by heart. "I want to know how it feels to be altered by life."
"Altered, miss?"
I could not for the life of me imagine how she could wish for anything other than that which God had been kind enough to give her. "Transformed, Grace. I don't want to go on forever reading and playing and pretending. I want to live, to have a grand experience far removed from my ordinary life." She looked at me again, her eyes shining. "Don't you ever feel that way? Don't you ever wish for more than life has given you?" I stared at her an instant, warmed by the vague sense of having received a confidence, disconcerted that it seemed to require some sign of amity I was hopelessly underqualified to provide. The problem was, I simply didn't understand. The feelings she described were as a foreign language. Life had been good to me. How could I doubt it? Mr. Hamilton was always reminding me how fortunate I was to have my position, and if it wasn't him, Mother was always willing to pick up the argument. I could think of no way to respond, and yet Hannah was looking at me, waiting. I opened my mouth, my tongue pulled away from the roof with a promising click, but no words were forthcoming. She sighed and shook her shoulders. Her mouth settled into a faint smile of disappointment. "No, of course you haven't. I'm sorry, Grace, I've unsettled you." She looked away, and I heard myself say, "I've sometimes thought I'd like to be a detective, miss." "A detective?" Her eyes met mine in the mirror. "You mean like Mr. Bucket in Bleak House?" "I don't know of Mr. Bucket, miss. I was thinking of Sherlock Holmes." "Really? A detective?" I nodded. "Finding clues and solving crimes?" I nodded. "Well, then," she said, disproportionately pleased, "I was wrong. You do know what I mean." And with that she looked again out the window, smiling faintly. I wasn't quite sure how it had happened, why my impulsive answer had pleased her so, and I didn't particularly care. All I knew was that I now basked in the warm glow of a connection having been made. I slid the brush back onto the dressing table, wiped my hands on my apron. "Nancy said you would be wearing your walking costume today, miss." I lifted the suit from the wardrobe and carried it to the dressing table. I held the skirt so that she might step inside. Just then, a wallpapered door next to the bed had swung open and Emmeline appeared. From where I knelt, holding Hannah's skirt, I watched her cross the room. Emmeline's was the type of beauty that belied her age. Something in her wide blue eyes, her full lips, even the way she yawned, gave the impression of lazy ripeness. "How's your arm?" said Hannah, placing a hand on my shoulder for support and stepping into the skirt. I kept my head down, hoping Emmeline's arm wasn't painful, hoping she wouldn't remember my part in her fall. But if she recognized me, it didn't show. She shrugged, rubbed absently her bandaged wrist. "It hardly hurts. I'm just leaving it wrapped for effect." Hannah turned to face the wall, and I lifted her nightie off, slipped the fitted bodice of the walking costume over her head. "You'll probably have a scar, you know," she teased. "I know." Emmeline sat on the end of Hannah's bed. "At first I didn't want one, but Robbie said it would be a battle wound, that it would give me character." "Did he?" said Hannah acerbically. "He said all the best people have character." I pulled tight Hannah's bodice, stretching the first button toward its eyelet. "He's coming with us on our ride this morning," said Emmeline, drumming her feet against the bed. "He asked David if we could show him the lake." "I'm sure you'll have a lovely time." "But aren't you coming? It's the first fine day in weeks. You said you'd go mad if you had to spend much longer inside." "I've changed my mind," said Hannah airily. Emmeline was silent for a moment, then she said, "David was right."
As I continued to button, I was aware that Hannah's body had tensed. "What do you mean?" "He told Robbie you were stubborn, that you'd lock yourself away all winter to avoid him if you decided on it." Hannah tightened her mouth. For a moment she was at a loss for words. "Well, you can tell David that he's wrong. I'm not avoiding him at all. I have things to do inside, important things, things neither of you know about." "Like sitting in the nursery, stewing, while you read through the box again?" "You little spy," said Hannah indignantly. "Is it any wonder I'd like some privacy? You're wrong, as it happens. I won't be going through the box. The box is no longer here." "What do you mean?" "I've hidden it," said Hannah. "Where?" "I'll tell you next time we play." "But we probably won't play all winter," Emmeline said. "We can't, not without telling Robbie." "Then I'll tell you next summer," said Hannah. "You won't miss it. You and David have plenty of other things to do now that Robert Hunter is here." "Why don't you like him?" said Emmeline. There was an odd lull then, an unnatural pause in conversation, during which I felt strangely conspicuous, aware of my own heartbeat, my own breaths. "I don't know," Hannah said eventually. "Ever since he got here, things have been different. It feels like things are slipping away, disappearing before I even know what they are." She held out her arm while I straightened the lace cuff. "Why do you like him?" Emmeline shrugged. "Because he's funny and clever. Because David likes him so well. Because he saved my life." "That's overstating it a bit." Hannah sniffed as I fastened the last button on her bodice. "He tore your dress and tied it round your wrist." She turned back to face Emmeline. Emmeline's hand flew to her mouth and her eyes widened. She started to laugh. "What?" Hannah said. "What's so funny?" She stooped to take in her reflection. "Oh," she said, frowning. Emmeline, still laughing, collapsed sideways against Hannah's pillows. "You look like that simple boy from the village," she said, "the boy whose mother makes him wear clothes too small." "That's cruel, Emmy," Hannah said, but she laughed despite herself. She regarded her reflection, wriggled her shoulders back and forth, trying to stretch the bodice. "And quite untrue. That poor boy never looked anything like this ridiculous." She turned to view her reflection side on. "I must have grown taller since last winter." "Yes," Emmeline said, eyeing Hannah's bodice, tight across her breasts. "Taller. Lucky thing." "Well," Hannah said, "I certainly can't wear this." "If Pa would take as much interest in us as he does in his factory," Emmeline said, "he'd realize we need new clothing once in a while." "He does his best." "I'd hate to see his worst," Emmeline said. "We'll be making our debuts in sailor dresses if we're not careful." Hannah shrugged. I couldn't care less. Silly outmoded pageant. She looked at her reflection again, tugged at the bodice. "Nonetheless, I'll have to write to Pa and ask whether we might have new clothing." "Yes," Emmeline said, "and not pinafores. Proper dresses, like Fanny's." "Well," Hannah said, "I'll have to wear a pinafore today. This won't do." She raised her eyebrows at me. "I wonder what Nancy will say when she finds out her rules have been broken." "She won't be pleased, miss," I said, daring to smile back as I unbuttoned the walking suit. Emmeline looked up, tilted her head, and blinked at me. "Who's that?" "This is Grace," Hannah said. "Remember? She saved us from Miss Prince last summer." "Is Nancy unwell?" "No, miss," I said. "She's down in the village, working at the station. On account of the war." Hannah raised an eyebrow. "I pity the unsuspecting passenger who misplaces his ticket." "Yes, miss," I said. "Grace will be dressing us when Nancy's at the station," Hannah said to Emmeline. "Won't it be a nice change to have someone our own age?" I curtsied and left the room, my heart singing. And a part of me hoped the war would never end.
It was crisp, the March morning we saw Alfred off to war. The sky was clear and the air heady with the promise of excitement. I felt oddly infused with purpose as we walked to town from Riverton. While Mr. Hamilton and Mrs. Townsend kept the home fires burning, Nancy, Katy and I had been given special permission, on condition our duties were complete, to accompany Alfred to the station. It was our national duty, Mr. Hamilton said, to offer morale to Britain's fine young men as they dedicated themselves to their country. Morale was to have its limits, however. Under no circumstances were we to engage in conversation with any of the soldiers for whom young ladies such as ourselves might represent easy prey. How important I felt, striding down the high street in my best dress, accompanied by one of the King's army. I am certain I was not alone in feeling this rush of excitement. Nancy, I noticed, had made special efforts with her hair. Her long black ponytail looped into a fancy chignon, much like the mistress wore. Even Katy had made attempts to tame her wayward curls. When we arrived, the station was brimming with other soldiers and their well-wishers. Sweethearts embraced, mothers straightened shiny new uniforms, and puffed-up fathers swallowed great lumps of pride. The saffron green recruiting depot, refusing to be outdone in such matters, had organised an enlisting drive the month before, and posters of Lord Kitchener's pointed finger could still be found on every lamp-post. They were to form a special battalion, Alfred said, the Saffron lads, and would all be going in together. It was better that way, he said, to already know and like the fellows he'd be living with, fighting with. The waiting train glistened, black and brass, punctuating the occasion from time to time with a great impatient puff of self-important steam. Alfred carried his kit midway along the platform, then stopped. "Well, girls," he said, easing the kit to the floor and gazing about, "this looks as good a spot as any." We nodded, drinking in the carnival atmosphere. Somewhere at the far end of the platform, up where the officers gathered, a band was playing. Nancy waved officially to a stern conductor, who nodded a curt reply. "Alfred," said Katy coyly, "I've got something for you." "Do you, Katy?" said Alfred. "That's mighty nice of you." He presented his cheek. "Oh, Alfred," said Katy, blushing like a ripe tomato, "I never meant a kiss." Alfred winked at Nancy and me. "Well now, that's a disappointment, Katy. Here I was, thinking you were going to leave me with a little something to remember home by when I'm far away across the sea." "I am." Katy held out a crumpled tea towel. "Here." Alfred raised an eyebrow. "A tea towel? Why, thank you, Katy. That'll certainly remind me of home." "It's not a tea towel," said Katy. "Well, it is, but that's just the wrapping. Look inside." Alfred peeled open the package to reveal 3 slices of Mrs. Townsend's Victoria sponge cake. "There's no butter or cream on account of the shortages," said Katy. "But it's not bad." "And just how do you know that, Katy?" snapped Nancy. "Mrs. Townsend won't be happy you've been in her larder again." Katy's bottom lip folded. "I just wanted to send something with Alfred." "Yes." Nancy's expression softened. "Well, I suppose that's all right then. Just this once, for the sake of the war effort." She turned her attention to Alfred. "Grace and I have something for you too, Alfred. Don't we, Grace?" "Grace?" Up at the far end of the platform, I had noticed a couple of familiar faces. Emmeline, standing near Dawkins, Lord Ashbury's chauffeur, amid a sea of young officers in smart new uniforms. "Grace?" Nancy shook my arm. "I was telling Alfred about our gift." "Oh, yes." I reached into my bag and handed Alfred a small package wrapped in brown paper. He unwrapped it carefully, smiling at its contents. "I knitted the socks, and Nancy the scarf," I said. "Well," said Alfred, inspecting the items, "they look mighty fine." He closed his hand around the socks, looked at me.
I'll be sure to think of you, all three of you, when I'm snug as a bug and all the other boys are going cold. They'll envy me, my three girls, the best in all of England." He tucked the gifts into his kit, then folded the paper neatly and handed it back to me. "Here you are, Grace. Mrs. T will be on the warpath, as it is, looking for the rest of her cake. Don't want her missing her baking paper, too." I nodded, pressed the paper into my bag, felt his eyes on me. "You won't forget to write to me, will you, Gracie?" I shook my head, met his gaze. "No, Alfred, I won't forget you." "You bet not," he said, smiling at me, "or there'll be trouble when I'm back." He sobered. "I'm going to miss you." He looked then at Nancy and Katie. "All of you." "Oh, Alfred," said Katie excitedly, "look at the other fellows, ever so smart in their new uniforms. Are they all saffron lads?" As Alfred pointed out some of the other young men he'd met at the recruiting depot, I looked up the track again, watched as Emmeline waved to another group and ran off. Two of the young officers turned to watch her go, and I saw their faces. David and Robbie Hunter. Where was Hannah? I craned to see. She had avoided David and Robbie as best she could over winter, but surely she wouldn't miss seeing David off to war. "And that's Rufus," said Alfred, pointing out a skinny soldier with long teeth. "His father's the rag man. Rufus used to help him, but he reckons he's more chance of a regular meal in the army." "That may be," Nancy said, "if you're a rag man. But you can't say you don't do very well for yourself at Riverton." "Oh, no," said Alfred. "I've no complaints in that department. Mrs. T and the master and mistress, they keep us well fed." He smiled, then said, "I must say I get sick of being cooped up inside, though. I'm looking forward to living the open-air life for a bit." An aeroplane droned overhead. "A Blériot. 11-2, said Alfred, and a cheer went up amongst the crowd. A wave of excitement rolled along the platform, collecting us all in its wash. The conductor, a distant speck of black and white, blew his whistle, then called for boarding through his megaphone. "Well," said Alfred, a smile tugging at his lips, "here I go, then." A figure appeared at the end of the station. Hannah. She scanned the platform, waved hesitantly when she saw David. She weaved through the crowd, stopping only when she reached her brother. She stood for a moment, without speaking, then she pulled something from her purse and gave it to him. I already knew what it was. I had seen it on her duchess that morning. Journey Across the Rubicon. It was one of the tiny books from the game, one of their favourite adventures, carefully described, illustrated, and bound with thread. She'd wrapped it in an envelope and tied it with string. David looked at it, then at Hannah. He tucked it in his breast pocket, rubbed his hand over it, then reached out and squeezed both her hands. He looked as if he wanted to kiss her cheeks, hug her, but that was not the way it went with them. So he didn't. He leaned closer and said something to her. They both looked toward Emmeline, and Hannah nodded. David turned then and said something to Robbie. He looked back at Hannah, and she started searching through her bag again. She was looking for something to give him, I realized. David must have suggested that Robbie needed his own good luck charm. Alfred's voice, close to my ear, pulled my wandering attention back. "Bye-bye, Gracie," he said, his lips brushing hair near my neck. "Thanks ever so for the socks." My hand leapt to my ear, still warm from his words, as Alfred threw his kit over his shoulder and headed for the train. As he reached the door, he climbed onto the carriage step and turned, grinning at us over the heads of his fellow soldiers. "Wish me luck," he said, then disappeared, pushed through the door by the others eager to climb aboard. I waved my arm. "Good luck," I called to the backs of strangers, sensing suddenly the hole that would be left at Riverton by his departure. Up at first class, David and Robbie boarded with the other officers. Dawkins walked behind with David's bags.
There were fewer officers than infantry, and they found seats easily, each appearing at a window, while Alfred jostled for standing space in his carriage. The train whistled again and belched, filling the platform with steam. Long axles began to heave, gathering momentum, and the train drew slowly forward. Hannah kept up alongside, still searching her purse, fruitlessly it seemed. Finally, as the train gained pace, she looked up, slipped the white satin bow from her hair, and held it up to Robbie's waiting hand. Further along the track, my gaze alighted on the sole motionless figure amongst the frenzied crowd. It was Emmeline. She clutched a white handkerchief in her raised hand, but she no longer waved it. Her eyes were wide, and her smile had slipped into an expression of uncertainty. She stood on tiptoe, surveying the crowd. No doubt she was anxious to bid David farewell, and Robbie Hunter. Just then her face lifted eagerly, and I knew she'd seen Hannah. But it was too late. As she pushed through the crowd, her calls drowned by engine noise and whistles and cheers, I saw Hannah, still running alongside the boys, long hair unbound, disappear with the train behind a veil of steam. Part 2. English Heritage Brochure, 1999. Riverton Manor, Saffron Green, Essex. An early Elizabethan farmhouse designed by John Thorpe, Riverton Manor was gentrified in the 18th century by the 8th Viscount of Ashbury, who added 2 bays, transforming the house into a graceful manor. In the 19th century, when country house weekends became popular, Riverton again underwent conversion at the hands of architect Thomas Cubitt. A 3rd level was built to incorporate more guest accommodation, and, in keeping with the Victorian preference that servants remain invisible at all times, a rabbit warren of servants' rooms was added to the attic, along with back stairs leading directly to the kitchen. The magnificent ruins of this once great house are surrounded by glorious landscaped gardens, the work of Sir Joseph Paxton. The gardens include 2 huge stone fountains, the largest of which, representing Eros and Psyche, has just been restored. Though now powered by computerized electric pump, the fountain was originally motorized by its own steam engine, and was described as making the noise of an express train when it was fired, due to the 130 jets hidden amongst giant ants, eagles, fire-breathing dragons, horrors of the underworld, cupids and gods that shoot 100 feet into the air. There is a second, smaller fountain representing the fall of Icarus at the end of the rear long walk. Beyond the Icarus fountain is the lake and the summer house, which was commissioned in 1923 by Riverton's then owner, Mr. Theodore Luxton, to replace the original boathouse. The lake has become infamous in this century as the site of poet Robert S. Hunter's suicide in 1924, on the eve of the annual Riverton Midsummer's Night Party. The generations of Riverton residents were also instrumental in sculpting the garden. Lord Herbert's Danish wife, Lady Geetha Ashbury, created the small topiary area, lined with miniature yew hedges, still known as the Edgeskov Garden, named for the Danish castle which belonged to Lady Ashbury's extended family, and Lady Violet, wife of the 11th Lord Ashbury, added a rose garden on the rear lawn. Following a devastating fire in 1938, Riverton Manor fell into long decline. The house was donated to English Heritage in 1974 and has undergone restoration since that time. The north and south gardens, including the Eros and Psyche fountain, have recently been restored as part of the Contemporary Heritage Garden Scheme run by English Heritage. The Icarus fountain and summer house, accessed via the Long Walk, are currently undergoing restoration. The Riverton Church, situated in a picturesque valley near the house, contains a tea room, not managed by English Heritage, which is open during the summer months, and Riverton Manor has a marvellous gift shop. Please call the site 01277 876 857 for details of the fountain firing. The 12th of July. I am to be in the film. Well, Not me, but a young girl pretending to be me. Regardless how peripheral one's connection to calamity, it would appear that to live long enough is to be rendered an object of interest. I received the phone call 2 days ago. Ursula, the young filmmaker with the slim figure and the long ashen hair, wondering whether I would be willing to meet the actress with the dubious honour of playing the role of Housemaid 1, now retitled Grace. They are coming here, to Heathview. It is not the most atmospheric place to rendezvous, but I have neither heart nor feet to journey far, and can pretend otherwise for no one. So it is, I am sitting in the chair in my room, waiting. There comes a knock on the door. I look at the clock. 9:30. They are right on time. I realize I am holding my breath, and wonder why. Then they are in the room. My room. Sylvia and Ursula, and the young girl charged with representing me. "Good morning, Grace," Ursula says, smiling at me from beneath her wheat-coloured fringe. She bends to brush a kiss on my cheek, utterly surprising me. My voice sticks in my throat. She sits on the blanket at the end of my bed, a presumptive action that I'm surprised to discover I don't mind, and takes my hand. "Grace," she says, "this is Kira Parker." She turns to smile at the girl behind me. "She'll be playing you in the film." The girl, Kira, steps from the shadow. She is 17, if a day, and I am struck by her symmetrical prettiness. Blonde hair to her shoulder blades, pulled back in a ponytail. A round face, full lips coated in thick, shiny lip gloss, and blue eyes beneath a blank brow. A face made to sell chocolates. I clear my throat, remember my manners. "Sit down, won't you?" And I point to the brown vinyl chair Sylvia brought in earlier from the morning room. Kira sits daintily, wraps her thin, denim-clad legs one around the other, and glances surreptitiously to her left, my dressing table. Her jeans are tattered, loose threads hanging from the pockets. Rags are no longer a sign of poverty, Sylvia has informed me. They are an emblem of style. Kira smiles impassively, letting her gaze turn over my possessions. "Thanks for seeing me, Grace," she remembers to say. Her use of my first name rankles, but I'm being unreasonable and admonish myself. If she had addressed me by title or surname, I would have insisted on the dispensation of such formality. I am aware that Sylvia still lurks by the open door, wiping the dust from the jam in a show of duty designed to disguise her curiosity. She's a great one for film actors and soccer stars. "Sylvia, dear," I say, "do you think we might have some tea?" Sylvia looks up, her face a study in irreproachable devotion. "Tea? Perhaps some biscuits?" I say. "Of course." Reluctantly, she pockets her cloth. I nod toward Ursula. "Yes, please," she says. "White and one." Sylvia turns to Kira. "And you, Miss Parker?" Her voice is nervous. Her cheeks disappear beneath a creeping crimson, and I realize the young actress must be known to her. Kira yawns. "Green tea and lemon." "Green tea," Sylvia says slowly, as if she has just learned the answer to the origins of the universe. "Lemon." She remains unmoving in the door jamb. "Thank you, Sylvia," I say. "I'll have my usual." "Yes." Sylvia blinks. A spell is broken, and she finally pulls herself away. The door closes behind her, and I am left alone with my two guests. Immediately, I regret sending Sylvia away. I am overwhelmed by a sudden and irrational sense that her presence warded off the past's return. But she is gone, and we remaining three share a moment's silence. I sneak another glance at Kira, study her face, try to recognize my young self in her pretty features. Suddenly, a burst of music, muffled and tinny, breaks the silence. "Sorry," says Ursula, fumbling in her bag. "I meant to turn the sound off." She withdraws a small black mobile phone, and the volume crescendos, stops mid-bar when she presses a button. She smiles, embarrassed. "I'm so sorry." She glances at the screen, and a cloud of consternation colours her face. Will you excuse me a moment? Kira and I both nod as Ursula leaves the room, phone to her ear. The door sighs shut, and I turn to my young caller. Well, I say, I suppose we ought to begin. She nods, almost imperceptibly, and pulls a folder from her tote bag. She opens it and withdraws a wad of paper held together with a bulldog clip. I can see from the layout that it is a script, bold words in capitals, followed by longer portions of regular font. She flicks past a few pages and stops, presses her shiny lips together. I was wondering, she says, about your relationship with the Hartford family, with the girls. I nod. That much I had presumed. My part isn't one of the big ones, she says. I haven't many lines, but I'm in a lot of the earlier shots. She looks at me. You know, serving drinks, that sort of thing. I nod again. Anyway, Ursula thought it would be a good idea for me to talk to you about the girls, what you thought of them. That way, I'll get some idea of my motivation. The final word she speaks pointedly, enunciating as if it were a foreign term with which I might not be familiar. She straightens her back, and her expression takes on a varnish of fortification. Mine isn't the starring role, but it's still important to give a strong performance. You never know who might be watching. Of course, Nicole Kidman only got Days of Thunder because Tom Cruise saw her in some Australian film. This fact, and these names, I see, are supposed to resonate with me. I nod, and she continues. That's why I need you to tell me how you felt. About your job, and about the girls. She leans forward, her eyes the cold blue of Venetian glass. It gives me an advantage, you see, you still being... I mean, the fact that you're still... alive, I say. Yes, I see. I almost admire her candour. What exactly would you like to know? She smiles, relieved, I imagine, that her faux pas has been swallowed quickly by the current of our conversation. Well, she says, scanning the piece of paper resting on her knees, I'll get the dull questions out of the way first. My heart quickens. I wonder what she's going to ask. Did you enjoy being a servant? She says. I exhale, more an escaped breath than a sigh. Yes, I say. For a time. She looks doubtful. Really? I can't imagine enjoying waiting on people all day, every day. What did you like about it? The others became like a family to me. I enjoyed the camaraderie. The others? Her eyes widen hungrily. You mean Emmeline and Hannah? No, I mean the other staff. Oh. She is disappointed. No doubt she had glimpsed a larger role for herself, an amended script in which Grace the housemaid is no longer an outside observer, but a secret member of the Hartford sisters' coterie. She is young, of course, and from a different world. She doesn't conceive that certain lines should not be crossed. That's nice, she says, but I don't have scenes with the other actors playing servants, so it's not much use to me. She runs her biro down the list of questions. Was there anything you didn't like about being a servant? Day after day of waking with the birds, the attic that was an oven in summer and an icebox in winter, hands red raw from laundering, a back that ached from cleaning, weariness that permeated to the centre of my bones. It was tiring. The days were long and full. There was not much time for oneself. Yes, she says, that's how I've been playing it. I mostly don't even have to pretend. After a day of rehearsal, my arms are bruised from carrying the bloody tray around. It was my feet that hurt the most, I say, but only in the beginning, and once when I turned 16 and had my new shoes. She writes something on the back of her script, in round cursive strokes, nods. "Good," she says, "I can use that." She continues to scribble, finishing with a flourish of the pen. "Now for the interesting stuff. I want to know about Emmeline. That is, how you felt about her." I hesitate, wondering where to begin. "It's just, we share a few scenes, and I'm not sure what I should be thinking, conveying." "What kind of scenes?" I say, curious. "Well, for instance, there's the one where she first meets R.S. Hunter, down near the lake, and she slips and almost drowns, and I have to—" "Near the lake?" I'm confused, but that's not where they met. It was the library. It was winter. They were— "The library?" She wrinkles her perfect nose. No wonder the scriptwriters changed it. "There's nothing dynamic about a room full of old books. It works really well this way, the lake being where he killed himself and all. Kind of like the end of the story is in the beginning. It's romantic, like that Baz Luhrmann film, Romeo and Juliet." I will have to take her word for it. Anyway, I have to run back to the house for help, and when I get back, he's already rescued her and revived her. The way the actress is playing it, she's too busy looking up at him to even notice that we've all come to help her. She pauses, looks at me wide-eyed, as if she has made her meaning clear. "Well, don't you think Grace should react a bit?" I am slow to respond, and she leaps ahead. "Oh, not obviously, just a subtle reaction. You know the sort of thing." She sniffs slightly, tilts her head so that her nose is in the air, and sighs. I do not realize that this is an impromptu performance for my benefit until she drops the expression and replaces it with a wide-eyed gaze in my direction. "See?" I see. I hesitate, choose my words judiciously. "It's up to you, of course, how you play your character, how you play Grace. But if it were me, and it was 1915 again, I can't imagine I would have reacted—" I wave my hand at her, unable to put words to her performance. She stares at me as though I've missed some vital nuance. "But don't you think it's a bit thoughtless not even to thank Grace for running for help? I feel stupid running off and then coming back just to stand there again like a zombie." I sigh. Perhaps you're right, but that was the nature of service in those days. It would have been unusual had she not been that way. Do you see? She looks dubious. I didn't expect her to be any other way. "But you must have felt something." "Of course." I am overcome with an unexpected distaste for discussing the dead. "I just didn't show it." "Never?" She neither wants nor waits for an answer, and I am glad, for I don't want to give it. She pouts. "The whole servant-mistress thing just seems so ridiculous. One person doing the bidding of the other." "It was a different time," I say simply. "That's what Ursula says, too." She sighs. "It doesn't help me much, though, does it? I mean, acting's all about reacting. It's a bit hard to create an interesting character when the stage direction is don't react. I feel like a cardboard cutout. Just yes missing, no missing, 3 bags full missing." I nod. Must be difficult. "I tried out for the part of Emmeline originally," she says confidingly. "Now that's a dream role. Such an interesting character, and so glamorous, what with her being an actress and dying like she did in that car accident. You should see the costumes." I do not remind her that I saw the costumes first time around. They wanted someone with more box office pull. She rolls her eyes and inspects her fingernails. "They liked my audition well enough," she says. "Producer called me back twice. He said I look much more like Emmeline than Gwyneth Paltrow does." The other actress's name she says with a sneer that robs her momentarily of her beauty. Only thing she has over me is an Academy Award nomination, and everyone knows British actors have to work twice as hard for an Oscar nod. Especially when you get your start on the soaps. I can sense her disappointment, and I do not blame her. I dare say there were many times I would have much preferred to be Emmeline than the housemaid. Anyway, she says discontentedly, I'm playing Grace, and I have to make the best of it. Besides, Ursula promised they'd interview me specially for the DVD release, seeing as I'm the only one who gets to meet my character in real life. I'm glad to be of some use. Yes, she says, my irony lost on her. Do you have any more questions? I'll check. She turns a page, and something drops from its hiding spot, flutters to the ground like a mammoth grey moth, lands face down. When she reaches to pick it up, I see that it is a photograph, a host of black and white figures with serious faces. Even from a distance, the image is familiar to me. I remember it instantly, in the same way a film seen long ago, a dream, a painting, can be recalled through its merest shape. May I see? I say, reaching out my hand. She passes the photograph to me, lays it across my gnarled fingers. Our hands meet for an instant, and she withdraws quickly, frightened she might catch something. Old age, perhaps. The photograph is a copy, its surface smooth and cold and matte. I tilt the image toward the window so that it catches the light shining in off the heath. I squint through my glasses. There we are. The Riverton household of summer 1916. There was one like it for every year. Lady Violet used to insist on it. They were commissioned annually, a photographer brought in from a London studio, the auspicious day greeted with all due pomp and circumstance. The resulting photograph, 2 rows of serious faces gazing unblinking at the black-hooded camera, would then be hand-delivered, displayed on the drawing-room mantel a while, then pasted in the appropriate page in the Hartford family scrapbook, along with invitations, menus, and newspaper clippings. Had it been the photograph from any other year, I may not have known its date, but this particular image is memorable for the events it immediately preceded. Mr. Frederick sits front and centre, his mother one side, Jemima the other. The latter is huddled, a black shawl draped about her shoulders to disguise her heavy pregnancy. Hannah and Emmeline sit at either ends, parentheses, one taller than the other, in matching black dresses. New dresses, but not of the kind imagined by Emmeline. Standing behind Mr. Frederick, centre of a shadow row, is Mr. Hamilton, with Mrs. Townsend and Nancy beside. Katie and I stand behind the Hartford girls, with Mr. Dawkins, the chauffeur, and Mr. Dudley at the edges. The rows are distinct. Only Nanny Brown occupies a place between, dozing in a cane chair from the conservatory, neither in front nor behind. I look at my serious face, my severe hairstyle giving my head the appearance of a pin, accentuating my 2 large ears. I stand directly behind Hannah, her pale hair brushed into ripples, stark against the edges of my black dress. We all wear grave expressions, a custom of the time, but particularly appropriate to this photograph. The servants are in black as always, but so is the family. For that summer, they had joined the mourning that was general across England and across the world. It was the 12th day of July, 1916, the day after the joint funeral service for Lord Ashbury and the Major. The day Jemima's baby arrived, and the day the question on all our lips was answered. It was awfully hot that summer, the hottest anyone could remember. Gone were the grey days of winter, when night bled into day, and in their stead, week after week of long days and clear blue skies. Day broke quickly, cleanly, brilliantly. I woke earlier than usual that morning. The sun topped the birch trees that lined the lake and pierced the attic window, so that a stream of hot light pointed across the bed, stroked my face. I didn't mind. It was nice for a change to wake with the light, rather than beginning work in the cold dark of the sleeping house. For a maid, the summer sun was a steadfast companion to the day's activities. The photographer had been booked for 9:30, and by the time we assembled on the front lawn, the air was tight with shimmering heat. The family of swallows who considered Riverton their own sought refuge beneath the attic eaves, watching us curiously and quietly, robbed of their spirit for singing. Even the trees that lined the driveway were silent. Their leafy tops sat motionless, as if to conserve energy, until coerced by some slight breeze to emit a disgruntled rustle. The photographer, his face spotted with perspiration, arranged us one by one, the family seated, the surplice standing at back. There we remained, all in black, eyes on the camera box, and thoughts in the churchyard valley. Afterwards, in the comparative cool of the stone servants' hall, Mr. Hamilton had Katy pour lemonades, while the rest of us sank listlessly onto chairs around the table. "It's the end of an era, and that's a fact," Mrs. Townsend said, dabbing at her puffy eyes with a handkerchief. She had been crying for most of July, starting when news came of the Major's death in France, pausing only to gain momentum when Lord Ashbury suffered a fatal stroke the following week. She no longer wept tears so much as her eyes had succumbed to a state of permanent seepage. "The end of an era," Mr. Hamilton said, sitting opposite her. "That it is, Mrs. Townsend." "When I think of his lordship—" Her words tapered off, and she shook her head, planted her elbows on the table, and buried her swollen face in her hands. "The stroke was sudden," Mr. Hamilton said. "Stroke?" Mrs. Townsend said, lifting her face. "That may be what they're calling it, but he died of a broken heart. You mark my words. Couldn't bear losing his son like that." "I dare say you're right, Mrs. Townsend," Nancy said, tying her guard scarf around her neck. "They were tight, he and the Major." "The Major!" Mrs. Townsend's eyes brimmed anew, and her bottom lip trembled. "That dear boy! To think of him going like that, on some god-awful mud-flat in France." "The Somme," I said, tasting the roundness of the word, its hum of foreboding. I thought of Alfred's most recent letter, thin sheets of grubby paper that smelled of far away. It had arrived for me 2 days earlier, posted from France the week before. The letter had presented a light enough veneer, but there was something in its tone, the things that were not said, that left me uneasy. "Is that where Alfred is, Mr. Hamilton? The Somme?" "I should say so, my girl. From what I've heard in the village, I'd say that's where they've sent the saffron lads." Katy, who had arrived with the tray of lemonades, gasped. "Mr. Hamilton, what if Alfred—" "Katy!" Nancy cut in sharply, glancing at me as Mrs. Townsend's hand leapt to her mouth. "Just you mind where you put that tray, and keep your trap shut." Mr. Hamilton's lips pursed. "Now don't you girls worry about Alfred. He's in good spirits and good hands. Those in command will do what's best. They wouldn't send Alfred and his lads into battle if they weren't confident of their abilities to defend king and country." "That doesn't mean he won't get shot," Katy said, sulking. "The Major did, and he's a hero." "Katy!" Mr. Hamilton's face turned the colour of stewed rhubarb as Mrs. Townsend gasped, "Show some respect." He dropped his voice to a quivering whisper. "After all the family has had to endure these last weeks." He shook his head, straightened his glasses. "I can't even look at you, girl. Get into the scullery and—" He turned to Mrs. Townsend for help. Mrs. Townsend lifted her puffy face from the table and said between sobs, "And clean out every one of my baking pots and pans, even the old ones left out for the potman." We remained in silence as Katy crept off to the scullery. Silly Katy with her talk of dying. Alfred knew how to take care of himself. He was always saying so in his letters, telling me not to get too used to his duties because he'd be back in no time to take them up again, telling me to keep his place warm for him. I thought then of something else Alfred had said, something that had me worried about all our places. "Mr. Hamilton," I said quietly, "I don't mean any disrespect by it, but I've been wondering what it all means for us. Who will be in charge now that Lord Ashbury—" "Surely it will be Mr. Frederick," said Nancy. "He's Lord Ashbury's only other son." "No," Mrs. Townsend said, looking to Mr. Hamilton. "It will be the Major's son, won't it? When he's born, he's next in line for the title." "I'd say it all depends," Mr. Hamilton said gravely. "On what?" Nancy said. Mr. Hamilton surveyed us all. "On whether it's a son or a daughter Jemima's carrying." Mention of her name was enough to start Mrs. Townsend crying again. "That poor lamb," she said, "to lose her husband, and she about to have a wee baby. It just isn't right." "I imagine there's others like her right across England," Nancy said, shaking her head. "But it's not the same, is it?" Mrs. Townsend said. "Not the same as when it happens to one of your own." The third bell along the bracket near the stairs rang, and Mrs. Townsend jumped. "Oh, my!" she said, hand fluttering to her ample bosom. "Front door." Mr. Hamilton stood and pushed his chair neatly beneath the table. "Lord Gifford, no doubt. Here to read the will." He slipped his arms into his jacket coat and straightened the collar, looked at me over his glasses before he started up the stairs. "Lady Ashbury will ring for tea any minute, Grace. When you've done that, be sure and take a carafe of lemonade outside to Miss Hannah and Miss Emmeline." As he disappeared up the stairs, Mrs. Townsend patted one hand rapidly across her heart. "My nerves aren't what they were," she said sadly. "Not helped by this heat," Nancy said. She glanced at the wall clock. "Look here, it's only just now gone 10:30. Lady Violet won't ring for luncheon for another 2 hours. Why don't you take your rest early today? Grace can manage the tea." I nodded, glad for something to do that would take my mind off the household's grief, off the war itself, off Alfred. Mrs. Townsend looked from Nancy to me. Nancy's expression became stern, but her voice was softer than usual. "Come now, Mrs. Townsend. You'll feel better after I lie down. I'll make sure everything's all right and proper before I leave for the station." The second bell rang, signalling the drawing-room, and Mrs. Townsend jumped again. She nodded, defeat mixed with relief. "All right, then." She looked at me. "But you wake me if you need anything at all. You hear?" I carried the tray up the darkened servants' hall stairs and into the main hall, was enveloped immediately by light and heat. While every curtain in the house had been drawn in accordance with Lady Ashbury's insistence on strict Victorian mourning, there were none to cover the elliptical glass panel above the front door, and sunlight was left to penetrate without restraint. It made me think of the camera. The room was a flash of light and life in the centre of a shrouded black box. I crossed to the drawing-room and pushed open the door. The room was heavy with warm, stale air that had drifted in with summer's start and become trapped by the house's grief. The huge French doors remained closed, and both the heavy brocade curtains and the silk undercurtains had been drawn, hanging in an attitude of lethargy. I hesitated by the door. There was something about the room that made me loath to proceed, some difference that had nothing to do with the dark or the heat. As my eyes readjusted, the room's sombre tableau began to materialize. Lord Gifford, a man of later years and florid complexion, sat in the late Lord Ashbury's armchair, a black leather folder open across his generous lap. He was reading aloud, enjoying his voice's resonance in the dim room. On the table next to him, an elegant brass lamp with a floral shade cast a neat ring of soft light. On the leather lounge opposite, Jemima sat beside Lady Violet. Widows both. The latter seemed to have diminished in size and stature even since the morning, a tiny figure in a black crepe dress, face obscured by a veil of dark lace. Jemima was also in black, her face an ashen contrast. Her hands, usually fleshy, now seemed small and frail as they caressed absently her swollen belly. Lady Clementine had retired to her bedroom, but Fanny, still in ardent pursuit of Mr. Frederick's hand in marriage, had been permitted attendance, and sat self-importantly on Lady Violet's other side, an expression of practised sorrow on her face. Atop the nearby table, flowers I had picked from the estate garden only that morning, blooms of pink rhododendrons, creamy clematis, and sprigs of jasmine, now wept from their vase in sad despondence. The fragrance of jasmine filled the closed room with a pungency that threatened suffocation. On the other side of the table, Mr. Frederick stood with his hand resting on the mantelpiece, his coat stiff on his tall frame. In the half-light, his face was as still as a wax mannequin's, his eyes unblinking, his expression stony. The lamp's feeble glow threw a shadow across one eye. The other was dark, fixed, intent on its prey. As I watched him, I realized he was watching me. He beckoned with the fingertips of the hand that braced the mantelpiece, a subtle gesture that I would have missed had not the rest of his body been so still. He wished me to bring the tray to him. I glanced toward Lady Violet, unsettled as much by this change in convention as I was by Mr. Frederick's unnerving attention. She did not look my way, so I did as he proposed, careful to avoid his gaze. When I slid the tray onto the table, he nodded again at the teapot, commanding me to pour, then returned his attention to Lord Gifford. I had never poured tea before. Not in the drawing-room, not for the mistress. I hesitated, unsure how to proceed, then picked up the milk-jug, glad of the dark, as Lord Gifford continued to speak. In effect, aside from the exceptions already specified, Lord Ashbury's entire estate, along with his title, was to pass to his eldest son and heir, Major Jonathan Hartford. Here he paused. Jemima stifled a sob, all the more wretched for its suffocation. Above me, Frederick made a clicking sound in his throat. Impatience, I decided, sneaking a glance as I poured milk into the final cup. His chin was stiffly set, jutting out from his neck in an attitude of stern authority. He exhaled, a long and measured breath. His fingers drummed a quick tattoo on the mantelpiece, and he said, "Go on, Lord Gifford." Lord Gifford shifted in Lord Ashbury's seat, and the leather sighed, grieving for its departed master. He cleared his throat, raised his voice. Given that no new arrangements were made after news of Major Hartford's death, the estate will pass, in line with the ancient laws of primogeniture, to Major Hartford's eldest male child. He looked over the rim of his glasses at Jemima's belly, and continued. Should Major Hartford have no surviving male children, the estate and title pass instead to Lord Ashbury's second son, Mr. Frederick Hartford. Lord Gifford looked up, and the lamplight reflected in the glass of his spectacles. It would appear we have a waiting game ahead. He paused, and I took the opportunity to hand tea to the ladies. Jemima took hers automatically without looking at me, and lowered it to her lap. Lady Violet waved me away. Only Fanny took the proffered cup and saucer with any appetite. This is the end of CD 5. The book continues on CD 6. CD 6. Lord Gifford, Mr. Frederick said in a calm voice. "How do you take your tea?" "Milk, but no sugar," Lord Gifford said, running his fingers along his collar, separating the cotton from his sticky neck. I lifted the teapot carefully and began to pour, mindful of the steaming spout. I handed him the cup and saucer, which he took without seeing me. "Business is well, Frederick?" he said, rubbing his pillowy lips together before sipping his tea. From the corner of my eye I saw Mr. Frederick nod. "Well enough, Lord Gifford," he said. "My men have made the transition from motor car to aeroplane production, and there's another contract with the War Ministry up for tender." Lord Gifford raised a brow. "Better hope that American company doesn't tender. One hears they've made enough planes for every man, woman and child in Britain." "I won't argue they've produced a lot of planes, Lord Gifford, but you wouldn't catch me flying in one." "No?" "Mass production," said Mr. Frederick, by way of explanation. "People working too quickly, trying to keep up with conveyor belts. No time to make sure things are done properly." "The Ministry doesn't seem to mind." "The Ministry can't see past the bottom line," said Mr. Frederick, "but they will. Once they see the quality we're producing, they won't sign up for any more of those tin cans." And then he laughed, rather too loudly. I glanced up, despite myself. It seemed to me that for a man who had lost his father and only brother within a matter of days, he was coping remarkably well. Too well, I thought, and I began to doubt Nancy's fond description of him, Hannah's devotion, tallying him more with David's characterization of a petty and embittered man. "Any word from young David?" Lord Gifford said. As I handed Mr. Frederick his tea, he shifted his arm abruptly, knocking the cup and its steaming contents onto the Bessarabian carpet. "Oh," I said, all feeling draining from my cheeks, "I'm sorry, sir." He stared at me, read something in my face. He parted his lips to speak, then changed his mind. A sharp intake of breath from Jemima drew all eyes in synchronicity. She straightened, clutched at her side, walked flat hands across her tight belly. "What is it?" Lady Violet said from beneath her lace veil. Jemima did not respond, engaged, or so it seemed, in silent communication with her babe. She stared, unseeing, directly ahead, still prodding her belly. "Jemima?" This was Lady Violet again, concern icing a voice already chilled by loss. Jemima inclined her head as if to listen. She said, barely a whisper, "He stopped moving." Her breaths had become rapid. "He's been active all the way through, but he's stopped." "You must go and rest," Lady Violet said. "It's this blessed heat." She swallowed. "This blessed heat." She looked about, seeking corroboration. "That and—" She shook her head, tightened her lips, unwilling, unable, perhaps, to speak the final clause. "That's all it is." She drew up all her courage, straightened, and said firmly, "You must rest." "No," Jemima said, bottom lip trembling. "I want to be here, for Jonathan, and for you." Lady Violet took Jemima's hands, withdrew them gently from her stomach, and cradled them within her own. "I know you do." She reached out, stroked tentatively Jemima's mousy brown hair. It was a simple gesture, but in its enactment I was reminded that Lady Violet was herself a mother. Without moving, she said, "Grace, help Jemima upstairs so that she might rest. Leave all that. Hamilton will collect it later." "Yes, my lady." I curtsied and came to Jemima's side. I reached down and helped her stand, glad for the opportunity to leave the room and its misery. On my way out, Jemima beside me, I realized what was different about the room, aside from the dark and the heat. The mantel clock, which usually marked each passing second with detached consistency, was silent, its slender black hands frozen in arabesque, observing Lady Ashbury's instructions to stop all the clocks at 10 minutes before 5, the moment of her husband's passing. The Fall of Icarus. With Jemima settled in her room, I returned to the servants' hall, where Mr. Hamilton was inspecting the pots and pans Katy had been scrubbing. He looked up from Mrs. Townsend's favourite sauté pan, only to tell me that the Hartford sisters were down by the old boathouse, and I was to take them refreshments along with the lemonade. He had not yet learned of the spilled tea, and I was glad. I fetched a jug of lemonade from the ice room, loaded it onto a tray with 2 tall glasses, and a platter of Mrs. Townsend's ribbon sandwiches, and left via the servants' hall door. I stood on the top step, blinking into the clear, unbroken glare while my eyes adjusted. In a month without rain, colour had been bleached from the estate. The sun was midway across the sky, and its direct light provided a final wash, giving the garden the hazy look of one of the watercolours that hung in Lady Violet's boudoir. Although I wore my cap, the line down the centre of my head where I parted my hair remained exposed, and was instantly scorched. I crossed the theatre lawn, freshly mown and rich with the soporific scent of dry grass. Dudley crouched nearby, clipping the border hedges. The blades of his shears were smeared with green sap. Patches of bare metal glistened. He must have sensed me nearby, because he turned and squinted. "She's a hot one," he said, hand shielding his eyes. "Hot enough to cook eggs on the railway," I said, quoting Nancy, wondering whether there was truth in the expression. At lawn's edge, a grand set of grey stone stairs led into Lady Ashbury's rose garden. Pink and white buds hugged the trellises, alive with the warm drone of diligent bees hovering about their yellow hearts. I passed beneath the arbour, unlatched the kissing gate, and started down the long walk, a stretch of grey cobblestones set amongst yellow and white stone crops. Halfway along, tall hornbeam hedges gave way to the miniature yew that bordered the Edgiscov garden. I blinked as a couple of topiaries came to life, then smiled at myself and the pair of indignant ducks, mallards with green feathers, that had wandered up from the lake and now stood regarding me with shiny black eyes. At the end of the Edgiscov garden was the second kissing gate, the forgotten sister, for there is always a forgotten sister, victim of the wiry jasmine tendrils. On the other side lay the Icarus fountain, and beyond, at lake's edge, the boathouse. The gate's clasp was beginning to rust, and I had to lay down my load that I might unlatch it. I nestled the tray on a flat spot amongst a cluster of strawberry plants, and used my fingers to prise open the latch. I pushed open the gate, picked up the lemonade, and continued, through a cloud of jasmine perfume, toward the fountain. Though Eros and Psyche sat vast and magnificent in the front lawn, a prologue to the grand house itself, there was something wonderful, a mysterious and melancholic aspect, about the smaller fountain, hidden within its sunny clearing at the bottom of the south garden. The circular pool of stacked stone stood 2 feet high and 20 feet across at its widest point. It was lined with tiny glass tiles, azure blue like the necklace of sapphires Lord Ashbury had brought back for Lady Violet after serving in the Far East. From the centre emerged a huge craggy block of russet marble, the height of 2 men, thick at base, but tapering to a peak. Midway up, creamy marble against the brown, the life-size figure of Icarus had been carved in a position of recline. His wings, pale marble etched to give the impression of feathers, were strapped to his outspread arms and fell behind, weeping over the rock. Rising from the pool to tend the fallen figure were 3 mermaids, long hair looped and coiled about angelic faces, One held a small harp, one wore a coronet of woven ivy leaves, and one reached beneath Icarus's torso, white hands on creamy skin, to pull him from the deep. On that summer's day, a pair of purple martins, oblivious to the statue's beauty, swooped overhead, alighting atop the marble rock, only to take flight again, skim the pond surface, and fill their beaks with water. As I watched them, I was overcome with heat and a desire, strong and sudden, to plunge my hand into the cool water. I glanced back toward the distant house, far too intent upon its grief to notice if a housemaid, all the way at the bottom of the South Park, paused a moment to cool herself. I rested the tray on the rim of the pool and placed one tentative knee on the tiles, warm through my black stockings. I leaned forward, held out my hand, withdrew it again at the first touch of sun-kissed water. I rolled up my sleeve, reached out again, ready to submerge my arm. There came a laugh, tinkling music in the summer stillness. I froze, listened, inclined my head, and peered beyond the statue. I saw them then, Hannah and Emmeline, not at the boathouse after all, but perched along the rim on the other side of the fountain. My shock was compounded. They had removed their black morning dresses and wore only petticoats, corset covers, and lace-trimmed drawers. Their boots, too, lay discarded on the white stone path that rounded the pool. Their long hair glistened in complicity with the sun. I glanced back to the house, wondering at their daring, wondering whether my presence implicated me somehow, wondering whether I feared or hoped it did. Emmeline lay on her back, feet together, legs bent, knees as white as her petticoat, saluting the clear blue sky. Her outer arm was arranged so that her head rested on her hand. The other arm, soft, pale skin, a stranger to the sun, was extended straight over the pool, her wrist dancing a lazy figure-eight, so that alternate fingers pricked the pool's surface. Tiny ripples lapped one another keenly. Hannah sat beside, one leg curled beneath her, the other bent so her chin rested on her knee, her toes flirting carelessly with the water. Her arms were wrapped around her raised leg, and from one hand dangled a piece of paper so thin as to be almost transparent beneath the sun's glare. I withdrew my arm, rolled down my sleeve, collected myself. With one last longing glance at the sparkling pool, I picked up the tray. As I drew closer, I could hear them talking. "I think he's being awfully pig-headed," Emmeline said. They had accumulated a pile of strawberries between them, and she popped one in her mouth, tossed the stalk into the garden. Hannah shrugged. "Pa's always been stubborn." "All the same," Emmeline said, "to flat-out refuse is just silly. If David can be bothered to write to us all the way from France, the least Pa could do is read the thing." Hannah gazed toward the statue, inclined her head so that the pool's reflected ripples shimmered, in ribbons, across her face. "David made a fool of Pa. He went behind his back, did the very thing Pa told him not to. Phew, it's been over a year. Pa doesn't forgive easily. David knows that. But it's such a funny letter. Read again the bit about the mess hall, the pudding." "I'm not going to read it again. I shouldn't have read it the first 3 times. It's far too coarse for your young ears." She held out the letter. It cast a shadow across Emmeline's face. "Here, read it yourself. There's an enlightening illustration on the second page." There was a warm breath of wind then, and the paper fluttered so that I could see the black lines of a sketch in the top corner. My footsteps crunched the white stones of the path, and Emmeline looked up, saw me standing behind Hannah. "Oh, lemonade," she said, withdrawing her arm from the pool, letter forgotten. "Good, I'm dying of thirst." Hannah turned, tucked the letter into her waistband. "Grace," she said, smiling. "We're hiding from old Gropeford," Emmeline said, swinging to sit upright, her back to the fountain.
Oh, that sun's delicious. It's gone straight to my head.
And your cheeks, Hannah said. Emmeline raised her face to the sun, closed her eyes.
I don't mind. I wish it could be summer all year round.
Has Lord Gifford been and gone, Grace? Hannah said. I couldn't say for sure, miss. I rested the tray on the fountain edge. I should think so. He was in the drawing-room when I served morning tea, and her ladyship didn't mention he was staying. I hope not, Hannah said. There's enough that's unpleasant at the moment without him making excuses to look down my dress all afternoon. A small wrought-iron garden table was nestled by a cluster of pink and yellow honeysuckles, and I carried it over to hold the refreshments. I planted its curled feet amongst the stones of the path and set the tray on top, started to pour the lemonades. Between thumb and index finger, Hannah twirled a strawberry by its stalk. You didn't happen to hear any of what Lord Gifford was saying, did you, Grace? I hesitated. I wasn't supposed to be listening when I served the tea. About grandfather's estate, she said. About Riverton. Her eyes wouldn't meet mine, and I suspected she felt as uncomfortable asking as I did answering. I swallowed, set down the jug. I'm not sure, miss.
She did, Emmeline exclaimed. I can tell. She's blushing. You did, didn't you? She leaned forward, eyes wide. Well then, tell us. What's to happen? Is it to go to Pa? Are we to stay?
I don't know, miss, I said, shrinking, as I always did, when faced with Emmeline's imperious attention. Nobody knows. Emmeline took a glass of lemonade.
Someone must know, she said haughtily. Lord Gifford, I'd have thought. Why else was he here today if not to talk over grandfather's will?
What I mean, miss, is it depends.
On what?
Hannah spoke then. On Aunt Jemima's baby. Her eyes met mine. That's it, isn't it, Grace? Yes, miss, I said quietly. At least, I think that's what they were saying. Emmeline said,
On Aunt Jemima's baby?
If it's a boy, Hannah said thoughtfully, then everything is rightly his. If not, Pa becomes Lord Ashbury. Emmeline, who had just popped a strawberry in her mouth, clapped her hands to her lips and laughed.
Imagine! Pa, Lord of the Manor. It's too silly.
The peach ribbon that threaded around the waistline of her petticoat had snagged on the pool rim and started to unravel. A long thread zigzagged down her leg. I would have to remember to mend it later.
Do you think he would want us to live here?
Oh, yes, I thought hopefully. Riverton had been so quiet the year past. Naught to do but redust empty rooms and try not to worry too much about those still fighting. I don't know, Hannah said. I certainly hope not. It's bad enough being trapped here over summer. The days are twice as long in the country, and there's only half as much with which to fill them.
I bet he would.
No, Hannah said resolutely. Pa couldn't bear the separation from his factory.
I don't know, Emmeline said. If there's one thing Pa loves better than his silly motors, it's Riverton. It's his favourite place in the whole world.
She cast her eyes skyward. Though why anyone would want to be stuck in the middle of nowhere with no one to talk to. She broke off, gasped.
Oh, Hannah, do you know what I've just thought of? If Pa becomes a lord, then that makes us honourable, doesn't it?
I suppose it does, Hannah said, for what that's worth.
Emmeline jumped up, rolled her eyes. It's worth a lot.
She put her glass back on the table and climbed onto the rim of the pool.
The Honourable Emmeline Hartford of Riverton Manor. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
She turned and curtsied to her reflection, battered her eyelids and presented her hand.
Pleased to meet you, handsome sir. I'm the Honourable Emmeline Hartford. She laughed, delighted by her own skit, and began to skip along the tiled edge, arms out to the sides for balance, repeating the titled introduction between bursts of renewed laughter. Hannah watched her for a moment, bemused. "Have you any sisters, Grace?" "No, miss," I said. "Nor brothers, neither." "Really?" she said, as if existence without siblings was something she hadn't considered. "I was not so lucky, miss. It's just Mother and me." She looked at me, squinted into the sun. "Your mother? She was in service here." It was a statement rather than a question. "Yes, miss, until I was born, miss." "You're very like her. To look at, I mean." I was taken aback. "Miss?" "I saw her picture in Grandmamma's family scrapbook. One of the household photographs from last century." She must have felt my confusion, for she rushed on. "Not that I was looking for it. You mustn't think that, Grace. I was trying to find a certain picture of my own mother when I came across it. The resemblance to you is striking. The same pretty face, same kind eyes." I had never seen a photograph of Mother, not from when she was younger. And Hannah's description was so at odds with the mother I knew that I was seized by a sudden and irrepressible longing to see it for myself. I knew where Lady Ashbury kept her scrapbook, the left-hand drawer of her writing desk. And there were times, many times now Nancy was away, that I was left alone to clean the drawing-room. If I made sure the household was busy elsewhere, and if I were very quick, it wouldn't be difficult, surely, to glimpse it for myself. I wondered if I dared. "Why did you not come back to Riverton?" Hannah was saying. "After you were born, I mean." "It wasn't possible, miss. Not with the babe." "I'm sure Grandmamma's had families on staff before." She smiled. "Just imagine, we might have known each other when we were children if she had." Hannah looked out over the water, frowned slightly. "Perhaps she was unhappy here, didn't want to return." "I don't know, miss," I said, inexplicably discomforted to be discussing Mother with Hannah. She doesn't much talk about it. "Is she in service somewhere else?" "She takes in stitching now, miss, in the village." "She works for herself?" "Yes, miss." I had never thought of it in those terms. Hannah nodded. There must be some satisfaction in that. I looked at her, unsure whether she was teasing. Her face was serious, though, thoughtful. "I don't know, miss," I said, faltering. I'm seeing her this afternoon. I could ask if you like." Her eyes had a cloudy look about them, as if her thoughts were far away. She glanced at me, and the shadows fled. "No, it's not important." She fingered the edge of David's letter, still tucked into her petticoat. "Have you had news of Alfred?" "Yes, miss," I said, glad of the change of subject. Alfred was safer territory. He was a part of this world. "I had a letter this week past. He'll be home on leave in September. That is, we hope he will." "September," she said. "That's not so long. You'll be glad to see him." "Oh, yes, miss, I certainly will." Hannah smiled knowingly, and I blushed. "What I mean, miss, is we'll all be glad to see him downstairs." "Of course you will, Grace. Alfred is a lovely fellow." My cheeks were tingling red, for Hannah had guessed correctly. While letters from Alfred still arrived for the collective staff, increasingly they were addressed solely to me. Their content was changing too. Talk of battle was being replaced with talk of home and other secret things. How much he missed me, cared for me, the future. I blinked. "And Master David, miss?" I said. "Will he be home soon?" "December, he thinks."
She ran her fingers over the etched surface of her locket, glanced at Emmeline, and lowered her voice. "You know, I've the strongest feeling it will be the last time he comes home to us." "Miss?" "Now that he's escaped, Grace, seen the world. Well, he has a new life, doesn't he? A real life. The war will end, he'll remain in London and study piano and become a grand musician. Lead a life rich with excitement and adventure, just like the games we used to play." She looked beyond me in the direction of the house, and her smile faded. She sighed then, a long, steady exhalation that made her shoulders deflate. "Sometimes—" The word hung between us, languorous, heavy, full, and I waited for a conclusion that did not come. I could think of nothing to say, so I did what I did best, remained silent and poured the last of the lemonade into her glass. She looked up at me then, held out her glass. "Here, Grace, you have this one." "Oh, no, miss. Thank you, miss. I'm all right." "Nonsense," Hannah said. "Your cheeks are almost as red as Emmeline's. Here." She thrust the glass toward me. I glanced at Emmeline, setting pink and yellow honeysuckle flowers to float on the other side of the pool. "Really, miss, Grace," she said mock sternly, "it's hot, and I insist." I sighed, took the glass. It was cool in my hand, tantalizingly cool. I lifted it to my lips, perhaps just a tiny sip. An excited whoop from behind made Hannah swing around. I lifted my gaze, squinted into the light. The sun had begun its slide to the west, and the air was hazy. Emmeline was crouched midway up the statue on the ledge near Icarus. Her pale hair was loose and wavy, and she had threaded a cluster of white clematis behind one ear. The wet hem of her petticoat clung to her legs. In the warm white light, she looked to be part of the statue. A fourth mermaid, come to life. She waved at us, at Hannah. "Come up here. You can see all the way to the lake." "I've seen it," Hannah called back. "I showed you, remember?" There was a drone, high in the sky, as a plane flew overhead. I wasn't sure what kind it was. Alfred would have known. Hannah watched it go, not looking away until it disappeared, a tiny speck, into the sun's glare. Then suddenly she stood, resolutely, and hurried to the garden seat that held their clothing. As she pulled on her black dress, I set down the lemonade and made to help her. "What are you doing?" Emmeline asked her. "I'm getting dressed." "Why?" "I have something to do at the house." Hannah paused as I straightened her bodice. "Some French verbs for Miss Prince." "Since when?" Emmeline wrinkled her nose suspiciously. "It's the holidays?" "I asked for extra." "You did not." "I did." "Well, I'm coming too," Emmeline said, without moving. "Fine," Hannah said coolly, "and if you get bored, perhaps Lord Gifford will still be at the house to keep you company." She sat on the garden seat and started lacing up her boots. "Come on," Emmeline said, pouting. "Tell me what you're doing. You know I can keep secrets." "Thank goodness," Hannah said, looking at her with wide eyes. "I wouldn't want anyone to find out I was doing extra French verbs." Emmeline sat for a moment, watching Hannah and drumming her legs against a marble wing. She inclined her head. "Do you promise that's all you're doing?" "I promise," Hannah said. "I'm going to the house to do some translations." She sneaked a glance at me then, and I realized the precise nature of her half-truth. She was going to work on translations, but they were in shorthand and not French. I lowered my eyes, disproportionately pleased at my casting as conspirator. Emmeline shook her head slowly, narrowed her eyes. "It's a mortal sin to lie, you know."
She was clutching at straws. "Yes, oh pious one," Hannah said, laughing. Emmeline crossed her arms. "Fine. Keep your silly secrets. I'm sure I don't mind." "Good," Hannah said. "Everybody's happy." She smiled at me, and I smiled back. "Thank you for the lemonade, Grace." And then she disappeared, through the kissing gate and into the long walk. "I'll find out, you know," Emmeline called after her. "I always do." There came no response, and I heard Emmeline huff. As I turned to face her, I saw the white clematis that had decorated her hair spinning onto the stone below. She looked at me crossly. "Is that glass of lemonade for me? I'm parched." My visit to Mother that afternoon was brief, and would not have been notable had it not been for one thing. Usually when I visited, Mother and I sat in the kitchen, where the light was best for stitching, and where we had spent most of our time together before I started at Riverton. That day, however, when she met me at the door, she led me to the tiny sitting room that opened off the kitchen. I was surprised, and wondered who else Mother was expecting, for the room was rarely used, had always been reserved for the visits of important folk like Dr. Arthur or the church minister. I sat on a chair by the window and waited while she fetched tea. Mother had made an effort to present the room at its best. I recognized the signs. A favoured vase that had once belonged to her own mother, white porcelain with tulips painted on the front, stood on the side table, clutching proudly a handful of tired daisies. And the cushion she usually rolled up and propped against her back when she worked had been beaten smooth and arranged in the middle of the sofa. It was a sly impostor sitting there squarely, looking for all the world as if it served no other function than decoration. The room was especially clean. Years in service had given Mother exacting standards, yet it was smaller and plainer than I remembered. The yellow walls that had once seemed cheery were faded, seeming to sag inwards, so that only the bare old sofa and chairs saved them from collapse. The pictures on the wall, scenes from the sea that had inspired many of my childhood fancies, had lost their magic, and now looked only tired and poorly framed. Mother brought the tea and sat opposite me. I watched as she poured. There were only 2 cups. It was to be just the 2 of us, after all. The room, the flowers, the cushion were for me. I took the cup she offered and noted silently the tiny chip on its rim. Mr. Hamilton would never approve. There was no place for cracked teacups at Riverton, even in the servants' hall. Mother cupped her tea in 2 hands, and I saw that the fingers of each hand had plaited stiffly, one over another. There was no way she'd be able to stitch in that condition. I wondered how long they'd been that bad, how she was affording to live. I had been forwarding her a portion of my own earnings each week, but surely it wasn't enough. Warily, I broached the subject. "That's none of your business," she said. "I'm managing." "But, Mother, you should have told me. I could have sent you more. I've nothing to spend it on." Her gaunt face vacillated between defensiveness and defeat. Finally, she sighed. "You're a good girl, Grace. You're doing your share. Your mother's bad fortune's not yours to worry about." "Of course it is, Mother. You just be sure and don't make the same mistakes." I steeled myself, dared to ask gently, "What mistakes, Mother?" She looked away, and I waited, heart beating quickly, as she chewed on her dry bottom lip, wondering whether at last I was to be trusted with the secrets that had sat between us as long as I could remember. "Pish," she said finally, turning back to face me, and with that the subject's door was slammed closed. She lifted her chin and asked about the house, the family, as she always did. What had I expected? A sudden, magnificently uncharacteristic break from habit?
An outpouring of past grievances that explained away my mother's acrimony enabled us to reach an understanding that had thus far eluded us? You know, I think perhaps I had. I was young, and that is my only excuse. But this is a history, not a fiction. Thus it will not surprise you that such was not forthcoming. Instead, I swallowed the sour lump of disappointment and told her about the deaths, unable to prevent a guilty note of importance from creeping in as I recounted the family's recent misfortune. First the Major, Mr. Hamilton's sombre receipt of the black-rimmed telegraph, Jemima's fingers shaking so that she was unable at first to open it, and then Lord Ashbury, only days after. She shook her head slowly, an action that accentuated her long, thin neck, and set down her tea. I'd heard as much. I didn't know how much to put down to gossip. You know as well as I how bad this village is for tittle-tattle. I nodded. What was it took Lord Ashbury, then? She said. Mr. Hamilton said it was a mix, partly a stroke and partly the heat. Mother continued to nod, chewing the inside of her cheek. And what did Mrs. Townsend say? She said it was none of those things. She said it was grief that killed him, plain and simple. I lowered my voice, adopting the same reverent tone that Mrs. Townsend had used. She said the Major's death broke his lordship's heart, that when the Major was shot, all his father's hopes and dreams bled with him into the soil of France. Mother smiled, but it was not a happy gesture. She shook her head slowly, looked at the wall before her with its pictures of the distant sea. Poor, poor Frederick, she said. This surprised me, and at first I thought I must have misheard, or that she had made a mistake, uttered the wrong name accidentally, for it made little sense. Poor Lord Ashbury, poor Lady Violet, poor Jemima. But Frederick? You needn't worry about him, I said. He's as like to inherit the house. There's more to happiness than riches, girl. I didn't like it when Mother spoke of happiness. The sentiment was hollowed by its speaker. Mother, with her pinched eyes and her empty house, was the last person fit to offer such advice. I felt chastened somehow, reprimanded for an offence I couldn't name. I answered sulkily, "Try telling that to Fanny." Mother frowned, and I realized the name was unknown to her. "Oh," I said, inexplicably cheered, "I forgot. You wouldn't know her. She's Lady Clementine's charge. She hopes to marry Mr. Frederick." Mother looked at me disbelieving. "Marry? Frederick?" I nodded. "Fanny's been working on him all year." "He's not asked her, though." "No," I said, "but it's only a matter of time." "Who told you so? Mrs. Townsend?" I shook my head. "Nancy." Mother recovered somewhat, managed a thin smile. "She's mistaken then, this Nancy of yours. Frederick wouldn't marry again. Not after Penelope." "Nancy doesn't make mistakes." Mother crossed her arms. "On this, she's wrong." Her certainty grated me, as if she would know better than I the goings-on up at the house. "Even Mrs. Townsend agrees," I said. "She says Lady Violet approves the match, and that though Mr. Frederick mightn't appear to mind what his mother says, he's never gone against her when it counted." "No," said Mother, her smile flickering, then fading. "No, I don't suppose he has." She turned to stare through the open window, the grey stone wall of the house next door. "I never thought he would remarry." Her voice had lost all resolution, and I felt badly, ashamed of my desire to put her in her place. Mother had been fond of this Penelope, of Hannah and Emmeline's mother. She must have been.
What else explained her reluctance to see Mr. Frederick replace his late wife? Her dejection when I insisted it was true? I put my hand on hers. "You're right, Mother. I was speaking out of turn. We don't know anything for sure." She didn't answer. I leaned close, and certainly there's none could accuse Mr. Frederick of genuine feeling for Fanny. He looks more lovingly at his riding crop. My joke was an attempt to cajole her, and I was pleased when she turned to face me. I was surprised, too, for in that moment, as the afternoon sunlight brushed her cheek and teased green from her brown eyes, Mother almost looked pretty. It was a term I'd never thought would suit her. Clean and neat, perhaps, but never pretty. I thought of Hannah's words, her talk of Mother's photograph, and I was even more resolved to see it for myself, to glimpse the type of person Mother might have been. The girl Hannah called pretty, and Mrs. Townsend remembered so fondly. "He was always a great one for riding," she said, setting her teacup on the window ledge. She surprised me then, took my hand between hers, and stroked the hard patches on my palm. "Tell me about your new duties. Looks of these, they've been keeping you awful busy up there." "It's not so bad," I said, moved by her rare affection. "There's not much to recommend the cleaning and the laundering, but there's other duties I don't mind so much." "Oh?" She inclined her head. "Nancy's been so busy at the station that I've been doing a lot more of the upstairs work." "You like that, do you, my girl?" Her voice was quiet. "Being upstairs in the grand house?" I nodded. "And what do you like about it?" "Being amongst fine rooms, with delicate porcelains, and paintings and tapestries. Listening to Hannah and Emmeline joke and tease and dream." I remembered Mother's earlier sentiment, and suddenly knew a way to please her. "It makes me happy," I said, and I confessed something then that I hadn't even owned myself. "One day I hope to become a proper lady's maid." She looked at me, the tremors of a frown plucking at her brow. "There's future enough as a lady's maid, my girl," she said, voice strained thin. "But happiness grows at our own firesides," she said. "It is not to be picked in strangers' gardens." I was still turning Mother's comment over as I walked home to Riverton late that afternoon. She was telling me not to forget my place, of course. I'd received that lecture more than once before. She wanted me to remember that my happiness would only be found in the coals of the servants' hall fireplace, not in the delicate pearls of a lady's boudoir. But the Hartfords were not strangers. And if I took some happiness from working near them, listening to their conversations, minding their beautiful dresses, then what harm was there in that? It struck me then that she was jealous. She envied me my place at the grand house. She had cared for Penelope, for the girl's mother. She must have. That's why she was so put out by my talk of Mr. Frederick remarrying. And now, seeing me in the position she once enjoyed, reminded her of the world she'd been forced to give away. And yet she hadn't been forced, had she? Hannah said that Lady Violet had employed families before, and if Mother were jealous that I had taken her place, why had she been so insistent I go into service at Riverton? I kicked angrily at a clump of dirt dislodged earlier by a horse's hoof. It was impossible. I would never untangle the knots and secrets Mother had tied between us. And if she didn't see fit to explain herself, offering only cryptic homilies about bad fortune and remembering one's place, then how could I be expected to answer to her? I exhaled deeply. I wouldn't. Mother had left me little option but to make my own way, and that was what I intended to do. And if that meant aspiring to climb another service rung, then so be it. I emerged from the tree-lined drive, pausing for a moment to observe the house. The sun had shifted, and Riverton was in shadow.
a huge black beetle on the hill, hunkering down against the heat and its own sorrow. And yet, as I stood there, I was filled with a warm sense of certitude. For the first time in my life I felt solid. Somewhere between the village and Riverton I had lost the sense that if I didn't hold on tightly, I would be blown away. I entered the dark servants' hall and headed down the dim corridor. My footsteps echoed on the cool stone floor. When I reached the kitchen, all was still. The lingering smell of beef stew clung to the walls, but there was no one else about. Behind me in the dining room, the clock ticked loudly. I peered around the door. That room was also empty. One lone teacup sat on its saucer on the table, but its drinker was nowhere to be seen. I removed my hat, draped it over a hook on the wall, and smoothed my skirt. I sighed, and the noise lapped against the silent walls. I smiled slightly. I had never had the downstairs all to myself before. I glanced at the clock. There was still a half-hour until I was expected back. I would have a cup of tea. The one at Mother's house had left a bitter taste in my mouth. The teapot on the kitchen bench was still warm, shrouded in its woolen cosy. I was laying out a teacup when Nancy fairly flew around the corner, her eyes widening when she saw me. "It's Jemima," she said. "The baby's coming." "But it's not due till September," I said. "Well, it doesn't know that, does it?" she said, throwing a small square towel at me. "Here, take that and a bowl of warm water upstairs. I can't find any of the others, and someone has to call for the doctor." "But I'm not in uniform." "I don't think mother or child is going to mind," said Nancy, disappearing into Mr. Hamilton's pantry to use the telephone. "But what will I say?" This I directed to the empty room, to myself, to the cloth in my hand. "What will I do?" Nancy's head appeared around the door. "Well, I don't know, do I? You'll think of something." She waved an arm in the air. "Just tell her everything's all right. God willing, it will be." I draped the towel over my shoulder, filled a bowl with warm water, and started upstairs as Nancy had said to. My hands were shaking a little, and some of the water slopped over onto the corridor carpet runner, leaving dark vermilion spots. When I reached Jemima's room, I hesitated. From behind the solid door came a muffled groan. I took a deep breath, knocked, and went inside. The room was dark, with the exception of a single bold sliver, where the curtains coyly parted. The ribbon of dusky light was flecked with listless dust. The maple four-poster bed was a shadowy mass in the centre of the room. Jemima lay very still, her breathing laboured. I crept to the bed and crouched tentatively beside. I put the bowl on the small reading table. Jemima moaned, and I bit my lip, unsure how to proceed. "There now," I said softly, the way Mother had tended me when I was sick with the scarlet fever. "There now." She shuddered, made 3 quick gasps for air. She clenched her eyes shut. "Everything's all right," I said. I soaked the towel in the water and folded it in 4, draping it across her forehead. "Jonathan," she said. "Jonathan." His name on her lips was beautiful. There was naught I could say to that, and so I remained in silence. There came more groans, more whimpers. She writhed, moaning, into the pillow. Her fingers chased elusive comfort across the empty sheet beside her. Then the still returned. Her breathing slowed. I lifted the cloth from her forehead. It had warmed against her skin, and I dipped it again in the bowl of water. I wrung it out, folded it, and reached to lay it back across her head. Her eyes opened, blinked, searched my face in the dim. "Hannah," she said through a sigh. I was startled by her mistake, and pleased beyond measure. I opened my mouth to correct her, but stopped when she reached out and took my hand. "I'm so glad it's you." She squeezed my fingers together. "I'm so frightened," she whispered. "I can't feel anything." "It's all right," I said. "The baby's resting." This seemed to calm her a little. "Yes," she said. "It's always so, right before they come. I just didn't. It's too soon." She turned her head away. When she spoke again, her voice was so low I had to strain to hear. "Everybody wants a boy for me, but I can't. I can't lose another one." "You won't," I said, hoping it was so. "There's a curse upon my family," she said, face still hidden. "My mother told me so, but I didn't believe her." She has lost her sense, I thought. Grief has overtaken her, and she has given into superstition. "There's no such thing as curses," I said softly. She made a noise, a cross between a laugh and a sob. "Oh, yes. It's the same that robbed our dear late queen of her son. The bleeder's curse." She went quiet, then ran her hand over her stomach and shifted so that she faced me. Her voice was little more than a whisper. "But girls, it passes girls over." The door flew open and Nancy was there. Behind her was a thin man of middle years and a permanently censorious expression, who I took to be the doctor, though he wasn't Dr. Arthur from the village. Pillows were plumped, Jemima was positioned, and a lamp was lit. At some point I realized my hand was once more my own, and I was pushed aside, ferried from the room. As afternoon became evening, evening became night, I waited and wondered and hoped. Time lagged, even though there were plenty of chores with which to fill it. There was dinner to serve, beds to be turned down, laundry to be gathered for the next day, yet all the while my mind remained with Jemima. Finally, as through the kitchen window the final shimmer of the sun's corona slipped behind the west heath, Nancy clattered down the stairs, bowl and cloth in hand. We had just finished our dinner, and were still sat around the table. "Well?" Mrs. Townsend said, handkerchief clutched anxiously to her heart. "Well," Nancy said, setting the bowl and cloth on the kitchen bench. She turned to face us all, unable to keep the smile from her lips. "Mother was delivered of her baby at 26 minutes after 8. Small, but healthy." I waited nervously. "Can't help but feel a little sorry for her, though," Nancy said, raising her eyebrows. "It's a girl." It was 10 o'clock when I returned from collecting Jemima's supper tray. She had fallen asleep, little Geetha swaddled and in her arms. Before I switched off the bedside lamp, I paused a moment to gaze at the tiny girl. Puckered lips, a scrap of strawberry blonde hair, eyes screwed tightly shut. Not an heir, then, but a baby, who would live and grow and love. One day, perhaps, have babies of her own. I tiptoed from the room, tray in hand. My lamp cast the only light in the dark corridor, throwing my shadow across the row of portraits hanging along the wall. While the newest family member slept soundly behind the closed door, a line of Hartfords passed, carried on a timeless vigil, gazing silently across the entrance hall they once possessed. When I reached the main hall, I noticed a thin strip of soft light seeping beneath the drawing-room door. In all the evening's drama, Mr. Hamilton had forgotten to turn off the lamp. I thanked God I had been the one to see. Despite the blessing of a new grandchild, Lady Violet would have been furious to discover her mourning conditions flouted. I pushed open the door and stopped dead. There, in his father's seat, sat Mr. Frederick, the new Lord Ashbury. His long legs were crossed one over the other, his head bowed onto one hand so that his face was concealed. Hanging from his left hand, recognizable for its distinguishing black sketch, was the letter from David, the letter Hannah had read by the fountain, which had made Emmeline giggle so. Mr. Frederick's back was shaking, and at first I thought he was laughing too. Then came the sound I have never forgotten, will never forget, a gasp, guttural, involuntary, hollow, wretched with regret. I stood for a moment longer, unable to move, then backed away, pulled the door behind me so I was no longer a hidden party to his sorrow. A knock at the door, and I am returned. It is 1999, and I am in my room at Heathview, the photograph, our grave, unknowing faces, still in my fingers. The young actress sits in the brown chair, scrutinizing the ends of her long hair. How long have I been away? I glance at my clock. It is a little after 10. Is it possible? Is it possible the floors of memory have dissolved, ancient scenes and ghosts have come to life, and yet no time has passed at all? The door is open, and Ursula is back in the room, Sylvia directly behind, balancing 3 teacups on a silver tray, rather more fancy than the usual plastic one. "I'm so sorry," Ursula says, resuming her position on the end of my bed. "I don't usually do that. It was urgent." I am unsure at first as to what she means. Then I see the mobile phone in her hand. Sylvia passes me a cup of tea, walks around my chair to present a steaming cup to Kira. "I hope you started the interview without me," Ursula says. Kira smiles, shrugs. "We've pretty much finished." "Really?" Ursula says, eyes wide beneath her heavy fringe. "I can't believe I missed the entire interview. I was so looking forward to hearing Grace's memories." Sylvia places a hand across my forehead. "You're looking a little pachy. Do you need some analgesic?" "I'm perfectly fine," I say, my voice croaky. Sylvia raises an eyebrow. "I'm fine," I say, with all the firmness I can muster. Sylvia humphs. Then she shakes her head, and I know she is washing her hands of me. For now. Have it your way, I can see her thinking. I can deny it all I like, but there's no doubt in her mind I'll be ringing for pain relief before my guests reach the Heathview car park. She's probably right. Kira takes a sip of green tea, then rests the cup and saucer on my dressing table. "Is there a loo?" I can feel Sylvia's eyes burning holes in me. "Sylvia," I say, "would you show Kira the washroom in the hall?" Sylvia is barely able to contain herself. "Certainly," she says, and although I cannot see her, I know that she is preening. "It's this way, Miss Parker." Ursula smiles at me as the door closes. "I appreciate you seeing Kira," she says. "She's the daughter of one of the producer's friends, so I'm obliged to take a special interest." She looks to the door and lowers her voice, chooses her words carefully. She's not a bad kid, but she can be a little tactless. I hadn't noticed. Ursula laughs. "It comes of having industry parents," she says. "These kids see their parents receiving accolades for being rich, famous, and beautiful. Who can blame them for wanting the same?" It's quite all right. "Still," says Ursula, "I meant to be here, to play chaperone. If you don't stop apologizing, you're going to convince me you've done something wrong," I say. "You remind me of my grandson." She looks abashed, and I realize there is something new within those dark eyes, a shadow I hadn't noticed earlier. "Did you sort out your problems?" I say. "On the telephone?" She sighs, nods. "Yes." She pauses, and I remain silent. Wait for her to continue. I learned long ago that silence invites all manner of confidences. "I have a son," she says. "Finn." The name leaves a sad, happy smile on her lips. "He was 3 last Saturday." Her gaze leaves my face for an instant, alights on the rim of her teacup, with which she fidgets. "His father, well, he and I were never—" She taps her nail twice against her cup, looks at me again. "It's just Finn and me. That was my mother on the phone. She's minding Finn while the film's shooting. He had a fall." "Is he all right?" "Yes, he sprained his wrist. The doctor wrapped it for him. He's fine." She is smiling, but her eyes fill with tears. "I'm sorry. Goodness me. He's fine. I don't know why I'm crying." "You're worried," I say, watching her, "and relieved." "Yes," she says, suddenly very young and fragile, "and guilty." "Guilty?" "Yes," she says, but doesn't elaborate. She takes a tissue from her bag and wipes her eyes.
"You're easy to talk to. You remind me of my grandmother."
"She sounds a lovely woman." Ursula laughs.
"Yes."
She sniffs into a tissue. "Goodness, look at me. I'm sorry for offloading all this on you, Grace." "You're apologizing again. I insist you stop." There are footsteps in the hall. Ursula glances at the door, blows her nose.
"Then at least let me thank you for seeing us, for talking to Kira, listening to me."
"I've enjoyed it," I say, and surprise myself by meaning it. I don't have many callers these days. The door opens and she stands, leans over and kisses my cheek.
"I'll come again soon,"
she says, gently squeezing my wrist. And I am unaccountably glad. Film script. Final draft, November 1998, pages 43 to 54. The Shifting Fog, written and directed by Ursula Ryan, copyright 1998. Subtitle, Near Passchendaele, Belgium, October 1917. Scene 45, interior, deserted farmhouse, evening. Night falls, along with heavy rain. 3 young soldiers in dirty uniforms seek refuge in the ruins of a Belgian farmhouse. They have walked all day after becoming separated from their division in a frantic retreat from the front line. They are tired and demoralized. The farmhouse in which they shelter is the same they were billeted in 30 days earlier on their way to the front. The Duchesne family have since fled as the wave of hostility swept through the village. A single candle flickers on the bare timber floor, tossing long, jagged shadows onto the walls of the abandoned kitchen. Echoes of the house's past life remain. A saucepan by the sink, a thin rope strung before the stove, heavy with abandoned laundry, a child's wooden toy. One soldier, an Australian infantryman called Fred, crouches by the hole in the wall where a door once stood. He hugs his shotgun to his side. In the distance, the sound of sporadic shell fire. Angry rain pelts the already muddy ground, filling ditches to overflowing. A rat appears and sniffs a large dark patch on the soldier's uniform. It is blood, black and rotten with age. Inside the kitchen, an officer sits on the floor, propped against a table leg. David Hartford holds a letter. Its flimsy, stained appearance suggests it has been read numerous times. Asleep beside his outstretched leg is the skinny dog that has followed them all day. The third man, Robbie Hunter, appears from one of the rooms. He carries a gramophone, blankets, and a handful of dusty records. He places his load on the kitchen table and begins searching the cupboards. In the back of the pantry he finds something. He turns, and we draw slowly closer. He is thinner than before. World weariness has sobered his features. There are dark shadows beneath his eyes, and the weather and the walking have tangled his hair. A cigarette hangs from between his lips. David, without turning. Find anything? Robbie. Bread. Hard as a rock, but still bread. David. Anything else? Anything to drink? Robbie, pausing. Music. I found music. David turns, sees the gramophone. His expression is difficult to read, a combination of pleasure and sadness. Our view shifts, trailing from his face, down his arm, to his hands. The fingers of one are wrapped in a dirty makeshift bandage. David. Well then, what are you waiting for? Robbie sets a record on the gramophone, and the crackly song begins to play. Music. Debussy's Clair de Lune. Robbie makes his way to David, carrying the blankets and bread. He goes carefully, easing himself onto the floor. The trench collapse has left him with more injuries than he lets on. David's eyes are closed. Robbie takes a pocket knife from his bag and begins the difficult task of breaking the stale bread into portions. The task achieved, he places one on the floor near David. He throws another to Fred at the door. Fred tries hungrily to bite it. Robbie, still smoking his cigarette, offers a portion of bread to the dog. The dog sniffs the bread, looks at Robbie, turns away. Robbie takes off his shoes, peels back wet socks. His feet are muddy and blistered. There is a sudden eruption of gunfire. David's eyes flash open. We see, through the doorway, the fireworks of battle on the horizon. The noise is terrific. The ragged explosions, a contrast to Debussy's music. Looking back into the farmhouse, we see the faces of the three men, eyes wide, reflections exploding across their cheeks. Finally, the guns fall silent, and the bright light dies. Their faces are in shadow again. The record ceases playing. Fred, still watching the distant battlefield. Poor buggers. David, they'll be crawling over no man's land now, those that are left, collecting the bodies. Fred, shuddering. Makes a man feel guilty, not being there to help. And glad. Robbie stands, walks to the doorway. Robbie, I'll take over. You're tired. Fred, no more or less than you. Can't think you've slept in days. Not since he, indicating David, pulled you out of that trench. Still don't know how you got out of there alive. Robbie quickly, I'm fine. Fred, shrugging. All yours, mate. Fred moves and sits by David on the floor. He arranges one of the blankets over his legs, still hugging his gun to his chest. David pulls a deck of cards from his bag. David. Come on, Fred. Quick game before you turn in. Fred. Never could say no to a game. Keeps a fellow's mind off things. David hands the deck to Fred, indicates his own bandaged hand. David. Deal us up then. Fred. What about him? David. Robbie doesn't play. Doesn't want to land the ace of spades. Fred. What's he got against the ace of spades? David, plainly. Death card. Fred begins to laugh, the trauma of the past weeks manifesting as a sort of hysteria. Fred. Superstitious bastard. What's he got against death? All the world's dead. God's dead. Only him below left now. And the three of us. Robbie is sitting in the doorway, looking out toward the front. The dog has crept over to lie by him. Robbie, to himself, quoting William Blake. We're of the devil's party without knowing it. Fred, overhearing. We know it all right. A fellow only needs set foot on this God-forsaken land to know the devil's running the show. As David and Fred continue to play cards, Robbie lights another cigarette and pulls a small notebook and pen from his pocket. As he writes, we see his memories of battle. Robbie, voiceover. The world has gone mad. Horror has become common. Men, women, children daily slaughtered. Left where they lie, or incinerated so that nothing remains. Not a hair, or a bone, or the buckle from a belt. Civilization is surely dead, for how can it now exist? The sound of snoring. Robbie stops writing. The dog has moved his head onto Robbie's leg and is fast asleep, eyelids quivering as he dreams. We see Robbie's face, lit by candle, as he watches the dog. Slowly, cautiously, Robbie extends a hand, lays it gently on the dog's side. Robbie's hand is trembling. He smiles faintly. Robbie, voiceover. And yet, amid the horror, the innocent still find solace in sleep. Exterior, deserted farmhouse, morning. It is morning. Weak sunlight breaks through the clouds. The night's rain clings in drops to the surrounding trees, and the ground is thick with new mud. The birds have emerged from hiding and call to one another. The 3 soldiers stand outside the farmhouse, kits on their backs. David holds a compass in the hand that is not bandaged. He looks up, points in the direction of the shell fire from the night before. David. Due east. Must be Passchendaele. Robbie nods grimly, squints toward the horizon. Robbie. Then we head east. They set off. The dog hurries after them. Full report of the tragic death of Captain David Hartford. October 1917. Dear Lord Ashbury, it is my dreadful duty to inform you of the sad news of the death of your son, David. I understand that in such circumstances words do little to temper your sorrow and grief. But as your son's immediate superior officer, and as one who knew and admired him, I want to extend to you my sincere sympathy for your tremendous loss. I thought also to inform you of the brave circumstances of your son's death, in the hopes that it might bring you and your family some consolation to know that he lived and died like a gentleman and a soldier. On the night he was killed, he commanded a group of men on a particularly vital piece of reconnaissance to locate the enemy. I have been informed by the men who accompanied your son that between 3 and 4 o'clock on the morning of the 12th of October, as they were returning from their mission, they came under heavy fire. It was during this attack that they were shocked by the sudden taking away of Captain David Hartford. He was killed instantly by gunfire, and our only consolation is that he suffered absolutely no pain. He was buried at first light in the northern part of the village of Passchendaele, a name, Lord Ashbury, that will long be remembered in the glorious history of our British armies. It will gladden you to know that through the excellent leadership of your son on his final mission, we were able to complete a critical objective. If there is anything I can do for you, please do not hesitate to ask me. I have the honour to remain, yours very sincerely, Lieutenant Colonel Lloyd Auden Thomas. This is the end of CD 6. The book continues on CD 7. CD 7. The photograph. It is a beautiful March morning. The pink gillyflowers beneath my window are in bloom, filling the room with their sweet and heady scent. If I lean close to the windowsill and peer down at the garden bed, I can see the outermost petals, bright with sun. The peach blossom will be next, then the jasmine. Each year it is the same, will continue to be the same for years to come, long after I am here to enjoy them. Eternally fresh, eternally hopeful, always ingenuous. I have been thinking about Mother, about the photograph in Lady Violet's scrapbook, for I saw it, you know, a few months after Hannah first mentioned it, that summer's day by the fountain. It was September of 1916. Mr. Frederick had inherited his father's estate. Lady Violet, in an impeccable show of etiquette, said Nancy, had vacated Riverton and taken up residence in the London townhouse, and the Hartford girls had been dispatched indefinitely to help her settle. We were a tiny staff at that time. Nancy was busier than ever in the village, and Alfred, whose leave I'd so anticipated, had been unable at the last to return. It confused us at the time. He was in Britain, sure enough. His letters assured us he wasn't injured, yet he was to spend his leave at a military hospital. Even Mr. Hamilton was unsure what to make of this. He thought long and hard, sat in his pantry pondering Alfred's letter, until eventually he emerged, rubbed his eyes beneath his glasses, and made his announcement. The only explanation was Alfred's involvement in a secret war mission, of which he was unable to speak. It seemed a reasonable suggestion, for what else explained the hospital accommodation of a man with no injuries? And so the matter was closed. Little more was said about it, and in the early autumn of 1916, as leaves dropped and the ground outside began to harden, steeling itself for the freeze to come, I found myself alone in the Riverton drawing-room. I had cleaned and reset the fire and was finishing up dusting. I ran the cloth across the top of the writing desk, traced its rim, then started on the drawer handles, bringing the brass to a gleam. It was a regular duty, performed each second morning as sure as day followed night, and I cannot say what set that day apart. Why that morning, as my fingers reached the left-hand drawer, they slowed, stopped, refused to recommence their cleaning, as if they glimpsed before I did the furtive purpose that fluttered on the edges of my thoughts. I sat a moment, perplexed, unable to move, and I became aware of the sounds around me. The wind outside, leaves hitting the window panes, the mantel clock ticking insistently, counting away the seconds, my breaths, grown quick with expectation. Fingers trembling, I began to slide it open, slowly, carefully, acting and observing myself in equal measure. The drawer reached halfway and tilted on its tracks, the contents sliding to the front. I paused, listened, satisfied myself I was still alone. Then I peered inside. There, beneath a pen set and a pair of gloves, Lady Violet's scrapbook. No time for hesitation, the incriminating drawer already open, heartbeat pulsing against the bones of my inner ears, I slid the book from the drawer and laid it on the floor. Flicked through the pages. Photographs, invitations, menus, diary entries, scanning for dates. 1896, 1897, 1898. There it was, the household photograph of 1899. Its shape familiar, but its proportions different. 2 long rows of straight-faced servants complementing the front line of family. Lord and Lady Ashbury, the Major in his uniform, Mr. Frederick, all so much younger and less tattered. Jemima and an unknown woman I took to be Penelope, Mr. Frederick's late wife, both with swollen stomachs. One of those bulges was Hannah, I realized. The other, an ill-fated boy whose blood would one day fail him. A lone child stood at the end of the row near Nanny Brown, ancient even then. A small blond boy, David, full of life and light, blissfully unaware of all the future had in store. I let my gaze shift from his face and onto the rows of staff behind. Mr. Hamilton, Mrs. Townsend, Dudley. My breath caught. I stared into the gaze of a young serving-maid. There was no mistaking her, not because she resembled Mother, far from it. Rather, she resembled me. The hair and eyes were darker, but the likeness was uncanny. The same long neck, chin tapered to a dimpled point, brows curved to give a permanent impression of deliberation. Most surprising of all, though, far more so than our resemblance, Mother was smiling. Oh, not so as you'd realize unless you knew her well. It wasn't a smile of mirth or social greeting. It was slight, little more than a muscular tremor, easily excused as a trick of the light by those who didn't know her. But I could see. Mother was smiling to herself, smiling like someone with a secret. I apologize, Marcus, for the interruption, but I have had an unexpected caller. I was sitting here, admiring the gillyflowers, telling you of Mother, when a knock came at the door. I expected Sylvia, come to tell me about her male friend or complain about one of the other residents, but it wasn't. Rather, it was Ursula, the filmmaker. I've mentioned her before, surely. I hope I'm not disturbing you, she said. "No," I said, setting aside my Walkman. "I won't stay long. I was in the neighbourhood and it seemed silly to head back to London without popping in." "You've been at the house?" She nodded. "We were shooting a scene in the gardens. The light was just perfect." I asked her about the scene, curious as to which part of their story had been reconstructed today. "It was a scene of courtship," she said. "A romantic scene. It's actually one of my favourites." She blushed, shook her head so that her fringe swung like a curtain. "It's silly. I wrote the lines. I knew them when they were mere black marks on white paper, scratched them out and rewrote them 100 times. Yet I was still so moved to hear them spoken today." "You're a romantic," I said. "I suppose I am." She tilted her head to the side. "Ridiculous, isn't it? I didn't know the real Robbie Hunter at all. I've created a version of him from his poetry, from what other people wrote about him. Yet I find—" She paused, raised her eyebrows self-deprecatingly. "I fear I'm in love with a figure of my own creation." "And what is your Robbie like?" "He's passionate, creative, devoted." She leaned her chin on her hand as she considered. "But I think what I admire most about him is his hope. Such brittle hope. People say he was a poet of disillusionment, but I'm not so sure. I've always found something positive in his poems, the way he found possibility amid the horrors he experienced." She shook her head. Empathy narrowed her eyes. "It must have been unspeakably difficult. A sensitive young man thrust into such a devastating conflict. It's a wonder any of them were ever able to resume their lives, pick up where they left off, love again." "I was once loved by a young man like that," I said. "He went to war and we exchanged letters. It was through those letters I realized how I felt about him, and he about me." "Was he changed when he came back?" "Oh, yes," I said softly. "There were none that came back unchanged." Her voice was gentle. "When did you lose him? Your husband?" It took me a moment to realize what she meant. "Oh, no," I said. "He wasn't my husband. Alfred and I were never married." "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought—" She motioned toward the wedding picture on my dressing table. I shook my head. "That's not Alfred. That's John, Ruth's father. He and I were married, sure enough. Lord knows we shouldn't have been." She raised her eyebrows in query. "John was a terrific waltzer and a terrific lover, but not much of a husband. I dare say I wasn't much of a wife, either. I'd never intended to marry, you see. I wasn't at all prepared." Ursula stood, picked up the photograph, traced her thumb absently along the top. "He was handsome." "Yes," I said. "That was the attraction, I expect." "Was he an archaeologist too?" "Heavens, no. John was a public servant." "Oh." She set the photograph down, turned to me. "I thought you might have met through work, or at university." I shook my head. In 1938, when John and I met, I'd have called a doctor for anyone who suggested I might someday attend university, become an archaeologist. I was working in a restaurant, the Lion's Corner House in the Strand, serving unending fried fish to the unending dining public. Mrs. Havers, who ran the place, liked the idea of someone who'd been in service. She was fond of telling anyone who'd listen there was none knew how to polish cutlery quite like the girls from service. "John and I met by accident," I said, "at a dance club." I had agreed, grudgingly, to meet a girl from work, another waitress, Patty Everidge, a name I've never forgotten. Strange, she was nothing to me. Someone I worked with, avoided where I could, though that was easier said than done. She was one of those women who couldn't let well enough alone. A busybody, I suppose. Had to know everyone else's business. Was only too ready to interfere. Patty must have taken it into her head I didn't socialise enough. Didn't join in with the other girls on Monday mornings when they cackled about the weekend. For she started on at me about coming dancing. Wouldn't let up until I'd agreed to meet her at Marshall's Club on Friday night. I sighed. The girl I was supposed to meet didn't show up. But John did, Ursula said. Yes, I said, remembering the smoky air, the stool in the corner where I perched uncomfortably, scanning the crowd for Patty. Oh, she was full of excuses and apologies when I saw her next, but it was too late then. What was done was done. I met John instead. And you fell in love? I fell pregnant. Ursula's mouth formed an O of realization. I realized 4 months after we met. We were married a month later. That's the way things were done back then. I shifted so that my lower back was resting on a pillow. Lucky for us, war intervened, and we were spared the charade. He went to war. We both did. John enlisted, and I went to work in a field hospital in France. She looked confused. What about Ruth? She was evacuated to an elderly Anglican minister and his wife. Spent the war years there. All of them? Ursula said, shocked. How did you bear it? Oh, I visited on leave, and I received regular letters. Gossip from the village and bosh from the pulpit. Rather grim descriptions of the local children. She was shaking her head, brows drawn together in dismay. I can't imagine 4 years away from your child. I was unsure how to answer, how to explain. How does one begin to confess that mothering didn't come naturally? That from the first, Ruth had seemed a stranger? That the fond feeling of inevitable connectedness, of which books are written and myths are fashioned, was never mine? My empathy had been used up, I suppose, on Hannah and the others at Riverton. Oh, I was fine with strangers, was able to tend them, reassure them, even ease them into death. I just found it difficult to let myself get close again. I preferred casual acquaintances, was hopelessly underprepared for the emotional demands of parenthood. Ursula saved me from having to answer. I suppose there was a war on, she said sadly. Sacrifices had to be made. She reached out to squeeze my hand. I smiled, tried not to feel false, wondered what she would think if she knew that far from regretting my decision to send Ruth away, I'd relished the escape. That after a decade of drifting through tedious jobs and hollow relationships, unable to put the events of Riverton behind me, in war I found my thread of purpose. So it was after the war you decided to become an archaeologist? Yes, I said, my voice hoarse. After the war. Why archaeology? The answer to that question is so complicated, I could only say simply, I had an epiphany. She was delighted. Really? During the war? There was so much death, so much destruction. Things became clearer somehow. Yes, she said, I can imagine that. I found myself wondering at the impermanence of things. One day, I thought, people will have forgotten any of this happened. This war, these deaths, this demolition. Oh, not for some time. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, but eventually it will fade. Take its place amongst the layers of the past. Its savagery and horrors replaced in popular imagination by others still to come. Ursula shook her head. Hard to imagine, but certain to happen. The Punic Wars at Carthage, the Peloponnesian War, the Battle of Artemisium, all reduced to chapters in history books. I paused,
Vehemence had tired me, robbed me of breath. I am not used to speaking so many words in quick succession. My voice when I spoke was reedy. I became obsessed with discovering the past, facing the past. Ursula smiled, her dark eyes shining. I know exactly what you mean. That's why I make historical films. You uncover the past, and I try to recreate it. Yes, I said. I hadn't thought of it like that. Ursula shook her head. I admire you, Grace. You've done so much with your life. Temporal illusion, I said, shrugging. Give someone more time, and they'll appear to have done more with it. She laughed. You're being modest. It can't have been easy. A woman in the 50s, a mother, trying to get a tertiary education. Was your husband supportive? I was on my own by then. Her eyes widened. But how did you manage? I studied part-time for a long time. Ruth was at school in the days, and I had a very good neighbour, Mrs. Finbar, who used to sit with her some evenings when I worked. I hesitated. I was just fortunate the educational expenses were taken care of. A scholarship? In a sense. I'd come into some money, unexpectedly. Your husband, said Ursula, brows knitting in sympathy. He was killed at war. No, I said. No, he wasn't. But our marriage was. Her gaze drifted once more to my wedding photo. We divorced when he returned to London. Times had changed by then. Everyone had seen and done so much. It seemed rather pointless to remain joined to a spouse one didn't care for. He moved to America and married the sister of a GI he'd met in France. Poor fellow. He was killed soon after in a road accident. She shook her head. I'm sorry. Don't be. Not on my account. It was so long ago. I barely remember him, you know. Odd snatches of memory, more like dreams. It's Ruth who misses him. She's never forgiven me. She wishes you'd stayed together. I nodded. Lord knows my failure to provide her a father figure is one of the old grievances that colour our relationship. Ursula sighed. I wonder whether Finn will feel that way one day. You and his father... She shook her head. It wouldn't have worked. She said it so firmly, I knew better than to probe. Finn and I are better this way. Where is he today? I said. Finn. My mother's minding him. They were at the park for ice cream, last I heard. She rolled her watch around her wrist to read the time. Goodness, I hadn't realised it was getting so late. I'd better be going, give her some relief. I'm sure she doesn't need relieving. It's special, grandparents and grandchildren. So much simpler. Is it always so, I wonder? I think perhaps it is. While one's child takes a part of one's heart to use and misuse as they please, a grandchild is different. Gone are the bonds of guilt and responsibility that burden the maternal relationship. The way to love is free. When you were born, Marcus, I was knocked sideways. What a wonderful surprise those feelings were. Parts of me that had shut down decades before, that I'd grown used to doing without, were suddenly awakened. I treasured you, recognized you, loved you with a power almost painful. As you grew, you became my little friend, followed me about my house, claimed your own space in my study, and set about exploring the maps and drawings I'd collected on my travels. Questions, so many questions that I never tired of answering. Indeed, it is a conceit I allow myself that I am responsible, in some part, for the fine, accomplished man you have become. They must be in here somewhere, said Ursula, searching her bag for car keys, preparing to leave. I was beset by a sudden impulse to make her stay.
I have a grandson, you know, Marcus. He's a writer of mysteries." "I know," she said, smiling as she stopped fossicking. "I've read his books." "Have you?" Pleased as I always am. "Yes," she said, "they're very good." "Can you keep a secret?" I said. She nodded eagerly, leaned close. "I haven't read them," I whispered. "Not right the way through." She laughed. "I promise not to tell. I'm so proud of him, and I've tried. I really have. I begin each with strong resolve, but no matter how much I'm enjoying them, I only ever get halfway. I adore a good mystery, Agatha Christie and the like, but I'm afraid I'm rather weak-stomached. I'm not one for all that bloody description they go on with these days." "And you worked in a field hospital?" "Yes, but war is one thing, murder quite another." "Maybe his next book—" "Perhaps," I said, "though I don't know when that will be." "He's not writing?" "He suffered a loss recently. I read about his wife," Ursula said. "I'm very sorry. An aneurysm, wasn't it?" "Yes, terribly sudden." Ursula nodded. "My father died the same way. I was 14, away at school camp." She exhaled. "They didn't tell me until I got back to school." "Dreadful," I said, shaking my head. "I fought with him before I left. Something ridiculous. I can't even remember now. I slammed the door of the car and didn't look back." "You were young. All the young are like that." "I still think of him every day." She pressed her eyes shut, then opened them again, shook the memories away. "How about Marcus? How is he?" "He took it badly," I said. "He blames himself." She nodded, didn't look surprised, seemed to understand guilt and its peculiarities. "I don't know where he is," I said then. Ursula looked at me. "What do you mean?" "He's missing. Neither Ruth nor I know where he is. He's been gone the better part of a year." She was perplexed. "But is he okay? You've heard from him?" Her eyes were trying to read mine. "A phone call? A letter?" "Postcards," I said. "He sent a few postcards, but no return address. I fear he doesn't want to be found." "Oh, Grace," she said, kind eyes meeting mine. "I'm so sorry." "So am I," I said. And it was then I told her about the tapes, about how much I need to find you, that it's all I can think to do. "It's the perfect thing to do," she said emphatically. "Where do you send them?" "I have an address in California, a friend of his from years ago. I send them there, but as for whether he receives them—" "I bet he does," she said. They were mere words, well-meant assurances. Yet I needed to hear more. "Do you think so?" I said. "Yes," she said firmly, full of youthful certainty. "I do. And I know he'll come back. He just needs space and time to realize it wasn't his fault, that there was nothing he could have done to change it." She stood up and leaned across my bed, picked up my Walkman and placed it gently on my lap. "Keep talking to him, Grace," she said, and then she leaned toward me and kissed my cheek. "He'll come home. You'll see." There now. I have forgotten my purpose, have been telling you things you already know. Sheer self-indulgence on my part. Lord knows I don't have time for such distraction. War was consuming the fields of Flanders. The Major and Lord Ashbury were yet warm in their graves, and 2 long years of slaughter were still to come. So much devastation. Young men from the furthest reaches of the earth choreographed in a bloody waltz of death. The Major, then David. No, I have neither stomach nor inclination to relive them. It is enough to say that they occurred. Instead, we will return to Riverton. January 1919. The war is over, and Hannah and Emmeline, who have spent the last 2 years in London at Lady Violet's townhouse, have just arrived to take up residence with their father. But they are changed. They have grown since last we spoke. Hannah is 18, about to make her society debut. Emmeline, 14, teeters on the edge of an adult world she is impatient to embrace. Gone are the games of yesteryear. Gone, since David's death, is the game. Rule number 3. Only 3 may play. No more, no less. One of the first things Hannah does on returning to Riverton is recover the Chinese box from the attic. I see her do it, though she does not know it. I follow her as she puts it carefully into a fabric bag and takes it with her to the lake. I hide where the path between the Icarus fountain and the lake narrows, and watch as she takes her bag across the lake bank to the old boathouse. She stands for a moment, looks around, and I duck lower behind the bushes so she doesn't see me. She goes to the edge of the escarpment, stands with her back to its ridge, then lines up her feet so the heel of one boot touches the toe of the other. She proceeds toward the lake, counting 3 steps before stopping. She repeats this 3 times, then kneels on the ground and opens her bag, pulls from it a small spade. She must have taken it when Dudley wasn't looking. Hannah digs. It is difficult at first, due to the pebbles that coat the lake bank, but in time she reaches the dirt beneath and is able to scoop more at a time. She doesn't stop until the pile beside her is a foot high. She removes the Chinese box from her bag then and lays it deep within the hole. She is about to scoop the dirt on top when she hesitates. She retrieves the box, opens it, takes one of the tiny books from inside. She opens the locket around her neck and conceals it within, then returns the box to the hole and resumes bearing it. I leave her then, alone on the lake bank. Mr. Hamilton will miss me if I'm away much longer, and he is not in any mood to be trifled with. Downstairs, the Riverton kitchen is abuzz with excitement. Preparations are underway for the first dinner party since war broke out, and Mr. Hamilton has impressed upon us that tonight's guests are very important to the family's future. And they were. Just how important, we could never have imagined. Bankers. Bankers, Mrs. Townsend said knowingly, looking from Nancy to Mr. Hamilton to me. She was leaning against the pine table, using her marble rolling pin to quash resistance from a knot of sweaty dough. She stopped and wiped her forehead, leaving a trail of flour clinging to her eyebrows. Americans, at that, she said, to no one in particular. Now, Mrs. Townsend, Mr. Hamilton said, scrutinizing the silver salt and pepper dishes for tarnish, while it's true Mrs. Luxton is one of the New York Stevensons, I think you'll find Mr. Luxton is as English as you or I. He hails from the north, according to the Times. Mr. Hamilton peered over his half-rimmed glasses. A self-made man, you know. Mrs. Townsend snorted. Self-made man, indeed. Kind of hurt, marrying her family's fortune. Mr. Luxton may have married a wealthy family, Mr. Hamilton said primly, but he's certainly done his bit to increase the fortune. Banking's a complicated business, knowing who to lend to and who not. I'm not arguing that they don't like a fair dollop of cream off the top, but that's what the business is about. Mrs. Townsend humphed. Let's just hope they see fit to lend the master what he needs, Nancy said. A bit of money would make a welcome change around here, if you ask me. Mr. Hamilton straightened and shot me a stern look, though I had not been the one to speak. As the war had progressed and Nancy had spent more time working on the outside, she had changed. In her duties she remained efficient as ever, but when we sat around the servants' table and spoke of the world, she was more comfortable in voicing opposition, more likely to question the way things were done. I, on the other hand, had not yet been corrupted by external forces, and, like a shepherd who decides 'tis better to forsake one lost sheep than risk the flock through inattention, Mr. Hamilton had determined to keep both eyes on me. "I'm surprised at you, Nancy," he said, looking at me. "You know the master's business affairs are not ours to query." "I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton," Nancy said in a voice without contrition. "All I know is that ever since Mr. Frederick came to Riverton, he's been closing rooms faster than I can say. Not to mention the furniture that's been sold from the West Wing. The mahogany writing bureau, Lady Ashbury's Danish four-poster." She eyed me over her polishing cloth. "Dudley says most of the horses are going too." "His lordship is simply being prudent," Mr. Hamilton said, turning to Nancy to better argue his case. "The West rooms were closed because with your railway work and Alfred being away, there was far too much cleaning for young Grace to manage on her own. As for the stables, what need does his lordship have for so many horses, with all his fine motor cars?" The question, once launched, he let linger in the cool winter's air. He removed his glasses, huffed on their lenses, and wiped them clean with a triumphant theatricality. "If you must know," he said, stage business complete, glasses restored to his nose's end, "the stables are to be converted into a brand new garage. The largest in all the county." Nancy was nonplussed. "All the same," she said, lowering her voice, "I've heard whispers in the village." "Nonsense," Mr. Hamilton said. "What kind of whispers?" Mrs. Townsend said, bosom heaving with each roll of her pin. "News about the master's business." At the stairs, the shadows shifted, and a slim woman of middle years stepped into the light. "Miss Darling," Mr. Hamilton faltered, "I didn't see you there. Come on in, and Grace will make you a cup of tea." He turned to me, mouth tight as the top of a coin purse. "Go on then, Grace," he said, motioning toward the stove. "A cup of tea for Miss Starling." Miss Starling cleared her throat before stepping away from the stairwell. She tiptoed toward the nearest chair, little leather satchel clamped beneath a freckled arm. Lucy Starling was Mr. Frederick's secretary, employed originally for the factory in Ipswich. When the war ended and the family moved permanently to Riverton, she started coming from the village, twice a week, to work in Mr. Frederick's study. She was perfectly ordinary to look at. Medium brown hair tucked beneath a prudent straw hat, skirts in dull shades of brown and olive, a plain white blouse. Her only accessory, a small cream cameo at her collar, seemed to sense its own ordinariness, wilting sadly forward to reveal its simple silver clasp. She had lost her fiancé on the Ypres salient, and wore her mourning, like her clothing, with enduring plainness, her grief too reasonable ever to excite great sympathy. Nancy, who knew such things, said it was a great shame she had gone and lost a man prepared to marry her, for lightning did not strike twice, and with her looks, and at her age, she would almost certainly end up an old maid. What's more, Nancy added sagely, we were as well to pay particular attention that nothing go missing from upstairs, as Miss Starling was as likely as not to be looking toward her old age. Nancy's were not the only suspicions aroused by Miss Starling. The arrival of this quiet, unassuming, and by all accounts conscientious woman created a stir downstairs that now seems unimaginable. It was her place that caused such uncertainty. It wasn't right, Mrs. Townsend said, for a young lady of the middle class to be taking liberties in the main house, seating herself in the master's study, gadding about with airs and graces out of step with her position.
And though it was doubtful that Miss Starling, with her sensible mouse-brown hair, home-stitched clothing, and cautious smile, could ever be accused of airs and graces, I understood Mrs. Townsend's bother. The lines between upstairs and down had once been clearly and comfortably drawn, but with Miss Starling's arrival, old certainties had begun to shift. For while she was not one of them, neither was she one of us. Her presence downstairs that afternoon brought a cerise glow to Mr. Hamilton's cheeks, and a nervous animation to his fingertips, which now hovered busily about his lapel. The curious matter of station perplexed Mr. Hamilton specially, for in the poor, unsuspecting woman he perceived an adversary. Though as butler he was the senior servant, responsible for overseeing the house's management, as personal secretary she was privy to the shimmering secrets of the family's business affairs. Mr. Hamilton plucked his gold fob watch from his pocket and made a show of comparing its time with that on the wall clock. The watch had been a gift from the former Lord Ashbury, and of it Mr. Hamilton was immeasurably proud. It never failed to deliver him stillness, to help retain authority in instances of stress or bother. He ran a pale, steady thumb across its face. "Where is Alfred?" he said finally. "Laying table, Mr. Hamilton," I said, relieved that the taut balloon of silence had finally been pricked. "Still?" Mr. Hamilton snapped closed the watch, his agitation finding welcome focus. "It's been almost a quarter-hour since I sent him with the brandy balloons. Honestly. That boy. I'd like to know what they've been teaching him in the military. Ever since he got back, he's been flighty as a feather." I flinched, as if the criticism had been levelled at me. "It's common with them that's come home," Nancy said. "Some of them that arrive at the train station are quite strange." She stopped polishing wine glasses as she fished about for the right words. "Nervous? And a bit jumpy?" "Jumpy, indeed," Mrs. Townsend said, shaking her head. "He just needs a few good feeds. You'd be jumpy too if you'd been living on army rations. I mean to say, tins of beef."
Miss Starling cleared her throat and said in a voice leavened with careful elocution, "They're calling it shell shock, I believe." She looked about timidly as the room fell silent. "At least, that's what I've read. Many of the men are struck by it. It doesn't do to be too hard on Alfred." In the kitchen, my hand slipped, and black tea leaves rained over the pine table. Mrs. Townsend lay down her rolling pin and pushed her flowery sleeves up over her elbows. Blood had rushed to her cheeks. "Now just you listen here," she said, with an unqualified authority usually the preserve of policemen and mothers. "I will not hear talk of that in my kitchen. There's nothing wrong with Alfred that a few of my dinners won't fix." "Of course not, Mrs. Townsend," I said, eyeing Miss Starling. "Alfred will be right as rain once he's had some of your good home cooking." "They're not a patch on my old dinners, of course, what with the U-boats, and now the shortages." Mrs. Townsend looked at Miss Starling, and her voice caught a waver. "But I do know what young Alfred likes." "Of course," Miss Starling said, traitorous freckles materializing as her cheeks paled. "I didn't mean to suggest—" Her mouth continued to move around the words she couldn't find to say. Her lips straightened into a wan smile. "You know Alfred best. Of course." Mrs. Townsend nodded tersely, punctuating the fact with renewed attack on the pie dough. The thick air thinned some, and Mr. Hamilton turned to me, the afternoon strain evident on his face. "Hurry up then, girl," he said wearily, "and when you've finished, you can make yourself useful upstairs. Help the young ladies dress for dinner. Don't be too long, mind. The table cards still need placing, and the flowers have to be arranged."
When the war ended and Mr. Frederick and the girls took up permanent residence at Riverton, Hannah and Emmeline had chosen new rooms in the east wing. They were residents now rather than guests, and it was only fitting, said Nancy, that they take new rooms to demonstrate the point. Emmeline's room overlooked Eros and Psyche on the front lawn, while Hannah preferred the smaller one, with a view to the rose garden and the lake beyond. The 2 bedrooms were adjoined by a small sitting area, which was always referred to as the burgundy room, though I could never think why, as the walls were a pale shade of duck-egg blue, and the curtains a Liberty floral in blues and pinks. The burgundy room bore little evidence of its recent reoccupation, retaining the hallmarks of whichever erstwhile inhabitant had overseen its original decoration. It was comfortably appointed, with a pink chaise longue beneath one window and a Burr walnut writing desk beneath the other. An armchair sat stately by the door to the hall. Atop a small mahogany table, gleaming splendidly, proclaiming its newness, was a gramophone. Its very novelty seemed to bring a blush to the prudent old furnishings. As I made my way along the dim corridor, wistful strains of a familiar song seeped beneath the closed door, mingling with the cold, stale air that hugged the skirting boards. If you were the only girl in the world, and I were the only boy. It was Emmeline's current favourite, on permanent rotation since they'd arrived from London. We were all singing it in the servants' hall. Even Mr. Hamilton had been heard whistling to himself in his pantry. I knocked once and entered, crossed the once proud carpet, and busied myself sorting the mound of silks and satins that smothered the armchair. I was glad for the occupation. Though I had longed since they left for the girls' return, in the intervening 2 years the familiarity I'd felt when last I served them had evaporated. A quiet revolution had taken place, and the 2 girls with pinafores and plaits had been replaced by young women. I felt shy of them again. And there was something else, something vague and unnerving. They were 2 now, where they had been 3. David's death had dismantled the triangle, and an enclosed space was now open. 2 points are unreliable. With nothing to anchor them, there is nothing to stop them drifting in opposite directions. If it is string that binds, it will eventually snap, and the points will separate. If elastic, they will continue to part further and further until the strain reaches its limit and they are pulled back with such speed that they cannot help but collide with devastating force. Hannah was lying on the chaise, book in hand, a faint frown of focus on her brow. Her free hand was pressed against one ear in a vain attempt to block the record's crackly fervency. The book was the new James Joyce, the portrait of the artist as a young man. I could tell by its spine, though I hardly had to look. It had kept her in its thrall since they'd arrived. Emmeline stood in the middle of the room before a full-length mirror dragged in from one of the bedrooms. Against her middle she hugged a dress that I had not yet seen, pink taffeta with ruffles along the hemline. Another of Grandmamma's gifts, I guessed, purchased with dour conviction that the current shortage of marriageable men would render all but the most attractive prospects superfluous. The final shimmer of wintry sun reached through the French window and hovered winsomely before turning Emmeline's long ringlets to gold, and landing, exhausted, in a series of pale squares at her feet. Emmeline, on whom such subtleties were wasted, swayed back and forth, pink taffeta rustling, as she hummed along with the record in a pretty voice coloured by its owner's longing for romance. When the final note dissolved with the sun's last light, the record continued to spin and bump beneath its needle. Emmeline tossed the dress onto the empty armchair and twirled across the floor. She drew back the needle arm and set about realigning it on the record's rim. Hannah looked up from her book. Her long hair had disappeared in London, along with any lingering trace of childhood, now brushing her shoulder blades in soft golden waves. "Not again, Emmeline," she said, frowning. Play something else. Anything else. But it's my favourite. This week, Hannah said. Emmeline pouted theatrically. How do you think poor Stephen would feel if he knew you wouldn't listen to his record? It was a gift. The least you could do is enjoy it. We've enjoyed it quite enough, Hannah said. She noticed me then. Don't you agree, Grace? I curtsied and felt my face flush, unsure how to answer. I avoided having to by lighting the gas lamp. If I had an admirer like Stephen Hardcastle, Emmeline said dreamily, I should listen to his record 100 times each day. Stephen Hardcastle is not an admirer, Hannah said, the very suggestion seeming to appall her. We've known him forever. He's a chum. He's Lady Clem's godson. Godson or not, I don't think he called at Kensington Place every day when he was on leave, out of ghoulish desire to hear of Lady Clem's latest ailment. Do you? Hannah bristled slightly. How should I know? They're very close. Oh, Hannah, Emmeline said, for all your reading you can be so dense. Even Fanny could see. She wound the gramophone handle and dropped the needle arm so that the record started once more to spin. As the music began its sentimental swell, she turned and said, Stephen was hoping you'd make him a promise. Hannah folded down the corner of her current page, then unfolded it again, running her finger along the crease. You know, Emmeline said eagerly, a promise of marriage. I held my breath. It was the first I'd learned of Hannah receiving a proposal. I'm not an idiot, Hannah said, eyes still on the triangular ear beneath her finger. I know what he wanted. Then why didn't you? I wasn't going to make a promise I couldn't keep, Hannah said quickly. You can be such a stick in the mud. What harm would there have been in laughing at his jokes, letting him whisper silly sweet things in your ear? You were the one always droning on about helping the war effort. If you weren't so mulish, you could have given him a lovely memory to take with him to the front. Hannah draped a fabric bookmark across the page of her book and placed it beside her on the chaise. And what would I have done when he returned? Told him I didn't really mean it? Emmeline's conviction slipped momentarily, then resurrected itself. But that's the point, she said. Stephen Hardcastle hasn't returned. He still might. It was Emmeline's turn to shrug. Anything's possible, I suppose. But if he does, I imagine he'll be too busy counting his lucky stars to worry about you. A stubborn silence settled between them. The room itself seemed to take sides, the walls and curtains retreating into Hannah's corner, the gramophone offering obsequious support to Emmeline. Emmeline pulled her long ringleted ponytail over one shoulder and fingered the ends. She picked up her hairbrush from the floor beneath the mirror and dragged it through in long, even strokes. The bristles whooshed conspicuously. She was observed for a moment by Hannah, whose face clouded with an expression I couldn't read. Exasperation, perhaps, or incredulity, before returning its attention to Joyce. I picked up the pink taffeta dress from the chair. Is this the one you'll be wearing tonight, miss? I said softly. Emmeline jumped. Oh, you mustn't sneak up like that. You frightened me half to death. Sorry, miss. I could feel my cheeks growing hot and tingly. I shot a glance at Hannah, who appeared not to have heard. Is this the dress you'd like, miss? Yes, that's it. Emmeline chewed gently on her bottom lip. At least I think so. She pondered the dress, reached out and flicked the ruffled trim. Hannah, which do you think, blue or pink? Blue. Really? Emmeline turned to Hannah, surprised. I thought pink. Pink, then. You're not even looking. Hannah looked up reluctantly. Either. Neither. A frustrated sigh. They're both fine. Emmeline sighed peevishly. You'd better fetch the blue dress. I'll need to have another look. I curtsied and disappeared around the corner into the bedroom. As I reached the wardrobe, I heard Emmeline say, It's important, Hannah. Tonight is my first proper dinner party, and I want to look sophisticated. You should too. The Luxtons are American. So? You don't want them thinking us unrefined. I don't much care what they think. You should. They're very important to Pa's business. Emmeline lowered her voice, and I had to stand very still, cheek pressed close against the dresses, to make out what she was saying. I overheard Pa talking with Grandmamma. Eavesdropped, more like, Hannah said, and Grandmamma thinks I'm the wicked one. Fine, then, said Emmeline, and in her voice I heard the careless shrug of her shoulders. I'll keep it to myself. You couldn't if you tried. I can see it in your face. You're bursting to tell me what you heard. Emmeline paused a moment to savour her ill-gotten gains. Oh, all right, she said eagerly. I'll tell you if you insist. She cleared her throat importantly. It all started because Grandmamma was saying what a tragedy the war had been for this family, that the Germans had robbed the Ashbury line of its future, and that Grandfather would turn in his grave if he knew the state of things. Pa tried to tell her that it wasn't as desperate as all that, but Grandmamma was having none of it. She said she was old enough to see clearly, and how else could the situation be described but desperate, when Pa was last in line with no heirs to follow. Grandmamma said it was a shame that Pa hadn't done the right thing and married Fanny when he had the chance. Pa turned snippy then and said that while he had lost his heir, he still had his factory, and Grandmamma could stop worrying, for he would take care of things. Grandmamma didn't stop worrying, though. She said the bank was starting to ask questions. Then Pa was quiet for a little while, and I began to worry, thinking that he had stood up and was on his way to the door, and I was to be discovered. I almost laughed with relief when he spoke again, and I could hear that he was still in his chair. Yes, and what did he say? Emmeline continued, the cautiously optimistic manner of an actor nearing the end of a complicated passage. Pa said that while it was true things had been tight during the war, he'd given up the aeroplanes and was back making motor cars now. The damned bank, his words, not mine, the damned bank was going to get its money. He said he met a man when he addressed the Parliament, a finance man. The fellow, Mr. Simeon Luxton, has connections, Pa said, in business and in the government. Emmeline sighed triumphantly, monologue successfully delivered. And that was the end of it, or near enough. Pa sounded ever so embarrassed when Grandmamma mentioned the bank. I decided then and there that I'd do anything I could to help make a good impression with Mr. Luxton, to help Pa keep his business. I didn't know you took such keen interest. Of course I do, Emmeline said primly, and you needn't be angry with me just because I know more about it than you this time. A pause. Then Hannah, I don't suppose your sudden, ardent devotion to Pa's business has anything to do with that fellow, the son, whose photo Fanny was mooning over in the newspaper. Theodore Luxton? Is he going to be at dinner? I had no idea, Emmeline said, but a smile had crept into her voice. You're far too young. He's at least 30. I'm almost 15, and everyone says I look mature for my age. Hannah rolled her eyes. I'm not too young to be in love, you know, Emmeline said. Juliet was only 14. And look what happened to her. That was just a misunderstanding. If she and Romeo had been married, and their silly old parents had stopped giving them such trouble, I'm sure they'd have lived happily ever after. She sighed. I can't wait to be married. Marriage isn't just about having a handsome man to dance with, said Hannah. There's a lot more to it. The gramophone song had stopped playing, but the record continued to spin beneath the needle. Like what?
Against the cold silk of Emmeline's dresses, my cheeks grew warm. "Private things," Hannah said. "Intimacies." "Oh," Emmeline said, almost inaudible. "Intimacies. Poor Fanny." There was a silence in which we all pondered poor Fanny's misfortune. Newly married and trapped on honeymoon with a strange man. I was no longer entirely inexperienced in such terrors myself. A few months before, in the village, Billy, the fishmonger's half-witted son, had followed me into the laneway and bundled me into a nook, clumsy fingers pawing at my skirt. I had been startled at first, but then, remembering the package of wrapped mackerel in my string bag, had lifted it high and walloped him over the head. I was released, but not before his fingers had burrowed their way into my private flesh. The echoes made me shudder all the way home, and it was some days before I could close my eyes without reliving the experience, wondering what might have happened had I not taken action. "Hannah," Emmeline said, "what are intimacies exactly?" Well, they're expressions of love," Hannah said breezily. "Quite pleasant, I believe, with the man with whom you're passionately in love. Unthinkably distasteful with anyone else." Yes, but what are they?" "Exactly." Another silence. "You don't know either," Emmeline said. "I can tell by your face." "Well, not exactly. I'll ask Fanny when she gets back," Emmeline said. "She ought to know by then." I ran my fingertips along the row of pretty fabrics in Emmeline's wardrobe, looking for the blue dress. Wondered whether what Hannah said was true. Whether the same attentions Billy had tried to foist on me might ever be considered pleasant from another fellow. I thought about the few times Alfred had stood very near me in the servants' hall, the strange but not unwelcome feeling that had overcome me. "Anyway, I didn't say I wanted to marry immediately." This was Emmeline. "All I meant is that Theodore Luxton is very handsome." "Very wealthy, you mean," Hannah said. "Same thing, really. You're just lucky that Pa's decided to let you dine downstairs at all," Hannah said. "I should never have been allowed when I was 14. Almost 15. I suppose he had to make up numbers somehow." "Yes. Thank goodness Fanny agreed to marry that terrible bore, and thank goodness he decided they should honeymoon in Italy. If they'd been home, I'm sure I'd have been left to dine with Nanny Brown in the nursery instead. I should prefer Nanny Brown's company to that of Pa's Americans any day." "Rubbish," Emmeline said. "I should be just as happy to read my book." "Liar," Emmeline said. "You've set your ivory satin dress aside, the one Fanny was so determined you shouldn't wear when we met her old bore. You wouldn't wear that one unless you were as excited as I am." There was a silence. "Ha!" Emmeline said. "I'm right. You're smiling." "All right. I am looking forward to it," Hannah said. "But not," she added quickly, "because I want the good opinion of some rich Americans I've never met." "Oh, no?" "No." The floorboards creaked as one of the girls trod across the room, and the spent gramophone record, still spinning drunkenly, was halted. "Well?" This was Emmeline. "It certainly can't be Mrs. Townsend's ration menu that's got you excited." There was a pause, during which I held very still, waiting, listening. Hannah's voice, when finally she spoke, was calm, but a slim thread of excitement ran through it. "Tonight," she said, "I'm going to ask Pa whether I might return to London." Deep within the closet, I gasped. They had only just arrived. That Hannah might leave again so soon was unthinkable. "To Grandmamma?" said Emmeline. "No, to live by myself, in a flat." "A flat? Why on earth would you want to live in a flat?" "You'll laugh. I want to take work in an office." Emmeline did not laugh. "What sort of work?" "Office work. Typing, filing, shorthand."
But you don't know how to do Emmeline broke off, sighed with realization. You do know shorthand. Those papers I found the other week, they weren't really Egyptian hieroglyph. No. You've been learning shorthand in secret. Emmeline's voice took on a note of indignation. From Miss Prince? Lord, no. Miss Prince teach something so useful. Never. Then where? The secretarial school in the village. When? I started ages ago, just after the war began. I felt so useless, and it seemed as good a way as any to help with the war effort. I thought when we went to stay with Grandmama, I'd be able to get work. There are so many offices in London. But it didn't work out like that. When I finally got away from Grandmama long enough to inquire, they wouldn't take me, said I was too young. But now that I'm 18, I should walk into a job. I've done so much practice, and I'm really very quick. Who else knows? No one. Except you. Veiled amongst the dresses, as Hannah continued to extol the virtues of her training, I lost something. A small confidence, long cherished, was released. I felt it slip away, float down amid the silks and satins, until it landed amongst the flecks of silent dust on the dark wardrobe floor, and I could see it no more. Well, Hannah was saying, don't you think it's exciting? Emmeline huffed. I think it's sneaky. That's what I think. And silly. And so will Pa. War work is one thing, but this... it's ridiculous. And you may as well get it out of your mind. Pa will never allow it. That's why I'm going to tell him at dinner. It's the perfect opportunity. He'll have to say yes if there are other people around, especially Americans with all their modern ideas. I can't believe even you would do this. Emmeline's voice was gathering fury. I don't know why you're so upset. Because it isn't... it doesn't... Emmeline cast about for adequate defence. Because you're supposed to be the hostess tonight, and instead of making sure things run smoothly, you're going to embarrass Pa. You're going to create a scene in front of the Luxtons. I'm not going to create a scene. You always say that, and then you always do. Why can't you just be... normal? You've gone completely mad. Who would want to work in an office? I want to see the world, travel. To London? It's a first step, Hannah said. I want to be independent, to meet interesting people. More interesting than me, you mean? Don't be silly, Hannah said. I just mean new people with clever things to say. Things I've never heard before. I want to be free, Emmy. Open to whatever adventure comes along and sweeps me off my feet. I glanced at the clock on Emmeline's wall. 4 o'clock. Mr. Hamilton would be on the warpath if I wasn't downstairs soon. And yet I had to hear more, to learn the precise nature of these adventures Hannah was so intent upon. Torn between the two, I compromised. Closed the wardrobe, draped the blue dress over my arm, and hesitated by the doorway. Emmeline was still sitting on the floor, brush in hand. Why don't you go and stay with friends of Pa's somewhere? I could come too, she said. The Rothermeres, up in Edinburgh. And have Lady Rothermere inquire after my every move? Or worse, saddle me with those ghastly daughters of hers? Hannah's face was a study in disdain. That's hardly independence. Neither is working in an office. Perhaps not, but I'm going to need money from somewhere. I'm not going to beg or steal, and I can't think of anyone from whom I could borrow. What about Pa? You heard Grandmama. Some people may have made money from the war, but Pa was not amongst them. Well, I think it's a terrible idea, Emmeline said. It just isn't proper. Pa would never allow it. And Grandmama... Emmeline drew breath, exhaled deeply so that her shoulders deflated. When she spoke again, her voice was young and pale. I don't want you to leave me. Her gaze sought Hannah's. First David, and now you. Her brother's name was a physical blow for Hannah.
It was no secret that she had mourned his death especially. The family had still been in London when the dreaded black-rimmed letter arrived. But news travelled surely across the servants' halls of England in those days, and we had all learned of Miss Hannah's alarming loss of spirits. Her refusal to eat was the cause of much concern, and had Mrs. Townsend, intent upon baking raspberry tartlets, Hannah's favourite since a girl, to send to London. Whether oblivious to the effect her invocation of David had caused, or entirely aware, Emmeline continued, "What will I do, all alone, in this great big house?" "You won't be alone," Hannah said quietly. "Pa will be here for company." "That's little comfort. You know Pa doesn't care for me." "Pa cares a great deal for you, Emmy," said Hannah firmly. "For all of us." Emmeline glanced over her shoulder, and I pressed myself against the door frame. "But he doesn't really like me," she said. "Not as a person. Not as he does you." Hannah opened her mouth to argue, but Emmeline hurried on. "You don't have to pretend. I've seen the way he looks at me when he thinks I can't see. Like he's puzzled, like he's not sure exactly who I am." Her eyes glazed, but she did not cry. Her voice was a whisper. "It's because he blames me for Mother." "That's not true." Hannah's cheeks had turned pink. "Don't even say such things. No one blames you for Mother." "Pa does." "He doesn't. I heard Grandmamma tell Lady Clem that Pa was never the same after the dreadful business with Mother." Emmeline spoke then with a firmness that surprised me. "I don't want you to leave me." She rose from the floor and sat by Hannah, clasped her hand. An uncharacteristic gesture which seemed to shock Hannah as much as it did me. "Please?" And then she began to cry. The two sat side by side upon the chaise, Emmeline sobbing, her final word between them. Hannah's expression bore the stubborn set that was so singularly hers, but behind the strong cheekbones, the wilful mouth, I noticed something else. A new aspect, not so easily articulated as the natural consequence of reaching adulthood. And then I realized. She was eldest now, and had inherited the vague, relentless, unsolicited responsibility such familial rank demanded. Hannah turned to Emmeline and gave an appearance of brightness. "Cheer up," she said, patting Emmeline's hand. "You don't want red eyes at dinner." I glanced at the clock again. 4:15. Mr. Hamilton would be fuming. There was nothing for it. I re-entered the room, blue dress draped over one arm. "Your dress, miss?" I said to Emmeline. She did not respond. I pretended not to notice that her cheeks were wet with tears, focused on the dress instead, brushed flat a piece of lace trim. "Wear the pink one, Emmy," Hannah said gently. "It suits you best." Emmeline remained unmoved. I looked at Hannah for clarification. She nodded. "The pink." "And you, miss?" I said. She chose the ivory satin, just as Emmeline had said she would. "Will you be there tonight, Grace?" Hannah said as I fetched the beautiful satin gown and corset from her wardrobe. "I shouldn't think so, miss," I said. "Alfred has been demobbed. He'll be helping Mr. Hamilton and Nancy at table." "Oh," Hannah said, "yes." She picked up her book, opened it, closed it, ran her fingers lightly along the spine. Her voice, when she spoke, was cautious. "I've been meaning to ask, Grace. How is Alfred?" "He's well, miss. He had a small cold when he returned, but Mrs. Townsend fixed him up with some lemon and barley, and he's been right since then." "She doesn't mean how is he physically," Emmeline said unexpectedly. "She means how is he in the head." "In the head, miss?" I looked at Hannah, who was frowning faintly at Emmeline. "Well, you did." Emmeline turned to me, her eyes red-rimmed. "When he served tea yesterday afternoon, he behaved most peculiarly. He was offering the tray of sweets, just as usual, when suddenly the tray started quivering back and forth." She laughed.
a hollow, unnatural sound. His whole arm was shaking, and I waited for him to steady it so I could take a lemon tart. But it was as if he couldn't make it stop. Then, sure enough, the tray slipped and sent an avalanche of Victoria sponges all over my prettiest dress. At first I was quite cross. It was really too careless. The dress could have been ruined. But then, as he continued to stand there with the strangest look on his face, I became frightened. I was sure he'd gone quite mad. She shrugged. He snapped out of it eventually and cleaned the mess. But still, the damage was done. He was just lucky that I was the one to suffer. Pa wouldn't have been so forgiving. He'd be ever so dark if it happened again tonight. She looked directly at me, blue eyes cold. You don't think it's likely, do you? I couldn't say, miss. I was taken aback. This was the first I'd heard of the event. I mean, I shouldn't think so, miss. I'm sure Alfred is all right. Of course he is, Hannah said quickly. It was an accident, nothing more. Returning home must take some adjustment after being away so long. And those salvers look awfully heavy, especially the way Mrs. Townsend loads them. I'm sure she's on a quest to fatten us all up. She smiled, but the echo of a frown still creased her brow. Yes, miss, I said. Hannah nodded. The matter closed. Now let's get these dresses on so we can play dutiful daughters for Pa's Americans and be done with it. This is the end of CD 7. The book continues on CD 8. CD 8. The dinner. All along the corridor and down the stairs, I replayed Emmeline's reportage. But no matter which way I twisted it, I arrived at the same conclusion. Something was amiss. It was not like Alfred to be clumsy. In all the time I had been at Riverton, I could think of only a couple of occasions when he had faltered in his duties. Once, in a hurry, he had used the drink salver to deliver the mail. Another time, he had tripped up the service stairs on account of he was getting the flu. But this was different. To spill an entire tray. It was almost impossible to imagine. And yet, the episode was surely not a fabrication. What reason, after all, had Emmeline to invent such a thing? No, it must have occurred, and the reason must be as Hannah suggested. An accident, a moment of distraction as the dying sun caught the window pane, a slight cramp of the wrist, a slippery tray. No one was immune to such occurrence, particularly, as Hannah pointed out, someone who had been away some years and was out of practice. But though I wished to believe this simple explanation, I could not. For in a small pocket of my mind, a collection of motley incidents— no, not so much as that— a collection of motley observations was forming. Misinterpretations of benign queries after his health, overreactions to perceived criticisms, frowns where once he would have laughed. Indeed, a general air of confused irritability applied itself to everything he did. If I were honest, I had perceived it from the evening of his return. We had planned a little party. Mrs. Townsend had baked a special supper, and Mr. Hamilton had received permission to open a bottle of the master's wine. We had spent much of the afternoon laying out the servants' hall table, laughing as we arranged and rearranged items so that they might best please Alfred. We were all a little drunk, I think, on gladness that evening, though none more so than I. When the expected hour arrived, we positioned ourselves in a tableau of poorly pretended casualness. Expectant glances met one another as we continued to wait, ears registering every noise outside.
Finally, the crunch of grave, low voices, a car door closing, footsteps drawing near. Mr. Hamilton stood, smoothed his jacket, and took up position by the door. A moment of eager silence as we awaited Alfred's knock, and then the door was open, and we were upon him. It was nothing dramatic. Alfred didn't rant or rave or cower. He let me take his hat, and then he stood, uncomfortably, in the door jamb, as if afraid to enter. Schooled his lips into a smile. Mrs. Townsend threw her arms around him, dragging him across the threshold as one might a resistant roll of carpet. She led him to his seat, guest of honour to Mr. Hamilton's right, and we all spoke at once, laughing, exclaiming, recounting events of the past 2 years. All except Alfred, that is. Oh, he made a stab at it. Nodded when required, provided answers to questions, even managed another strangled smile or two. But they were the responses of an outsider, of one of Lady Violet's Belgians, contriving to please an audience set on including them. I was not the only one to notice. I saw the tremors of unease pulling at Mr. Hamilton's brow, an unwelcome knowledge arranging itself on Nancy's. But we never spoke of it, never came closer than the day the Luxtons came to dinner, the day Miss Starling offered her ill-received opinions. That evening, and the other observations I made since his arrival, were left to lie dormant. We all picked up the slack and remained complicit in an unspoken pact not to notice things had changed. Times had changed, and Alfred had changed. "Grace?" Mr. Hamilton looked up from the bench as I reached the bottom of the stairs. "It's 4:30, and there's not a place card to be seen on the dining table. How do you imagine the master's important guests would fare without place cards?" I imagined they'd find themselves a place much more to their liking than the one they'd been assigned. But I was not Nancy, had not yet learned the art of standing up for myself, so said, "Not very well, Mr. Hamilton." "Not very well indeed." He thrust a stack of place cards and a folded table plan into my hands. "And Grace," he said, as I turned to leave, "if you do happen to see Alfred, do ask him if he'd be so kind as to find his way back downstairs. He hasn't even started on the coffee pot." In the absence of a suitable hostess, Hannah, much to her amused vexation, had been given the duty of assigning places. Her plan was hastily sketched on a sheet of lined notepaper, jagged along the edges where it had been torn from a book of similar sheets. The place cards themselves were lettered plainly, black on white, the Ashbury crest embossed on the upper left corner. They lacked the flair of the Dowager Lady Ashbury's cards, but would serve the purpose well enough, matching the comparatively austere table setting favoured by Mr. Frederick. Indeed, to Mr. Hamilton's eternal chagrin, Mr. Frederick had elected to dine en famille, rather than in the formal à la Russe style to which we were accustomed, and would be carving the pheasant himself. Though Mrs. Townsend was aghast, Nancy, fresh from her stint outside the house, quietly approved the choice, noting that the master's decision was surely calculated to suit the tastes of his American guests. It was not my place to say, but I preferred the table in its more modern manner. Without the tree-like épergne, pregnant with their overloaded salvers of sweetmeats and tizzy fruit displays, the table had a simple refinement that pleased me. The stark white of the cloth, starched at each corner, the silver lines of cutlery, and sparkling clusters of stemware. I peered closer. A large thumbprint blotted the rim of Mr. Frederick's champagne flute. I puffed a hot breath onto the offending mark and rubbed at it quickly with the bunched corner of my apron. So intent was I on the task that I jumped when the door from the hall swung forcefully inwards. "Alfred," I said, "you frightened me. I almost dropped a glass." "You shouldn't be touching them," Alfred said. A familiar frown settled on his forehead. "Glasses are my duty." "There was a print,"
I said. "You know what Mr. Hamilton's like. He'd have your guts for garters if he saw. And Mr. Hamilton in garters is something I hope never to see." An attempt at humour destined for failure before it was made. Somewhere in the trenches of France, Alfred's laughter had died, and he could only grimace. "I was going to polish them later." "Well," I said, "now you won't have to." "You needn't keep doing that." His tone was measured. "Doing what?" "Checking up on me, following me around like a second shadow." "I'm not. I was just laying the place cards and I saw a fingerprint. And I told you I was going to do it later." "All right," I said quietly, setting the glass back in place. "I'll leave it." Alfred grunted his gruff satisfaction and pulled the cloth from his pocket. I fiddled with the place cards, though they were already straight, and pretended not to watch him. His shoulders were hunched, the right raised stiffly so that his body turned from me. It was an entreaty for solitude, yet the cursed bells of good intentions rang loudly in my ears. Maybe if I drew him out, learned what was bothering him, I could help. Who better than me? For surely I had not imagined the closeness that had grown between us while he was away. I knew I had not. He had said as much in his letters. I cleared my throat to speak, proceeded softly to say, "I know what happened yesterday." He gave no appearance of having heard, remained focused on the glass he was polishing. A little louder, "I know what happened yesterday in the drawing-room." He stopped, glass in hand, stood very still. The offending words hung like fog between us, and I was struck by an overwhelming wish to retract the utterance. His voice was deathly quiet. "Little Miss been telling tales, has she?" "No." "Bet she had a good laugh about it." "Oh, no," I said quickly. "It wasn't like that. She was worried about you." I swallowed, dared to say, "I'm worried about you." He looked up sharply from beneath the lock of hair his glass shuffling had worked loose. His mouth was etched with tiny angry lines. "Worried about me?" His strange, brittle tone made me wary, yet I was seized by an uncontrollable urge to make things right. It's not like you to drop a tray, and then you didn't mention it. I thought you might be frightened of Mr. Hamilton finding out, but he wouldn't be angry, Alfred, I'm sure of it. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes in their duties." He looked at me, and for a moment I thought he might laugh. Instead, his features were contorted by a sneer. "You silly little girl," he said. "You think I care about a few cakes ending up on the floor?" "Alfred, you think I don't know about duty, after where I've been?" "I didn't say that. It's what you're thinking, though, isn't it? I can feel you all looking at me, watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. Well, you can stop waiting, and you can keep your worrying. There's nothing wrong with me. You hear? Nothing." My eyes were smarting. His bitter tone made my skin prickle. I whispered, "I just wanted to help." "To help?" He laughed bitterly. "And what makes you think you can help me?" "Why, Alfred," I said tentatively, wondering what he could possibly mean. "You and I, it's like you said in your letters." "Forget what I said." "But Alfred—" "Stay away from me, Grace," he said coldly, returning his attention to the glasses. "I never asked for your help. I don't need it, and I don't want it. Go on, get out of here, and let me get on with my work." My cheeks burned, with disillusionment, with the feverish afterglow of confrontation.
but most hotly with embarrassment. I had perceived a closeness where none existed. God help me, in my most private moments I had even begun to imagine a future for Alfred and me. Courtship, marriage, maybe even a family of our own. And now, to realize I had mistaken absence for greater feeling. I spent the early evening downstairs. If Mrs. Townsend wondered where my sudden dedication to the finer points of pheasant roasting came from, she knew better than to ask. I basted and boned, and even helped with stuffing. Anything to avoid being sent back upstairs where Alfred was serving. My course of avoidance was on good track until Mr. Hamilton thrust a cocktail salver into my hands. "But, Mr. Hamilton," I said disconsolately, "I'm helping Mrs. Townsend with the meals." Mr. Hamilton, eyeballs glistening behind his glasses at the perceived challenge, replied, "And I am telling you to take the cocktails." "But Alfred is busy fixing the dining room," Mr. Hamilton said. "Quickly now, girl. Don't keep the master waiting." It was a small party, 6 in all, and yet the room gave the impression of being overfull. Thick with loud voices and inordinate heat. Mr. Frederick, eager to make a good impression, had insisted on extra heating, and Mr. Hamilton had risen to the challenge, hiring 2 oil stoves. A particularly strident female perfume had flourished in the hothouse conditions, and now threatened to overwhelm the room and its occupants. I saw Mr. Frederick first, dressed in his black dinner suit, looking almost as fine as the Major had once done, though thinner and somehow less starched. He stood by the mahogany bureau, talking to a puffy man with salt and pepper hair that perched like a wreath around his shiny pate. The puffy man pointed toward a porcelain vase on the bureau. "I saw one of those at Sotheby's," he said in an accent of gentrified northern English mixed with something else. "Identical." He leaned closer. "It's worth a pretty penny, old boy." Mr. Frederick replied vaguely, "I wouldn't know. Great-grandfather brought that back from the Far East. It's sat there ever since." "You hear that, Estella?" Simeon Luxton called across the room to his doughy wife, seated between Emmeline and Hannah on the sofa. "Frederick said it's been in the family for generations. He's been using it as a paperweight." Estella Luxton smiled tolerantly at her husband, and between them passed a type of unspoken communication born of years of joint existence. In that moment's glance, I perceived their marriage as one of practical endurance, a symbiotic relationship whose usefulness had long outlived its passion. Duty to her husband fulfilled, Estella returned her attention to Emmeline, in whom she had discovered a fellow high society enthusiast. For what her husband lacked in hair, Estella more than made up. Hers, the colour of pewter, was wound into a sleek and impressive chignon, curiously American in its construction. It reminded me of a photograph Mr. Hamilton had pinned on the notice board downstairs. A New York skyscraper covered in scaffolding, complex and impressive without ever being properly attractive. She smiled at something Emmeline said, and I was stunned by her unusually white teeth. I skirted the room, laid the cocktail tray on the dumbwaiter beneath the window, and curtsied routinely. The young Mr. Luxton was seated in the armchair, half listening as Emmeline and Estella discussed the upcoming country season in rapturous tones. Theodore, Teddy, as we came to think of him, was handsome in the way all wealthy men were handsome in those days. Basic good looks, enhanced with confidence, created a facade of wit and charm, put a knowing gleam in the eyes. He had dark hair, almost as black as his Savile Row dinner suit, and he wore a distinguished moustache, which made him look like a screen actor. Like Douglas Fairbanks, I thought suddenly, and felt my cheeks flush. When he smiled, it was broad and free, his teeth whiter even than his mother's. There must be something in the American water, I decided, for all of their teeth were as white as the strand of pearls Hannah wore at her neck, over the gold chain of her photograph locket. As Estella commenced a detailed description of Lady Belmont's most recent ball, in a metallic accent I had never heard before, Teddy's gaze began to wander the room. Noticing his guest's lack of occupation, Mr. Frederick motioned tensely to Hannah, who cleared her throat and said half-heartedly, "Your crossing was pleasant, I trust?" "Very pleasant," he said with an easy smile, "though mother and father would answer differently, I'm sure. Neither have sea legs. Each was as sick as the other from the moment we left New York until we reached Bristol." Hannah took a sip from her cocktail, then submitted another stiff sample of polite conversation. "How long will you be staying in England?" "Just a short visit for me, I'm afraid. I'm off to the continent next week. Egypt." "Egypt?" Hannah said, eyes widening. Teddy laughed. "Yes, I have business there." "You're going to see the pyramids of Egypt?" "Not this time, I'm afraid. Just a few days in Cairo, and then on to Florence." "God-awful place," Simeon said loudly from his seat in the second armchair. "Full of pigeons and wogs. Give me good old England any day." Mr. Hamilton motioned toward Simeon's glass, nearly empty, despite having recently been filled. I took my cocktail bottle to his side. I could feel Simeon's eyes on me as I topped up his glass. "There are certain pleasures," he said, "unique to this country." He leaned slightly and his warm arm brushed my thigh. "Try as I might, I haven't found them anywhere else." I had to concentrate to keep a blank expression on my face and not to pour too quickly. An eternity passed before the glass was finally full and I could leave his side. As I rounded the lounge, I saw Hannah frowning at the place where I had been. "My husband does love England," Estella said rather pointlessly. "Hunting, shooting, and golf," Simeon said. "No one does them better than the British." He took a swig of cocktail and leaned back in the armchair. "Best thing of all, though, is the English mindset," Simeon said. "There are two types of people in England. Those born to give orders," his gaze found mine across the room, "and those born to take 'em." Hannah's frown deepened. "It keeps things running well," Simeon continued. "Not so in America, I'm afraid. The fellow who shines your shoes on the street corner is as like as not to be dreaming of owning his own company. There's little to make a man so damnably nervous as an entire population of labourers puffed up with unreasonable—" he rolled the distasteful word around his mouth a moment and spat it out, "ambitions." "Imagine," Hannah said, "a working man who expects more from life than the stench of other men's feet." "Abominable," Simeon said, blind to Hannah's irony. "One would think they'd realize," she said, voice rising a semitone, "that only the fortunate have a right to concern themselves with ambition." Mr. Frederick shot her a warning glance. "They'd save us all a lot of bother if they did," Simeon said with a nod. "You only have to look at the Bolsheviks to realize how dangerous these people can be when they get ideas above their station." "A man shouldn't seek to improve himself?" Hannah said. The younger Mr. Luxton, Teddy, continued to look at Hannah, a slight smile making his lips twitch beneath his moustache. "Oh, father approves of self-improvement. Don't you, father? As a boy, I heard of little else." "My grandfather pulled himself out of the mines with sheer determination," Simeon said. "No, look at the Luxton family." "An admirable transformation," Hannah smiled. Just not to be attempted by everyone, Mr. Luxton.
Just so, he said. Just so.
Mr. Frederick, eager to leave precarious waters, cleared his throat impatiently and looked toward Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton nodded imperceptibly and leaned near to Hannah. "Dinner is served, miss." He looked at me and signalled that I should return downstairs. "Well," Hannah said as I slipped from the room, "shall we dine?" Fish followed green pea soup, pheasant followed fish, and by all accounts things were going well. Nancy made occasional appearances downstairs, providing welcome reports of the evening's progress. Though working at a frantic pace, Mrs. Townsend was never too busy for an update on Hannah's performance as hostess. She nodded when Nancy announced that though Miss Hannah was doing well, her manner was not yet so charming as her grandmother's.
"Of course not,"
Mrs. Townsend said, sweat beading at her hairline.
"It's natural with Lady Violet. She couldn't host a party that wasn't perfect if she tried. Miss Hannah will improve with practice. She may never be a perfect hostess, but she'll certainly be a good one. It's in the blood."
"You're probably right, Mrs. Townsend," Nancy said.
"Of course I am. That girl'll turn out just fine, so long as she doesn't get swept up with modern notions."
"What sort of modern notions?" I said.
"She always was an intelligent child," Mrs. Townsend said with a sigh, "and all those books are bound to put ideas in a girl's head."
"What sort of modern notions?"
"Marriage will cure her, though, you mark my words," Mrs. Townsend said to Nancy.
"I'm sure you're right, Mrs. Townsend."
"What sort of modern notions?" I said impatiently. "There's some young ladies just don't know what they need until they find themselves a suitable husband," Mrs. Townsend said. I could stand it no longer. "Miss Hannah's not going to get married," I said. "Never. I heard her say so herself. She's going to travel the world and live a life of adventure." Nancy gasped, and Mrs. Townsend stared at me. "What are you talking about, you silly girl?" Mrs. Townsend said, pressing a hand firmly against my forehead. "You've gone mad, talking nonsense like that. You sound like Katie. Of course Miss Hannah's going to get married. It's every debutante's wish, to be married briskly and brilliantly. What's more, it's her duty now that poor Master David—" "Nancy," Mr. Hamilton said, hurrying down the stairs, "where is that champagne?" "I've got it, Mr. Hamilton." Katie's voice preceded her loping form. She emerged from the ice room, bottles clutched awkwardly under both arms, smiling broadly. "The others were too busy arguing, but I've got it." "Well, hurry up then, girl," Mr. Hamilton said. "The master's guests will be going thirsty." He turned toward the kitchen and peered down his nose. "I must say it's not like you to dawdle over your duties, Nancy." "Here you are, Mr. Hamilton," said Katie. "Up you go, Nancy," he said disparagingly. "Now that I'm here, I might as well bring them myself." Nancy glared at me and disappeared up the stairs. "Really, Mrs. Townsend," Mr. Hamilton said, keeping Nancy here arguing. "You know we need all the hands on deck tonight. May I inquire as to what was so important that it required your urgent discussion?" "It was nothing, Mr. Hamilton," Mrs. Townsend said, refusing to meet my eyes. "Not an argument at all. Just a little matter between Nancy and Grace and me." "They were talking about Miss Hannah," Katie said. "I heard them." "Silence, Katie," Mr. Hamilton said. "But I—" "Katie," Mrs. Townsend said, "that's enough. And for goodness sake, put those bottles down so Mr. Hamilton can get 'em up for the master." Katie released the bottles onto the kitchen table. Mr. Hamilton, reminded of the task at hand, abandoned his inquiries and began to open the first bottle. Despite his expertise, the cork was stubborn, refusing to emerge until its handler least expected, and bang! It shot from the bottle, exploded a lamp globe into 100 pieces, and landed in Mrs. Townsend's pot of butterscotch sauce.
The liberated champagne showered Mr. Hamilton's face and hair with triumphant effervescence. "Katie, you silly girl!" Mrs. Townsend exclaimed. "You've gone and shaken the bottles." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Townsend," Katie said, beginning to giggle as she was wont to do in moments of bother. "I was just trying to hurry, like Mr. Hamilton said." "More haste, less speed, Katie," Mr. Hamilton said, the slick of champagne on his face detracting from the seriousness of his admonition. "Here, Mr. Hamilton." Mrs. Townsend clutched the corner of her apron to wipe his shiny nose. "Let me get you cleaned up." "Oh, Mrs. Townsend," Katie giggled, "you've gone and put flour all over his face." "Katie!" Mr. Hamilton snapped, swiping at his face with a handkerchief that had materialized amid the confusion. "You are a silly girl. Not an ounce of sense to show for any of your years here. Sometimes I really do wonder why we keep you." I heard Alfred before I saw him. Over the din of Mr. Hamilton's scolding, Mrs. Townsend's fussing and Katie's protestations, the rasping rise and fall of breath. He later told me he had come downstairs to find what was keeping Mr. Hamilton, but now he stood at bottom, so still and so pale, a marble statue of himself, or else a ghost. As my eyes found his, a spell was broken, and he turned on his heel, disappeared down the corridor, footsteps echoing on stone, through the back door, and into the dark. Everyone watched, silent. Mr. Hamilton's body twitched as if he thought to follow, but duty was ever his master. He ran his handkerchief across his face one last time and turned to us, lips pressed together so they sketched one pale line of dutiful resignation. "Grace," he said, as I prepared to chase Alfred, "put on your good apron. You're needed upstairs." In the dining room, I took my place between the chiffonnier and the Louis XIV chair. On the opposite wall, Nancy raised her eyebrows. Powerless to convey all that had happened downstairs, unsure what such an explanation would contain, I lifted my shoulders slightly and looked away. Wondered where Alfred was, and whether he would ever be himself again. They were finishing the pheasant course, and the air quivered with the polite tinkle of cutlery on fine china. "Well," Estella said, "that was—" slight pause, "just lovely." I watched her profile, watched the way her jaw worked as she chewed each word, wringing from it all life and vitality before pushing it out through broad crimson lips. I remember her lips especially, as she was the only person wearing makeup. Much to Emmeline's eternal sorrow, Mr. Frederick had rather definite ideas on makeup and its wearers. Estella cleared a valley between the leftover mounds of solidifying pheasant and laid down her cutlery. She kissed cherry splotches onto a white linen napkin I would have to scrub later, then smiled at Mr. Frederick. "It must be difficult with the shortages." Nancy raised her eyebrows. For a guest to comment directly on the meal was almost unheard of. Indeed, such blatant respects verged on discourtesy, all too easily interpreted as evidence of surprise. We would have to be cautious when recounting to Mrs. Townsend. Mr. Frederick, as astonished as we, launched an uneasy oratory on Mrs. Townsend's unparalleled skill as a ration cook, under which veil Estella took opportunity to peruse the room. Her gaze alighted first on the ornate plaster cornices marrying wall to ceiling, slid south to the William Morris frieze on the dado rail, before resting, finally, on the wall-mounted Ashbury crest. All the while, her tongue darted methodically beneath her cheek, working some stubborn and distasteful morsel from between her gleaming teeth. Small sociable chat was not Mr. Frederick's métier in life, and his narration, once started, became a desolate conversational island from which there seemed no escape. He began to flounder. He cast about with his eyes, but Estella, Simeon, Teddy, and Emmeline had all found discreet occupation elsewhere. Finally, in Hannah, he found an ally. They exchanged a glance, and while he allowed his desultory description of Mrs. Townsend's butterless scones to wilt, she cleared her throat. "You mentioned a daughter, Mrs. Luxton," Hannah said. "She isn't with you on this trip?" "No," Estella said quickly, her attention returned to her table mates. "No, she isn't." Simeon looked up from his pheasant and grunted. "Deborah hasn't accompanied us in some time," he said. "She has commitments at home. Work commitments," he said ominously. Hannah showed a resurrection of genuine interest. "She works?" "Something in publishing." Simeon swallowed a forkful of pheasant. "Don't know the details." "Deborah is the fashion columnist for Women's Style," Estella said. "She writes a little report each month." "Ridiculous!" Simeon's body shook, capturing a hiccup before it became a burp. "Tripe about shoes and dresses and other extravagances." "Now, Father," Teddy said with a slow smile, "Deb's column is very popular. She's been influential in shaping the way New York society ladies dress." "Guff! You're fortunate your daughters don't put you through such things, Frederick." Simeon pushed his gravy-smeared plate aside. "Work, indeed. You British girls are much more sensible." It was the perfect opportunity, and Hannah knew it. I held my breath, wondering whether her desire for adventure would win out. Hoping it wouldn't, that she would honour Emmeline's entreaty and stay here at Riverton. With Alfred as he was, I couldn't bear to think that Hannah might also disappear. She and Emmeline exchanged a glance, and before Hannah had chance to speak, Emmeline said quickly, in the clear musical voice young ladies were advised to cultivate for use in company, "I certainly never would. Working is hardly respectable. Is it, Pa?" "I'd sooner tear out my own heart than see either of my daughters working," Mr. Frederick said matter-of-factly. Hannah's lips tightened. "Damn near broke my heart," Simeon said. He looked at Emmeline. "If only my Deborah had your sense." Emmeline smiled, her face blooming with a precocious ripeness of beauty I was almost embarrassed to observe. "Now, Simeon," Estella placated, "you know Deborah wouldn't have accepted the position if you hadn't granted your permission." She smiled, too broadly at the others. "He never could say no to her." Simeon humphed, but did not disagree. "Mother's right, Father," Teddy said. "Taking a little job is quite the thing amongst the New York smart set. Deborah's young, and she's not yet married. She'll settle down when the time comes." "I've always preferred correctness to smartness," Simeon said. "But that's modern society for you. They all want to be considered smart. I blame the war." He tucked his thumbs beneath the tight rim of his pants, concealed from all but my view, and provided his stomach some welcome breathing space. "My only consolation is that she earns good money." Reminded of his favourite topic, he cheered somewhat. "I say, Frederick, what do you think of the penalties they're talking of imposing on poor old Germany?" As conversation swept along, Emmeline looked sideways beneath her eyelids at Hannah. Hannah kept her chin up, eyes following conversation, face a model of calm, and I wondered whether she had been going to ask at all. Perhaps Emmeline's earlier appeal had changed her mind. Perhaps I imagined her light shudder as opportunity disappeared in a sudden draught up the chimney. "One does feel rather sorry for the Germans," Simeon said. "There's a lot to be admired in their people. Excellent employees, Frederick?" "I don't employ Germans in my factory," Frederick said. "There's your first mistake. You won't find a more diligent race. Humorless, I'll grant you, but
meticulous. I'm quite happy with my local men. Your nationalism is admirable, Frederick, but not, surely, at the expense of business. My son was killed by a German bullet, Mr. Frederick said, fingers spread, light but taut, on the table rim. The remark was a vacuum into which all bonhomie was drawn. Mr. Hamilton caught my gaze and motioned Nancy and me to create a diversion by collecting the main plates. We were halfway round the table when Teddy cleared his throat and said, "Our deepest sympathies, Lord Ashbury. We had heard about your son, about David. Word at White's, he was a good man." "Boy." "What's that?" "My son was a boy." "Yes," Teddy corrected himself, "a fine boy." Estella reached a plump hand across the table, rested it limply on Mr. Frederick's wrist. "I don't know how you bear it, Frederick. I can't think what I'd do if I lost my Teddy. I thank God every day he decided to fight the war from home, he and his political friends." Her helpless gaze flitted to her husband, who had the decency to look at least a little discomfited. "We're in their debt," he said. "Young men like your David made the ultimate sacrifice. It's up to us to prove they didn't die in vain, to thrive in business and return this great land to her rightful standing." Mr. Frederick's pale eyes fixed on Simeon, and for the first time I perceived a flicker of distaste. Indeed. I loaded the plates into the dumbwaiter and pulled the rope to send them down, then leaned into the cavity, listening to see whether Alfred's voice was amongst the distant strains below, hoping he was back from wherever it was he'd run to in such a hurry. Through the shaft came the distant jiggling of removal, the drone of Katy, and reprimand of Mrs. Townsend. Finally, with a jerk, the ropes began to move, and the dumbwaiter returned, loaded with fruit, blancmange, and butterscotch sauce. Sans cork. "Business today," Simeon said, straightening authoritatively, "is all about economies of scale. The more you produce, the more you can afford to produce." Mr. Frederick nodded. "I've got some fine workers. Indeed, they're fine men. If we train the others, waste of time. Waste of money." Simeon thumped an open hand on the table with a vehemence that made me jump, almost spilling the butterscotch sauce I was ladling into his bowl. "Motorization! That's the way of the future." "Assembly lines." Simeon winked. "Speed up the slow men, slow down the fast." "I'm afraid I don't sell enough to warrant assembly lines," Mr. Frederick said. "There are only so many people in Britain can afford my cars." "Precisely my point," Simeon said. Enthusiasm and liquor had combined to bring a crimson sheen to his face. "Assembly lines, lower prices. You'll sell more." "Assembly lines won't lower the price of parts," Mr. Frederick said. "Use different parts. I use the best." Mr. Luxton erupted into a fit of laughter from which it seemed he wouldn't emerge. "I like you, Frederick," he said finally. "You're an idealist. A perfectionist." The latter was spoken with the exultant self-gratification of a foreigner who had correctly plucked an unfamiliar word from memory. "But, Frederick," he leaned forward seriously, elbows on the table, and pointed a fat finger at his host, "do you want to make cars, or do you want to make money?" Mr. Frederick blinked. "I'm not sure I believe my father is suggesting you have a choice," came Teddy's measured interruption. He had heretofore been following the exchange with reserved interest, but now said, almost apologetically, "There are two markets for your automobiles. The discerning few who can afford the best, or the seething sprawl of aspirational middle-class consumers out there, Simeon broke in. Your factory, your decision. But from the banker's point of view... He leaned back, loosened a button on his dinner jacket, exhaled gladly. I know which I'd be aiming for. The middle class, Mr. Frederick said, frowning faintly, as if realizing for the first time that such a group existed outside doctrines of social theory. The middle class, Simeon said. They're untapped, and God help us, their ranks are growing. If we don't find ways to take their money from them, they'll find ways to take ours from us. He shook his head, as if the workers weren't problem enough. Frederick frowned, unsure. Unions, Simeon said with a snarl. Murderers of business. They won't rest until they've seized the means of production and put men like you out of action. Father paints a vivid picture, Teddy said with a diffident smile. I call things as I see them, Simeon said. And you? Frederick said to Teddy. You don't see unions as a threat? I believe they can be accommodated. Rubbish! Simeon rolled a swig of dessert wine round his mouth, swallowed. Teddy's a moderate, he said dismissively. Father, please, I'm a Tory, with funny ideas. I merely propose we listen to all sides. He'll learn in time, said Simeon, shaking his head at Mr. Frederick, once he's had his fingers bitten by those he's fool enough to feed. He set down his glass and resumed the lecture. I don't think you realize how vulnerable you are, Frederick. If something unforeseen should happen. I was talking with Ford the other day, Henry Ford. He broke off, whether for ethical or oratorical reasons, I couldn't tell, and motioned me to bring an ashtray. Let's just say, in this economic climate, you need to steer your business into profitable waters. And fast. His eyes flickered. If things should go the way of Russia, and there are certain indications, only a healthy profit margin will keep you in good odor with your banker. Friendly as he may be, the bottom line needs to be black. He took a cigar from the silver box offered him by Mr. Hamilton. And you've got to have yourself protected, don't you? You and your lovely girls. If you don't look after them, who will? He smiled at Hannah and Emmeline, then added, as if an afterthought, not to mention this grand house of yours. How long did you say it had been in the family? I didn't, Mr. Frederick said, and if his voice contained a note of misgiving, he managed quickly to dissolve it. 300 years.
Well, Estella purred on cue, isn't that something? I adore the history in England.
You old families are so intriguing. It's one of my favorite pastimes, reading about you all. Simeon exhaled impatiently, eager to get back to business. Estella, practiced after so many years of marriage, took her cue. I wonder if we girls might retire to the drawing room while the men continue their talk, she said. You can tell me all about the history of the Ashbury line. Hannah coached her expression into one of polite acquiescence, but not before I saw her impatience. She was at the mercy of her warring selves, longing to stay and hear more, yet recognizing her duty as hostess to retire the ladies to the drawing room and await the men. Yes, she said, of course, though I'm afraid there's not much we can tell that you won't find in Debrett. The men stood. Simeon took Hannah's hand as Mr. Frederick assisted Estella. Simeon registered Hannah's youthful figure, his face unable to conceal its coarse approval. He kissed the top of her hand with wet lips. To her credit, she concealed her distaste. She followed Estella and Emmeline, and, as she neared the door, her gaze swept sideways and met mine. In an instant, her grown-up facade dissolved as she poked her tongue out at me and rolled her eyes before disappearing from the room. As the men retook their seats and resumed their talk of business, Mr. Hamilton appeared at my shoulder. "You may go now, Grace," he whispered. "Nancy and I will finish up here." He looked at me. "And do find Alfred. We can't have one of the master's guests look out the window and see a servant roaming the grounds." Standing on the stone platform at the top of the rear stairs, I scanned the dark beyond. The moon cast a white glow, painting the grass silver and making skeletons of the briars that clung to the arbour. The scattered rose bushes, glorious by day, revealed themselves by night an awkward collection of lonely, bony old ladies. Finally, on the far stone staircase, I saw a dark shape that couldn't be accounted for by any of the garden's vegetation. I steeled myself and slipped into the night. With each step, the wind blew colder, meaner. I reached the top step and stood for a moment beside him, but Alfred gave no sign that he was aware of my presence. "Mr. Hamilton sent me," I said cautiously. "You needn't think I'm following you." There was no answer. "And you needn't ignore me. If you don't want to come in, just tell me, and I'll go." He continued to gaze into the tall trees of the long walk. "Alfred." My voice cracked with the cold. "You all think I'm the same Alfred as left for France," he said softly. "Folks seem to recognise me, so I must look close enough to the same. But I'm a different fellow, Gracie." I was taken aback. I had been prepared for another attack, angry entreaties to leave him alone. His voice dropped to a whisper, and I had to crouch right by to hear. His bottom lip trembled, whether from the cold or something other, I wasn't sure. "I see them, Grace. Not so bad in the day, but all the night I see them, and I hear them. In the drawing room, the kitchen, the village street. They call my name. But when I turn around, they're not. They're all..." I sat down. The frosty night had turned the grey stone steps to ice, and through my skirt and drawers my legs grew numb. "It's so cold," I said. "Come inside, and I'll make you a cup of cocoa." He gave no acknowledgement, continued to stare into the darkness. "Alfred?" My fingertips brushed his hand, and on impulse I spread my fingers over his. "Don't." He recoiled as if struck, and I knotted my hands together on my lap. My cold cheeks burned as if they'd been slapped. "Don't," he whispered. His eyes were clenched shut, and I watched his face, wondered what it was he saw on his blackened eyeballs that made them race so frantically beneath his moon-bleached lids. Then he turned to face me, and I drew breath. It was a trick of the night, surely, but his eyes were as none I had ever looked into. Deep, dark holes that were somehow empty. He stared at me with his unseeing eyes, and it seemed that he looked for something. An answer to a question he had not asked. His voice was low. "I thought that once I got back..." His words floated into the night unfinished. "I so wanted to see you. The doctor said if I kept busy..." There was a tight sound in his throat. A click. The armour of his face collapsed, crumbled like a paper bag, and he began to cry. Both hands leapt to his face in a futile attempt at obfuscation. No. Oh, no. Don't look. Please, Gracie, please. He cried into his hands. I'm such a coward. You're not a coward, I said firmly. Why can't I get it out of my head? I just want it out of my head. He hit his palms against his temples with a ferocity that alarmed me. Alfred, stop it! I tried to grab his hands, but he wouldn't let them leave his face. I waited, watching as his body shook, cursing my ineptitude. Finally, he seemed to calm some. Tell me what it is you see, I said. He turned to me, but he did not speak, and I glimpsed for a moment how I must appear to him. The yawning gulf between his experience and mine. And I knew then that there would be no telling me what he saw. I understood somehow that certain images, certain sounds could not be shared, and could not be lost. Would play out on the one man's mind until, little by little, they recessed deeper into the folds of memory, and could, for a time, be forgotten. So I didn't ask again. I laid my hand on the far side of his face and gently guided his head to my shoulder. Sat very still as his body shuddered next to mine. And like that, together, we sat on the stair. A suitable husband. Hannah and Teddy were married on the first Saturday of May, 1919. It was a pretty wedding at the little church on the Riverton estate. The Luxtons would have preferred London, so that more of the very important people they knew could have come, but Mr. Frederick was insistent, and he'd suffered so many blows in the months preceding that no one had much spirit for arguing. So it was. She married in the small church in the valley, just as her grandparents and her parents had been before her. It rained. Many children, said Mrs. Townsend. Weeping past lovers, whispered Nancy, and the wedding photographs were stained with black umbrellas. Later, when Hannah and Teddy were living in the townhouse in Grosvenor Square, a photograph sat upon the morning-room writing desk. The 6 of them in a line, Hannah and Teddy at centre, Simeon and Estella beaming on one side, Mr. Frederick and Emmeline blank-faced on the other. You are surprised. For how could such a thing have come to pass? Hannah was so set against marriage, so full of other ambitions. And Teddy? Sensible, kindly even, but certainly not the man to sweep a young woman like Hannah off her feet. But it was not so complicated, really. Such things rarely are. It was a simple case of stars aligning, those that didn't being nudged into place. The morning after the dinner party, the Luxtons left for London. They had business engagements, and we all presumed, if indeed we gave it any thought at all, that it was the last we would ever see of them. Our focus, you see, had shifted already to the next grand event. For over the coming week, a cluster of indomitable women descended upon Riverton, charged with the weighty duty of overseeing Hannah's entrance into society. January was the zenith of country balls, and the mortification of leaving things too late, being forced to share the date with another, larger ball, was unthinkable. Thus the date had been picked, 20th of January, and invitations long since sent. One morning in the early New Year, I served tea to Lady Clementine and the Dowager Lady Ashbury. They were in the drawing-room, side by side on the lounge, diaries open on their laps. 50 ought to do well, Lady Violet said. There's nothing worse than a thin dance. Except a crowded one, Lady Clementine said with distaste. Not that it's a problem these days. Lady Violet surveyed her guest list, a thread of dissatisfaction pulling her lips to pout. My dear, she said, whatever are we to do about the shortages? Mrs. Townsend will rise to the occasion, Lady Clementine said. She always does. Not the food, Clem, the men. Wherever shall we find more men? Lady Clementine leaned to observe the guest list. She shook her head crossly. "It's an absolute crime. That's what it is. A dreadful inconvenience. England's best seed left to rot on God-forsaken French fields, while her young ladies are left high and dry, nary a dance partner between them. It's a plot, I tell you, a German plot." Her eyes widened at the possibility. "To prevent England's élite from breeding." "But surely you know someone we could ask, Clem. You've proven yourself quite the matchmaker." "I counted myself lucky to find that fool of Fanny's," Lady Clementine said, rubbing the powdery rolls of neck beneath her chin. "It's a great shame Frederick never took an interest. Things would have been a lot simpler. Instead, I had to scrape the barrel's bottom." "My granddaughter is not to have a husband from the barrel's bottom," Lady Violet said. "This family's future depends upon her match." She gave a distressed sigh, which became a cough, shuddering through her thin frame. "Hannah will do better than poor, simple Fanny," Lady Clementine said assuredly. "Unlike my charge, your granddaughter is blessed with wit, beauty, and charm." "And no inclination to use them," Lady Violet said. "Frederick has indulged those children. They've known too much freedom and not enough instruction. Hannah in particular. That girl is full of outrageous notions of independence." "Independence?" Lady Clementine said with distaste. "Oh, she's in no hurry to be married. Told me as much when she was in London." "Indeed." "Looked me straight in the eyes, maddeningly courteous, and told me she didn't mind a bit if it was too much trouble to launch her into society." "Impudence!" "She said a ball would likely be wasted on her, as she had no intention of going into society even when she was of an age. She said she finds society—" Lady Violet closed her eyes. "She finds society dull and pointless." Lady Clementine gasped. "She didn't." "She did." "But what does she propose to do instead? Stay here in her father's home and become an old maid?" That there could be another option was beyond their ability to conceive. Lady Violet shook her head, despair bringing a sag to her shoulders. Lady Clementine, perceiving that some amelioration of spirits was called for, straightened and patted Violet's hand. "There, there," she said. "Your granddaughter is still young, Violet dear. There's plenty of time for her to change her mind." She tilted her head to the side. "I seem to remember you had a touch of the free spirit at her age. You grew out of it. Hannah will too." "She must," Lady Violet said gravely. Lady Clementine caught the whiff of desperation. "There's no particular reason she need make a match so soon?" She narrowed her eyes. "Is there?" Lady Violet sighed. "There is," Lady Clementine said, eyes widening. "It's Frederick. His confounded motor cars. The bank sent me a letter this week. He's missed more payments." "And this was the first you knew?" Lady Clementine said hungrily. "Dear, dear." "I dare say he feared telling me," Lady Violet said. "He knows how I feel. He's mortgaged all our futures for the sake of his factory. He's even sold the estate in Yorkshire to pay the death duties on his inheritance." Lady Clementine tut-tutted. "Would that he'd sold that factory instead. It's not like he hasn't had offers, you know." "Recently?" "Regrettably not." Lady Violet sighed. "Frederick is a wonderful son, but a businessman he is not. Now I gather he's pinning all his hopes on receiving a loan from some syndicate that Mr. Luxton is involved with." She shook her head. "He lurches from disaster to disaster, Clem. Not a thought for the duties of his position." She rested her fingertips on her temples, sighed again. "I can hardly blame him. The position was never meant to be his." Then came the familiar lament. If only Jonathan were here. Now, now, Lady Clem said, Frederick's sure to make a success of it. Motor cars are quite the thing these days. Every man and his dog is out driving them. I was almost flattened the other day as I crossed the road outside Kensington Place. Clem, were you injured? Not this time, Lady Clementine said matter-of-factly. I'm sure I won't be so fortunate the next. She raised one eyebrow. A most gruesome death, I can assure you. I spoke to Dr. Carmichael at great length regarding the types of injuries one might sustain. Terrible, Lady Violet said, shaking her head distractedly. She sighed. I wouldn't mind so much about Hannah if Frederick would only marry again. Is it likely? Lady Clementine said. Hardly. As you know, he's shown little interest in taking another wife. He didn't show nearly enough interest in his first wife, if you ask me. He was far too busy with... She glanced at me, and I busied myself straightening the tea-cloth with that other despicable business. She shook her head and tightened her lips. No, there'll be no more sons, and it's no use hoping otherwise. Which leaves us with Hannah. Lady Clementine took a sip of tea. Yes. Lady Violet sighed irritably and smoothed the lime satin of her skirt. I'm sorry, Clem, it's this cold I've got. It's put me in quite a mood. She shook her head. I can't seem to shake the ill feeling I've been carrying of late. I'm not a superstitious person, you know that, but I've the oddest sense. She glanced at Lady Clementine. You'll laugh, but I've the oddest sense of impending doom. Oh. It was Lady Clementine's favourite subject. It's nothing specific, just a feeling. She gathered her shawl about her shoulders, and I noticed how frail she had become. Nonetheless, I will not sit back and watch this family disintegrate. I will see Hannah engaged, and engaged well, if it's the last thing I do, preferably before I accompany Jemima to America. New York! I'd forgotten you were going. Good of Jemima's brother to take them. Yes, Lady Violet said, though I shall miss them. Little Geetha is so like Jonathan. I've never been much for babies, Lady Clementine sniffed. All that mewling and puking. She shuddered so that her second and third chins quivered, then smoothed her diary page and tapped a pen on its blank surface. How long does that leave us, then, to find a suitable husband? 1 month. We sail on the 4th of February. Lady Clementine wrote the date on her journal page, then sat up with a start. Oh, Violet, I've had rather a good idea, she said. You say Hannah's determined to be independent? The word itself brought a flutter to Lady Violet's eyelids. Yes. So if someone were to give her a little kindly instruction, make her see marriage as the way to independence? She's as stubborn as her father, Lady Violet said. I'm afraid she wouldn't listen. Not to you or me, perhaps, but I know someone to whom she might. She pursed her lips. Yes, with a little coaching, even she should be able to manage this. Some days later, her husband happily ensconced in a tour of Mr. Frederick's garage, Fanny joined Hannah and Emmeline in the Burgundy room. Emmeline, swept up in the excitement of the upcoming ball, had persuaded Fanny to help her practice dancing. A waltz was playing on the gramophone, and the two were triple-stepping about the room, laughing and teasing as they went. I had to be careful to avoid them while I dusted and made up the rooms. Hannah sat at the writing desk, scribbling in her notebook, oblivious to the merriment behind her. After dinner with the Luxtons, when it had become clear that her dreams of finding work were contingent on paternal permission that wouldn't be forthcoming, she had entered a state of quiet preoccupation. While the currents of ball preparation swirled excitedly about her, she remained outside its flow. After a week of brooding, she entered an opposing phase. She returned to her shorthand practice, translating furiously from whichever book was close to hand, obscuring her work cagily if someone should come close enough to notice. These periods of occupation, too fierce to be sustained, were always followed by a relapse into apathy. She would toss her pen aside, push her books away with a sigh, and sit inert, waiting until such time as a meal might be served, a letter arrive, or it was time again to dress. Of course her mind, as she sat, was not immobile. She looked as though she were trying to solve the conundrum of her life. She longed for independence and adventure, yet she was a prisoner, a comfortable, well-tended prisoner, but a prisoner nonetheless. Independence required money. Her father hadn't money to give her, and she wasn't permitted to work. Why didn't she defy his wishes? Leave home, run away, join a travelling circus? Quite simply, there were rules about such matters, and rules were followed. 10 years later, even 2 years later, things had changed. Conventions had collapsed beneath the weight of dancing feet. But at that time, she was trapped. And so she sat, like Andersen's nightingale, locked in her gilded cage, too listless to sing. Gripped by a cloud of ennui until the next tide of feverish activity should come to claim her. That morning, in the Burgundy room, she was a victim of the latter. She sat at the writing desk, back turned to Fanny and Emmeline, translating the Encyclopaedia Britannica into shorthand. So concentrated was she on the task that she didn't so much as flinch when Fanny shrieked, "Ow! You elephant!" Fanny limped to the armchair as Emmeline collapsed with laughter onto the chaise. She slipped off her shoe and leaned to inspect her stockinged toe. "I dare say it's going to swell," she said petulantly. Emmeline continued to laugh. "I probably won't be able to fit into any of my prettiest shoes for the ball." Each protest only served to plunge Emmeline into deeper glee. "Well," Fanny said indignantly, "you've ruined my toe. The least you could do is apologize." Emmeline tried to arrest her amusement. I'm sorry," she said. She bit her lip, laughter threatening again. "But it's hardly my fault that you continue to put your feet in the way of mine. Perhaps if they weren't so big." And she collapsed again. "I'll have you know," Fanny said, chin trembling with pique, "that Mr. Collier at Harrod's says I have beautiful feet." "He would. He probably charges twice as much to make your shoes as he does for other ladies." "Oh, you ungrateful little—" "Come on, Fanny," Emmeline said, sobering. "I'm only joking. Of course I'm sorry to have stepped on your toe." Fanny humphed. "Let's try the waltz again. I promise to pay better attention this time." "I don't think so," Fanny said, pouting. "I need to rest my toe. I wouldn't be surprised if it's broken." "Surely it's not as serious as that. I barely trod on it. Here, let me take a look." Fanny curled her leg beneath her on the sofa, obscuring the foot from Emmeline's view. "I think you've done more than enough already." Emmeline drummed her fingers on the chair's arm. "Well, how am I to practice my dance steps?" "You needn't bother. Great-uncle Bernard's too blind to notice, and second cousin Jeremy will be too busy boring you with interminable talk of war to care." "Pooh, I don't intend to dance with the great-uncles," Emmeline said. "I'm afraid you'll have little choice," said Fanny. Emmeline raised her eyebrows smugly. "We'll see." "Why?" Fanny said, eyebrows narrowing. "What do you mean?" Emmeline smiled broadly. "Grandmamma's convinced Pa to invite the Luxtons." "Theodore Luxton?" Fanny flushed. "Coming here?" "Isn't it thrilling?" Emmeline clutched Fanny's hands. Pa didn't think it was proper to invite business acquaintances to Hannah's ball, but Grandmamma insisted. "My," said Fanny, pink and flustered, "that is exciting. Some sophisticated company for a change." She giggled, patted each warm cheek in turn. "Theodore Luxton, indeed. Now you see why I have to learn to dance. You should have thought of that before you crushed my foot." Emmeline frowned. If only Pa had let us take proper lessons at the Vacani school. No one will dance with me if I can't do the right steps. Fanny's lips thinned into an almost smile. "You're certainly not blessed as a dancer, Emmeline," she said, "but you needn't worry. You won't want for partners at the ball." "Oh?" Emmeline said, with the ersatz artlessness of one accustomed to compliments. Fanny rubbed her stockinged toe. "All the gentlemen present are expected to ask the daughters of the house to dance, even the elephants." Emmeline scowled.
This is the end of CD 8. The book continues on CD 9. CD 9. Buoyed by her small victory, Fanny continued.
"I remember my coming-out dance like it was yesterday,"
she said, with the fond nostalgia of a woman twice her age. "I suppose with your grace and charm," Emmeline said, rolling her eyes, "you had more than your fair share of handsome young gentlemen lined up to dance with you."
"Hardly. I'd never seen so many old men waiting to step on my toes so they could return to their old wives and catch some sleep. I was ever so disappointed. All the best men were busy with the war. Thank goodness Godfrey's bronchitis kept him out, or else we might never have met."
"Was it love at first sight?"
Fanny screwed up her nose. "Certainly not. Godfrey took violently ill and spent most of the night in the bathroom. We only danced once that I remember. It was the quadrille. He became greener and greener with each turn, until midway through he took his leave and disappeared. I was really rather cross at the time. I was completely stranded and very embarrassed. I didn't see him again for months. Even then it took us a year before we were married."
She sighed and shook her head.
"The longest year of my life."
"Why?" Fanny considered this.
"Somehow I imagined that after my coming-out dance, life would be different."
"Wasn't it?" Emmeline said.
"Yes, but not the way I thought. It was dreadful. Officially I was grown up, yet I was still unable to go anywhere or do anything without Lady Clementine or some other dusty old lady minding my business. I was never so happy in all my life as when Godfrey proposed. It was the answer to my prayers."
Emmeline, having difficulty figuring Godfrey Vickers, bloated, balding, and habitually unwell, as the answer to anybody's prayers, wrinkled her nose. "Really?" Fanny looked pointedly at Hannah's back.
"People treat one differently when one's married. I only have to be introduced as Mrs. Vickers, and people realize I'm not a silly girl, but a married woman, capable of adult considerations."
Hannah, apparently unmoved, continued her fierce translation.
"Have I told you about my honeymoon?" Fanny said, returning her attention to Emmeline.
"Only 1,000 times."
Fanny was undeterred. "Florence is the most romantic foreign city I've ever seen."
"It's the only foreign city you've seen."
"Every evening after we dined, Godfrey and I strolled along the River Arno. He bought me the most beautiful necklace at a quaint little shop on the Ponte Vecchio. I felt quite a different person in Italy, transformed. One day we climbed the Fort di Belvedere and looked out all over Tuscany. It was so beautiful I could have wept. And the art galleries, there was simply too much to see. Godfrey's promised to take me back again as soon as we can. Her eyes flickered toward the desk, where Hannah continued to write. "And the people one meets when travelling, quite fascinating, really. One fellow on the boat over was en route to Cairo. You'll never guess what he was going to do there. Dig for buried treasures. I couldn't quite believe it when he told us. Apparently the ancients used to be buried with their jewels. I can't think why. Seems an awful waste. Dr. Humphreys said it was something to do with religion. He told us the most exciting stories, even invited us to visit the dig if we found ourselves out that way."
Hannah had stopped writing. Fanny stifled a small smile of accomplishment.
"Godfrey was a little suspicious. Thought the fellow was pulling our legs, but I found him awfully interesting."
"Was he handsome?" Emmeline said.
"Oh, yes," Fanny gushed.
She stopped, remembered herself, and returned to the script.
"I've had more excitement in the 2 months I've been married than in the rest of my life."
She eyed Hannah beneath her eyelashes and delivered the trump card.
"It's funny. Before I was married, I used to imagine that, having a husband, one would lose oneself. Now I find it's quite the opposite. I never felt so independent. One is attributed with so much more sense. No one blinks if I determine to take myself out for a walk. Indeed, I'll probably be asked to chaperone you and Hannah until such time as you are married yourselves."
She sniffed imperiously. "You're lucky to have someone like me, instead of being saddled with someone old and dull." Emmeline raised her eyebrows, but Fanny did not see. She was watching Hannah, whose pen now lay by her book. Fanny's eyes flickered with self-satisfaction.
"Well," she said, easing her shoe over her injured toe, "much as I've enjoyed your spirited company, I'll take my leave. My husband will be back from his walk by now, and I find myself thirsting for some adult conversation."
She smiled sweetly and left the room, head high. The posture was undermined somewhat by a slight limp. While Emmeline started another record and triple-stepped herself around the room, Hannah remained at the desk, back still turned. Her hands were clasped, forming a bridge on which her chin rested, and she was staring out the windows across the never-ending fields. As I dusted the corners behind her, I could see by the glass's faint reflection that she was in deep thought. The following week, the house party arrived. As was custom, its members set about immediately enjoying the activities their hosts had undertaken to provide. Some rambled across the estate, others played bridge in the library, and the more energetic took to fencing in the gymnasium. After her Herculean effort of organisation, Lady Violet's health took a sudden turn for the worse, and she was confined to bed. Lady Clementine sought company elsewhere. Lured by the glinting and grating blades, she took up bulky occupation in a leather armchair in view of the fencing. When I served afternoon tea, she was engaged in a cosy tete-a-tete with Simeon Luxton.
"Your son fences well,"
Lady Clementine said, indicating one of the masked swordsmen.
"For an American."
"He may talk like an American, Lady Clementine, but I assure you he's an Englishman through and through."
"Indeed,"
Lady Clementine said. "He fences like an Englishman," Simeon said vociferously. "Deceptively simple. Same style that'll see him into Parliament in the coming elections."
"I did hear of his nomination,"
Lady Clementine said.
"You must be very pleased."
Simeon was even more puffed up than usual. "My son has an excellent future."
"Certainly he represents almost everything we Conservatives look for in a parliamentarian. At my most recent Conservative women's tea, we were discussing the lack of good solid men to manage the likes of Lloyd George."
Her gaze of appraisal returned to Teddy.
"Your son may be just the thing."
and I'll be more than happy to endorse him if I find him so." She took a sip of tea. "Of course, there is the small matter of his wife." "No matter there," Simeon said dismissively. "Teddy doesn't have a wife." "Precisely my point, Mr. Luxton." Simeon frowned. "Some of the other ladies are not so liberal as I," Lady Clementine said. "They see it as a mark of weak character. Family values are so important to us. A man of certain years without a wife, people start to wonder." "He just hasn't met the right girl." "Of course, Mr. Luxton, you and I both know that. But the other ladies, they look at your son and see a fine, good-looking fellow with so much to offer, yet left wanting a wife. Can't blame them that they start to wonder why, start to wonder whether perhaps he hasn't an eye for the ladies." She raised her eyebrows pointedly. Simeon's cheeks turned red. "My son is not. No Luxton man has ever been accused of—" "Of course not, Mr. Luxton," Lady Clementine said smoothly. "And these are not my opinions, you understand. I'm just passing on the thoughts of some of our ladies. They like to know a man is a man, not an aesthete." She smiled thinly and repositioned her spectacles. "Whatever the case, it's a small matter, and there's plenty of time. He's still young. 25, is he?" 31, Simeon said. "Oh," she said, "not so young then. Oh, never matter." Lady Clementine knew when to let silence speak for her. She returned her attention to the jousting. "You may rest assured, Lady Clementine, there's nothing wrong with Teddy," said Simeon. "He's very popular with the ladies. He'll have his pick of brides when he's ready."
"Glad to hear it, Mr. Luxton."
Lady Clementine continued to watch the fencing. She took a sip of tea.
"I just hope for his sake that time comes soon, and that he chooses the right sort of girl."
Simeon raised a querying brow.
"We English are a nationalistic lot. Your son has much to recommend him, but some people, particularly in the Conservative Party, may think him a little new. I do hope when he takes a wife she brings more to the marriage than her honourable self."
"What could be more important than a bride's honour, Lady Clementine?"
"Her name, her family, her breeding."
Lady Clementine looked on as Teddy's opponent landed a strike and won the match.
"Overlooked as they may be in the New World, here in England these things are very important."
"Alongside the girl's purity, of course," said Simeon.
"Of course."
"And deference."
"Certainly,"
said Lady Clementine with less conviction. "None of these modern women for my son, Lady Clementine," said Simeon, licking his lips. "We Luxton men like our ladies to know who's boss."
"I understand, Mr. Luxton,"
said Lady Clementine. Simeon applauded the close of game. If only one knew where to find such a suitable young lady. Lady Clementine kept her eyes on the court.
"Don't you find, Mr. Luxton, that often the very things one seeks can be found right under one's own nose?"
"I do, Lady Clementine," said Simeon with a close-lipped smile. "I most certainly do." I wasn't required at dinner, and saw neither Teddy nor his father for the rest of Friday. Nancy reported that the two were engaged in earnest discussion in the upstairs corridor late Friday night, but of what they spoke I could not say. On Saturday morning, when I came to check on the drawing-room fire, Teddy was his usual amiable self. He was sitting in the armchair, reading the morning newspaper, concealing his amusement as Lady Clementine bemoaned the floral arrangements. They had just arrived from Braintree, resplendent with roses, where Lady Clementine had been promised dahlias. She was not happy. "You," she said to me, flicking a rose stem, "find Miss Hartford. She'll need to see them for herself." "I believe Miss Hartford is preparing to take her horse out this morning, Lady Clementine," I said. "I don't care if she's planning on riding in the Grand National. The arrangements need her attention." Thus, while the other young ladies ate breakfast in bed, pondering the night ahead, Hannah was summoned to the drawing-room. I had helped her into her riding costume half an hour earlier, and she had the look of a cornered fox, anxious to escape. While Lady Clementine raged, Hannah, with little opinion as to whether dahlias were preferable to roses, could only nod and sneak occasional longing glances at the ship's clock. "But whatever will we do?" Lady Clementine reached her argument's end. "It's too late to order more." Hannah rubbed her lips together, blinked herself back into the moment. "I suppose we shall have to make do with what we have," she said with mock fortitude. "But can you bear it?" Hannah feigned resignation. "If I must, I shall." She waited a requisite few seconds and said brightly, "Now, if that's all—" "Come on upstairs," Lady Clementine interrupted. "I'll show you how dreadful they look in the ballroom. You won't believe." As Lady Clementine continued to deride the rose arrangements, Hannah withered on the spot. The mere suggestion of further floral debate brought a glaze to her eyes. In the armchair, Teddy cleared his throat, folded the paper, and placed it on the table beside him. "It's such a lovely winter's day," he said to nobody in particular. "I've a good mind to take a ride. See more of the estate." Lady Clementine drew breath mid-sentence, and the light of higher purpose seemed to flicker in her eyes. "A ride," she said, without missing a beat. "What a lovely idea, Mr. Luxton. Hannah, isn't that a lovely idea?" Hannah looked up with surprise as Teddy smiled conspiratorially at her. "You're welcome to join me." Before she could answer, Lady Clementine said, "Yes, splendid. We'd be happy to join you, Mr. Luxton, if you don't mind, of course." "I'd count myself lucky to have two such lovely tour guides." Lady Clementine turned to me, her expression one of trepidation. "You, girl, have Mrs. Townsend send up a packed tea." She turned back to Teddy and said through a thin-lipped smile, "I do so love to ride." They made an odd procession as they set off for the stables. Even odder, Dudley said, once all were on horseback. He had fallen about laughing, he said, watching as they disappeared across the west glade, Lady Clementine paired with Mr. Frederick's ancient mare, whose girth exceeded even her rider's. They were gone 2 hours, and when they returned for lunch, Teddy was soaking wet, Hannah was awfully quiet, and Lady Clementine as smug as a cat with a bowl of cream. What happened on their ride, Hannah told me herself, though not for many months. From the stable they crossed the west meadow, then followed the river, walking the horses beneath the row of mighty birch trees that lined the reedy bank. The meadows either side of the river wore stark winter coats, and there was no sign of the deer that spent the summer grazing on them. They rode for some time in silence, Hannah up front, Teddy close behind, Lady Clementine bringing up the rear. Wintry twigs snapped beneath the horses' hooves, and the river tripped coldly on its way to join the Thames. Finally, Teddy brought his horse up beside Hannah and said in a jolly voice, "It's certainly a pleasure to be here, Miss Hartford. I must thank you for your kind invitation." Hannah, who had been enjoying the silence, said, It's my grandmother you'll have to thank, Mr. Luxton, for I had little to do with the whole affair.
Ah,
Teddy said. I see. I shall have to remember to thank her.
Pitying Teddy, who, after all, had just been making conversation, Hannah said, "What is it you do for a living, Mr. Luxton?"
He was quick to answer, relieved, perhaps. I'm a collector.
What do you collect?
Objects of beauty.
I thought perhaps you worked with your father. Teddy shrugged away a birch leaf that had fallen onto his shoulder.
My father and I do not see eye to eye on matters of business, Miss Hartford, he said. He sees little of worth in anything not directly related to the creation of wealth.
And you, Mr. Luxton?
I seek wealth of a different sort, a wealth of new experiences. The century is young, and so am I. There are too many things to see and do to become bogged down in business.
Hannah looked at him. Pa said that you were entering politics. Surely that will curtail your plans.
He shook his head. Politics gives me more reason to broaden my horizons. The best leaders are those who bring perspective to their position, wouldn't you say?
They rode on for some time, all the way to the back meadows, stopping every so often that the stragglers might catch up. When finally they reached the shelter of an old marble folly, both Lady Clementine and her mare were equally relieved to rest their beaten flanks. Teddy helped her inside, while Hannah arranged the spoils for Mrs. Townsend's picnic hamper. When they had finished the thermos of hot tea and slices of boiled fruit cake, Hannah said, "I think I shall take a walk to the bridge."
"Bridge?"
Teddy said. "Over there, beyond the trees," Hannah said, standing, "where the lake thins and joins the stream."
"Would you mind company?"
Teddy said. "Not at all," Hannah said. But she did. Lady Clementine, torn between her duty as chaperone and her duty to her aching buttocks, said finally, "I'll stay here and mind the horses. Don't be too long now, I shall start to worry. There are many dangers in the woods, you know." Hannah smiled slightly at Teddy and headed off in the direction of the bridge. Teddy followed, caught her up, and walked beside at a polite distance. "I am sorry, Mr. Luxton, that Lady Clementine has forced our company on you this morning."
"Not at all," Teddy said. "I've enjoyed the company." He glanced at her. "Some more than others."
Hannah continued to look directly ahead. "When I was younger," she said quickly, "my brother and sister and I would come down to the lake to play. In the boathouse and on the bridge." She sneaked a sidelong glance at him. "It's a magical bridge, you know."
"A magical bridge?"
Teddy raised an eyebrow. "You'll understand when you see it," Hannah said.
"And what did you use to play on this magical bridge of yours?"
"We used to take turns running across." She looked at him. "Sounds simple enough, I know, but this isn't any ordinary magical bridge. This one's governed by a particularly nasty and vengeful lake demon."
"Indeed,"
said Teddy, smiling. "Most times we would make it across all right, but every so often one of us would wake him."
"What would happen then?"
"Why, then there'd be a duel to the death." She smiled at him. "His death, of course. We were all excellent swordsmen. Luckily he was immortal, or there wouldn't have been much of a game in it." They turned the corner and the rickety bridge was before them, perched astride a narrow reach of the stream. Though the month was cold, the water had not yet frozen. "There," said Hannah breathlessly. The bridge, which had long ago fallen into disuse, usurped by a larger one closer to town that motor cars could cross, had lost all but a few flakes of paint, and was grown over with moss. The reedy river bank sloped gently toward the water's edge, where wildflowers bloomed in summer.
"I wonder if the lake demon's in today,"
said Teddy. Hannah smiled. "Don't worry. If he shows up,
I have his measure. You've waged your share of battles.
Waged and won, said Hannah. We used to play down here whenever we could. We didn't always fight the lake demon, though. Sometimes we used to write letters, make them into boats and throw them over, Hannah said.
Why?
So they would take our wishes to London.
Of course, Teddy smiled. To whom did you write?
Hannah smoothed the grass with her foot. You'll think it's silly.
Try me.
She looked up at him, bit back a smile. I wrote to Jane Digby, every time.
Teddy frowned.
You know, Hannah said, Lady Jane, who ran away to Arabia, lived a life of exploration and conquest.
Ah, Teddy said, memory dawning. The infamous absconder. Whatever did you have to say to her?
I used to ask her to come and rescue me. I offered her my services as a devoted slave on condition that she took me on her next adventure.
But surely, when you were young, she was already dead.
Yes, of course she was, long dead. I didn't know that then. Hannah looked sideways at him. Of course, if she'd been alive, the plan would have been foolproof.
Undoubtedly, he said with arch seriousness. She'd have come right down and taken you with her to Arabia.
Disguised as a Bedouin sheikh, I always thought.
Your father wouldn't have minded a bit.
Hannah laughed. I'm afraid he would. And did. Teddy raised an eyebrow.
Did?
One of the tenant farmers found a letter once and returned it to Pa. The farmer couldn't read it himself, but I'd drawn the family crest, and he thought it must have been important. I dare say he expected a reward for his efforts.
I'm guessing he didn't get one.
He certainly did not. Pa was livid. I was never sure whether it was my desire to join such scandalous company or the impertinence of my letter that he objected to more. I suspect his main concern was that Grandmamma might find out. She always thought me an imprudent child.
What some would call imprudent, Teddy said, others might call spirited.
He looked at her seriously. With intent, Hannah thought, though of what kind she wasn't sure. She felt herself blush and turned away. Her fingers sought animation in the clump of long, thin reeds that grew about the river bank. She pulled one from its shaft and, seized suddenly by a strange energy, ran onto the bridge. She tossed the reed over one side into the rushing river below, then hurried to the other side to witness its re-emergence. "Take my wishes to London," she called after it as it disappeared around the bend.
"What did you wish for?" Teddy asked.
She smiled at him and leaned forward, and in that moment fate intervened. The clasp of her locket, weak with wear, relinquished its hold on her chain, slipped around her pale neck, and dropped below. Hannah felt the loss of weight, but realized its cause too late. The next she saw it, the locket was little more than a glimmer disappearing beneath the water's surface. She gasped, ran back across the bridge, and clambered through the reeds to the river's edge. "What is it?" Teddy said, bewildered. "My locket," Hannah said. "It slipped." She began to unlace her shoes. "My brother—"
"Did you see where it went?"
"Right out in the middle," Hannah said. She began treading through the slippery moss to the water's edge, the hem of her skirt becoming wet with mud. "Wait," Teddy said, shaking off his jacket, tossing it onto the river's bank, and pulling off his boots. Though narrow at that point, the river was deep, and he was soon up to his thighs. Lady Clementine, meanwhile, had reconsidered her duties, and clambered to her feet, stepping gingerly across the uneven ground to find her two young companions. She caught sight of them just as Teddy dived beneath. "I say," called Lady Clementine, "whatever's going on? It's far too cold to swim." A glimmer of alarmed excitement coloured her voice. "You'll catch your death." Hannah, deaf with panic, did not answer.
She ran back atop the bridge, desperately seeking a glimpse of the locket that she could guide Teddy to it. He rose and dove as she scanned the water, and just as she was giving up hope, he reappeared, the locket glimmering between his clenched fingers. Such a fine, heroic deed. So unlike Teddy, a man given more to prudence than gallantry, despite his best intentions. Over the years, as the story of their engagement was deployed at social gatherings, it took on a mythical quality, even in Teddy's accounts. As if he, as much as his smiling guests, was unable quite to believe that it really happened. But happen it did, and at the precise moment and before the precise person upon whom it would have the fateful effect. When she told me of it, Hannah said that as he stood before her, dripping wet, shivering, clutching her locket in his large hand, she was suddenly and overwhelmingly conscious of his physicality. His wet skin, the way his shirt clung to his arms, his dark eyes focused triumphantly on hers. She had never felt such a thing before. How could she have? And for whom? She longed for him to grab hold of her as tightly as he held the locket. Of course he did nothing of the sort, rather smiled quite proudly, then handed her the locket. She took it gratefully and turned away as he began the ungraceful task of layering dry clothes over wet. But by then, the seed was sown. The ball and after. Hannah's ball went off without a hitch. The musicians and champagne arrived as ordered, and Dudley transferred all the plants from the estate hothouse to augment the unsatisfactory floral arrangements. The fires were stoked at each end of the room, making good on the promise of winter warmth. The room itself was all brilliance and dazzle. Crystal chandeliers glistened, black and white tiles shone, guests sparkled. Clustered in the centre were 25 giggling young ladies, self-conscious in their delicate dresses and white kid gloves, self-important in their family's ancient and elaborate jewels. At their centre was Emmeline. Though at 15 she was younger than most of the attendees, Lady Clementine had granted her special dispensation to attend, with the understanding she wasn't to monopolise the marriageable men and ruin the chances of the other girls. A battalion of fur-draped chaperones lined the walls, perched on gold chairs with hot water bottles under their lap rugs. Veterans were recognisable for the reading and knitting they had sensibly brought to while away the wee hours. The men were a rather more motley collection, a home guard of dependable sorts, answering diligently the call to service. The handful who could rightly be labelled young comprised a set of rather ruddy Welsh brothers, recruited to the ranks by Lady Violet's second cousin, and a local lord's prematurely balding son, whose tastes, it soon became clear, did not extend to the feminine. Beside this ham-fisted assembly of provincial gentry, Teddy, with his black hair, film star's moustache, and American suit, seemed immeasurably suave. As the smell of crackling fires filled the room and Irish air gave way to Viennese waltz, the old men got down to business, squiring the young girls around the room. Some with grace, others with gusto, most with neither. With Lady Violet confined to her bed, fever raging, Lady Clementine took up the mantle of chaperonage, and looked on as one of the young men with spotty cheeks rushed to request Hannah's hand. Teddy, who had also been making his approach, turned his broad white smile to Emmeline. Her face was radiant as she accepted. Ignoring Lady Clementine's reproving scowl, she curtsied, letting her eyelids flicker closed momentarily before opening them widely, too widely, as she rose to full height. Dance she could not, but the tuition money Mr. Frederick had been induced to pay for private curtsy lessons had been well spent. As they took the floor, I noticed the way she held Teddy very close, hung on every word he spoke, laughed too broadly when he joked. The night swirled on, and dance by dance the room grew hotter. The faint tang of perspiration blended with smoke from a green log, and by the time Mrs. Townsend sent me up with the cups of consommé, elegant hairstyles had begun to crumble, and cheeks were uniformly flushed. By all accounts, the guests were enjoying themselves, with the notable exception of Fanny's husband, for whom the festivity had been too much, and who had retired to bed, citing migraine. When Nancy bid me tell Dudley we'd need more logs, it was a welcome relief to escape the ballroom's nauseating heat. Along the hall and down the stairs, small groups of girls giggled together, whispering over their cups of soup. I took the back door and was halfway along the garden walk when I noticed a lone figure standing in the dark. It was Hannah, still as a statue, gazing up toward the night sky. Her bare shoulders, pale and fine beneath the moonlight, were indistinguishable from the white slipper satin of her gown, the silk of her draping stole. Her blonde hair, almost silver in that instant, crowned her head, curls escaping to hug the nape of her neck. Her hands, encased by white kid gloves, were by her side. But surely she was cold, standing out in the middle of the wintry night with only a silk stole for warmth. She needed a jacket, at the very least a cup of soup. I resolved to fetch her both, but before I could move, another figure appeared from the dark. At first I thought it was Mr. Frederick, but when he emerged from shadow, I saw that it was Teddy. He reached her side and said something I could not hear. She turned. Moonlight stroked her face, caressed lips that were parted in repose. She shivered lightly, and for a moment I thought that Teddy would take off his jacket and drape it around her shoulders the way heroes did in the romantic novels Emmeline liked to read. He did not, rather said something else, something that caused her to look again toward the sky. He reached gently for her hand, hanging lightly by her side, and she stiffened slightly as his fingers grazed her own. He turned her hand so that he could gaze upon her pale forearm, then lifted it, ever so slowly, toward his own mouth, bending his head so that his lips met the cool band of skin between her gloves and stole. She watched his dark head bow to deliver its kiss, but she did not pull her arm away. I could see her chest rising and falling as her breath quickened. I shivered then, wondering whether his lips were warm, his moustache prickly. After a long moment he stood and looked at her, still holding her hand. He said something to which she nodded slightly, and then he walked away. She watched him go. Only when he had disappeared did her free hand move to stroke the other. In the wee hours of the morning, the ball officially over, I prepared Hannah for bed. Emmeline was already asleep, dreaming of silk and satin and swirling dances, but Hannah sat silently before the vanity as I removed her gloves, button by button. Her body temperature had loosened them, and I was able to remove them with my fingers rather than with the special contraption I had needed to put them on. As I reached the pearls at her wrist, she pulled away her hand and said, "I want to tell you something, Grace." "Yes, miss?" "I haven't told anybody else." She hesitated, glanced toward the closed door, and lowered her voice. "You have to promise not to tell, not Nancy, nor Alfred, nor anyone." "I can keep a secret, miss." "Of course you can. You have kept my secrets before." She took a deep breath. "Mr. Luxton has asked me to marry him." She glanced at me uncertainly. "He says that he's in love with me." I was unsure how to answer. To feign surprise felt disingenuous. Again I took her hand in mine. This time there was no resistance, and I resumed my task. "Very good, miss." "Yes," she said, chewing the inside of her cheek. "I suppose it is." Her eyes met mine, and I had the distinct feeling I had failed some sort of test. I looked away, slipped the first glove off her hand like a discarded second skin, and began on the other. Silently, she watched my fingers. A nerve flickered beneath the skin of her wrist. I haven't given him an answer yet. She continued to look at me, waiting, and still I refused to meet her eyes. "Yes, miss," I said. She met her own gaze in the mirror as I slipped off her glove. "He says he loves me. Can you imagine that?" I did not answer, and she did not expect me to. Rather, she excused me, said she would put herself to bed. When I left, she was still sitting by the mirror, regarding herself as if for the first time, as if trying to learn her own features for fear that next time she looked, they might be changed. As Hannah sat at her dressing table musing on this strange and unexpected new turn of events, downstairs in the study, Mr. Frederick was facing shock of a different kind. In a show of breathtakingly insensitive timing, Simeon Luxton had delivered his blow. The wheels of business couldn't be stopped just so young ladies could make their débuts now, could they? While the dance had been swirling in the ballroom, he'd told Mr. Frederick that the syndicate had declined to refinance his ailing factory. They did not consider it a good risk. It was still a valuable piece of land, Simeon reassured him, and one for which he'd be able to find a buyer quickly and advantageously, should Frederick wish to save himself the embarrassment of the bank's foreclosing. Why, just off the top of his head, he knew of an American friend seeking land in that area to build a copy of the Garden of Versailles, something for his new wife. It was Simeon's valet, after one too many brandies in the servants' hall, who relayed the news to us downstairs. But despite being surprised and worried, we could do little else but carry on as usual. The house was full of guests who had come a long way in the middle of winter and were determined to have a good time. Thus we continued our duties, serving tea, making up rooms, and delivering meals. Mr. Frederick, however, felt no such compunction to carry on as normal, and while his guests made themselves at home, eating his food, reading his books, and enjoying his largesse, he remained sequestered in his study. Only when the last car pulled away did he emerge and begin the roaming that was to be habit with him until his last days, noiseless, ghost-like, his facial nerves tightening and knotting with the sums and scenarios that must have tormented him. Lord Gifford began to make regular visits, and Miss Starling was called from the village to locate official letters from the filing system. Day in, day out, she was required in Mr. Frederick's study, emerging hours later, clothes sombre, face wan, to lunch downstairs with us. We were impressed and annoyed in equal measure by the way she kept to herself, never divulging so much as a word of what went on behind the closed door. Lady Violet, still sick in bed, was to be spared the news. The doctor said there was nothing he could do for her now, and if we valued our lives, we were to keep away. For it was no ordinary head cold that had her in its grips, but a particularly virulent influenza, said to have come all the way from Spain. It was God's cruel show of attrition, the doctor mused, that for millions of good people who survived 4 years of war, death was to be a caller at the dawn of peace. Faced with the dire state of her friend, Lady Clementine's ghoulish taste for disaster and death was tempered somewhat, as was her fear. She ignored the doctor's warning, arranging herself in an armchair next to Lady Violet and chatting blithely of life outside the warm, dark bedroom. She spoke of the ball's success, the hideous dress worn by Lady Pamela Roth, and then she declared that she had every reason to believe Hannah would soon be engaged to Mr. Theodore Luxton, heir to his family's massive fortune. Whether Lady Clementine knew more than she let on, or merely plied her friend with hope in her hour of need, she showed a gift for prophecy. For the next morning the engagement was announced, and when Lady Violet succumbed to her flu, she drifted into death's arms a happy woman.
There were others for whom the news was not so welcome. From the moment the engagement was announced and dance preparations gave way to wedding plans, Emmeline took to stomping about the house, glowering. That she was jealous was clear. Of whom, I wasn't sure. One morning in February, when I was helping Hannah look for her mother's wedding dress, Emmeline appeared at the linen room door. Wordlessly, she came to stand by Hannah, watching as we unfolded the white tissue paper to reveal the satin and lace dress within. "Old-fashioned," said Emmeline. "Wouldn't catch me wearing something like that." "Just as well you don't need to, then," said Hannah, smiling sidelong at me. Emmeline humphed. "Look, Grace," said Hannah, "I think that's the veil at the back there." She leaned into the large cedar armoire. "Can you see? Right at the very back." "Yes, miss," I said, reaching to retrieve it. Hannah took hold of one side, and we unfurled it. Just like Mother to have the longest and heaviest veil. It was beautiful. Fine Brussels lace with tiny seed pearls encrusted around the edges. I held it up, the better to admire it. "You'll be lucky to make it down the aisle without tripping," said Emmeline. "You won't be able to see for all those pearls." "I'm sure I'll manage," Hannah said, reaching out to squeeze Emmeline's wrist, "with you as my bridesmaid." The sting was taken from Emmeline's tale. She sighed. "I wish you weren't doing this. Everything's going to be different." "I know," said Hannah. "You'll be able to play whichever song you like on the gramophone with no one to tell you not to." "Don't make a joke," Emmeline pouted. "You promised you wouldn't leave." I placed the veil on Hannah's head, careful not to pull her hair. "I said I wouldn't get a job, and I didn't," Hannah said. "I never said I wouldn't get married." "Yes, you did." "When?" "Always. You always said you wouldn't get married." "That was before." "Before what?" Hannah didn't answer. "Emmy," she said, "would you mind taking my locket? I don't want the clasp to catch the lace." Emmeline undid the locket. "Why Teddy?" she said. "Why do you have to marry Teddy?" "I don't have to marry Teddy. I want to marry Teddy." "You don't love him," said Emmeline. The hesitation was slight, the answer offhand. "Of course I do." "Like Romeo and Juliet?" "No, but then you shouldn't be marrying him. You should leave him for someone who does love him like that." "No one loves like Romeo and Juliet," Hannah said. "They're made-up characters." Emmeline ran her fingertip over the locket's etched surface. "I would," she said. "Then I pity you," Hannah said, trying to make light. "Look what happened to them." I stepped aside so that I could arrange the veil's headpiece. "It looks beautiful, miss," I said. "David wouldn't approve," Emmeline said suddenly, swinging the locket like a pendulum. "I don't think he'd like Teddy." Hannah stiffened at mention of her brother's name. "Don't be such a child, Emmeline." She reached for the locket, missed. "And stop being so rough. You'll break it." "You're running away." Emmeline's voice had taken on a sharp edge. "I am not. David would think so. He'd say you were abandoning me." Hannah's voice was low. "And he'd be a fine one to talk." Standing close, rearranging the lace across her face, I could see that her eyes had glazed. Emmeline didn't say anything, continued to swing the locket in sulky figure-eights. There was a taut silence, during which I straightened the sides of the veil, noticed a tiny catch that would need mending. "You're right," Hannah said finally. "I am running away. Just like you will, as soon as you can. Sometimes when I walk across the estate, I can almost feel the roots growing from my feet, tying me here, If I don't get away soon, my life will be over, and I'll be just another name on the family headstone." The sentiments were unusually Gothic for Hannah, and thus I realized the depth of her malaise. "Teddy is my opportunity," she continued, "to see the world, to travel, to meet interesting people." Emmeline's eyes brimmed with tears. "I knew you didn't love him." "But I do like him. I will love him." "Like him? It's enough," said Hannah, "for me. I'm different to you, Emmy. I'm not good at laughing and smiling with people I don't enjoy. I find most society people tedious. If I don't marry, my life will be one of two things: an eternity of lonely days in Pa's house, or a relentless succession of boring parties with boring chaperones until I'm old enough to be one of the chaperones myself. It's like Fanny said. Fanny makes things up. Not this." Hannah was firm. "Marriage will be the beginning of my adventure." Emmeline had dropped her gaze, was idly dangling Hannah's locket. She began to prise it open. Hannah reached for it at the moment its treasure was spilled. We all froze as the tiny book, its spine hand-stitched, its cover faded, fell from inside, tumbled onto the floor. Battle with the Jacobites. There was silence. Then Emmeline's voice, almost a whisper. "You said they were all gone." She tossed the locket onto the ground and ran from the room, slamming the door behind her. Hannah, still wearing her mother's veil, picked it up. She took the tiny book, turned it over, and smoothed its surface. Then she placed it back into the hollow of the locket's chest and pressed it carefully closed. But it wouldn't clasp. The hinge was broken. "I think I've finished trying on the veil," she said. "You can take it to the airing closet now, Grace." Emmeline was not the only Hartford for whom the engagement didn't bring unrivalled joy. As wedding preparations got underway in earnest, the household swept up in dress fittings, decorations, and baking. Frederick remained very quiet, sitting by himself in his study, a permanent expression of trouble clouding his face. He seemed thinner, too. The loss of his factory and his mother had taken their toll. So had Hannah's decision to marry Teddy. The night before the wedding, while I was collecting Hannah's supper tray, he came to her room. He sat in the chair by her dressing table, then stood almost immediately, paced toward the window, looked out over the back lawn. Hannah was in bed, her nightie white and crisp, her hair hanging like silk over her shoulders. She watched her father, and her face grew serious as she took in his bony frame, his hunched shoulders, the way his hair had gone from golden to silver in the space of a few months. "Wouldn't be surprised if it rains tomorrow," he said finally, still looking out the window. "I've always liked the rain." Mr. Frederick did not answer. "I finished loading the supper tray. Will that be all, miss?" She had forgotten I was there. She turned to me. "Yes, thank you, Grace." With a sudden movement, she reached out and took my hand. "I'll miss you, Grace, when I go." "Yes, miss." I curtsied, my cheeks flushed with sentiment. I'll miss you too." I curtsied to Mr. Fix, turned back. "Good night, my lord." He appeared not to have heard. I wondered what it was that brought him to Hannah's room. What it was he had to say on the eve of her wedding that could not have been said at dinner, or afterwards in the drawing-room. I left the room, pulled the door behind me, and then, I am ashamed to say, I lay the tray on the corridor floor and leaned in close. There was a long silence, and I began to fear the doors were too thick, Mr. Frederick's voice too quiet. Then I heard him clear his throat. He spoke quickly, his tone low. Emmeline I expected to lose as soon as she was of an age, But you're not losing me, Pa. I am, he said, volume rising sharply. David, my factory, now you, all my dearest... He checked himself, and when he spoke again, his voice was so tight it threatened to buckle. I'm not blind to my part in all this. Pa? There was a pause, and the bed springs squeaked. Mr. Frederick's voice, when he spoke, had shifted position, and I imagined he now sat on the foot of Hannah's bed. You are not to do this, he said quickly. Squeak. He was on his feet again. The very idea of you living amongst those people. They sold my factory out from under me. Pa, there were no other buyers. The one Simeon found paid a good price. Imagine the humiliation if the bank had foreclosed. They saved you from that. Saved me? They robbed me blind. They could have helped me. I could have been in business still. And now you're joining them. It makes my blood... No, it's out of the question. I should have put my foot down earlier, before any of this business got out of hand. Pa, I didn't stop David in time, but I'll be damned if I'm going to make the same mistake twice. Pa, I won't let you... Pa, Hannah said, and in her voice was a firmness that had not been there before. I've made my decision. Change it, he roared. No. I was frightened for her. Mr. Frederick's tempers were legend at Riverton. He had refused all contact with David when he dared deceive him. What would he do now, faced with Hannah's outright defiance? His voice quivered, white with rage. You would answer no to your father? If I thought him wrong. You're a stubborn fool. I'm like you. To your folly, my girl, he said. Your strength of will has always inclined me to leniency, but this I will not tolerate. It is not your decision, Pa. You are my child, and you'll do as I say. He paused, and an unwanted note of desperation coloured his anger. I order you not to marry him. Pa, marry him? His volume leapt. And you won't be welcome here. On the other side of the door, I was horrified. For though I understood Mr. Frederick's sentiment, shared his desire to keep Hannah at Riverton, I also knew threats were never a way to make her change her mind. Sure enough, her voice when she spoke was steely with resolve. Good night, Pa. Fool, he said in the bewildered tone of one who couldn't yet believe the game had been played and lost. Stubborn fool of a child. His footsteps drew near, and I hurried to pick up my tray. Was withdrawing from the door when Hannah said, I'll be taking my maid with me when I go. My heart leapt as she continued. Nancy will look after Emmeline. I was so surprised, so pleased, I barely heard Mr. Frederick's reply. You're welcome to her. He pushed the door so furiously I almost dropped my tray, strode toward the stairs. Lord knows, I don't need her here. Why did Hannah marry Teddy? Not because she loved him, but because she was prepared to love him. She was young and inexperienced. To what would she compare her feelings? Whatever the case, to outsiders the match was a good one. Simeon and Estella Luxton were delighted, and so was everyone downstairs. Even I was pleased now that I was to accompany them. For Lady Violet and Lady Clementine were right, weren't they? For all her youthful resistance, Hannah was bound to marry someone, and surely Teddy was as good a catch as any. They were married on a rainy Saturday in May 1919, and a week later we left for London. Hannah and Teddy in the car up front, while I shared the second car with Teddy's valet and Hannah's trunks.
Mr. Frederick stood on the stairs, stiff and pale. From where I sat, unseen in the second car, I was able, for the first time, to look properly upon his face. It was a beautiful patrician face, though suffering had robbed it of expression. To his left was the line of staff in descending order of rank. Even Nanny Brown had been exhumed from the nursery and stood at half Mr. Hamilton's height, leaking silent tears into a white handkerchief. Only Emmeline was absent, having refused to watch them leave. I saw her, though, right before we left, her pale face framed behind one of the etched Gothic panes of the nursery window. Or I thought I did. It may have been a trick of the light. One of the little boy ghosts who spent their eternity in the nursery. I had already said my goodbyes, to the staff and to Alfred. Since the night on the garden stairs we'd made tentative amends. We were circumspect these days, Alfred treating me with a polite caution almost as alienating as his irritation. Nonetheless, I'd promised to write. Extracted from him an undertaking to do likewise. And I'd seen Mother the weekend before the wedding. She'd given me a little package of things, a shawl she had knitted years before, and a jar of needles and threads, so that I might keep up my stitching. When I'd thanked her, she'd shrugged and said they were no use to her. She wouldn't be like to use them now her fingers were locked and as good as useless. On that last visit she'd asked me questions about the wedding and Mr. Frederick's factory and Lady Violet's death. She surprised me, taking her former mistress's death easily. I'd come lately to realize that Mother had enjoyed her years of service, yet when I spoke of Lady Violet's final days, she offered no condolences, no fond remembrances. She merely nodded slowly and let her face relax into an expression of remarkable dispassion. But I did not think to query it then, for my mind was full of London. The dull thump of faraway drums. Do you hear them, I wonder? Or is it just me? You have been patient, and there is not much longer to wait. For into Hannah's world, Robbie Hunter is about to make his return. You knew he would, of course, for he has his part to play. This is not a fairy tale, nor a romance. The wedding does not mark the happy ending of this story. It is simply another beginning, the ushering in of a new chapter. In a far grey corner of London, Robbie Hunter wakes, shrugs off his nightmares and pulls a small parcel from his pocket. A parcel nursed in his breast pocket since the final days of war, its safe delivery promised to a dying friend. Part 3. The Times, 6th of June, 1919. The Estate Market. Lord Sutherland's property. The principal transaction this week has been the private sale by Messrs. Mabbott and Edge, as briefly announced in the Times yesterday, of Haberdine House, the ancestral home of Lord Sutherland. The house at number 17 Grosvenor Square was sold to the city banker Mr. S. Luxton, and is to be occupied by Mr. T. Luxton and his new wife, the Honourable Hannah Hartford, eldest daughter of Lord Ashbury. Mr. T. Luxton and the Honourable Hannah Hartford were married from the bride's family home, Riverton Manor, outside the village of Saffron Green, in May, and are now honeymooning in France. They will take up residence at Haberdine House, to be renamed Luxton House, when they return to England next month. Mr. T. Luxton is the Tory candidate for the seat of Marsden in East London. The seat will be contested in a by-election in November. Catching butterflies. They have brought us to the spring fair by minibus. 8 in all. 6 residents, Sylvia, and a nurse whose name I can't remember. A young girl with a wispy plait snaking down her back to sweep her belt.
I expect they think the day out does us good. Though what can be gained from exchanging comfortable surrounds for a muddy oval of tents selling cakes and toys and soaps, I do not know. I should have been just as happy to stay at home, away from the bustle. A makeshift stage has been erected behind the town hall, as it is each year, and rows of white plastic chairs assembled before it. The other residents and the girl with the plait are sitting by the stage watching a man pluck numbered ping-pong balls from a metal bucket, but I prefer it here, on the little iron seat by the memorial. I feel strange today. It's the heat, I'm sure. When I woke, my pillow was damp, and I've been unable to shake this odd, foggy sensation all morning. My thoughts are skimming, coming quickly, fully formed, then slipping away before I can properly grasp them, like catching a butterfly. It is unsettling, leaves me irritable. A cup of tea will see me right. Where has Sylvia gone? Did she tell me? She was here only a moment ago, about to smoke a cigarette, talking again about her man friend and their plans to cohabit. Once upon a time, I'd have considered such extramarital relations improper, but time has a way of changing one's views on most things. The exposed skin on the top of my feet is cooking. I consider slipping them into the shade, but an irresistible sense of masochistic ennui bids me leave them where they are. Sylvia will see the red patches later, will realize how long she has left me. From where I sit, I see the cemetery, the eastern side with its line of poplars, new leaves quivering at the suggestion of a breeze. Beyond the poplars, on the other side of the ridge, are the gravestones, amongst them my mother's. It's been an age since we buried her. A wintry day in 1922, when the earth was frozen solid, and my skirts blew icy against my stockinged legs, and a figure, a man, stood on the hill, barely recognizable. She took her secrets with her into the cold, hard earth, but I learned them in the end. I know a lot about secrets. I have made them my life. Perhaps I hoped in some way that the more I learned of secrets, the better I would be at hiding my own. I am hot. It is far too hot for April. No doubt global warming is to blame. Global warming, melting the polar ice caps, the ozone hole, genetically modified food. Some other disease of the 1990s. The world has become a hostile place. Even the rainwater is not safe these days. That's what's eating the war monument. One side of the soldier's stone face has been ravaged, the cheek pockmarked, the nose devoured by time, like a piece of fruit left too long in a ditch, gnawed by scavengers. He knows about duty. Despite his wounds, he stands to attention atop the cenotaph, as he has for 80 years, surveying the plains beyond the town, hollow gaze cast over Bridge Street towards the car park of the new shopping centre, a land fit for heroes. He is almost as old as I am. Is he as tired? He and his pillar have become mossy. Microscopic plants thrive in the etched names of the dead. David's is on there, at the top with the other officers, and Rufus Smith, the ragman's son, suffocated in Belgium by a collapsed trench. Further down, Raymond Jones, the village peddler when I was a girl. Those little boys of his would be men now. Old men, though younger than I. It is possible they are dead. No wonder he is crumbling. It is a lot to ask of one man to bear the strain of countless tragedies, bear witness to countless echoes of death. But he is not alone. There is one like him in every English town. They are the nation's scars, a rash of gallant scabs spread across the land in 1919, a spate of determined healing. Such extravagant faith we had then, in the League of Nations, the possibility of a civilized world. Against such determined hope, the poets of disillusionment were lost. For every T.S. Eliot, for every R.S. Hunter, there were 50 bright young men espousing Tennyson's dreams of the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World. It didn't last, of course. It couldn't. Disillusionment was inevitable. After the 20s came the Depression 30s, and then another war. And things were different after that one. No new memorials emerged triumphantly, defiantly, hopefully, out of the mushroom cloud of World War II. Hope perished in the gas chambers of Poland. A new generation of the battle-damaged were blown home, and a second set of names chiselled onto the bases of existing statues, sons below fathers. And in everybody's mind the weary knowledge that some day young men would once again be falling. Wars make history seem deceptively simple. They provide clear turning points, easy distinctions, before and after, winner and loser, right and wrong. True history, the past, is not like that. It isn't flat or linear. It has no outline. It is slippery, like liquid, infinite and unknowable, like space. And it is changeable. Just when you think you see a pattern, perspective shifts, an alternative version is proffered. A long-forgotten memory resurfaces. I have been trying to fix upon the turning points in Hannah and Teddy's story. All thoughts these days lead to Hannah. Looking back, it seems clear. There were certain events in the first year of their marriage that laid the foundation of what was to come. I couldn't see them at the time. In real life, turning points are sneaky. They pass by unlabelled and unheeded. Opportunities are missed, catastrophes unwittingly celebrated. Turning points are only uncovered later, by historians who seek to bring order to a lifetime of tangled moments. I wonder how their marriage will be handled in the film. What will Ursula decide led them to unhappiness? Was it Deborah's arrival from New York? Teddy's election loss? The absence of an heir? Will she agree that the signs were there as early as the honeymoon? The future fissures visible even by the dusky light of Paris, like faint flaws in the diaphanous fabrics of the 20s. Beautiful, trivial fabrics, so flimsy they could not hope to last. This is the end of CD 9. The book continues on CD 10.